The delivery man, Mo Tian, tragically perished while saving a baby carriage, only to be reborn as an abandoned child in the world of Douluo continent. At the tender age of 6, he awakened dual martial souls, the Mo sword and the phantom serpent, possessing innate full soul power. However, he was overlooked by the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Xunji. Subsequently, he became a disciple of Yu Xiaogang, yet his soul power bizarrely stagnated at level 10. Even after absorbing soul rings, he remained unable to break through, leading Yu Xiaogang to regard him as a theoretical blemish and abandon him in the desolate wasteland. On the brink of death, he activated the Supreme Douluo System, acquiring the break-sealing pill to shatter the shackles of his constitution. Chapter 1. Crossing into Douluo, Twin Spirits. The afternoon sun poured down like molten gold, scorching the weathered concrete of the old residential building, releasing an oppressive heat infused with the aroma of dust and asphalt. Mo Tian twisted the throttle of his electric scooter, the V8 engine emitting a dull hum akin to a weary old bull. He carried a square thermal box on his back, which clinked softly as it jostled, filled with fragrant mapo tofu, fish-flavored shredded pork, sweet and sour tenderloin, and 2 boxes of white rice. The customer resided on the top floor of Building 7, a 6th floor devoid of an elevator. Sweat trickled down his brow, following the taut line of his neck and seeping into the faded collar of his t-shirt. He licked his parched, cracked lips and glanced at the cheap digital watch on his wrist, the red numbers silently urging him onward. After completing this delivery, he would still need to fulfill 3 more orders to meet his daily guaranteed target. Life was like an invisible whip, cracking against the aging scooter and the weary soul upon it. Just as he was about to turn into the narrow passage leading to Building 7, a piercing metallic screech suddenly shattered the stifling afternoon air. Creak! Mo Tian abruptly looked up and could see the far end of his vision, where the concrete staircase connected the platform of the residential building to the ground. A light blue baby carriage was careening down the steep, unforgiving steps in a heart-stopping descent. The wheels thundered down one step after another, each bounce accompanied by a jarring impact and an uncontrollable acceleration. The hair-raising, desperate screech echoed like the wails of death. Within the carriage, a tiny bundle was visible, helplessly swaying amidst the violent jolting. Time stretched and warped infinitely in that moment. Mo Tian could even see sparks flying from the metal frame of the carriage as it collided violently, and the canopy fabric being violently tossed into the air in a desperate flail. A cold current surged through his spine, exploding in his mind, dispelling all fatigue and distractions. His body reacted far more swiftly than his thoughts. Damn it! He cursed, a coarse exclamation erupting from his throat. Not out of fear, but a fierce resolve of desperation, he abruptly shoved the scooter aside, the heavy frame crashing to the ground with a thud, the contents of the thermal box scattering everywhere, the rich aroma of mapo tofu instantly permeating the air. The wind howled past his ears, carrying with it the heat and dust. Everything in his line of sight shook violently, yet the tumbling baby carriage remained his sole focus. His heart thundered in his chest, blood pounding against his temples. It was getting closer. Even closer. At the bottom of the stairs lay a narrow road, perpetually busy with traffic. A silver-gray van approached from the right, the driver seemingly stunned by the sudden chaos, his face a mask of shock, the brake lights flaring to life, the screech of tires slicing through the air. In that moment, all of Mo Tian's strength, all of his resolve, coalesced and exploded. He dashed to the bottom of the stairs, his feet firmly planted on the searing concrete, his body arched forward in an extreme bow, arms outstretched like iron pincers, bracing for the onslaught of the baby carriage hurtling towards him with immense kinetic force. Bang! The weighty impact crashed against his arms and chest, bones groaning under the unbearable strain, as if his very organs were displaced by the shock. The tremendous force propelled him backward, his feet scraping and dragging on the rough surface, his soles emitting a piercing wail. The inertia of the baby carriage carried him irresistibly towards the center of the roadway. The silver-gray van, accompanied by the screech of brakes and the acrid scent of burnt rubber, loomed before him like an impenetrable wall of despair, expanding at an alarming rate. The cold metallic front reflected the blinding sunlight, resembling the jagged fangs of death itself. Mo Tian unleashed a beast-like roar from his throat, not for his own sake, but for the fragile life cradled in his arms. In that final moment, when his body was caught between the baby carriage and the van, on the brink of being shattered, he summoned every last ounce of strength and clarity, his arms bursting forth with unimaginable power, forcefully pushing the baby carriage towards the only safe curb beside the roadway. The wheels traversed the uneven surface, the baby carriage spinning perilously before colliding with the curb and coming to a steady halt. The infant swaddled within seemed to be disturbed by the violent upheaval, emitting a faint, kitten-like whimper. Yet, Mo Tian had lost his final point of leverage. His vision was completely engulfed by the blinding, silver-gray metal. A dull, tooth-aching crash resounded, as if the entire world were fracturing within his very being. Excruciating pain instantaneously submerged all consciousness, and darkness, like icy seawater, rushed in from all directions, consuming him entirely. The last remnants of perception were the infant's faint cries and the bizarre aroma of a thick, spicy sauce mingled with burnt rubber that hung heavily in the air. Location of the mind. Dear adoptive fathers and mothers, please leave a good review and deduct 888. Balance 88 billion. Luck value 88 billion. Beauty value 88 billion. Family happiness and harmony. Family health and safety. May all your wishes be fulfilled. Begging mode. Handsome and beautiful adoptive fathers and mothers passing by. Please toss a coin and click 3 small ads. Thank you. Wishing you again a balance of 88 billion. Luck value 88 billion. Beauty value 88 billion. Family happiness and harmony. Family health and safety. May all your wishes be fulfilled. Cold. A bone-chilling cold, imbued with the musty scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, coiled around this small, fragile body like a frigid serpent. Consciousness felt submerged in the icy, murky depths of a quagmire, struggling to surface with great difficulty. Each attempt to break free was accompanied by tearing pain, not stemming from a specific wound, but rather from the body itself, as if every cell were emitting groans of unbearable strain. Mo Tian labored to lift his heavy eyelids. His vision was obscured, as if shrouded by a thick layer of frosted glass. The light was exceedingly dim, barely illuminating the distorted and swaying outlines of gnarled, thick tree roots that loomed overhead, forming a low, oppressive canopy. Chilled, damp air condensed into droplets that slowly dripped from the crevices of the roots and the moss-covered rocks nearby, producing a monotonous and icy tap. Tap. Sound. Where am I? Is this hell? Or perhaps a hospital morgue? He attempted to turn his stiff neck, but an intense wave of dizziness and nausea surged within him. His throat emitted an unintelligible ha-ha sound, so faint that he could barely hear it himself. It was then that he horrifyingly realized that the sound he produced was alarmingly high-pitched and infantile, akin to a newly born kitten. Struggling and trembling, he managed to lift his hand. What came into view was a small hand, covered in dirt and tinged with a bluish hue from the cold. The skin was so thin it seemed almost transparent, revealing the tiny, purplish veins beneath. The fingers were short and chubby, devoid of any sense of strength. An absurd yet chilling thought, like a cold serpent, suddenly burrowed deep into the chaos of his consciousness. Have I transformed into an infant? A frigid terror seized him in an instant. Only the bone-deep cold and the pervasive stench of decay in the air were so real that they felt suffocating. He resembled a discarded doll lost in endless darkness, passively enduring the cold, hunger, and the immense fear of the unknown. Time here lost all significance, marked only by the monotonous sound of dripping water, akin to the countdown of life. Uncertain how long had passed, perhaps a day, perhaps several. Oldie, come quick. Is that under the tree root? A baby, a voice, aged and astonished with a heavy rural accent, broke the silence. Time flowed silently, like the murky, sluggish river beside the village, through hunger, cold, and the occasional nourishment of coarse yet slightly warm rice soup, for 6 years. He remained taciturn, yet his eyes often bore an unsettling tranquility that belied his age, even a barely perceptible sharpness. The villagers merely regarded the child as unfortunate, inherently melancholic. Just days after his 6th birthday, an unprecedented gathering of the entire village occurred beneath the colossal old locust tree at the village center, even rousing the laziest of men to rise early and present themselves with a semblance of neatness. The children, clad in patched but clean garments, wore tense expressions on their small faces, carrying an almost pilgrim-like anxiety and anticipation, tightly holding their parents' hands as they formed a crooked line. The air was thick with a blend of sweat, low-quality tobacco, and dust, creating a palpable restlessness. All eyes were fixed upon a makeshift wooden platform hastily erected beneath the old locust tree. Upon it stood 3 individuals. The village elder, with white hair and beard, clad in a faded gray robe, bearing a serious demeanor, a middle-aged man, waxen-faced, gaunt with murky yet calculating eyes. The village steward and a young man dressed in gray and white attire, a small sword emblem embroidered on his left chest. The young man bore a nonchalant demeanor, his brow reflecting a sense of detachment and subtle arrogance that starkly contrasted with the impoverished village surrounding him. He was a steward from the Wuhuan branch in Notting City, entrusted with the momentous task of awakening the martial souls of the villagers. Silence. The elderly village chief commanded, striking a half-brick that served as a makeshift gavel, his voice raspy with authority. The martial soul master's time is invaluable. Proceed in order, dog egg. You are first. The first child, a dark-skinned boy, appeared nervous, his limbs awkwardly mirroring one another. Under the impatient urging of the martial soul master, he placed his hand upon the wooden platform's floating, softly glowing crystal sphere. The sphere flickered dimly, and a rusted hoe materialized in the boy's grasp. A hoe, a weapon soul, devoid of soul power. Next, the steward's voice remained devoid of emotion. One by one, the children stepped forward. Scythe, blue silver grass, hoe, wooden stick, all were worthless martial souls, failing to elicit even the slightest reaction of soul power from the crystal sphere. The crowd's anticipation deflated like a punctured balloon, leaving only a numbing weight and oppressive disappointment. Even the steward's expression bore the cold indifference of routine. Next, Qian. The village chief announced this name with little inflection, merely adhering to protocol. Qian inhaled deeply. After 6 years of silence and observation, he had grasped the harsh truth of this world. Power is everything. He approached the center of the wooden platform, his small frame standing resolutely straight. In the depths of his obsidian-like eyes lay 6 years' worth of pent-up defiance and the fervor of desperation. He extended his right hand, firmly pressing it against the cold crystal sphere. The moment of contact. Buzz. The crystal sphere erupted, no longer flickering but bursting forth with dazzling brilliance. The radiance was so intense it seemed to ignite a miniature sun upon the platform, compelling everyone nearby to instinctively shut their eyes, their astonished gasps erupting like a tidal wave. Oh my! So bright. It possesses soul power. Such potent soul power before the light could dissipate. Qian felt as if a scorching iron had been thrust into the palm of his right hand. An indescribable heat and sharp energy surged forth, overpoweringly dispelling the morning chill. Inky light coalesced into a long sword, entirely black and unadorned, manifesting in his grasp. The sword's surface was not smooth, but rather adorned with intricate, deep patterns resembling solidified black flames, exuding a heavy, chilling aura that seemed capable of severing all. This sudden transformation caused Qian to stifle a groan, his left hand instinctively pressing against the crystal sphere, attempting to share the searing pain. Hiss! Another, entirely different light exploded forth. In contrast to the black sword's oppressive might, this radiance shimmered in an eerie shade of deep purple. From the palm of Qian's left hand, a small serpent, merely a foot long and covered in fine, deep purple scales, coiled forth. It lacked the typical cold, slippery demeanor of ordinary serpents. Its scales shimmered under the light, reflecting a metallic coldness. The triangular head of the serpent was slightly raised, and its deep purple slit-like pupils scanned the surroundings with an icy indifference, exuding an air of aloofness akin to that of a predator surveying its prey, accompanied by a barely perceptible ancient pressure. The twin martial souls manifested. The radiance of the crystal orb surged to an almost blinding zenith. The entire orb transformed into a transparent sphere of white light, brimming with an incomparably dense essence of soul power, on the verge of overflowing. Dual martial souls. The previously indifferent steward gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief, nearly popping from their sockets, the arrogance on his face instantly replaced by sheer astonishment and elation. He lunged toward the crystal orb, fixated on the overflowing, tangible brilliance, his voice trembling. Innate full soul power. Level 10 is undoubtedly level 10. My heavens! Dual martial souls. Innate full soul power. In this forsaken place, a profound silence enveloped the village of Li. The old village chief stood agape, the half-burnt cigarette but in his hand clattering to the ground. The villagers' stupor shattered, leaving only a sense of bewilderment and fear as they gazed upon this extraordinary anomaly. The manager's sallow face flushed with an unnatural excitement, his fingers trembling as if he could envision the pathway to his own ascension. Amidst the dazzling brilliance, Qian stood resolutely, his right hand gripping a heavy black iron sword, while his left hand was entwined with a chilling purple-scaled serpent. He felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him, a force potent enough to obliterate the humility and coldness of the past 6 years. Yet beneath the ecstasy and strength lay a searing pain deep within his soul, as if two distinctly powerful wills were awakening and clashing within his being. He clenched his teeth, his small face taut with effort, beads of cold sweat trickling from his brow as he struggled to suppress the overwhelming agony that threatened to render him unconscious. The steward, in a state of frenzied excitement, grasped the still-dazed manager by the arm. "Quick! Immediately! Use the highest-grade expedited messenger eagle. Report to the branch in Notting City. No, directly report to the Spirit Hall. Report to His Holiness the Pope. May the heavens bless our Spirit Hall. In this remote corner, we have discovered a dual martial soul with innate full soul power. An unparalleled genius. The highest-grade messenger eagle soared through the clouds, carrying news that would send shockwaves through the upper echelons of the Spirit Hall, racing toward the power center of the continent's spirit city. Deep within the Pope's chamber, shrouded in darkness and oppressive ambience, a man clad in resplendent papal robes sat behind an immense desk. His handsome visage, framed by meticulously arranged golden locks, concealed a profound gaze that burned with a near-maniacal possessiveness and cold calculation, reminiscent of a beast poised to strike. This was the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Xunji. His slender fingers rhythmically tapped upon the mirror-like surface of the desk, producing a dull sound that echoed sharply in the silence of the room. His gaze did not settle upon the urgent missive laid open before him, which bore the striking crimson markings proclaiming dual spirit, innate full soul power. Level 10, from a Spirit Hall branch in Notting City. Instead, his sight penetrated the heavy walls, seemingly directed towards a cold, profound chamber that imprisoned what was once the most resplendent jewel. In that chamber lay the forbidden fruit he had forcibly harvested, the spoils from dismantling the waste and the pearl, and the instruments he wielded to humiliate and obliterate. The woman who had betrayed his hopes, that woman, was Bibi Dong, and there too was their daughter, Qian Renshua, who flowed with his blood, yet evoked a strange fondness within him. A flicker of twisted delight and icy possessiveness crossed his eyes. The clinking of chains and the sounds of despair within the chamber stirred his nerves far more than any so-called genius emerging from some remote village. Tang Hao Qian Xunji's thin lips silently uttered the name, laden with profound malice and a hint of indescribable greed. The intricate web he had woven was now unfurled. The woman, Ain, who had transformed from a tenth sandier spirit beast, was the sole focus of his thoughts at that moment. The imminent acquisition of the tenth sandier spirit ring and spirit bone, which would elevate his power significantly and utterly subdue the Elder Hall, was his true desire. A child with dual spirits from a humble background, no matter how exceptional their talent, required time to mature. Yet, the tenth sandier spirit ring and spirit bone were tangible, immediate sources of power. With a flick of his finger, a sharp surge of soul power struck precisely at the corner of the small soul guide array on the desk. In an instant, a figure cloaked in black appeared silently from the shadows of the study, kneeling on one knee, head bowed. "Your Holiness." The child with dual spirits and innate full soul power reported by the Notting City branch. Qian Xunji's voice remained devoid of emotion, as if discussing a trivial matter. His talent is acceptable. Record him, for now, as a Class A observation target. All resources within the hall shall be devoted to the soul hunting plan. No one and nothing shall interfere in the slightest. Do you understand? Yes, I shall obey your command. The figure in black expressed no hesitation, responding with respect before vanishing as if absorbed back into the shadows. The missive, which contained the turning point of Emotion's fate, was carelessly brushed to the bottom of the mountain of documents on the desk by Qian Xunji, quickly covered, and buried beneath other confidential files regarding Tang Hao's whereabouts, Yin's intelligence, and the movements of the Elder Hall. Like a small stone cast into a deep pool, it failed to stir even a ripple, sinking entirely into the depths of the Spirit Hall's power struggles and monumental conspiracies. Hope, akin to that stone thrown into the abyss, was swiftly consumed by the frigid reality that followed. That Tian was personally escorted by the exuberant steward to the Spirit Hall branch in Notting City. In the initial days, he indeed felt an unprecedented sense of importance. Better food, a cleaner and warmer dwelling, and even someone assigned to attend to his daily needs. The steward of the division, a manager of great soul master caliber, greeted him with an almost obsequious smile, his eyes brimming with anticipation and investment in the future, as though Tian were a moving, shimmering gold mine. "Dear Tian, settle in comfortably. Your situation has surely been reviewed personally by His Holiness the Pope. Great fortune awaits you. The steward assured, punctuating his words with fervent gestures. Tian listened in silence. Yet his heart remained unclouded, that a soul from the era of information explosion understood better than anyone the chasm that lay between importance and true investment. As days turned into weeks, apart from the initial days of concern and inquiry, there were no further developments. Higher-ups made their appearance. No additional qualifications were tested, no tailored training plans were devised, and not even a proper instructor was assigned to him. All that remained was the steward's increasingly perfunctory demeanor and the unmistakable disappointment and impatience that grew in his gaze. That I can wait no longer, Tian silently declared to himself as he gazed out at the gray sky over Nodding City from his modest room. He opened his palm, and the ethereal silhouette of a deep purple serpent emerged silently from his left hand, its cold vertical pupils reflecting his equally icy gaze. At this moment, Qian Xunji was preoccupied with hunting Ain and imprisoning Bai Dong in a secret chamber, hardly concerned with the fate of a rural boy. Relying on the spirit hall? That would lead to a dead end. The only glimmer of hope remained in the name Yu Xiaogang, the future master, the cornerstone of soul theory, and the mentor to the protagonist Tang San. Becoming his disciple, and thus Tang San's senior brother, was the only lifeline he could grasp in this cruel world. Armed with a maturity beyond his years and a vague memory of the original narrative, Tian demonstrated remarkable precocity. He skillfully exploited the steward's lingering, albeit dim, fantasy of rare commodities, along with his shallow understanding of the theoretical master Yu Xiaogang, whom he deemed merely an unappreciated oddity in the spirit hall's librarito, express a profound interest in theoretical knowledge and the anguish of being unguided. Esteemed steward, I can't shake the feeling that there is something amiss with my martial soul, though I cannot quite articulate it. I've heard that there's a Mr. Yu Xiaogang in the city's academy who possesses profound insights into martial soul studies. Tian said, tilting his youthful face upward, his eyes reflecting just the right blend of confusion and curiosity. Twin martial souls with innate full soul power? Perhaps merely a fleeting illusion? Or maybe the testing crystal ball was faulty. Regardless, it mattered little. Chapter 2. The resolute and ruthless Yu Xiaogang. The first encounter with Yu Xiaogang transpired in the most secluded and dust-laden corner of the academy's library. He donned a faded black robe, worn and frayed with age, his slender frame slightly hunched as he immersed himself in a pile of yellowed ancient texts. Upon hearing footsteps, he lifted his gaze. His face was unremarkable, even somewhat wooden, but beneath the heavy dark circles lay a pair of weary yet extraordinarily focused and profound eyes. Deep within those orbs resided a sense of desolation and reluctance, tempered by the relentless grind of the world, alongside an almost obsessive thirst for knowledge. Tian. Yu Xiaogang's voice was somewhat hoarse, laced with a barely perceptible scrutiny. He set down the quill and fixed his gaze upon Tian, calm and unruffled, devoid of the flamboyant enthusiasm typical of administrative figures, nor the astonishment often displayed by those encountering a twin martial spirit for the first time. It was merely a scholar's detached observation. Teacher, Tian saluted respectfully, harboring not an ounce of disdain in his heart. Before him stood a seemingly destitute man. Yet within him burned the wisdom capable of overturning the very understanding of the Douluo continent. Yu Xiaogangs teaching method was dry, rigorous, and somewhat pedantic. He eschewed the instruction of any ostentatious soul skills, instead opting to impart, day after day, the intricate theoretical framework he had constructed upon countless failures and the vast tomes of the Spirit Hall, particularly the core materials that Bibi Dong had once made available to him. He elucidated the essence of martial spirits, their classifications, principles of mutation, the limitations and taboos of soul ring matching, and the laws governing soul power. This knowledge, akin to arid grains of sand, was forcibly embedded into Tian's mind through Yu Xiaogangs monotonous delivery. Tian absorbed each word with exceptional seriousness, almost greedily. He understood better than anyone the value of these grains, as they constituted the bedrock upon which his future would be built. He compelled himself to comprehend, memorize, and extrapolate. His small frame seated at the imposing desk for entire days on end, accompanied solely by the rustling of pages and Yu Xiaogangs' low, monotonous explanations. Yet, reality proved to be cold and unforgiving. Regardless of how he immersed himself in Yu Xiaogangs' theories, or how he diligently practiced the most fundamental meditation techniques for soul power as instructed, he remained ensnared at the 10th level threshold. That accursed level 10 barrier loomed like an insurmountable wall, a lamentation that obstructed his path forward. Once his soul power reached its saturation at the 10th level, no amount of effort to break through, compress, or guide it could penetrate the imperceptible yet unyielding membrane. Each attempt to surge forward brought not the dawn of breakthrough, but rather an increasingly acute sense of tearing emanating from the depths of his soul. It felt as though two colossal vortices within him were pulling against each other, devouring any attempt to augment his soul power, instantly tearing it asunder. A full year, from the age of 7 to 8, he had grown taller, his features losing some of their childishness, his gaze becoming ever more serene, tinged with an inescapable gloom. Yet, within his being, his soul power stubbornly remained at the 10th level, completely immovable. The tranquility etched on Yu Xiaogang's face was gradually supplanted by a heavy, oppressive gloom. After the initial observation period, the gaze he cast upon Mo Tian transformed from scrutiny to bewilderment, bewilderment to agitation, and ultimately, agitation settled into a profound disappointment. The operational route was flawless, and the depth of meditation sufficient. Yet Yu Xiaogang found himself compelled to release the fingers resting on Mo Tian's wrist. His brow furrowed tightly, twisted almost into a knot, and his voice bore the weight of suppressed frustration, revealing no signs of growth in his soul power. This should not be the case. Was it the burden of a twin martial soul? Or perhaps an innate deficiency? He murmured, as if questioning Mo Tian, yet also interrogating the very theories he had painstakingly constructed. His gaze shifted to the outside world, growing deep and intricate. The striking figure of Bibi Dong flashed in his mind, her smile as she entrusted him with the core database of the spirit hall, alongside the cold, possessive visage of Qian Xunji. These fragmented images surged through his consciousness, bringing with them a sharp pang of pain. Was this yet another failure? Had his dedicated efforts in formulating the 10 core competitive theories of martial souls truly become a mere jest in the face of this unprecedented case of dual martial souls? Time was of the essence. Yu Xiaogang's voice suddenly turned steely, as if resolved to a certain decision. He swiftly turned his head, his gaze piercingly fixed upon Mo Tian. Imbued with an undeniable conviction, theory requires the validation of practice. The limit of the first soul ring for a rank 10 soul master is 423 years. You must obtain a soul ring to shatter this bizarre stagnation. Perhaps the power of the soul ring could serve as the key to unlocking the shackles within you. The journey into the soul-hunting forest became the longest and most excruciating torment etched in Mo Tian's memory. With his prowess as a grand soul master and an extensive, albeit largely theoretical, knowledge of soul beasts, Yu Xiaogang was resolute in his goal. He must find a soul beast that adhered to the limits of his theories. Thus, for Mo Tian's twin martial souls, he required 2. For the heavy, sharp, and tearing black iron sword, he chose a 402-year-old sword-winged tiger, an ominous soul beast characterized by short, metallic wings and claws as fierce as tempered blades. The process of vanquishing it proved exceptionally arduous. Yu Xiaogang's Luo San Pao faced the sword-winged tiger's frenzied assaults with great difficulty, ultimately relying on the delayed effects of Luo San Pao's poisonous gas to narrowly inflict a critical blow. As the bright yellow soul ring ascended from the sword-winged tiger's lifeless body, a fervent light of impending validation sparkled in Yu Xiaogang's eyes. This is it, Mo Tian. Channel your soul power, guide it. Remember, the limit is 423 years, 402 years is well within your capacity. With your willpower, endure. Mo Tian sat cross-legged, cautiously directing his soul power toward the bright yellow soul ring. At the moment of contact, a scream, devoid of human semblance, erupted from Mo Tian's throat. It was nothing like the potent energy shock and soul resonance described by Yu Xiaogang. It felt as though his very soul was being forcibly crammed into a high-speed shredder. The sword-winged tiger's ferocious, tearing, and metallic essence surged forth, akin to millions of glowing steel needles, frantically piercing through his mental realm, creating a tumultuous resonance with the dormant black iron sword within him. Two opposing forces, tearing and tumultuous, clashed violently within him, strangling his very essence. His body convulsed violently, veins bulging beneath his skin like coiled dragons, his eyes protruding and bloodshot. Sweat instantly soaked his garments, rapidly evaporating into white vapor amidst excruciating agony. His teeth ground together, producing a chilling sound, while a trickle of glaring blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. He felt his soul being shredded inch by inch, reconstituted, only to be torn apart once more, consciousness adrift in an endless ocean of torment, with but a single thought anchoring his will to survive. He must endure. Yu Xiaogang looked on anxiously, his face pale. The grotesquely tortured expression of Mo Tian, far exceeding his theoretical descriptions of suffering, extinguished the flicker of theoretical fervor within him, replaced by a chilling dread and a hint of wavering. Was this truly the burden one should bear from a soul ring for centuries? Time passed, seemingly stretching into an eternity. When the bright yellow soul ring finally merged completely with Mo Tian's being, imprinting itself upon the black iron longsword, he collapsed to the ground as if he had just been pulled from water, utterly exhausted, with only the faint rise and fall of his chest proving he still lived. Upon the back of his right hand, a delicate, dark golden pattern resembling a claw mark of a sword-winged tiger appeared. Yu Xiaogang observed in silence, his gaze complex. He forcibly suppressed his unease, his voice slightly hoarse. Rest for a moment, then seek a soul ring for your purple serpent martial soul. Days later, they set their sights on a 405-year-old thunder shadow mouse. Though small in stature, this soul beast was as swift as lightning, capable of leaving afterimages in short distances, its claws entwined with paralyzing electricity. The process of capture was equally perilous. With the chaotic, thunderous farts of Luo Sampao creating confusion, they managed to trap and slay it. The bright yellow soul ring ascended, crackling with tiny electric serpents. For the first time, Mo Tian's eyes betrayed a profound terror. The previous agony lingered like a nightmare, etched deep within his soul. Yet he had no choice. Once more, he sat cross-legged, summoning the soul ring. This time, the nature of the pain was entirely different. The swift, paralyzing, and destructively electric remnants of the thunder shadow mouse surged into him, colliding instantaneously with the dormant purple-scaled serpent martial soul in his left arm. No longer was it mere tearing. Instead, torrents of frenzied electricity coursed through every nerve and cell, detonating within him. His very soul felt as though it had been cast into a high-voltage crucible, repeatedly scorched in an agonizing juxtaposition of numbness and excruciating pain. He trembled violently, his skin taking on an eerie purplish-red hue, hair standing on end, and fine blood seeping from every orifice. His consciousness, under the thunderous roar of lightning and the cold, ancient indifference of the purple serpent martial soul, was on the brink of total dissolution. The pain intensified, relentless. When the deep purple soul ring finally integrated into his being, branding the purple-scaled serpent, Mo Tian succumbed to unconsciousness, a faint, charred purple scar marking the back of his left hand, as if struck by lightning. He had succeeded. He had successfully absorbed both soul rings. Yu Xiaogang gazed at his disciple, now unconscious yet faintly breathing, having successfully ascended to the rank of soul master, and released a long, complex sigh. The theory seems to have been validated once again. A flicker of relief passed through his eyes, only to be swiftly overshadowed by a deeper gloom. For within Mo Tian's being, the 10th level of soul power, even after acquiring 2 soul rings, remained stagnant as still water, showing no signs of growth whatsoever. The days spent back at the Nuoding Academy had become a new purgatory for Mo Tian. The addition of the soul rings did not bring about a qualitative transformation in his strength. The black iron longsword, under the enhancement of the soul rings, merely exhibited a faint tearing aura when swung. The purple-scaled serpent, too, only sporadically revealed a barely perceptible arc of electricity upon activation. Its power was negligible. Even more distressing was the fact that his soul power remained firmly entrenched at the 10th level, no matter how fervently he practiced the meditation technique imparted by Yu Xiaogang. Once his soul power reached its full capacity at the 10th level, that invisible, indestructible barrier reappeared. The agony of soul tearing shadowed him relentlessly. Slightly less intense than during the absorption of the soul rings, yet akin to a festering sore, tormenting his nerves day and night. Yu Xiaogang's disappointment had finally seeped from his gaze into his actions. He no longer took the initiative to explain theories to Mo Tian, and the training assignments he set became increasingly perfunctory. He often sat alone in a corner of the library, staring blankly at the thick tomes, his eyes vacant, occasionally glancing in Mo Tian's direction with a complex gaze, as if regarding an unsolvable riddle, a pillar of shame proving his theoretical inadequacy, a thoroughly failed creation. The suffocating air in the cramped dormitory of Nuoding Academy was stifling. Yu Xiaogang stood with his back to Mo Tian, at the lone small window, overlooking the academy's grim playground. The evening sun cast elongated shadows of his hunched figure on the ground, resembling a heavy shackle. "Pack your things." Yu Xiaogang's voice suddenly broke the oppressive silence, dry and weary, devoid of warmth, as if narrating a matter unrelated to himself. "I will take you to a place where perhaps you can uncover the root of your inability to break through." Mo Tian's heart sank abruptly, yet he had no alternative. Silently, he gathered his few change of clothes into a small bundle. There were no farewells, no explanations. Yu Xiaogang led Mo Tian to rent the most ordinary carriage, and they journeyed westward in silence. The scenery outside transitioned from lush forests to sparse bushes, ultimately giving way to an endless expanse of monotonous, desolate ochre sand dunes. The air became exceedingly dry and scorching as the wind whipped up sand and gravel, striking the carriage windows with a crackling sound. The barren sands of the Star Luo Empire's border lay ahead. When the carriage finally halted before a vast stretch of undulating dunes resembling frozen golden waves, the driver adamantly refused to proceed any further. Soul Master, beyond this point lies the true dead zone. Sandstorms, quicksand, and the voracious sand scorpions and sand wolves. Legends speak of terrifying soul beasts that have existed for 10,000 years. The Dragon Emperor's sacred ant. That is a being even titled Douluo dare not provoke lightly. The driver's voice trembled with fear. Yu Xiaogang paid the fare and dismissed the driver. He stood upon the scorching sands, gazing at the vast, desolate expanse of the golden sea of death before him. The searing wind lifted the hem of his robe and ruffled his grizzled hair. His gaze, illuminated by the waning light of the sunset, was as frigid as the millennia-old ice buried deep within the sandy abyss. "Follow me," he uttered, his voice gravelly, akin to sandpaper scraping against stone. Mo Tian silently trailed behind, his feet sinking into the soft sand with every step. Each stride plunged him deeper, the blistering grains seeping into his worn shoes, scorching his skin. The sun hung like a colossal molten orb at the horizon, mercilessly roasting the earth, while the air warped and twisted in the heat haze. The two traversed the desolate dunes for what felt like an eternity, until the sun fully sank beneath the horizon, leaving behind a sky awash with a blood-red twilight that cast an eerie hue upon the undulating dunes. Finally, Yu Xiaogang came to a halt in a vast, crescent-shaped sand hollow. Here, in the depths of the sandy sea, lay an absolute silence, devoid of any signs of life save for the whisper of the wind. Turning to face Mo Tian, his visage was half illuminated and half shrouded in the crimson glow, the last vestiges of hesitation in his eyes utterly crushed, leaving only a near-cruel resolve. Mo Tian's heart plummeted, a chilling premonition gripping him. "I have perused every tome I could find, exhausting the theories I have spent my life researching and attempting every conceivable method." Yu Xiaogan's voice was devoid of inflection, as though he were reciting a cold verdict. The conclusion was singular. Your talent was extinguished the moment it awakened. A dual martial soul? Innate full soul power? Perhaps that is merely an unbearable curse. Your body, your soul, are utterly incapable of bearing the immense soul power and soul ring pressure required for the simultaneous growth of two martial souls. He paused, observing Mo Tian's face turn ashen, his eyes devoid of pity, reflecting a stark indifference mixed with an urgency to rid himself of this burden. "My 10 core theories of martial souls are flawless. They cannot be wrong." Yu Xiaogan's voice suddenly escalated, tinged with an offended obsession. "The fault lies with you. It is your body, your martial soul. They are fundamentally flawed. They are unrefined, unshapable refuse. To continue alongside me will only render you an indelible blemish upon my theoretical journey, a testament to my inadequacy." Each word pierced Mo Tian's heart like a frigid dagger. A blemish? A deformity? Refuse? He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging painfully into his palms, the sharp sting pale in comparison to the icy fury swelling within him. Was he merely a living experiment in the eyes of the other? A piece of discarded refuse after failure? Yet, Yu Xiaogang took a deep breath, seemingly shedding a tremendous weight, his tone taking on an oddly relaxed quality. "Here, amidst this barren sea of sand, a reputed forbidden zone of life. Perhaps it conceals a secret you cannot breach. Perhaps only in the utmost desolation can the spark of vitality that shatters your shackles be born. Who knows?" A rigid, almost mocking curve formed at the corners of his lips. "Your path is yours to tread alone. Whether life or death, whether breakthrough or reduction to mere bones. It is no longer of any concern to me, Yu Xiaogang." The moment his words fell, Yu Xiaogang abruptly waved his hand. A weak yet sufficient glow of soul power, already prepared, illuminated beneath his feet. Within this radiance, a pair of small, rudimentary wings, resembling a metallic framework, suddenly unfurled, the most basic of flying soul-guiding devices. He cast one last glance at Mo Tian, who stood frozen in place as if his very soul had been siphoned away. In that gaze resided nothing but utter abandonment and a cold eagerness to sever ties. "Take care of yourself." Those 4 frosty words resonated like the final toll of a death knell. The wings of the soul-guiding device surged with a powerful beat, stirring a tempest of scorching sand and dust. Yu Xiaogang's figure ascended like a bird liberated from heavy shackles, soaring into the sky without a trace of lingering sentiment, swiftly transforming into a minuscule black, vanishing at the horizon where the sanguine twilight spread. The howling wind whipped up debris, striking Mo Tian's dazed face like a frigid whip. "He is gone, truly gone, cast aside." just like refuse. Discarded in this legendary wasteland where even titled Douluo might meet their demise. The crimson glow of twilight faded rapidly, and the heavy dusk enveloped the world like a vast, chilling shroud, drawing everything into a suffocating darkness. Mo Tian's diminutive figure stood rigid, akin to a solitary statue on the verge of erosion within the sandy sea. The remnant slipped from his feeble grasp, thudding into the searing sand, sending up a small plume of dust. He slowly, excruciatingly, lifted his head, gazing towards the sky where Yu Xiaogang had vanished. There, only an endless, impenetrable darkness remained, thick with the scent of blood. It was cold. A chill that seeped from the marrow, instantly freezing every limb and sinew, more piercing than the damp chill of the tree root hollow where they first met. It was not merely the low temperature of a night in the sandy sea, but a profound despair, a sense of utter abandonment and denial by the entire world. A faint, almost imperceptible laugh, as if a deflating bellows, emerged painfully from his throat. Talent exhausted? A decaying tree? A blemish? In his desperate struggle for survival, he clung to this slender thread, enduring the excruciating agony of soul ring absorption, only to find himself a burdensome encumbrance that others sought to discard. The innate dual martial soul and full soul power that once ignited boundless hope within him had now become a boulder crushing him. The very root of his merciless abandonment in this desolate wasteland. Fury surged like molten lava beneath the icy veil of despair, scorching his very insides. He clenched his fists tightly, nails digging deep into his palms, the sharp pain providing no relief to his burning rage. He yearned to roar, to question the heavens, to seize that indifferent silhouette and scream, "Why?" Yet, his throat felt as if choked by searing sand, producing no sound. Only his heavy, trembling breaths echoed sharply in the oppressive silence of the darkness. At that moment, the wind surged violently, erupting without warning. No longer a whimpering cry. It transformed into the roar of a ferocious beast. On the distant horizon, a colossal curtain of murky brown, stretching from earth to sky, surged forward with a terrifying might. Intent on devouring all in its path, rapidly advancing towards this sandy valley. A sandstorm, the most dreadful calamity of the desolate sand sea, the shadow of death, accompanied by a deafening rumble that crushed all in its wake, descended in an instant. The instinct for survival ignited like a final spark within the collapsing consciousness of Mo Tian. His pupils constricted sharply, and he scrambled towards a seemingly sturdy, inward curving sand wall at the edge of the valley. With every ounce of strength, he clawed at the searing, loose surface sand, desperately wedging his frail body into the narrow recess, wishing to meld himself into the solid sandstone. Boom! The vanguard of the sandstorm, carrying billions of grains like bullets, crashed into the crescent-shaped valley with the ferocity of countless raging beasts. In that moment, darkness enveloped the sky, and light from sun and moon alike was extinguished. The world was consumed by the roar of annihilation and an all-pervading dust. The hard sand wall crumbled under the violent winds, and tiny stones and sand pelted Mo Tian's curled body like hail. The gale surged into his hiding place, bringing with it scorching, coarse grains that mercilessly lashed against his exposed skin, infiltrated his hair, nostrils, ears, and even sought to pry open his tightly sealed lips. He could only clutch his head tightly, bury his face deep into his knees, curling into the smallest possible ball, shivering before the might of nature. Like a withered leaf amidst the tempest and tidal waves, the breath of death had never been so palpable, so intense. The relentless torment that had gnawed at his soul deep within surged anew under this extreme fear and oppression. It felt as if too invisible. Raging forces within him were stirred by the overwhelming might of the heavens and earth, on the verge of bursting forth uncontrollably. Am I to die? A desperate thought flickered through Mo Tian's chaotic consciousness, as he felt himself discarded like refuse, buried alive beneath the sand. Unwillingness, like the last flicker of a wildfire. It burned fiercely upon the desolate ice plains, just as his consciousness teetered on the brink of being utterly shattered and consumed by pain, fear, and the roar of the storm, buzz. After lying dormant within the depths of his soul for an entire year, like lifeless entities, two martial souls erupted without warning in a violent tremor. In the palm of his right hand, the phantom of a black iron longsword, imprinted with the emblem of a sword-winged tiger, suddenly materialized, its deep, dark patterns glowing as if seared by a red-hot brand. A heavy, icy resolve, sharp enough to sever all constraints, surged forth with an indomitable cry, piercing through the anguish of his soul and racing into his mind. In the palm of his left hand, the phantom of a purple serpent entwined with the thunder shadow mouse spirit ring simultaneously appeared. The deep purple vertical pupils shone astonishingly bright in the darkness of the recess, resembling two eerie miniature stars. An aura of cold indifference, laced with an ancient pressure, spread forth, as if surveying the tumultuous world, accompanied by a restless and insatiable yearning, stemming from the very depths of his bloodline. The sudden upheaval sent a tremor through Mo Tian's entire being, not from pain, but from a stirring that resonated at the core of his soul. The dormant martial spirit seemed to awaken, stirred by this dire predicament, by the sandstorm, and by an ineffable presence deep within the desolate wasteland. What further shattered his composure was the ethereal visage of the violet-scaled serpent entwined around his left arm, which now slightly raised its triangular head. Its mesmerizing purple-slitted eyes fixated with an almost insatiable yearning on the depths below, where the relentless sandstorm battered and eroded the sandy walls. Its diminutive form radiated an urgency, a fervent impulse to delve deeper into the sandy layers. What lay beneath those layers? Mo Tian abruptly lowered his gaze. Following the serpent's intense stare, through the fleeting gaps torn open by the sandstorm, a faint glimmer of light revealed a startling sight. Among the freshly exposed grains of sand, he discerned several minuscule pebbles shimmering with a dim, golden-red hue. The color resembled that of solidified, cooled magma, akin to ancient, desiccated blood. The moment his eyes fell upon those peculiar pebbles, an indescribable force erupted, a terrifying will, as if awakened from an ancient slumber deep within the earth, surged forth like a dormant volcano coming to life. With an overwhelming pressure capable of subjugating all things and solidifying space, it penetrated the thick layers of sand, crashing violently into Mo Tian's consciousness. At that instant, the entire sandy valley, indeed the vast expanse of the barren desert, seemed to tremble in response. Deep beneath the earth's surface, in a shadowy core unreachable by mortals, a pair of colossal, vertically slit eyes, radiating a molten golden light, slowly opened, bearing a hint of ancient wrath disturbed from its slumber. Chapter 3. The Azure Sand Dragon Scorpion. The Supreme God System of Douluo. The suffocating silence of the desolate sea of sand was irrevocably shattered. The swirling yellow sands, akin to solidified golden scabs, blanketed the undulating dunes. At the heart of this golden sea of death lay an enormous beast, sprawling helplessly, its vitality visibly waning. The Azure Sand Dragon Scorpion. Once the unequivocal sovereign of this sandy realm, a terrifying entity of 100,000 years of cultivation, now resembled a sand sculpture stripped of its skeletal structure. Its massive form, cloaked in a thick emerald-hued shell, bore the scars of countless battles, intersecting in a terrifying array. The deepest wound nearly cleaved its monstrous head, comparable to a small hill, in two, the incision smooth as a mirror, its edges enveloped in an inescapable darkness. As if capable of consuming light, an indelible mark left by the blade of eternal night. Countless fine cracks spiderwebbed across its shell, with many areas completely shattered, revealing flesh blackened by the corrosive purple toxin, which had begun to crystallize into sand, exuding a nauseatingly sweet and destructive aura. Its once proud, jade-tail barb, which had pierced through countless foes, now lay limply upon the ground. Its tip, once a source of dread, had long since dulled. At the age of 13, Mo Tian stood atop this crumbling jade mountain. The tempestuous winds billowed his black cloak, rustling fiercely and revealing a physique as robust as steel forged in iron. 6 years of torment in the desert had long since stripped away the innocence of youth. His features were chiseled with an unyielding sharpness, and his skin bore the deep bronze hue of prolonged exposure to the sun. Those profound eyes resembled the blade of a sword forged in the eternal night, tranquil yet frigid, as if they had absorbed the chilling light of millennia of solitude and slaughter, reflecting no excess of emotion. Only when his gaze swept over the dying tyrant beneath him did a flicker of indifference, characteristic of a victor, pass through. It was over. 6 years prior, he had been cast into this desolate wasteland by Yu Xiaogang, discarded like refuse, despair clinging to him like a parasite. 6 years later, he stood atop the pinnacle of Super Douluo, using the carcass of the desert tyrant as a stepping stone. Time and suffering had etched upon him an extraordinary maturity and strength far beyond his years. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers splayed, toward the massive head of the blue sand dragon emperor scorpion, upon which hovered a deep red soul ring, burning fiercely like a small sun. The soul ring radiated a tremendous wave of energy, embodying the terrifying soul power and life essence amassed over 100,000 years by the desert's ruler. Even the emanating aura was enough to unsettle the minds of ordinary titled Douluo. With a roar of defiance, the remnants of the blue sand dragon emperor scorpions will unleash a final cry, a cacophony of anger intertwined with a hint of relief, causing the surrounding dunes to tremble and shift. The deep red soul ring quivered violently, transforming into a brilliantly condensed scarlet beam of light that crashed into Tian's forehead with the terrifying force capable of scorching mountains and boiling seas. Boom. The impact was 1,000-fold stronger than when he absorbed his first soul ring 6 years ago, engulfing Tian's soul in an overwhelming torrent. No longer merely a sensation of tearing or numbness, it felt as though the weight of the entire desert, the friction of billions of grains of sand, the flow of molten lava from the Earth's core, and the indomitable ferocity of the blue sand dragon Emperor Scorpion spirit were forcefully compressed into his being. His skin turned crimson, veins bulging like coiling dragons on the surface, and his bones groaned under the immense burden. Yet, Tian's gaze remained unwavering, exuding an icy calmness. Purple radiance devouring sky python, devour. At the mere thought, the phantasm of the ultimate form of the purple radiance divine dragon, coiled around his left arm, let out a silent roar. The massive, majestic dragon figure, enveloped in shimmering purple-golden scales, solidified instantly. Its enormous maw opened wide, unleashing a primordial, terrifying suction that seemed capable of devouring stars and moons. The raging energy of the soul ring surged into Tian, akin to rivers converging into the sea, forcibly guided, compressed, and consumed by the purple radiance divine dragon. The dragon's phantom radiated resplendent purple-gold light, its scales becoming even more dazzling, and within its cold vertical pupils, a trace of the weightiness and wildness belonging to the blue sand dragon Emperor Scorpion seemed to emerge. Simultaneously, in Tian's limbs, the 4 pieces of the 100,000-year spatial soul bone, bestowed by the system, ignited in unison, intertwining silver-white spatial runes with pulsating purple lightnings, forming a stable energy conduit to share the overwhelming pressure. The passive ability of 4 extremes returning to origin operated frantically, accelerating the transformation of soul power. Yet, this power was overwhelmingly vast. At the moment when Tian felt his body was on the verge of bursting, a warm yet incredibly resilient force surged from his head, enveloping his entire being in an instant. The passive ability of the wise skull, thought acceleration, activated. A deep crimson soul ring radiated with brilliance, akin to a tamed furious dragon, gradually sinking into Tian's dantian, ultimately branding itself upon the 9th soul ring of the purple radiance devouring python. An indescribable, overwhelming sense of power, as if merging with the vast expanse of the sandy earth beneath him, instantly filled Tian's entire being. The absorption of the soul ring was successful. The realm of the 95th level Super Douluo was thoroughly solidified, even subtly advancing towards the 96th level. However, an unexpected change occurred. At the very moment the deep crimson soul ring fully integrated, a magnificent, more resplendent, and refined jade-green radiance erupted from the colossal corpse of the jade sand dragon Emperor Scorpion. An ineffable weight, resilience, and a terrifying wave of energy pulsating with the essence of the earth and toxic origins surged skyward. Soulbone. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Tian's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, his right hand formed a sword-like gesture, and the phantom of the eternal night judgment sword flickered at his fingertips. Cut. With a whisper. A minuscule yet exquisitely condensed black sword chi silently sliced through the core region of the jade sand dragon Emperor Scorpion spine. The jade-like shell, hard enough to withstand a tidal Douluo's full force, was effortlessly cleaved apart by this sword chi, which embodied the nascent essence of the severing law. As if it were butter being sliced by a hot knife. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the faint sound of matter being forcibly separated and annihilated. As the sword chi dissipated, a massive soul bone, approximately half a person tall, shimmering with a warm jade luster and resembling the carapace of a scorpion, yet possessing the graceful curves of dragon scales, was laid bare in the air. Within the soul bone, it seemed as though liquid jade essence was flowing slowly, emanating a terrifying defensive power and a profound life force. The 10,000-year soul bone of the jade sand dragon Emperor Scorpion's torso. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Tian's eyes as he extended his hand, his fingertips brushing against the jade-like bone armor imbued with terrifying power. At the very moment his fingertip made contact with the soul bone, a pain far sharper and deeper than that experienced during the absorption of the soul ring erupted violently from the base of his spine. The sensation was akin to a searing hot branding iron being thrust deep into his marrow and furiously twisting and growing. Tian's body trembled violently, a muffled groan escaping his lips as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Beneath his skin, a diamond-shaped protrusion was voraciously absorbing the immense energy residuals from the jade sand dragon Emperor Scorpion's corpse, along with the primal force just integrated into the torso bone. The protrusion rapidly expanded, morphed, and elongated, With a tearing sound that sent a shiver through one's teeth, a brand new bone pierced through Qian's skin and flesh. Exposed to the scorching desert air, it was a tail-like external soul bone, manifesting a deep purple-black hue, shimmering with a metallic, chilling luster. It was not a corporeal mass of flesh, but rather a miraculous creation, a pure amalgamation of energy and bone. The tail of the Bisha Dragon Emperor Scorpion is not of a jade hue, but rather a profound, ominous shade of purple-black, its tip aglow with a faint luminescence, as if capable of piercing through the very fabric of space and consuming souls. An aura of chilling, tyrannical menace, imbued with lethal toxicity and terrifying piercing power, emanates from it like a tangible tide, violently radiating from the center of Qian. The surrounding space warps ever so slightly under the weight of this force, emitting groans of unbearable strain. The external soul bone of the Bisha Dragon Emperor Scorpion, a relic from 100,000 years ago, now manifests. Agonizing pain ebbs like a receding tide, replaced by a sensation of profound connection, a mastery akin to extending one's own limbs. With a subtle shift of thought, Qian perceives the purple-black scorpion tail as a creature endowed with life, gracefully carving a lethal arc through the air, its tip shimmering with arcane light, producing a delicate, piercing whistle as it cuts through the void. He can distinctly sense that within the tail lies a terrifying hybrid toxin, a transcendent version of the Bisha Dragon Emperor Scorpion's original venom, amalgamated with the essence of the purple radiant divine dragon's malevolence and the annihilating aura of the eternal night judgment sword, the purple radiant dragon's lethal toxin. Only Qian is aware of the dreadfully formidable weapon that resides within the tail's spine. As the dust settles, Qian closes his eyes in concentration, his thoughts plunging into the depths of his consciousness. Supreme God System of Douluo. Host, Qian, age, 13, dual martial spirits, eternal night judgment sword. Purple radiance, devouring python, eternal night judgment sword. Weapon spirit, the blade, is as dark as the abyss of eternal night, with subtle dark patterns that seem capable of rending space. The hilt is ancient, enveloped in an aura of annihilation. As the rank increases, the blade becomes purer, and the ripples in space become more pronounced. Core characteristic, severing all, physical, energy, spatial, mental, and law. Purple radiance, devouring python. Beast spirit, its ultimate form is the purple radiance divine dragon, covered entirely in shimmering purple gold scales, majestic and vast, wielding the power of creation and destruction. Core characteristic, dragon transformation evolution, progresses with each ring, devouring growth, purple radiance poison, formidable vitality, and dragon might. Level, 95 Super Daw. Soul ring configuration, eternal night judgment sword, black, 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 red, 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 red. Purple radiance devouring python, black, 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 red, 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 red. Soul bones. 1. Torso soul bone. 100,000 year. Old Azure Sand Dragon Emperor Scorpion torso bone. Skills. Sand Emperor S body. Absolute defense and recovery. 10,000 poisons returning flow. Poison conversion enhancement. Sand Sea substitute. Life saving. 2. Head soul bone. 100,000 year. Old Wisdom Condensed Spirit Head Bone System reward. Skills, Thought Acceleration, Extreme Calculation. Mental Prism, Mental Defense Rebound. Martial Spirit Concerto, harmonizes dual martial spirits to reduce backlash. 3. Limb Soul Bones, 100,000 year. Old Divine Movement for Extreme Set, System reward. Set effect, for extremes returning to origin, recovery of energy, void breaking step, spatial maneuverability. Individual skills, Divine Movement Sky-Splitting Claw, Divine Movement Judgment Grip, Divine Movement Dragon Soaring Step, Divine Movement Heaven Devouring Step. 4. External Attached Soul Bone, 100,000 year. Old Azure Sand Dragon Emperor Scorpion, Tail, External Bone. Skills, Sand Erosion Stinger, Toxic Parasitic Attack, Quicksand Barrier, Defense and Control, Yellow Springs Burial, Ultimate Technique. Soul Skills, Eternal Night Judgment Sword Soul Skills, focused on severance, destruction, and space. 1. First Soul Skill, Black Edge Iron Breaker. Effect, significantly enhances the physical sharpness and hardness of the blade, allowing the emitted sword energy to possess a faint severing attribute, easily slicing through ordinary metals, rocks, and low-level defensive soul skills. Temporarily reduces the weight of the blade, increasing slashing speed. 2. Second Soul Skill, Shadow Devouring Break. Effect, the blade is enveloped in a layer of devouring shadow, effectively weakening and tearing apart the opponent's soul power attacks, such as energy bullets, beams, flames, etc., annihilating a portion of their energy. Additional destructive effect against energy shields. 3. Third soul skill, space-rending flash. Effect, condenses soul power at the tip of the sword, instantly piercing forth an extremely fine, rapid black sword light, which possesses a slight spatial penetrating attribute, allowing it to bypass some physical defenses, such as armor, thick skin, and directly attack the body or penetrate thinner energy barriers. 4. Fourth soul skill, Eternal Night Judgment Domain. Effect, expands a small domain centered around the sword, radius increases with level, where light dims and gravity slightly increases. The wielder's perception is enhanced within the domain, and the slashes executed carry a domain amplification, significantly increasing destructive power and severing effect, while subtly interfering with the opponent's soul power operation, attempting to sever the soul power cycle. Fifth soul skill, Dimensional Severance / Effect. After charging, a colossal crescent-shaped sword aura, imbued with the power of space, is unleashed. The aura creates unstable ripples in the fabric of space, briefly tearing it apart to form minor spatial rifts that devour or slice through all matter and energy in its path. It inflicts severe disruption or damage upon any entity attempting to teleport through this area, facilitating a wide-scale cleansing of the battlefield. It restricts spatial movement, curtailing the opponent's ability to maneuver or escape. When combined with the area attack of the Purple Radiance Python, such as Dragon Flame, it delivers a devastating blow. Sixth soul skill, Annihilation Soul / Effect. A silent black wave, non-corporeal sword aura, is released, directly impacting the target's mental and spiritual connections. This attack can sever or severely injure the opponent's mental detection and control abilities, causing tremors to the essence of their soul, bypassing most physical defenses. It can even briefly sever the connection between the opponent and one of their soul rings, rendering them incapable of utilizing the corresponding soul skill for several seconds. Targeting Spirit-type Soul Masters, it interrupts critical soul skills of the adversary, creating an optimal window for the Purple Radiance Python to execute a devouring strike or a lethal blow. Seventh soul skill, True Form of the Martial Soul, Sovereign of Eternal Night's Judgment Effect. The wielder transforms into a towering shadow of the Eternal Night Judgment Sword or merges entirely with it, becoming a humanoid blade. All soul skill effects are doubled, achieving the pinnacle of severing characteristics. The wielder can freely manipulate the gravity and light within their domain and perform short-range spatial flickers, akin to teleportation. The blade emanates a halo of annihilation, continuously eroding nearby soul power and life energy. In this true form, the wielder's attack power, mobility, and control are vastly enhanced, allowing for synergistic combat with or alternating use of the Purple Radiance Python's true form. Eighth soul skill, Law-Severing Abyssal Scar Effect. A vast amount of soul power and mental energy is concentrated to carve a pitch-black fissure that seems to encapsulate the universe's fundamental truths. This fissure possesses a conceptual severing effect. It can forcibly sever the opponent's connection to their surrounding environment, such as the power of the earth or elemental affinity, disrupt the ongoing effects of any persistent buffs or domain effects on the opponent, and even attempt to sever the flow of vitality within the opponent, inflicting irreversible, significant damage or a death effect, with diminished efficacy against far stronger adversaries, resulting in substantial backlash. This ultimate technique serves to breach defenses and annihilate domains, allowing the Purple Radiance Python to exploit the moment of the opponent's debilitating injury or weakening to initiate a devouring or final breath attack. Ninth soul skill, Eternal Night's End, Return to the Void Effect, the ultimate secret art, wherein the Sword Master and the Eternal Night Judgment Sword merge completely, invoking the primordial power of annihilation to deliver a strike that seeks to terminate all existence. The blade's light decomposes matter, obliterates energy, shatters space, and momentarily stagnates time while disrupting causal lines, creating an ever-expanding void domain that attempts to sever and drag all within its reach into eternal nothingness. This technique demands immense energy, potentially causing permanent damage to its foundation, and is exceedingly difficult to control fully. It serves as a trump card for mutual destruction or a last-ditch reversal. If the Purple Radiance Python has evolved to the Divine Dragon realm, it may attempt to utilize its immense life force to mitigate some of the backlash or employ its devouring power to attempt to control the residual waves of the void. The Purple Radiance Devouring Python, a soul skill, emphasizes evolution, devouring, lethal poison, and dragon might. Its strangulation ability unleashes the serpent's immense strength, entwining the foe with powerful constriction, inflicting damage through bone compression. The Purple Radiance toxin permeates through contact with its scales. Current status, absorbing the soul ring of the 100,000-year blue sand dragon emperor scorpion. The soul bone has successfully integrated with the external soul bone. Current system task. Proceed to the core area of the Star Doe Forest to locate the 100,000-year soul beast, the soft-boned rabbit, in its transformed state as Xiao Wu. Become her mentor and prevent her from encountering Tang, sand in the human world. Task deadline, 3 days. Consequence of task failure, revocation of system privileges. Intensified backlash from spirit conflict. In the Star Doe Forest, Mentor Mo Tian opened his eyes, his cold gaze sweeping over the last line of the system panel. Softly repeating several key phrases. Prevent her from meeting Tang San? The causal entanglement behind this task was likely more intricate and perilous than slaying a 100,000-year soul beast. Becoming a mentor? A faint, frigid arc graced Mo Tian's lips. The indifferent, urgent visage of Yu Xiaogang flickered through his mind. To him, the term mentor had long been synonymous with betrayal and abandonment. The system's punitive revocation of privileges and the intensifying backlash from spirit conflict loomed over him like a sword of Damocles. The inherent conflict between the eternal night judgment sword and the purple radiance devouring Python's power could have easily led to his demise during the enhancement of his soul power had it not been for the overwhelming suppression and harmony provided by his soul spirit symphony and the wisdom skull, as well as the continuous transformation of the devouring black hole that mitigated the violent energy unleashed by the judgment sword. Losing the balance of the system could result in immediate fatal repercussions. A cold, ambiguous snort echoed through the desolate sea of sand. There was no choice. Survival remained his only option. Target, the outer core area of the Star Doe Forest. Mo Tian no longer lingered. With a thought, he activated the soul bone skill Divine Dragon Ascending Step with his right leg. A crackling burst of purple lightning erupted beneath his feet, creating subtle ripples in the air. His figure vanished instantaneously, leaving behind a slowly dissipating afterimage of lightning. In the next moment, he appeared atop a massive sand dune several kilometers away. His speed surpassed that of a sonic boom. Following this, he prepared to unleash the left leg's soul bone skill, Divine Dragon Devouring Step, for an even more extensive spatial leap. The golden waves of the desolate sandy sea retreated swiftly beneath him, resembling flowing molten gold. 6 years ago, he was cast into this place in despair. 6 years later, he emerged as a deity commanding thunder, breaking through the sands and stepping into the unknown horizon. His objective was to target the ultimate sanctum of soul beasts in the Star Doe Forest. Chapter 4. Confrontation with the Sovereign of Star Doe. The Star Doe Forest. Vast and boundless, with ancient trees towering into the sky. The deeper one ventured into the core area, the darker the light became. With the air saturated with an inextricable aura of life, mingling with soil, decayed leaves, and the oppressive traces left by countless powerful soul beasts. The canopies of the towering trees obscured the sun, and their gnarled roots coiled like dragons upon the ground. This place was a forbidden zone for humanity. The royal court of soul beasts. At the edge of the core area, the rich life force emanating from the lake of life could be faintly perceived. The density of the towering ancient trees reached an astonishing level, with robust vines entwining like colossal pythons. A subtle ripple in the fabric of space unfurled beside a gigantic tree that required 10 people to encircle, and the figure of Mo Tian emerged silently. There were no violent fluctuations of soul power, nor did he disturb even a single fallen leaf, as if he were an inherent part of the shadows. He stood still, his black attire nearly merging with the tree's dark silhouette. 6 years of survival and slaughter in the desert had honed his presence to that of the most seasoned hunter, refined to its utmost restraint. He did not hasten to release his spiritual energy for exploration, in this ultimate realm inhabited by soul beasts aged over 100,000 years. Any reckless mental probing could invite catastrophic consequences. His gaze shifted to the earth beneath his feet. With a subtle thought, the passive effect of his body's soul bone skill, Sand Emperor's body, began to circulate quietly. A layer of extremely faint, almost imperceptible jade-green aura flickered beneath his skin. Simultaneously, the newly integrated scorpion tail external soul bone sent a shiver through him. Quicksand domain. Rather than unfolding on a grand scale, it permeated the ground beneath him with the utmost delicacy, like countless fine roots silently infiltrating the soil. A curious scene unfolded. The ground within a 100-meter radius of Mo Tian showed no obvious signs of sandification. However, the resilient blades of grass, the damp moss, and even the tiniest tree roots were being forcibly drained of their moisture and vitality by a domineering yet subtle force, transforming it. Minute grains of sand, akin to tiny parasites, quietly formed and coalesced within the most delicate structures of these plants. This was not destruction, but a higher form of erosion and assimilation. The forest soil was being forcibly branded with the mark of sand by Mo Tian's power, through these sandified plant roots and soil particles. It seemed as though Mo Tian possessed countless extended eyes and ears. A three-dimensional map, composed purely of tactile sensations, rapidly constructed itself in his mind, radiating from his center. The soil's humidity, density, the orientation of the roots below, the wriggling of tiny organisms, and even further afield, a remarkably pure and vibrant life fluctuation, imbued with the sweet fragrance of vegetation. That fluctuation was agile, pristine, bearing a hint of innocence untouched by the world, yet encompassing an immensely powerful source of life. It was like a faint yet striking light in the dark forest. Found it. A sharp glint flashed in the depths of Mo Tian's cold gaze. Target locked. Just ahead. Near a vast gathering of blue-silver grass at the edge of the Lake of Life, less than 5 miles away. His figure blurred once more, activating Dragon Shadow Step, transforming into a purple lightning that melded into the shadows, silently weaving between the giant trees and vines, rapidly approaching the sensed location. The Lake of Life, like a colossal emerald embedded in the heart of the forest, shimmered with crystal-clear green waters, the abundant vitality almost materializing into mist that hovered above the surface. At the lake's edge, an exceptionally lush patch of blue-silver grass, glimmering with a faint blue-golden halo, swayed gently, as if breathing. Beside this vibrant patch of blue-silver grass, a petite figure crouches by the lakeside. It is a little girl, appearing to be around 6 or 7 years of age. Her long, lustrous black hair, styled into a scorpion braid, cascades over her pert posterior, while her simple pink attire accentuates her fair, delicate complexion. Her large eyes, framed by long lashes, resemble two crystal-clear springs, now fixed intently on the rippling reflection of her swaying braid in the water, her cherubic face imbued with pure curiosity and a subtle, scarcely perceptible awkwardness as she acclimates to her new form. This is the newly transformed Xiao Wu, a 10,000-year-old beast, still in the throes of adaptation. She extends her dainty hand, cautiously stirring the water, watching the ripples disrupt her reflection, and bursts into a tinkling laugh. Her voice as clear as wind chimes in a forest. How peculiar it is to be human, she murmurs softly, tugging at her braid. It's amusing how my hair can be styled like this, far more enjoyable than rabbit ears. Immersed in her own world, she is filled with an insatiable curiosity about her new body, blissfully unaware of the immense, pure essence of life emanating from her, shining like the moon in the night amidst the lurking dangers of this core area. Not far from Xiao Wu, beneath the shadow of a colossal tree, its trunk requiring several people to encircle, the space wavers like rippling water, and Mo Tian's figure materializes like a specter. He stands silently, his gaze piercing through the dense foliage, precisely landing on the little girl in pink. Those cold eyes, which had once slain 10,000-year-old beasts without flinching, now exhibit the faintest tremor. Too weak, too pure. Is this truly the appearance of a 10,000-year-old beast after transformation? In stark contrast to the fierce, monstrous image he had envisioned, the delicate girl before him exudes no trace of ferocity, only an untainted innocence and naivety. Her playful manipulation of the water mirrors that of any child untouched by the world. However, the frigid objective prompt on the system panel, along with the looming punishment for failure, serves as a stark reminder of his mission: to obstruct her, to prevent her from walking the path toward a destiny named Tang San, to avert her from the sacrificial road depicted in the original narrative. A complex array of emotions simmers within him, akin to stones cast into an ancient well, creating ripples in the frozen lake of his heart. Is it pity? Contempt? Or perhaps a mocking of the trajectory of fate? He swiftly crushes this fleeting sentiment. In the face of survival, there are no superfluous choices. Just as Mo Tian prepares to reveal himself and take this future disciple in the most straightforward manner, a thunderous rumbling erupts. The earth shakes violently without warning, as if ancient giants in the depths of the forest have begun to sound their war drums. Xiao gasps, nearly tumbling into the lake, and quickly grasps a sturdy blue-silver grass stalk to steady herself, her face a picture of indignation. Mo Tian's expression sharpens, instantly retracting his aura to its utmost, blending into the shadow of the ancient tree, resembling an inanimate rock devoid of life. In the depths of the dense forest, countless towering ancient trees were mercilessly shattered and toppled, as if they were mere fragile stalks of straw. A colossal black figure, resembling a moving mountain, surged forth with an overwhelming and terrifying momentum, crashing through the underbrush. This figure stood over 15 meters tall, its entire body cloaked in thick fur reminiscent of black granite, glinting with a metallic sheen in the dim light. The bulging muscles resembled undulating hills, brimming with explosive power. Most striking were its eyes, akin to two enormous searchlights ignited with dark golden flames, exuding ferocity, dominance, and a primal pressure that seemed to look down upon all living beings. The king of the forest. The Titan Great Ape. A soul beast of 100,000 years, Ming. Each time its gigantic foot struck the ground, it produced a thunderous roar that reverberated through the earth, leaving deep impressions. Its dark golden eyes, resembling two burning miniature suns, swiftly locked onto the diminutive pink figure by the lake. Massive nostrils exhaled hot white vapor, filled with delight and a near-pampering urgency. A low, rumbling roar echoed, shaking the air with its resonance. Though humans could not comprehend its meaning, the affection and concern it conveyed were unmistakably clear. Upon seeing Ming, Xiao Wu's initial fright transformed into joy, and she waved her small hand, calling out in a melodious childlike voice, Ming, don't come over here. She pointed at the patch of blue-silver grass beneath her, radiating a faint blue-golden glow, her tone infused with playful reproach. The Titan Great Ape Ming leaned in closer, its dark golden eye curiously examining the blue-silver grass, then glancing back at Xiao Wu, letting out a low, somewhat aggrieved growl. Its movements softened considerably as it carefully circumvented the area, the gust from its massive form still causing Xiao Wu's scorpion braid and garments to flutter wildly. This sound carried an undeniable authority yet was imbued with profound concern. As the sound resonated, the tranquil surface of the life lake erupted with colossal splashes. A gargantuan azure head slowly emerged from the emerald waters. This head resembled that of a bull, but was more immense and imposing than any bull's head. A pair of curved, jade-glimmering horns adorned the top, seemingly capable of piercing the heavens. Enormous azure scales covered the head, each one akin to the most exquisite shield. Its lantern-like eyes presented a profound blue, resembling two unfathomable ancient springs, filled with endless vicissitudes and wisdom. An aura more profound and expansive than that of the Titan Great Ape enveloped the area, as if controlling the very essence of life and the flow of water. An invisible tide sweeping over the entire lakeside. The sky blue bull python, a soul beast of 100,000 years, Ming. The two forest monarchs converged. The terrifying pressure of these soul beasts felt like tangible shackles, thickening the air and rendering it heavy. The sounds of insects and birds in the core area abruptly ceased, plunging the surroundings into silence. Yet, under the weight of these two presences, Xiao Wu remained unscathed, smiling sweetly at the colossal beast in the lake. Ming, do you like my new hairstyle? I don't want it. Little Dance pouted, her delicate face filled with determination. Staying by the lake all day is unbearable. I want to venture into the human world. I've heard there are countless delights and amusements there. A glimmer of longing sparkled in her large eyes. It's said that in the human realm, there are powerful soul masters and fascinating stories. I must see it for myself. Ming's voice took on a serious tone. Sister Little Dance, human soul masters regard us high-level soul beasts as prey. Acquiring soul rings and bones is their lifelong pursuit, though your essence is restrained in human form. If a true powerhouse detects you, I'm not afraid. Little Dance puffed out her small chest, her eyes shining with the pride of a 10,000-year soul beast. I'm strong, and I will be careful to avoid those bad guys. The council of the two soul beasts clashed with Little Dance's stubbornness, creating a stalemate. Qian, concealed in the shadows, observed patiently like the most astute of hunters. He perceived the pure curiosity and yearning in Little Dance's gaze for the unknown world, as well as the tangible concern and protective instinct emanating from Ming and Ming, rooted in their bloodline. The moment had arrived. Just as Little Dance and Ming exchanged fierce glances, and Ming spoke earnestly, a resonant hum filled the air. A terrifying pressure, distinct and imbued with a sense of extinction and primordial devouring will, erupted from the shadow of a giant tree by the lakeside, akin to a dormant volcano suddenly awakening. This overwhelming pressure was both domineering and refined. It was neither the raw, brute strength of the Titan giant ape nor the vast life pressure of the sky blue bull python. Instead, it resembled a fusion of myriad sword energies that tore through space and a colossal mouth that sought to consume all, embodying an ultimate will to sever, annihilate, and devour everything. Crack, crack. The ancient tree, which required dozens of people to embrace, crumbled under the impact of this pressure, as if sliced by invisible blades, disintegrating into countless fist-sized wooden fragments, collapsing with a thunderous roar. Amidst the swirling dust and splintered wood, a tall, stern figure dressed in black slowly emerged. It was Qian. With each step he took, the ground beneath him silently spread intricate, spiderweb-like purplish-black patterns, initiating the passive erosion of the quicksand domain. The resilient roots of surrounding plants became frail and sandy without a sound. No radiant soul rings rose around him, yet that intangible aura, akin to the unsheathed sword of eternal night, fused with the awakened purple radiance divine dragon, ruthlessly tore through the pressure domain established by the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python. 3 formidable pressures, the barbaric strength of the Titan giant ape, the life tide of the sky blue bull python, and Qian's destructive will, combining severance and consumption, collided explosively at the edge of the lake of life. Boom. The air erupted with a deafening roar under the unbearable load. An invisible shockwave radiated outward in a circular pattern from the point of impact. The towering trees within dozens of meters of the lakeshore were struck as if by an unseen giant hammer, their trunks groaning painfully before snapping and toppling. The ground was forcefully scraped away as grass, soil, and rubble were hurled into the air. The tranquil surface of the lake of life was violently pressed down by a tremendous force, creating a vast depression, only to be followed by the surging of towering waves. Xiaowu gasped, swept away by the sudden shockwave. Just as she was about to collide with a sharp, towering rock, a flash of purplish-black lightning struck first. With a crack, the menacing scorpion-tailed soul bone sprang forth, as if it were a venomous dragon endowed with life, moving faster than the eye could perceive. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. Still shaken, Xiaowu clutched her chest with trembling hands. Her large eyes filled with terror and confusion as she stared blankly at the dark-clad youth who had suddenly appeared before her, exuding an aura of dread, yet seemingly her savior. "Sister Xiaowu," roared the Titan great ape, Ming, with a thunderous fury. Upon witnessing Xiaowu being attacked and swept away, it descended into complete rage. Its dark golden eyes were instantly veined with blood, and with colossal fists imbued with earth-shattering power, it summoned a tempest, hurtling toward Qian like a celestial meteor. The air was compressed to its utmost limit, emitting a piercing explosion. This punch could obliterate a small hill into dust. Almost simultaneously, the attack from the azure bull python, Ming, arrived. Its massive azure eyes glinted with a chilling light, and the waters of the lake of life began to boil violently. A water column, over 5 meters in diameter and composed entirely of highly compressed lake water, surged forth from the depths, akin to a roaring water dragon, possessing both purifying and annihilating properties. Hurtling directly at Qian, the 200,000-year-old soul beasts unleashed their wrath. In perfect synchrony, they sealed off all avenues of escape for Qian. Faced with an overwhelming assault capable of severely wounding or even annihilating any super Douluo in an instant, Qian's gaze remained as cold as eternal ice, devoid of any ripple of emotion. Judgment. The icy voice rang out like an executioner's decree. He did not draw his sword. Instead, he merely pointed his finger, resembling a blade, towards the Titan great ape's cataclysmic punch, seemingly nonchalantly nudging it forward. Eternal Night Judgment Sword, third soul skill, space-splitting flash. With a whisper, a nearly imperceptible black thread shot forth from Qian's fingertip. There was no earth-shattering momentum, only an extreme sharpness capable of severing space and annihilating matter. This black line moved faster than thought, precisely striking at the very core of the Titan great ape's gathered power in its fist. A soft sound echoed, akin to a heated branding iron piercing through butter. The thick black fur and resilient skin enveloping Ming's fist, capable of shattering mountains, were pierced as if they were mere paper. A thumb-sized blood hole suddenly appeared. More terrifyingly, a force imbued with attributes of severance and obliteration surged through the wound, wreaking havoc upon the internal muscle fibers and skeletal structure of its arm. The excruciating pain, coupled with the bizarre sensation of power being forcibly severed, caused Ming's massive form to stiffen abruptly, causing its descending fist to momentarily hesitate and veer off course. The cataclysmic force was unexpectedly disrupted at its core by that singular point. Meanwhile, with his left hand poised in a phantom grasp, Qian faced the roaring emerald water dragon, his fingers suddenly splayed wide. Zihuang swallowing Heaven Python's fifth soul skill, devouring black hole. A vortex, the size of a fist, with edges flowing in a rich purplish-golden hue, swiftly took shape before his palm. At the center of the vortex lay an absolute darkness, emanating a disquieting force of consumption. Boom. The colossal emerald water dragon crashed violently into the diminutive purple vortex. There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor was there rampant energy. The water dragon, infused with the terrifying soul power of the azure bull python and the essence of the lake of life, was consumed, torn apart, and obliterated by that small purple vortex as if it were a mere drop in the ocean. The vortex spun violently, expanding as the purplish-golden radiance surged. Resembling a bottomless pit, greedily absorbing this tremendous energy, Qian's aura momentarily heightened as he devoured this formidable power. The devouring black hole forcibly absorbed the full strength of the Azure Bull Python strike. Two formidable techniques, one finger, one swirl, instantaneously neutralized. Qian stood undamaged, cloaked in black, his presence unscathed. His icy gaze swept over the Titan giant ape, frozen in pain and astonishment, before turning to the lake. Locking onto the massive azure eyes filled with gravity and disbelief. I have something to say, Qian began slowly, his voice neither loud nor soft. Yet it pierced through the reverberations of energy, reaching every ear present. He slightly turned, signaling to the trembling Xiao Wu behind him that he bore no malice. He paused, his gaze once again fixating on the Azure Bull Python in the lake, his tone imbued with a chilling foresight. But you cannot protect her. Allow her to venture into the human world? Huh. A faint yet infinitely scornful laugh escaped his lips. That would only hasten her demise. More tragic than ever, dying before the very one she trusts, sacrificing her soul rings and bones, leaving not a trace. Each word struck like a cold chisel into the heart of the Titan giant ape, Deming. Particularly the phrase about sacrificing soul rings and bones, causing the enormous azure pupils of the Azure Bull Python to narrow perilously. A chill emanating from the depths of its soul made its colossal form shudder slightly. Human, you seek death. The Titan giant ape, Ming, was driven into a frenzy by pain and the curse woven into Qian's words. Disregarding his injuries as he unleashed a furious roar, the dark golden light of wrath nearly bursting forth. Ming, stand down. The deep, authoritative voice of the Azure Bull Python, Deming, resonated like thunder, forcibly halting the enraged Ming. Its gaze remained fixed on Qian. The immense azure eyes filled with unprecedented gravity, suspicion, and an indescribable tremor. This mysterious and powerful human possessed unfathomable strength. Did his eye see certain prophecy hint at some deeper knowledge? Qian disregarded the Titan giant ape's fury, his gaze transcending the formidable Azure Bull Python, landing upon the blue-silver grass behind it, which radiated a faint blue-golden glow, his eyes shrouded in inscrutability. I know certain truths. His voice remained as cold as ever, yet it stirred turbulent waves akin to stones cast into a deep abyss. I was aware of a hunting scheme orchestrated by the Spirit Hall, and I knew precisely who would lead her down that treacherous path in the future. Qian's voice, reminiscent of a chilling wind from the netherworld, distinctly uttered that name, Tang San, Yu Xiaogang. The trio of names, Tang San, Yu Xiaogang, struck like invisible thunderclaps upon the shores of life's lake. However, for the heavenly blue bull python, Deming, and the Titan great ape, Ming, this revelation unleashed a tempest of the soul. Tang San, Yu Xiaogang, Deming's deep, resonant voice echoed directly within the hearts of Qian and Xiao Wu, laced with incredulity and astonishment. The massive azure bull head lifted slightly, its lantern-like eyes fixated on Qian, attempting to discern any hint of deceit upon his frigid countenance. It was aware of the Spirit Hall and vaguely cognizant of its schemes. Yet why would the names of these two humans be linked to Xiao Wu's impending tragedy by this enigmatic powerhouse? Ming, the Titan great ape, let out a restless roar, its colossal foot striking the ground with such force that the earth trembled anew. Lacking the wisdom of Deming and being less sensitive to complex names, it nonetheless sensed the sudden gravity and the flicker of chilling dread emanating from the depths of Deming's soul. This human spoke of the Spirit Hall. Now, he claimed that one named Tang San and another named Yu Xiaogang would lead Sister Xiao Wu to her doom. Its simple mind was utterly disturbed by anger, confusion, and instinctual wariness, compelling it to emit a low, threatening growl towards Qian, its dark golden eyes flashing with ferocity. Qian disregarded Ming's agitation. His gaze pierced through the scrutiny of the heavenly blue bull python like an icicle, and his voice remained as frigid as ever, imbued with a brutal clarity. Yu Xiaogang, a theoretical researcher cast out by the Spirit Hall and ridiculed as a failure by the world, harbors unfulfilled ambition and resentment within his heart. He dedicates his life to the 10 core theories of martial spirits, seeking a flawless vessel to validate his worth, a prodigious disciple capable of appending the world to realize his grand aspirations. Qian's voice paused as if recounting a tale unrelated to himself, yet within the depths of his icy gaze flickered a fleeting, profound chill. He had sought out the so-called genius, viewing them as mere experimental subjects. When these subjects failed to meet expectations and revealed imperfections, they were regarded as burdens and blemishes. Discarded like refuse and desolation, left to fend for themselves. Each word landed like a cold dagger, scraping against the depths of Mo Tian's own memories. The despair of the desert, the agony of a torn soul, the indifferent silhouette of Yu Xiaogang abandoning him. These images flashed through his mind and were swiftly buried beneath deeper layers of ice. He slightly tilted his head, his gaze settling upon Xiao Wu, who clung tightly to his garment, her innocent face marred by confusion and fear. A complexity of emotions flickered in his eyes, scrutiny, coldness, and perhaps even a hint of sardonic empathy for a shared plight. However, Xiao Wu, the tone of Mo Tian suddenly turned cold, akin to the clash of icy steel. Her innate gifts after transformation, her essence derived from 100,000-year soul beast, and her heart, as pure as pristine paper, would, in the eyes of Yu Xiaogang, serve as a material infinitely more perfect than that abandoned experiment, an ultimate masterpiece capable of validating the supreme correctness of his theories. He would meticulously sculpt her with his seemingly profound, yet fundamentally frigid and unfeeling theories, nurturing her into the form he desired, guiding her along a path he had envisioned, a road leading to the opposing side of the Spirit Hall, one that would pit her against the entirety of the Spirit Hall in a dead-end confrontation. He would become her mentor, earning her unreserved trust and reliance. Mo Tian's tone bore an almost cursed certainty, and this trust would ultimately become the noose that would strangle her. When her true identity is revealed, when the Spirit Hall's hunt descends, when despair arrives, Yu Xiaojing's theories will be powerless to save her, and his strength will fail to protect her. The only thing she could do was ignite the flames of sacrifice with her 10,000-year life and soul, to achieve the existence that held even greater significance in her heart. The disciple whom Yu Xiaogang equally held high hopes for, Tang San. Silence. An even deeper stillness enveloped the lake of life. Only the sound of water stirred by residual waves, alongside the heavy and furious breaths of the Titan giant ape, echoed in the air. The massive body of the Tianqing Niupong lay rigid in the lake, its profound azure eyes roiling with tumultuous waves. Shock, anger, disbelief, and a bone-chilling coldness pierced through the heart, like icy words. How could this mysterious human know so much? Could he truly glimpse into the future? Although Xiao Wu could not fully comprehend the cruel vocabulary, words like sacrifice, annihilation, and eternal entrapment of the soul, combined with Mo Tian's cold and unwavering tone and gaze, instinctively instilled in her a profound fear. Her petite body trembled slightly, gripping Mo Tian's clothing tighter as if it were her sole anchor. Her large eyes quickly clouding with tears, gazing helplessly at the brother before her who spoke such terrifying words. "You're talking nonsense." Xiao Wu, with a quivering voice, mustered her courage to retort, yet her words were as faint as a whisper. "I don't know Tang San or Yu Xiaogang. You're a bad person. You're trying to scare me." She instinctively resisted this cruel prophecy. "Scare you?" Mo Tian lowered his head, his icy gaze fixating on Xiao Wu's tear-streaked face. There was no trace of pity in his eyes, only an indifference that pierced through deception. "I am merely stating an established trajectory, a death trap woven from naivety, trust, and the ambitions of others." He raised his head, his gaze once again meeting the intertwining scrutiny and struggle of the immense eyes of the Tianqing Niupong. "You may choose not to believe." Mo Tian's tone regained its absolute chill, continuing to confine her at the lake's bottom, or allowing her to venture into the human world in pursuit of illusory freedom, ultimately leading to certain ruin. "This is of no concern to me." He shifted his tone, akin to the sharp sound of a blade unsheathing in the eternal night, "but I offer you another choice." Slowly, Mo Tian raised his right hand, pointing to himself, his voice resolute and filled with undeniable determination. "Let me be her mentor." "What?" Little Dance gasped, her wide eyes filled with disbelief. This terrifying brother, who had just uttered a dreadful prophecy and radiated an eerie chill, was to become her mentor? Titan giant ape, Erming, let out an enraged roar, its colossal fists clenching once more, dark golden light swirling around its form, clearly hostile and resistant to this suggestion. How could they allow a mysterious human, one of formidable strength who harbored so many secrets, to be Little Dance's mentor? What a joke. The azure pupils of the heavenly blue bull python, Daming, fixated intently on Mo Tian, the surface of the lake churning with tumultuous waves due to its intense emotional upheaval. "You?" Daming's deep voice carried an overwhelming sense of distrust and scrutiny. "A human? One possessing such terrifying power and knowledge of countless secrets, with unknown intentions? What reason do we have to trust you? Why should we believe you would genuinely teach Little Dance, and not harbor ulterior motives? Could it be that you are a hunter from the Spirit Hall, attempting to deceive us with such alarming words to gain our trust?" Daming's inquiries were like a rapid barrage, each question striking at the core of the matter. A powerful mental force, akin to invisible tendrils, sought to penetrate Mo Tian's defenses, probing into the depths of his soul for the truth of his thoughts. Faced with this overwhelming skepticism and palpable hostility, Mo Tian displayed no change in expression. He slowly closed his eyes, as if communicating with something. In the next moment, a far more refined and primal aura surged from within him. A hum resonated as an invisible curtain, seemingly imbued with the universe's profound truths, gradually unfurled before him. This was not merely a condensation of soul power. Rather, it was a projection of a higher order, imbued with the essence of rules. Douluo Supreme God System Task Panel. Certain information visible regarding current objectives, current task, become the mentor of the 100,000-year spirit beast, the soft-boned rabbit, in her transformed state. Prevent her from encountering Tang San, and alter her destined trajectory. Task status, in progress. Task deadline. Countdown 999 days, 23 hours. Task failure penalty. System authority deprivation. Soul source backlash, annihilation of the host. The cold, mechanical text emanated an aura of absolute neutrality, transcending the mundane, clearly presented before Daming, Erming, and Little Dance. With this, Mo Tian's voice, illuminated by the system's light, appeared even colder and more indifferent, as if stating a transaction that held no personal relevance. Bound by an unyielding task that I must complete, my life is intertwined with teaching her and altering her fate. He opened his eyes, glancing across the astonished heavenly blue bull python and the temporarily stunned titan giant ape, finally resting upon the equally bewildered Little Dance. To teach her, to protect her, to prevent her from walking towards death, this is my task and the essential condition for my survival. Mo Tian's voice bore no warmth, only a stark analysis based on self-interest. Unlike Yu Xiaogang, who treated her as a theoretical experiment, I require her to live, to thrive, to grow stronger until the task is fulfilled. This, indeed, is my sincerity. He paused, his gaze sharp as a sword, piercing towards the azure sky bull python. As for the schemes, her soul rings and soul bones. A faint, disdainful scoff escaped his lips, filled with contempt. If I desired, I could act right now. Can the two of you stand in my way? As I merge with the soul bone of the emerald sand dragon scorpion, possessing twin martial spirits, and in perfect condition, the chilling words, the harsh reality, and the system task panel exuding an aura of absolute rules struck the perceptions of Deming and Erming like three colossal waves. The immense form of the azure sky bull python undulated slightly in the lake, its profound azure eyes flashing with intense brilliance. It was weighing options, struggling. The power displayed by Mo Tian, the information revealed, and the incomprehensible system rules transcended its understanding. Yet, one undeniable truth emerged. This human seemed truly bound by a stronger set of rules, his interests forcibly intertwined with Xiao Wu's survival. This was a constraint beyond any oath. Would allowing Xiao Wu to leave truly unfold as he had predicted? For the first time, Deming harbored an unprecedented fear of the unknown human world. Instigated by the one called Yu Xiaogang, Erming glanced at the light screen, then at Mo Tian, and finally at Deming in the lake. Its massive head appeared unable to process such complex information, growling irritably, yet its hostility noticeably diminished, replaced by confusion. Xiao Wu lifted her small face, observing her cold, black-clad brother. Then the ominous words on the floating light screen. Though she could not fully comprehend the characters, the terms annihilation and rebellion were terrifying enough when combined with the atmosphere. And then the silent Deming and the restless Erming in the lake. Her small mind was in disarray. This brother was so fearsome, his words so terrifying. Yet it seemed he would not harm her. After all, harming her would also lead to his demise. Amidst the deathly silence and stalemate, Mo Tian broke the quiet once more. His gaze transcended the massive form of the azure sky bull python, once again turning towards the area where the blue-silver grass radiated a faint blue-golden halo, his eyes becoming unfathomably deep. Moreover, his voice lowered, imbued with an understanding that pierced through all. Chapter 6. The shocking terror of the soft bone. Countdown to the soul hall's hunt. The ripples of the lake of life had yet to subside, the air thick with the acrid tension following the clash of energies. Xiao Wu sat on a relatively flat stone by the lakeside, her small hands clutching a water spirit carrot she had unearthed from who knows where, nibbling at it in small bites, while her big eyes darted restlessly. She glanced at her silent black-clad brother Mo Tian, then anxiously toward Deming and Erming in the water, both evidently injured and their breaths faint. The massive form of Erming bore the bloodied holes left by Mo Tian's rending sky flash, which, though no longer bleeding, still emanated an eerie aura of severance and annihilation, causing it to emit suppressed growls intermittently. Deming was submerged in the lake of life, the vibrant essence nourishing it. Yet the ghastly scars on its azure scales, torn by the impact of energy, remained starkly visible. In the oppressive silence, the immense head of the azure bull python, Daming, suddenly turned towards a particular direction deep within the forest. A flicker of resoluteness passed through its profound azure eyes. Its colossal spiritual energy coalesced into an invisible yet remarkably clear intention, akin to an arrow traversing through space. Instantly darting towards the distant core area of the Stardoe forest, to a more secluded valley brimming with vitality, rivaling even the life lake. Here, ancient trees towered, and vines cascaded like waterfalls. At the center, a small spiritual spring gushed forth, nourishing an array of extraordinary flowers and grasses exuding an intense aura of life. Beside the spring, a graceful figure sat quietly in meditation. She donned a simple yet elegant moon-white long dress that accentuated her mature and alluring curves. Her long, ebony hair cascaded down to her waist, with a few strands loosely gathered by a simple blue-silver grass stem, enhancing her gentle demeanor. Her visage was strikingly beautiful, embodying a softness and tranquility shaped by the passage of time. Her skin was delicate and smooth, akin to fine porcelain. Her willow-like brows arched gracefully, with long eyelashes casting a small shadow upon her eyelids. Her nose was elegantly straight, and her lips bore a natural shade of cherry blossom pink. At this moment, her eyes were gently closed, enveloped in a faint pinkish-white halo, as a powerful yet gentle wave of soul energy began to converge around her, rising like the undercurrents beneath a calm sea, signaling an imminent breakthrough of the boundary that had long obstructed her path. This was Aru, the mother of Xiao Wu, who had transformed after 100,000 years as a soft-boned rabbit. She had entrusted Xiao Wu to the care of Daming and Erming, while she herself entered seclusion here, striving to overcome the final barrier of the 90-level tidal Douluo realm that had troubled her since her transformation. Only one step remained, and she would truly ascend to the ranks of human powerhouses, possessing greater strength to protect her daughter. Just as that boundary wavered on the brink of collapse, and her soul power was on the verge of its final metamorphosis, a voice thundered through Aru's consciousness with unprecedented urgency. Aunt Ro, rush to the life lake. It's an emergency. The deep, hurried voice of Daming resonated like thunder, filled with an uncharacteristic gravity. The urgency and a hint of unmasked weakness in his tone jolted Aru from her profound meditative state. In an instant, her gentle, serene eyes snapped open. Deep within her pupils, a fleeting flash of pinkish light appeared, the alertness and formidable aura of a 100,000-year soul beast swiftly replacing the previous tranquility. She barely had time to stabilize her impending breakthrough. Her overwhelming soul power erupted instinctively. Third soul skill, instant teleportation. A hum reverberated as the space rippled subtly. Aru's figure vanished as if erased by an eraser, leaving only the gently swaying flowers and grasses beside the spiritual spring as evidence of her existence. By the shores of the life lake, the space quivered once more as Aru's form reappeared by the lake. She had no time to comprehend the scene before her. Her anxious gaze immediately scanned the lake, and upon seeing the gruesome wounds on Daming and the horrifying blood hole in Erming's arm, her gentle visage turned pale. Daming, Erming, what has happened to you? Aru's voice trembled with panic and heartache as she swiftly moved to check on them. However, in the next moment, her gaze froze. She beheld Xiao Wu, who was sitting on a stone nibbling a carrot. Although somewhat startled, she appeared to be perfectly unharmed. Beside Xiao Wu stood a young man clad in black, his countenance so stern it bordered on indifference. Despite the absence of any potent soul power emanating from him, he resembled an unparalleled sword sheathed in its scabbard, exuding an intangible, unsettling aura of silence and sharpness merely by his presence. His frigid gaze swept toward her like a tangible chill, causing Aru, a soon-to-be titled Douluo, to feel a subtle tremor in her very soul. What truly caused her pupils to constrict was the realization that her Xiao Wu seemed not to fear this youth. In fact, she was quite close to him. Mother. Upon spotting Aru, Xiao Wu immediately discarded her carrot and rushed over like a frightened rabbit, tightly embracing Aru's waist, her small face buried in her bosom. Her voice quivered with a sense of grievance and fear as she incoherently pointed at Tian. That terrifying big brother was fighting, and Ming and Ming were hurt. Do not fear, my dear. Mother is here, Aru reassured her, holding her daughter tightly while her vigilant gaze remained fixed on Tian, akin to a protective leopardess. Her aura abruptly sharpened. The soul power attributed to the soft-boned rabbit coiling in anticipation, a faint pinkish glow shimmering upon her surface. The overwhelming pressure of a level 90 quasi-tidal Douluo was unleashed without reservation, though not as vast as that of Deming and Air Ming. It carried an unparalleled speed and penetrative quality. Who are you? Why have you harmed my child's dear friend? Aru's voice was now icy, stripped of its previous gentleness, filled with inquiry and hostility. She sensed a domineering, destructive energy lingering within Deming and Air Ming's injuries, the source of which was none other than the enigmatic youth before her. Calm down, Aunt Ro. The deep voice of the Tianqing bull python, Deming, resonated within Aru's mind, tinged with fatigue, yet predominantly urgent. This is Lord Emotion. The situation is complex. Do not act impulsively. Lord Emotion? Aru was momentarily taken aback. Lord? This was a term of respect for a tidal Douluo. How could this seemingly 13 or 14-year-old youth possibly be a tidal Douluo? It was unfathomable. Deming's massive head turned toward Emotion, his eyes filled with complexity. Then, with utmost swiftness and clarity of thought, he conveyed the startling events that had just transpired, along with Emotion's identity and the astonishing system tasked to Aru. The enormity of the information struck her, emphasizing Emotion's terrifying might, capable of easily injuring Air Ming and neutralizing Deming's full-force strike, his foresight of future events concerning Yu Xiaogang and Xiao Wu's tragedy, and the incomprehensible constraints of the rules, failure of the task leading to obliteration, bound to Xiao Wu's fate. Aru's mind reeled, almost rendering her unsteady on her feet. A tidal Douluo, easily injuring Air Ming, foreseeing the future, knowledge of Tang San and Yu Xiaogang, a prophecy concerning Xiao Wu's sacrifice, and those supreme rules. Each piece of information struck her like a hammer, relentlessly assaulting her understanding. She cast her gaze downward at her bewildered daughter in her arms. Recalling the prophecy of the sacrificial soul ring and soul bone, the chilling vision of complete annihilation, and an overwhelming wave of cold swept through her body, causing her arms to tremble slightly as she held Xiao Wu close. As she cast her gaze back towards Emotion, the hostility in her eyes dissipated significantly, replaced by astonishment, fear, and a complex hope akin to that of a drowning person clinging to a piece of driftwood. This enigmatic, frigid, and overwhelmingly powerful youth had, due to some irresistible rule, become the guarantee of Xiao Wu's survival. Such a notion was utterly absurd yet steeped in a cruel sense of reality. Emotion calmly endured Aru's scrutinizing gaze, his expression remaining as cold as ancient ice. In the fleeting moment Aru appeared. A barely perceptible ripple flickered in his eyes. The woman before him certainly embodied the essence of a mature version of Xiao Wu, perhaps even surpassing it. The gentle maturity, tempered by the passage of time, and the exquisite contours of her features, which bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Wu yet appeared even more delicate, along with her posture, taut from anger and worry, emanated a captivating allure of a devoted wife. Especially her eyes, clear yet imbued with maternal resilience, resembled the purest spring water in the forest, evoking a profound sense of sympathy. However, this beauty stirred no emotions within Emotion. Instead, it sharpened his awareness of the cruel fate that loomed over this mother-daughter pair. The hunting operation of the Spirit Hall was not solely aimed at Xiao Wu. Emotion's icy voice shattered the silence, akin to a massive stone cast upon a tranquil lake, rousing Aru from her tumultuous emotions. What? Aru gasped in disbelief, her beautiful eyes filled with incredulity and horror. The Spirit Hall? Hunting? The targets extend beyond Xiao Wu? Bibi Dong, the newly appointed Pope of the Spirit Hall, wielding twin martial spirits, the Death Spider Queen and the Soul-Devouring Spider Queen, had already attained the rank of tidal Douluo. To enhance her second martial spirit, the Soul-Devouring Spider Queen, she required at least 2 high-quality 100,000-year spirit rings, and the Star Do Forest served as her most vital hunting ground. He paused, his icy gaze piercing Aru's heart like a sword. The Spirit Hall will dispatch 2 tidal Douluo-level elders, in conjunction with Pope Bibi Dong herself, to form a hunting team targeting Xiao Wu and others, aiming directly at the core region of the Star Do Forest, where the remaining 100,000-year spirit beasts reside. Emotion's voice, though not raised, carried the weight of a death sentence, each word wrapped in suffocating chill. Currently, within the core area of the Star Do Forest, there are only 400,000-year spirit beasts with identifiable activity patterns: the Sky Blue Bull Python, the Titan Giant Ape, you, the Soft-Bone Rabbit Aru, and the recently transformed Xiao Wu. Your names are glaringly inscribed on their hunting list. And Bibi Dong's 9th spirit ring, the most likely prey. Emotion's gaze, as piercing as tangible ice, fixed upon Aru, is you, Soft-Bone Douluo Aru. Your spirit ring will become the cornerstone of her ascension to greatness. Your spirit bone will be a vital piece of her power puzzle. Thunderstruck. A rose's delicate frame trembled violently, staggering backward, her once rosy cheeks drained of color, instantly becoming as pale as a sheet. The Xiaowu cradled tightly in her arms seemed to sense her mother's overwhelming dread. Her little face paling in fear as she clung to a rose garment, too frightened to utter a sound. Bibi Dong, the new pope. In the realm of twin spirit soul Douluo, 2 elders and a hunting squad set their sights upon her, alongside the formidable De Ming and Air Ming. The elation she felt upon breaking through to the 90th level, coupled with her aspirations to protect her daughter with newfound strength, was shattered in an instant by the chilling and brutal prophecy that loomed over her. A wave of despair, akin to a frigid tide, engulfed her entirely. No, this cannot be. Aro's voice trembled as she instinctively sought to deny and resist the horrifying future that lay ahead. Yet, the icy certainty in Mo Tian's tone, his all-seeing gaze, and the unfathomable power and astonishing system he commanded, extinguished her flickering hope like a candle in the wind, leaving her teetering on the brink of despair. De Ming's colossal form stirred restlessly in the lake, creating ripples that betrayed his unease, his immense azure eyes filled with unprecedented gravity and fury. Air Ming let out an uncontrollable, wrathful roar, his dark golden pupils fixed intently on the direction beyond the forest, as if yearning to rend the unseen enemy to shreds. Mo Tian observed Aro's descent into profound terror and despair, in the agitated states of De Ming and Air Ming, his expression as cold and unyielding as ever. Whether they chose to believe or not was of no concern to him. The countdown to their demise had already commenced. Chapter 7. Within the core of Star Do Forest, the despair and fear lingering by the lake of life had yet to dissipate. As Mo Tian's frigid words acted like chains forged from iron, binding Aro, De Ming, Air Ming, and the innocent Xiao Wu beneath the ominous shadow of the spirit hall's hunt. Bibi Dong, the newly appointed pope, wielding the title of Twin Spirit Soul Douluo, accompanied by 2 elders, targeted their 400,000-year soul beasts, with Aro herself being focused upon as the bearer of the 9th spirit ring. The shock brought forth by this revelation was utterly catastrophic. Aro's gentle visage drained of all color, her arms trembling uncontrollably as she held Xiao Wu. The fleeting sense of security derived from her status as a 90th level quasi-title Douluo was crushed into dust. De Ming, submerged in the lake of life, bore an expression of deep contemplation, his massive azure eyes troubled like an abyss, as the surface of the water roiled with the turbulence of his heart. Air Ming anxiously clawed at the ground, emitting low, violent growls filled with rage and unease. The pain from the wound left by Mo Tian serving as a grim reminder of the terror and truth embodied in the human before him. Mo Tian coldly scrutinized their reactions, akin to an observer studying experimental subjects. Fear, despair, struggle? These emotions held no significance for him. His sole purpose was to fulfill his mission and survive. Bibi Dong, a 90th 4-level title Douluo with both of her twin spirits sealed, was the next to fall under Mo Tian's unyielding gaze. With my current strength, slaying her is not a difficult task, he stated, his voice devoid of any inflection, as if recounting matters unrelated to himself. His chilling words exuded absolute confidence. As a 95th level super Douluo, endowed with dual top-tier twin spirits, 10,000-year soul bones, and the harmonious capabilities granted by the system, he was entirely assured in his ability to decimate the newly appointed pope in a direct confrontation. However, with a sudden shift in tone, Mo Tian's gaze seemed to penetrate the dense layers of the forest, directing itself towards the direction of Wuhuan City. Imbued with a gravity that even he was unaware of, behind him stood the Rakshasa god. Rakshasa god? Aro gasped in disbelief, her beautiful eyes filled with incredulous horror. A deity. Such a transcendent entity exists only in legends. How could Bibi Dong have garnered the favor of a god? The act of hunting soul beasts for 10,000 years to augment her second martial soul, the soul-eating spider queen, with soul rings, was likely one of the trials set forth by the Rakshasa god. Mo Tian continued to unveil the harsh truths, each word piercing Aro's heart like an icy dagger. The prospect of hunting you to acquire your soul rings and bones might very well be a crucial step in fulfilling one of her trials. Driven by the will of the deity, propelling this hunt forward, the will of the divine. These 4 words acted as the final coffin lid, sealing away the last flicker of hope within Aro's heart. Faced with a title Douluo, there might still be room to struggle, to maneuver, or even rely on De Ming and Air Ming for a glimmer of survival. Yet, in the face of the divine will, it was akin to an ant gazing up at the heavens, desperate and utterly hopeless. A profound terror swept over her like a chilling tide, completely engulfing Aro. Her delicate form trembled, Had she not been clutching tightly to Xiao Wu, she would have nearly collapsed to the ground. Deming and Ming fell into a hushed silence. Even the usually irritable Ming ceased his low growl, his enormous eyes reflecting only confusion and heaviness in the face of overwhelming power. The shadow of the deity loomed over this lake of life. Just as despair threatened to consume everything, Mo Tian's icy voice resonated once more. Like the sole glimmer of light slicing through the darkness, the Stardo Forest is not solely your domain. His gaze swept over the silent crowd and beasts before him as he spoke slowly. Beyond the edges of your comprehension, in a deeper, more ancient core, lies a region enveloped by the might of a 100-level deity, where the Silver Dragon King, Guyu Na, lies in slumber. This is the true inner core of the Stardo Forest, a divine hidden realm that has never been recorded by humanity, nor known even to you soul beasts of the outer core for 10,000 years. Silver Dragon King Guyu Na? 100-level divine power? Arrow, Deming, and Ming simultaneously displayed expressions of confusion and extreme shock. This name, this concept, transcended their understanding entirely. The Dragon Goddess division. The Silver Dragon King healing in seclusion? Such secrets belonged to a realm they had never encountered. Xiao Wu blinked her large eyes, utterly baffled. We must go there. Mo Tian's voice carried an undeniable resolution. Only by entering the domain enveloped by Guyu Na's divine power could they completely shield themselves from the deities, Rakshasa God, perception, and evade BB Dawn's pursuit. But we have no idea where that place is. Arrow's voice trembled with a hint of despair. How can we seek out a place we have never even heard of? Buzz. The cold, absolute aura of the system's light curtain unfolded once more before him. Supreme God System of Douluo, current task, delve into the ultimate forbidden zone of the Stardo Forest, and reach the hidden divine realm where the Silver Dragon King, Guyu Na, lies in slumber. Task objective, as follows. 1. Subjugate the Emperor of Heaven, Beast God the foremost among the 10 ferocious beasts. His true form is the Black Dragon King with golden eyes, possessing an extraordinary cultivation of 890,000 years. He epitomizes the pinnacle of soul beasts in the Douluo continent. Appearance, in human form. He is a majestic middle-aged man with flowing black hair and pure golden eyes, exuding an aura of dominance and authority, capable of transforming into a colossal black dragon that obscures the sky. 2. Subjugate the evil emperor, evil eye tyrant ranking second among the 10 ferocious beasts. His true form is the evil eye tyrant with a cultivation of 700,000 years. He is a master of the spiritual realm. Appearance. His primary form is an immense, ethereal blue eye exceeding 10 meters in diameter, with a pupil as profound as an abyssal vortex, surrounded by countless slender tendrils emitting a terrifying wave that distorts the mind and freezes the soul. 3. Subjugate BG, Jade Swan ranking fourth among the 10 ferocious beasts. Her true form is the Jade Swan and protector of the Stardo Forest. Appearance. In human form, she is a gentle and beautiful woman clad in a green dress, exuding an ethereal and sacred aura, surrounded by a vibrant life force. Her true form is a magnificent swan, resembling jade, with extraordinary healing powers. 4. Subjugate the king of all demons, demonic eye tree ranking fifth among the 10 ferocious beasts. His true form is the demonic eye tree, endowed with formidable mental control abilities. Appearance. A colossal and twisted tree, its trunk adorned with numerous uncanny and eerie eyes, unleashes a tempest of psychic storms, capable of manipulating plants and eroding souls. 5. Subjugate the Bear Lord, Dark Golden Claw Bear ranking sixth among the 10 ferocious beasts. His true form is the Dark Golden Claw Bear, possessing immense strength. Appearance. In human form, he is a robust and imposing giant, with hair resembling steel needles, thick arms, and enormous hands. His true form is a giant bear cloaked in dark golden fur, with claws that are utterly indomitable. 6. Subjugate the Crimson King, three-headed crimson demon dog ranking eighth among the 10 ferocious beasts. His true form is the three-headed crimson demon dog, known for its volatile temperament. Appearance. A gigantic canine with 3 ferocious crimson heads, engulfed in unquenchable crimson flames, with sharp fangs and a savage aura. 7. Subjugate the Purple Princess, Demon Queen. Hell Dragon King ranking 9th among the 10 ferocious beasts, originally 10th. Her true form is the Hell Dragon King. Appearance. In human form, she is an alluring woman in purple, her gaze imbued with captivating demonic charm. Her true form is a colossal dragon covered in sinister purple-black scales, emanating the sulfuric scent of hell. 8. Subjugate the Demon Spirit, origin of the demonic eye tree originally ranked 10th among the 10 ferocious beasts. His true form is the demonic eye tree. Appearance. His form is even more bizarre and mutable than that of the king of all demons. Resembling a mass of countless vines and eyeballs, adept at concealment, transformation, and mental penetration. Task deadline commences upon entering the domain of divine concealment. Task hint: the coordinates of Gu Yuna's divine barrier have been marked. The information displayed on the screen crashed through the cognitive barriers of Ero, Deming, and Air Ming like a tidal wave. Emperor of Heaven, Evil Emperor, BG, King of all demons, Bear Lord, Crimson King, Purple Princess, Demon Spirit, the 10 ferocious beasts. 890,000 years, 700,000 years, each one a name previously unheard of. Yet merely the mention of their titles and cultivation levels is enough to send shivers down one's spine. Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna, level 100 divine power. Deep within the vast and mysterious Star Dough Forest lies a terrifying power capable of reshaping the very fabric of the continent. Yet, astonishingly, Mo Tian's task is to subdue this force? Such a notion is utterly absurd, bordering on madness. Aru, clutching Xiao Wu, felt a chilling dread enveloping her. Her gaze towards Mo Tian fraught with sheer horror, as if she were beholding a walking cataclysmic weapon poised to annihilate the world. Deming's enormous azure pupils constricted violently, the surface of the lake roiling in response to its mental turmoil. Air Ming instinctively stepped back, its massive form hunching defensively, as if the name displayed upon the luminous screen bore an oppressive terror of its own. Mo Tian, undeterred by their near-desperate reactions, calmly deactivated the screen. The path had been laid bare before them. His cold voice resonated like the final decree: follow me, or remain here to await your demise. There was no choice. Under the absolute pressure of survival, any fear or doubt seemed woefully inadequate. Aru inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing the tumult within her heart, tightening her grip around Xiao Wu. Gazing at Mo Tian with newfound resolve, "We shall follow you." Deming emitted a deep, affirmative mental pulse. Air Ming let out a growl of tacit agreement. Without further words, Mo Tian turned, directing his gaze toward the darkest, most profound depths of the forest, where sunlight struggled to penetrate. The coordinates imprinted clearly in his perception. He took a step forward. Divine dragons, soaring steps. With a crackle, violet lightning erupted, sending ripples through the fabric of space. His figure vanished instantaneously. Aru, not daring to lag, unleashed her soul power, darting after him with Xiao Wu, her speed akin to lightning. Deming surged from the lake of life, sending sprays of water skyward, transforming into a streak of azure light as it soared low, closely pursuing. Air Ming roared, its massive strides shaking the ground with each step, like a moving mountain, causing the forest to tremble as it followed closely behind. Under Mo Tian's leadership, they sped forth like a cascade of light, tearing through the tranquil forest towards the most obscure and ultimate forbidden zone of the Star Dough Forest. Chapter 8. The Domain of Divine Seclusion. An audience with the Silver Dragon King and Beasts of Fury, the true heart of the Star Dough Forest, the inner core region, presents a landscape starkly distinct from the life lake area of the outer core. Here, towering trees are absent, and lush vines do not grace the terrain. Even the very concept of land seems to dissolve. The space exudes a bizarre, flowing quality reminiscent of Mercury, with light distorted and folded, creating a chaotic tableau of surreal beauty. The dense elemental energy of the universe almost congeals into a palpable mist, imbued with an ancient, suffocating pressure. The air is thick with the primal, savage essence of the wilderness, as if one has stepped into the lair of prehistoric titans. At the center of this chaotic realm stands an indescribable ancient tree. It is not wooden in nature. Rather, it appears to be composed of crystallized fragments of stars, flowing liquid metal, and some living, silver-glimmering crystalline vines twisted together. Towering like a colossal pillar that supports the heavens, it emanates an aura that is both timeless and vast, yet suffused with the peculiar vibrancy of life slumbering within. The ancient tree's roots delve deeply into the flowing silvery earth below, while its crown is enveloped in the distorted light and shadows above, as though it connects to another dimension. At the heart of the ancient tree, a colossal cocoon composed entirely of pure silver energy silently hovers. The surface of the cocoon is adorned with countless inscrutable runes that appear to move languidly, emanating a gentle yet supremely divine aura of power. 100 levels of divine energy. It is this layer of divine force that completely isolates this region from the outside world, creating the legendary realm of divine concealment. From the outside of the cocoon, not a glimpse of its inner contents can be discerned. At this moment, beneath this peculiar ancient tree, several figures radiating a terrifying aura sit cross-legged. Leading them is a man of immense stature, as imposing as a mountain. Dressed in simple black attire, he cannot hide the explosive sense of power that emanates from him. His long black hair cascades down, and his facial features are chiseled as if sculpted from stone. Most striking are his golden vertical pupils, which burn with a molten light. Within the oscillation of his gaze lies the judgment of dragon majesty, causing the very space around him to tremble slightly. He is the beast god Emperor Qian, the black dragon king with golden eyes, a peak beast with 890,000 years of cultivation. To the left of Emperor Qian hovers an enormous, deep blue eye. This eye, with a diameter exceeding 10 meters, possesses a profound pupil that swirls like a vortex leading to the abyss, slowly rotating and emitting a chilling mental field that can freeze one's soul. Surrounding the eye are countless tiny, glowing energy tendrils that dance gently as if they were alive. He is the evil emperor, the tyrant of the evil eye, the ruler of the mental realm with 700,000 years of dominance. To the right of Emperor Qian stands a woman clad in a flowing emerald gown. Her visage is gentle and pure, her aura ethereal and transcendent. Much like a sprite nurtured by the forest, she radiates an intensely rich life force, causing the silvery energy beneath her to shimmer with vibrant vitality. She is Biji, the emerald swan, the embodiment of life and healing. Slightly behind Biji is a massive and twisted phantom of a giant tree. Its trunk is riddled with numerous blinking eyes that shimmer with an otherworldly glow, each capable of captivating the soul, exuding formidable mental allure and corruptive power. He is the king of all demons, the demonite tree, the sovereign of mental control. Near the roots of the ancient tree sits a robust giant resembling an iron tower. Bare-chested, his muscles are as tightly bound as forged steel, dark golden fur covering his arms and part of his chest, while his large hands, akin to fans, rest casually on his knees, their nails glinting with a chilling light. Merely sitting, he emanates a ferocious sense of power capable of tearing the earth asunder. He is Xiongju, the dark golden claw bear, the ultimate symbol of strength. A short distance away, a colossal hound with 3 grotesque crimson heads lies prostrate. Its 3 pairs of eyes, ablaze with demonic flames, vigilantly scan the surroundings, revealing sharp fangs and exhaling a hot sulfuric breath, its restless aura palpable. He is the Red King, the 3-headed red demon mastiff. Beside the Red King leans a woman draped in a purple gauzy dress, her alluring figure exuding a languid charm. Her beauty was breathtaking, with a mesmerizing allure that captivated the soul, yet beneath her enchanting gaze lay a cold and sinister depth. Ziji, the demon empress, the queen of hellish dragons. In the shadowy fringes, a grotesque amalgamation of writhing vines and eyes flickered in and out of sight, exuding an erratic aura, steeped in secrecy and treachery. The demon spirit, the shared essence of the king of all demons. Among the 10 great beasts, with the demon spirit replacing the original 10th. Save for a few stationed elsewhere, the core powers had converged here to guard the slumbering realm of their supreme sovereign, the Silver Dragon King, Yuna. This area served as the last and most formidable sanctuary of the Soul Beast clan, a forbidden ground that even deities found difficult to penetrate. Silence enveloped this concealed domain, interrupted only by the flowing silver light of ancient trees and the menacing aura emanating from the beasts, weaving together in silence. Suddenly, a hum. The silver cocoon suspended at the heart of the ancient tree erupted without warning into an unprecedented brilliance. The arcane runes flowing along its walls became dazzlingly bright, akin to ignited stars. A vast, majestic, divine will, seemingly emanating from the very essence of the universe, swept through the concealed realm like an awakening primordial behemoth. The seated Qian opened his molten gold dragon eyes wide. A beam of tangible golden light shot forth, piercing the warped space with unwavering intensity, fixating on the barriers surrounding the concealed domain. A terrifying dragon might, infused with suspicion, rage, and utmost gravity, erupted forth. Master. Qian's deep, thunderous voice resonated, reminiscent of rolling thunder. Almost simultaneously, the immense azure evil eye of the Dark Emperor contracted suddenly, its pupils swirling with countless stars in a frenzied dance, collapsing. The formidable psychic field, potent enough to warp reality, surged to its apex, with countless tendrils thrashing wildly. It sensed it. A powerful, chilling force imbued with the will of annihilation and consumption was forcefully tearing at the divine barrier erected by the master. Bai Ji's gentle visage swiftly transformed into one of grave concern, as the sacred light of life instinctively coalesced in her hands. The myriad eyes upon the trunk of the king of all demons simultaneously opened, a psychic storm ready to erupt. Xiongju sprang to his feet, his dark golden fur bristling, issuing a low, threatening roar from his throat. The 3 heads of the Red King simultaneously raised, 6 fiery eyes gleaming with ferocity. Unleashing a deafening roar in unison, ZG retracted her languid demeanor. Her alluring form became taut, as purple demonic energy swirled around her. The demon spirit in the shadows melded completely into the darkness, its presence becoming dangerous and elusive. An enemy attack. Xiangjun's voice clashed like iron and steel, brimming with violent intent. Such formidable power was tearing at the master's barrier. The Dark Emperor's psychic fluctuations carried an unprecedented weight of seriousness. Before them, the space barrier, fortified by Guyuna's 100-level divine power, which should have been indestructible and isolating all, now appeared as if a massive stone had been cast into a still lake. Violently distorting and rippling, a vast chasm, shimmering with violet-black annihilation lightning and the profound darkness of sword energy, is being ruthlessly torn open by an overwhelming force from beyond. As the rift expands, chaotic and distorted light is forcibly displaced, revealing the exterior landscape. A tall, austere figure clad in black steps forth through the torn barrier, entering this sacred domain, untouched by outsiders. Clad in ink-black attire, with an expression as frigid as the depths of an ancient abyss. The figure radiates an invisible, yet formidable presence that combines the ferocity of an unsheathed sword with the awakening of a primordial beast, defiantly challenging the eternal tranquility of this hallowed ground. It is none other than Qian. Trailing closely behind him, a slender figure in moonlight white attire. Accompanied by a delicate little girl, Aro and Xiaowu stumbles slightly as they pass through the rift. Their faces still etched with the shock and bewilderment of crossing the divine barrier. Beyond the rift, an even larger shadow presses forward. Boom, boom. Accompanied by the thunderous sound of colossal footsteps and the strained groans of the fabric of space, a massive, bull-headed creature, akin to a small mountain and draped in azure-scaled armor, the head of the Tianqing bull python, along with the upper body of a muscular, jet-black giant ape. Exuding a primal aura, the titan giant ape struggles to force its way through the violently torn rift. Their immense forms clash with the dimensions of the sacred realm, engendering a profound visual and psychological impact. Qian stands at the threshold of the sacred domain, his black attire rustling amidst the chaotic energy currents. His icy gaze, akin to a tangible spotlight, swiftly sweeps across the figures that loom beneath the ancient trees. The awe-inspiring golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Emperor Tian, the sinister-eyed evil emperor. Suspended in the air, the sanctified by Ji, radiating life's brilliance. The enigmatic king of all demons, the ferocious bear monarch, with dark golden fur, the three-headed, flame-wreathed red king. The alluring purple princess, cloaked in ominous magic. The ethereal demon spirits lurking in the shadows, and at the core of the ancient tree, a resplendent silver cocoon emanating an unparalleled will. The 10 formidable beasts, or their representatives, alongside the slumbering silver dragon king, fix their cold, vigilant, and hostile gazes upon Qian and the intruders behind him, as if countless invisible shackles are suddenly focused upon them. The air becomes thick with tension. Time seems to freeze. The sacred domain has encountered unprecedented intruders. A storm brews silently in this charged atmosphere. Chapter 9. Qian and the Beasts of Terror. The ancient silence of the sacred domain has been irrevocably shattered. Qian steps forward, his black attire and austere visage deepening in the distorted light. Following closely, Aro clutches Xiaowu tightly, her delicate face still bearing the traces of anxiety from crossing the divine barrier, as the massive head of Deming, covered in azure scales, and the muscular upper body of Air Ming, exuding a primal essence, force their way through the violently torn violet-black rift, creating a jarring visual and spatial impact. The arrival of these unwelcome guests was akin to a colossal stone being cast into a tranquil pond, instantly igniting the primal hostility and murderous intent of the fierce beasts guarding this realm. Roar! Those who trespass upon the sacred ground shall perish. The formidable giant, transformed from the dark golden terror claw bear, was the first to erupt with fury. His eyes blazed with a fierce light. Resembling a bear enraged by an invasion of its territory, he had no interest in inquiring about their intentions. A violent power surged through his being, his dark golden fur bristling, and his massive claws, gleaming like metal, tore through the air with the terrifying force capable of shattering mountains. He aimed a devastating strike directly at Qian, who stood at the forefront, before the claws even reached their target. A suffocating pressure caused Aro and Xiaowu to momentarily lose their breath. Hiss! The colossal, sinister blue eyes of the evil emperor narrowed to dangerous pinpoints. Countless delicate mental tendrils writhed frantically, unleashing an invisible yet tangible psychic shriek, potent enough to instantly freeze and tear apart the soul of a tidal Douluo. It was akin to a myriad of poisoned ice needles, silently and swiftly piercing towards Qian and the two young women behind him. The attack's range was precisely calibrated. Roar. The three grotesque crimson heads of the Red King simultaneously lifted, emitting a deafening roar. Six eyes, ablaze with demonic flames, locked onto the intruders. Three colossal streams of searing red demonic fire, imbued with the stench of sulfur and the destruction of all, erupted forth like three roaring dragons, sealing off every avenue of escape for Qian. Countless demon eyes on the trunk of the Demon King tree simultaneously opened, their eerie mental fluctuations spreading out, attempting to weave a vast psychic cage to bind Qian's movements and erode his will. The purple mist surrounding the purple princess surged, her enchanting figure vanishing like a specter. In the next moment, a deadly, sharp purple claw shadow silently struck towards Qian's flank. The demon spirit completely melded into the shadows, its presence elusive and unpredictable, akin to the most dangerous venomous serpent, seeking the opportunity for a lethal strike. Among the 10 fierce beasts, or their representatives, aside from Bai Ji and Di Tian who observed briefly, the others instantly unleashed their formidable killing moves. Their target was none other than Qian, aiming to tear apart these audacious intruders who dared to desecrate the slumbering domain of their master in an instant. Be careful. Auro's face paled as she gasped, her soul power, at the threshold of tidal Douluo, surged forth in an instant, enveloping herself and Xiaowu in a soft pink glow. Her innate agility as a soft bone rabbit compelled her to rush forward to share the burden. The enormous azure eyes of Deming flared with a brilliant light, as the mist of the lake of life coalesced in its mouth. Erming, in a fit of rage, bellowed furiously, his massive fist poised to strike down upon the nearest Red King without hesitation. Retreat. A cold command echoed, akin to the calming force of a divine needle, instantly quelling the agitation of Auro, Deming, and Erming. Qian moved. Faced with an onslaught terrifying enough to severely injure or even annihilate any limit Douluo, his expression remained unperturbed, his gaze as tranquil as an eternal abyss. He did not draw his sword, nor did he summon his martial soul's true form. He simply took a step forward. Divine dragon soaring step. Zzz. The purple lightning erupted. His silhouette vanished in an instant, moving with such swiftness that it transcended visual perception, leaving behind a slowly dissipating afterimage. The dark golden claws of Xiongjiun, capable of shattering mountains, struck fiercely upon the afterimage, unleashing a terrifying force that created a massive dent in the flowing silver ground, causing fragments to scatter everywhere. Yet, it struck nothing but air. Almost simultaneously with Xiongjiun's missed attack, Qian's ghostly figure materialized within the interlaced gaps of 3 fiery crimson breaths. With fingers spread wide, his right hand thrust forward, forming a fist-sized vortex with edges shimmering in a deep purple-golden hue. Fifth soul skill of the purple radiance, devouring python, devouring black hole. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 raging crimson breaths collided violently with the diminutive purple vortex, akin to a cow diving into the sea. There were no earth-shattering explosions, no rampant energy. The terrifying flames, capable of incinerating steel, were instead voraciously consumed, torn apart, and obliterated by the small vortex. The vortex spun violently, expanding as the purple golden light surged, resembling an abyss that greedily absorbed the immense fiery energy. Qian's aura surged momentarily, enhanced by the consumption of this power. The 3 heads of the Crimson King simultaneously expressed astonishment. Humph. The evil emperor's mental fluctuations carried a hint of contemptuous fury. Its mental shriek was already upon them. That intangible barrage of countless mental ice needles was sufficient to annihilate a super Douluo's consciousness in an instant. Buzz. An unseen, yet seemingly constructed from myriad precise prisms. A multi-layered barrier materialized around his head. The soul skill of the wise skull, mental prism. Ft, ft, ft. Numerous subtle sounds, akin to the shattering of ice crystals, echoed. The soul-piercing mental shriek collided with the mental prism, bizarrely refracting and deflecting. The majority was forcibly repelled into the surrounding warped space, while a small portion was transformed by the prism into pure streams of mental energy, nourishing Qian himself. The evil emperor's enormous azure eye trembled violently, a flicker of disbelief flashing within its pupil. At that moment, the mental cage of the king of all beasts descended like an invisible net. The deadly claw shadow of the purple princess, imbued with the scent of hellish sulfur, approached silently. The spirit within the shadows, like a venomous serpent emerging from its lair, unleashed a concentrated mental piercing aimed directly at Qian's back. A cold glint flashed in Qian's eyes. His left hand, with fingers aligned like a sword. Casually swiped backward. Third soul skill of the Eternal Night Judgment Sword. Rift in the void. Swoosh. A thread, so finely crafted it seemed capable of slicing through space. Silently traversed. Uft. Uft. The purple princess's talons, capable of penetrating soul steel, were severed silently the moment they made contact with the black thread, as if they were mere rotting wood. A force imbued with the power of cutting and annihilation surged through the severed point, causing her to stifle a groan as her alluring figure was propelled backward in an instant. The cunning mental piercing of the spirit was directly cleaved in twain by this black thread, infused with the power of spatial cutting, dissipating into nothingness. A pained shriek echoed from the shadows. As the mental prison cast by the king of all beasts touched the dark line, it disintegrated instantaneously. Akin to a spider's web tossed into a shredder, its structure forcibly severed and obliterated. The countless beastly eyes on the trunk of the king of all beasts simultaneously shut in agony. In the blink of an eye, Mo Tian stepped forward. His finger traced a line. The Bear King found himself in vain. The breath of the Red King was consumed. The evil emperor's mental assault was rebuffed. The prison of the king of all beasts was cleaved, and the ambush of the purple princess's spirit was thwarted. He remained steadfast in place, his black garb subtly fluttering amidst the chaotic energy, his aura steady, as though he had merely accomplished a trifling task. The beasts that initiated the attack were left astonished, the Bear King bewildered, the Red King stunned, the evil emperor perplexed, the king of all beasts mentally wounded, and the claws of the purple princess severed, while the spirit of the beast retreated deeper into obscurity. Aru, holding Xiao Wu, was utterly dazed. Her rank as a level 90 quasi-title Douluo allowed her to barely discern the perilous clash that had just unfolded. She had initially believed that Mo Tian's ability to severely injure Air Ming and counteract De Ming's assault was the pinnacle of his strength, yet she never anticipated that. Faced with multiple formidable beasts, each boasting at least several 100,000 years of cultivation, he could so effortlessly diffuse all lethal maneuvers, even subtly gaining the upper hand. Could this truly be the feat of a 95th level Super Douluo? She felt her comprehension of power utterly overturned. De Ming, submerged in the encroaching waters of the lake, bore enormous azure eyes filled with profound astonishment. It perceived Mo Tian's enigmatic step more clearly, the domineering nature of the devouring black hole, the peculiarities of the mental prism. The razor-sharp flashed through the void. Each force was wielded with unparalleled finesse, as if everything had been meticulously calculated in advance. This was not merely a display of brute strength, but an absolute transcendence of realm and skill. Comparable to demigods? No, this was a combat style that grazed the domain of the divine. Erming gaped, staring at the throbbing wound on its arm, then at the figure in black, who appeared to stroll leisurely amid the chaos. A tumult of confusion surged within its vast mind. It suddenly felt that perhaps the blow it had previously endured was not entirely unjust. Well, Brother Mo Tian is so incredible. Fight, fight, fight. Defeat the monstrous beasts. Xiao Wu, completely oblivious to the peril, only perceiving a dazzling display of light and chaotic energy, excitedly waved her little fists in Aru's embrace, her delicate face flushed with exhilaration, transforming into the life of the atmosphere, her crisp, youthful voice strikingly out of place in the silence of the divine hidden domain. The ambience shifted, becoming exceedingly surreal. D. Tian's molten gold dragon eyes were locked onto Mo Tian, the astonishment in his gaze morphing into an unprecedented gravity. The power this human had just exhibited, the utilization of the laws, and the effortless demeanor absolutely transcended the realm of super Douluos. He was infinitely close to divinity. Even he, an 890,000-year-old beast god, felt a tremendous threat. Bai Ji's gentle visage was also overtaken by shock. She had never witnessed such an unfathomable human soul master. Roar. Again. The Bear King was thoroughly enraged, feeling he had been subjected to a profound humiliation. The dark golden radiance surged wildly across the surface of the body, as the fearsome claws were raised once more, poised to unleash an even more frenzied assault. The three heads of the Crimson King emitted furious roars, their demonic flames burning even more fiercely. Other ferocious beasts stirred restlessly, their malevolence rising anew. The battle seemed on the verge of escalating into a brutal struggle to the death. At this critical juncture, a hum resonated. The silver cocoon, suspended at the core of the ancient tree, erupted with a brilliance 100-fold more intense than before. The arcane runes etched upon its walls glimmered like a burning galaxy, their light blinding. An overwhelming, majestic, and divine aura, reminiscent of the universe's very essence, descended with a terrifying might akin to an awakened primordial deity. enveloping the entire realm of divine concealment in an instant. Under this divine power, all restless energies, all surging killing intent, and all tumultuous soul force fluctuations were abruptly halted, as if a pause button had been pressed, instantly freezing and calming the chaos. Chapter 10. Beneath the Divine Might. The Silver Dragon King's Protective Covenant, all halt. A voice, light and melodious, akin to the gentle flow of a mountain spring, yet imbued with undeniable authority and supreme divinity, resonated clearly within the depths of every living being's mind. The sound was soft, yet it seemed to carry the rhythm of the cosmos, piercing directly into the soul. It was the ancient Yuna. The Silver Dragon King had awakened. The Bear King, who was about to pounce, abruptly halted its charge, its massive body freezing in place. The Crimson King's demonic flames were doused, as if splashed with icy water, extinguished in an instant. The malevolent eye of the evil emperor retracted all its light, its tentacles hanging quietly. The king of all demons, Ziji, and the demon spirits immediately suppressed their auras, standing like the most loyal subjects, heads bowed in solemnity. Even the violent Erming instinctively tempered its ferocity beneath this divine might, its colossal head lowering slightly. The divine might was akin to a prison, where words became commands. The entire realm of divine concealment fell into an absolute, suffocating silence. Only the soft glow emanating from the silver cocoon flowed silently. In the midst of this, only Mo Tian stood upright. The space around him rippled gently, the faint glimmer of the mental prism, flickering briefly, effortlessly dispelling the soul-shaking impact of that overwhelming divine presence. His aura remained steady as before, his gaze still tranquil, as if the heart-stopping battle had never transpired, his form devoid of even a wrinkle. This stood in stark contrast to the other ferocious beasts, whose auras appeared somewhat disordered, some even bearing injuries, like Ziji's broken armor. Tian's golden pupils gazed deeply at Mo Tian, the tumult within his heart nearly impossible to contain. The composure exhibited by this human under the Lord's divine authority was even more terrifying than he had imagined. At that moment, Mo Tian moved. Z. A flash of purple lightning erupted as he activated Dragon's Ascendance. His figure vanished from sight in an instant, reappearing like a specter before the peculiar ancient tree. A mere 10 paces away from the silver cocoon radiating supreme divine power. This action caused the recently subdued ferocious beasts to feel their hearts leap into their throats. Tian's pupils constricted sharply, instinctively ready for his dragon might to erupt once more. The Lord was within arm's reach. However, Mo Tian did not approach any closer. He halted his steps, facing the silver cocoon that radiated a gentle yet vast divine power, and performed an action that took all the ferocious beasts, including Aroa, by surprise. His right hand fell naturally by his side, while his left arm was raised, his palm gently resting over his heart. Standing tall like a pine tree, he exuded an ancient and solemn bearing, slightly inclining his body towards the cocoon, executing a flawless, classically elegant gentleman's bow. The movement was graceful and fluid, imbued with a profound sense of respect. This was not merely an homage to power, but also an acknowledgement of status and realm, regardless of his stance. Within the silver cocoon lay the only existing true level 100 deity in this world, an entity perched atop the pyramid of strength. Mo Tian offered this respect with unwavering composure. The light of the silver cocoon seemed to soften ever so slightly. Within, Yuna's consciousness clearly perceived this intruder. Clad in black attire, he stood tall like a sword drawn from its sheath. His dark hair was casually tied back, with several strands cascading over his forehead, accentuating his stern features, sculpted with the precision of the finest artistry. His skin, pale and slightly hardened from years of honing, contrasted with his sharp brows that arched towards his temples, while his deep-set eyes resembled a vast starry sky, serene and cold. His fitted black attire sculpted a robust physique, covered by a layer of gossamer-like armor that shimmered with a profound dark golden hue, a reward from the system, akin to dragon scales, offering formidable defense without sacrificing agility or mystery. The paradoxical traits of coldness, strength, mystery, and elegance fused remarkably within him. Particularly striking were his eyes. Devoid of the usual fervor, reverence, or fear commonly seen in mortals before deities, instead, they reflected a tranquil depth, coupled with a fleeting glimmer of pure respect for a higher power during his bow. After millennia of slumber, Gu Yuna's consciousness stirred with the faintest ripple. This human intrigued her. He slightly turned to indicate behind him. A Rual, 100,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit transformed, a level 90 quasi-title Douluo, Xiao Wu, his daughter. Also a 100,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit transformed, De Ming and Air Ming, both 100,000-year-old soul beasts. His introduction was concise, devoid of any superfluous embellishments. Once concluded, Mo Tian's gaze grew solemn once more, fixing intently on the silver cocoon as he spoke gravely. We have intruded upon this sacred ground out of necessity, compelled by the will of the Rakshasa god, which has incited the new pope of the spirit hall, Bibi Dong, to pursue Arua, Xiaowu, Deming, and heir Ming for annihilation, targeting Arua as soul ring and bone to complete her divine trial. The Rakshasa god, Guyuna's light, melodious voice, yet imbued with unmatched authority, resonated in the hearts of Mo Tian and all the ferocious beasts, carrying a palpable tone of disgust and chilling murderous intent. Akin to 1,000-year-old ice. The divine realm. Once again, the divine realm. The harrowing scenes of the dragon god being besieged and torn apart by the deities of the divine realm, the protracted years of oppression and pursuit, the deep-seated hatred and humiliation were instantly reignited by the mere mention of the Rakshasa god's name. The hand of the divine once again reaches out towards the soul beast clan, employing a despicable manipulation of humanity to hunt down her last remaining precious kin of 10,000 years. A cold snort, infused with boundless rage, reverberated like an invisible storm, causing all ferocious beasts to feel a piercing pain in their souls, compelling them to bow even lower. Though the voice of Gu Yuna regained its tranquility, beneath that calmness lay a chilling decisiveness capable of freezing souls. This place shall offer you refuge. Solely due to the intervention of the Rakshasa god, Gu Yuna provided the most unequivocal response. The divine decree of the Silver Dragon King resonated throughout the hidden realm. Tian, by G. Take them down and settle them. From this day forth, this shall be your sanctuary. The hunters of the divine shall advance no further. As Gu Yuna's divine proclamation descended, the radiance of the silver cocoon gradually receded, returning to its previous serene state. Yet the overwhelming divine majesty enveloping the area remained unbroken, serving as an impenetrable barrier that declared this ground sacred and inviolable. Aro tightly embraced Xiao Wu, tears streaming down her cheeks, a manifestation of immense joy for having survived calamity and profound gratitude for the protection of the deity. Deming lowered his massive head slightly, emitting a deep and reverent spiritual wave. Erming also subdued his previous agitation, his colossal form bowing slightly. Although the ferocious beasts harbored lingering doubts and vigilance, none dared voice dissent in the face of their leader's explicit decree. Tian and Bai Ji exchanged glances, stepping forward. The hidden realm opened wide its gates of sanctuary to these four soul beasts, marked by the divine. Meanwhile, Mo Tian, the enigmatic human who brought prophecies, tore through barriers. And subdued ferocious beasts stood quietly before the ancient tree, his figure appearing increasingly profound and inscrutable beneath the flowing silver radiance. Chapter 11. The Divine Hunting Ground, the substitute of Rakshasa in the core area of the Star-Do Great Forest's periphery. The once tranquil serenity had long been replaced by slaughter and greed. Beneath the shadows of towering ancient trees stood over 100 soul masters clad in the uniform of the spirit hall, their presence heavy, eyes sharp. The lowest among them being soul sage level, with 10 soul Doa level powerhouses stationed at critical positions, guarding the central area that had been temporarily cleared. In the open space, a magnificent aura flowed. An exquisitely crafted storage soul guide was activated, revealing not ordinary items, but a massive chair constructed from dark metal and a certain jet-black soul beast bone. The backrest towered high, adorned with a gem that shimmered with deep purple radiance at its apex, while the chair's body was intricately carved with menacing spider webs and skull motifs, exuding a chilling, authoritative presence tinged with a hint of sinister aura. The Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, sat gracefully upon it. Her skin was as pale as snow, almost translucent, glowing with a jade-like sheen under the dim forest light. Cascading down to her waist, her soft, lavender hair bore slight curls at the ends, reminiscent of the finest silk. Her beauty was exquisite, a testament to the creator's artistry, with flawless features, elegantly arched brows, a striking nose, and lips the color of luscious roses. However, within the depths of her profound, translucent eyes, akin to amethyst, lay a sediment of icy indifference, an aloof gaze of superiority, and a hint of deep-seated, soul-consuming madness and malevolence. Her slender, alabaster fingers lightly tapped against the frigid, bony armrest, producing a monotonous, oppressive thud with each strike, reverberating through the taut heartstrings of the surrounding soul masters. 3 days had passed. The traces of the 100,000-year soul beasts had seemingly evaporated into thin air. The celestial blue bull python, the titan giant ape, and the gentle bone rabbit had all vanished, including the essence of the shape-shifting rabbit, Xiao Wu. from the heart of the forest where they were meant to reside. Tidal Douluo Yueguan and Ghost Douluo Guemei had employed every tracking secret technique at their disposal, even disturbing other formidable soul beasts, yet remained empty-handed. It was as if an invisible hand had erased their target entirely. Bibi Dong closed her eyes in contemplation, her thick eyelashes casting a small shadow beneath them. Just as the oppressive atmosphere reached its zenith, a hum reverberated, an indescribable, frigid, malevolent presence, seemingly embodying all the negative emotions of the world, descended without warning into the depths of Bibi Dong's consciousness. Her delicate form trembled imperceptibly, and within her tightly shut eyes, purple light flickered. Within her mind, an immense, unfathomable phantasmal figure slowly emerged. It bore no distinct shape, resembling instead a confluence of countless twisted grievances, thick malevolence, scarlet bloodlust, and the darkest, most sinister energies. Countless tormented, wailing souls floated around it, dissipating and exuding a chilling aura of despair that could freeze one's very soul. This was the evil deity of the divine realm, the overseer of malevolent thoughts, wielding the power of the utmost wickedness and vengeful slaughter. Representing the source of all negative emotions, Resetsu trials, retrieve 200,000 soul rings. Time limit, 3 days remaining. Failure penalty, half of Resetsu's power will be stripped, and the soul shall eternally suffer from the torment of malevolent thoughts. The cold, brutal, and irrefutable decree of the divine, akin to the most malicious curse, seared itself into Bibi Dong's very soul. The punishment it entailed sent waves of tearing pain and terror coursing through her essence. Useless, the thoughts of the Resetsu, formed from countless grievances, screeched within Bibi Dong's consciousness, unable to locate even a mere soul beast. It seems I must personally guide you in the right direction. The will of the Resetsu spread like a chilling serpent, swiftly permeating Bibi Dong's consciousness and silently infiltrating the depths of this ancient forest. An insidious divine thought, imperceptible to mortals, tainted the forest's will, forcibly distorting the trajectories of certain powerful entities. Just as Bibi Dong opened her eyes, imbued with frigid fury and a hint of madness, a voice rang out, "Your Holiness." To the northeast, a powerful soul energy fluctuation has been detected. It is of the 100,000-year caliber. Moreover, there are two. The sharp voice of Tidal Douluo Yueguan echoed with incredulous delight. Bibi Dong suddenly raised her head, her gaze like lightning, piercing through the layers of treetops towards the northeast. Boom, boom. A pair of ferocious and malevolent soul beasts, emanating an aura steeped in profound wickedness, erupted from the depths of the northeastern forest like twin hurricanes. Their formidable presence eclipsed that of ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts, saturated with chaos, bloodlust, and a frenzied madness forcibly ignited. One of them was an enormous spider of an almost suffocating size, its body encased in a heavy shell of dark purple, glimmering with a metallic sheen. Each of its 8 spear-like legs plunged deep into the ground with every movement. Most terrifying of all was its grotesque head, which bore not the fangs of a spider, but an immensely distorted human face, as if painfully stitched onto the spider's form. The hollow eyes of this visage wept a viscous black liquid, emitting a silent, venomous wail of resentment. It was the 10,000-year faceless demon Spider King, grotesquely catalyzed and mutated by the forceful influence of the Rakshasa's spirit. The other creature appeared eerie and ethereal, resembling a gargantuan butterfly magnified 1,000-fold, with a wingspan exceeding 20 meters. Yet, its wings were not resplendent. Instead, they exuded a disquieting darkness, as though capable of absorbing all light. Strange, ink-green patterns flowed along the edges of its wings, and with each flap, it conjured vast shadows that distorted vision, as if it could devour light and space itself. Countless tiny, eye-like points of eerie green light flickered upon its wings, radiating potent waves of mental interference and illusory distortion. This was the 10,000-year shadow demon butterfly, tainted by the malign influence of the Rakshasa. These two artificially created 10,000-year soul beasts, infused with the malice and madness of the Rakshasa, charged towards the location of the Spirit Hall's members like uncontrollable machines of slaughter, leaving in their wake a trail of corruption and death, where trees were eroded and life was siphoned away. Just at that moment, Bibi Dong's eyes glimmered with a fierce purple light, and a cruel, sinister smile curled at the corners of her mouth. Seated motionless upon her papal throne, she coldly uttered a single command: "Subdue them." "At your command," responded both the Tulip Douluo Yueguan and the Ghost Douluo Guemei, their figures shooting forth like phantoms. The martial soul fusion technique, Polar Stillness Domain, was activated. Yueguan and Guemei's silhouettes merged instantaneously in the air, as the radiant sky tulip and the ghostly phantasm erupted in a dazzling display of golden light and profound darkness. The two beams of light entwined like colossal serpents, rapidly expanding to form a vast, semi-transparent barrier of gold and silver, exceeding 100 meters in diameter, perfectly enveloping the two rampaging 10,000-year soul beasts. Within this luminous barrier, time and space were forcibly frozen. The Spider King's poised legs, the shadow demon butterfly's massive wings stirring up a tempest of shadows, the violent soul powers surging from their bodies. Even the venom spewing from their mouths and the silent screams of madness all fell into absolute stillness the moment the barrier took shape, as if they were two colossal statues instantaneously encased in ice. This martial soul fusion technique, executed by two titled Douluos of level 94, possessed the power to temporarily imprison even a level 95 super Douluo. Dealing with two forcibly catalyzed soul beasts, possessing immense power, yet lacking coherent intellect, has proven to be remarkably effective. In the distance, 10 soul Douluos and 100 soul saints stood in formation, their voices resonating with fervor and reverence. They resembled the most loyal of soldiers, arranged in impeccable order, their soul rings glowing subtly while their gazes remained fixed upon the still epicenter of battle, eagerly awaiting the final decree of the Pope. At last, Bibi Dong stirred. She gracefully rose from the Pope's throne, her presence exuding an air of elegance intertwined with oppressive might. With a single step, it seemed as though invisible stairs materialized beneath her, allowing her to tread lightly towards the two immobilized beasts. As she advanced, an aura far colder and more sinister than that of the ferocious creatures erupted, as if a horrific essence from the depths of the underworld had been unleashed. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. 9 soul rings, akin to the burning rings of a 9-layered hell, ascended sequentially beneath her feet. Particularly striking was the 9th ring, a deep crimson hue reminiscent of blood, emanating an overwhelming pressure that left one breathless. The Death Spider Emperor, possessing her. A chilling voice echoed like a harbinger of death. In an instant, Bibi Dong was enveloped in a layer of dark purple radiance. 8 legs, shimmering with a metallic sheen of dark purple, resembling sharp scythes, abruptly extended from her back. Her upper body was adorned with dark purple armor, accentuating her breathtaking silhouette, while her face was veiled with a thin purple mask, revealing only her cold, merciless violet eyes. An amalgamation of venom, death, and a consuming aura surged forth, engulfing the arena like a tidal wave. She hovered before the colossal head of the man-faced demonic spider, embodying the very essence of a death goddess descending upon the mortal realm. Behind her, the most robust of spider legs was raised high, dark purple light gathering fervently at its tip, compressing into a heart-stopping deep violet. The 9th soul skill of the Death Spider Emperor, eternal creation. With a soft hiss, there was no earth-shattering sound, only a minuscule yet profound deep violet beam, seemingly transcending the boundaries of time and space, shot forth from the tip of that spider leg. The beam pierced through the heavily armored head of the man-faced demonic spider. The shell, formidable enough to withstand a full-force strike from a tidal Douluo, was effortlessly penetrated by this light imbued with death and the curse of eternity, akin to mere parchment. In that instant of penetration, the contorted visage of the man-faced demonic spider froze in agony and malice, swiftly transforming into a pallid stillness. Within its massive form, vitality was obliterated in an instant by an overwhelmingly tyrannical force of death and curse. A single strike to extinguish life. Bibi Dong's figure did not waver in the slightest, as if she had teleported to hover above the vast, shadowy wings of the shadow demon butterfly. With her hands poised in an ethereal grasp, 2 enormous scythes, forged from pure death energy, manifested from thin air. The 8th soul skill of the Death Spider Emperor clone. In a flash, 2 identical clones emerged, radiating the same terrifying aura of death. 3 colossal death scythes, shrieking as they tore through space and harvested souls, simultaneously struck towards the relatively fragile wing roots connecting to the body of the shadow demon butterfly. With a soft squelch, it was as effortless as a hot knife slicing through butter. 3 deep purple blades of light intersected with a dazzling brilliance. The dark wings of the shadow demon butterfly, vast enough to devour light, were severed at the roots. At the fracture, there was no blood, only the rapid spread of decay and pallor, eroded by the energy of death. The wingless demon butterfly, akin to a bird with broken wings, thrashed helplessly in the stagnant realm, its mental waves filled with despairing wails. Bibi Dong, merging her true form with her avatar, raised the scythe of death high, aiming at the core of the shadow demon butterfly, adorned with eerie green eye-like patterns, and struck down fiercely. Die. Boom. The purplish-black energy of death surged forth like a breached dam, instantly engulfing and obliterating the body of the shadow demon butterfly. From the initiation in the realm of absolute stillness to the demise of the 200,000-year soul beasts birthed by the Roshok divine will. The entire process transpired in mere moments. Clean, swift, ruthless. It showcased the terrifying might of the new Pope's absolute supremacy. A deep crimson soul ring and a slightly lesser, yet still imposing black soul ring slowly ascended from the carcasses of the two soul beasts. Simultaneously, a dark, butterfly-shaped head soul bone, shimmering with a mesmerizing halo, emerged from the obliterated core of the shadow demon butterfly. Radiating potent mental waves and an aura of cunning, the head soul bone of the 100,000-year shadow demon butterfly. A hint of satisfaction finally graced Bibi Dong's cold visage. She waved her hand, and the 100,000-year soul ring along with the cunning head soul bone flew into her storage soul guide. Without a glance at the black soul rings, she merely nodded slightly to Yu Xiaogang, who understood the signal and immediately retracted the realm, instructing the soul masters to form the tightest defensive formation. Bibi Dong sat cross-legged in midair, retracting her Death Spider Emperor martial soul and manifesting her soul, devouring Spider Emperor martial soul. A more chilling, purplish-black radiance, seemingly capable of consuming souls, enveloped her entire being. Without hesitation, she began to draw upon the deep crimson 100,000-year soul ring and absorb the head soul bone of the shadow demon butterfly. The fifth trial of the Roshok divine examination was nearing completion. Her aura, bolstered by the sinister soul ring and soul bone, began to ascend toward a deeper, more terrifying realm. A faint, almost imperceptible shadow of Roshok loomed behind her, gazing with greedy eyes. Chapter 12. A different trajectory. The solitary Shura in the domain of the hidden, 6 years had quietly slipped away. Within this extraordinary space, flowing with silvery radiance, the essence of life was 100 times more potent than in the outside world. In this sanctified land nourished by the divine power of the Silver Dragon King, a single day of cultivation equated to a year in the outside realm. Beside a clear lake, formed from pure life energy, a vibrant, melodious voice rang out. "Hey, take this." Bow and arrow. A figure of a girl, around 12 years of age, leaped up like a pink whirlwind. She was lithe and graceful, clad in a fitted pink outfit, her long scorpion braid playfully swaying behind her. It was Xiao Wu. Surrounding her were 3 soul rings of yellow, and purple, with her soul power radiating at an impressive 35 levels of battle soul respect. This speed far exceeded the progress she had made while following Tang San and Yu Xiaogang in the original narrative. Before her, her slender waist executed an astonishing twist in the air, while her elongated right leg, akin to a steel whip, sliced through the atmosphere with a sharp whoosh, striking fiercely at the ethereal silhouette of a magnificent emerald swan by the lake, which was preening its feathers, a projection of Biji serving as her sparring partner. The force of her kick was fierce and the angle cunning, showcasing the agility and explosive potential of the soft-bone rabbit to perfection. Xiao Wu, though possessing considerable strength, lacked in penetration and exhibited more flexibility than power. A gentle yet authoritative female voice resonated nearby. The speaker was a stunning woman clad in a modest moon-white gown. Her graceful figure exuded both a serene elegance and a profound strength, embodying the essence of a Ru. 6 years had not marred her visage. Rather, they had bestowed upon her an air of mature charm. At that moment, she was surrounded by a dazzling array of soul rings. Yellow, purple, black, red. 9 soul rings. The deep crimson 10,000-year soul ring emanated an overwhelming vitality and the formidable pressure befitting a tidal Douluo. Level 90. Under the rich energy of the hidden domain and occasional guidance from Mo Qian, primarily in the form of resource provision and directional affirmation, she had successfully attained the rank of a tidal Douluo, the soft-bone Douluo. On the opposite side of the lake, 2 tall and robust men were engaged in combat practice. One of them, tall and statuesque, possessed a handsome visage tinged with scholarly grace. His long azure hair cascading over his shoulders, and his deep blue eyes resembling tranquil lakes, emanating an aura of profound depth. This was the transformed Tianqing Yomang, Daming. He was encircled by 7 soul rings. Yellow, purple, black. A soul sage at level 79. Thanks to his solid foundation and the environment of the hidden domain, his training speed was nothing short of extraordinary. The other man was far more imposing. Towering over 2 meters, his muscles bulging like granite, his hair short and black as steel needles, his rugged features sharp and fierce, imbued with an explosive sense of power. This was the transformed Titan giant ape, Erming. He was surrounded by 6 soul rings. Yellow, purple, black. A soul emperor at level 63. Though slightly slower than Daming, his raw power surpassed that of any human soul master of the same rank. As their fists and feet clashed, a thunderous sound erupted. The sheer physical force creating ripples of energy. Clearly both were adapting to their transformed human forms and combat styles. Mo Qian sat cross-legged on a floating silver crystal some distance away, his eyes closed in deep concentration. His aura was subdued to the utmost, akin to an ancient well. Over the 6 years, his level seemed to remain at 95, yet the tranquil energy he exuded felt as though it had been tempered through countless trials. Becoming more profound and solid, like a volcano poised to erupt, harboring unimaginable power. Even the slightest leak of his aura sent shivers down the spines of Daming and Erming, who were practicing not far away. His teaching method was simple and direct. He provided Xiao Wu and Eru with the highest level meditation techniques and soul skill applications suited to their martial spirits, derived from the system. Offered the purest energy environment within the hidden domain, and occasionally engaged in undisclosed exchanges with fearsome beasts like Tian, more often than not. A one-sided suppression and learning experience. The remainder relied solely on their own comprehension and rigorous training. The results were remarkable. Brother Mo Tian, how was that kick of mine? Xiao Wu triumphed over the shadow projection of Bai Ji, effortlessly suppressing an overwhelming power. She skipped joyfully to Mo Tian, her bright eyes sparkling with anticipation for praise. Mo Tian slowly opened his eyes, his cold gaze sweeping over Xiao Wu before he nodded slightly, deeming her performance satisfactory. As always, his response was succinct and frigid. Yet Xiao Wu had grown accustomed to it, her smile radiant as ever. Aro observed her daughter with eyes filled with tenderness and pride. She turned to Mo Tian, poised to speak, when he suddenly lifted his gaze, as if penetrating the myriad barriers of the divine hidden domain, directing his attention towards the distant north, his expression inscrutable. Meanwhile, in the far north, within the Heavendo Empire, in the city of Notting, at the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, in Dormitory 7, the room was sparsely furnished, with several hard beds neatly arranged. A boy of about 11 or 12, clad in simple blue attire, was quietly organizing his bed. His features were handsome, and his gaze, calm beyond his years, exuded an intensity and restraint that belied his age. This was Tang San. In this life, the position of the dormitory leader remained vacant. There was no lively girl with a pink dress and scorpion braid to challenge him, nor the sweet call of Sister Xiao Wu. The other working students in the dorm maintained a respectful distance from this taciturn newcomer, whose piercing gaze seemed to intimidate them. Once his bed was made, Tang San sat alone on the edge of his bed, producing a letter left by his father, Tang Hao. The coarse paper bore familiar handwriting. Its message unchanged from his previous life. Depart, grow stronger, and protect the fragile grass with your mighty left hand. Without Xiao Wu by his side, chattering excitedly about their new experiences at the academy, the weight of departure and responsibility felt even more profound and isolating. He quietly tucked the letter away, his resolve solidifying, yet shrouded in solitude. 5 years slipped quietly by, marked by the monotony of training, lessons in martial soul theory, and the toil of working students. Absent were the sister to protect, the confidant to share secrets with, and the comrades to fight alongside. Tang San's presence on the academy grounds often appeared solitary and desolate. He resembled a silent sponge, fervently absorbing the theoretical knowledge imparted by Yu Xiaogang, diligently practicing the Xiantian Kung Fu and the Tang sect's secret arts, channeling all his energy into becoming stronger. Yu Xiaogang observed this exceptionally gifted yet profoundly reclusive disciple. His eyes filled with a complex mix of expectation and an ineffable sense of regret. This child was akin to a blade honed too early, sharp yet devoid of warmth. In the stillness of the night, Tang San sat cross-legged alone atop the dormitory roof, gazing at the luminous moon hanging in the sky. He unleashed his blue-silver, grass martial soul, the delicate blade swaying gently in the moonlight. The Xiantian Kung Fu circulated slowly within him. Lacking the companionship of the soft-boned rabbit, he was left with only the cold moonlight illuminating the silhouette of a boy who was both lonely and determined. The path ahead seemed, from the very beginning, destined to diverge in an entirely different direction. Chapter 13. The Diverging Trajectory in the Kingdom of Barak. Outside the city of Soto, far removed from the clamor and splendor of urban life, a dirt road, worn and uneven from the passage of countless wheels, meandered onward. At the end of the road lies a small village, so unremarkable that even its name seems casual. A few rickety thatched cottages and a handful of barren fields constitute the entirety of this desolate scene. Yet, on the outskirts of this dilapidated hamlet stands a weathered wooden sign, its paint peeling to the point that the words are nearly illegible. Inscribed haphazardly with the word Shrek Academy. The academy itself epitomizes simplicity to an extreme degree. Several low structures, built from rough timber, are huddled together, their thatched roofs sparse as if a gust of wind could easily lift them away. The so-called playground is merely an uneven expanse of muddy ground, overgrown with weeds. The only training apparatus consists of a few wooden stakes embedded in the earth, their surfaces marred with cracks. The air is thick with the scents of soil, grass clippings, and a faint hint of livestock. Were it not for that sign, and the gathering crowd at the village entrance, one would hardly believe this to be a mid-level Soul Master Academy. At this moment, a somewhat level patch of ground at the village entrance hosts a rickety wooden table, one leg missing and propped up by stones. Behind the table sits an elderly man. Tall and gaunt, he wears a faded gray robe, his hair grizzled, and his face etched with deep wrinkles, save for his eyes, which occasionally flicker with a glimmer of vitality. Before him lies a battered bowl, within which a few copper soul coins lay scattered. Beside the table stands a wooden stick, at the top of which hangs a dirty cloth, inscribed with ink that details the enrollment requirements for Shrek Academy. Applicants must be no older than 13 years, possess a soul power of at least level 21, and have 2 soul rings, each a century old. This venerable figure is none other than Yu Xiaogang, a teacher at Shrek Academy. Children and parents line up incessantly to enroll, yet the majority are swiftly dismissed by Yu Xiaogang's bony hand. Pronounced as either exceeding the age limit or lacking sufficient soul power, their protests and lamentations echoing as the 10 gold soul coins required for the enrollment fee are confiscated. The atmosphere is chaotic and noisy. At this juncture, a modestly dressed youth in a blue outfit, with black hair, quietly takes his place at the end of the line. With a refined countenance and composed demeanor, he is Tang San, having come at the behest of Yu Xiaogang. When it is Tang San's turn, Yu Xiaogang's murky old eyes linger on him for a moment, his skeletal hand gripping the boy's wrist. After a brief pause, a flicker of barely perceptible surprise crosses the old man's eyes. Bone age 12, qualified. Release your martial soul and soul rings. Tang San nods silently. As he channels his Xiantian skill, the aura of his soul power radiates outward. A delicate yet resilient blue-silver grass materializes from his palm, shimmering with a blue light. Following this, 2 brilliant yellow 100-year soul rings rise from beneath his feet, pulsating gently. Blue-silver grass? A level 29 Great Soul Master at the age of 12? Yu Xiaogang's voice quivers with incredulity, and the crowd that remains, either unwilling to leave or drawn by curiosity, falls into an astonished silence. Their eyes fixated on Tang San with expressions of disbelief, envy, and even jealousy. Blue-silver grass, widely regarded as a useless martial soul, has achieved such a level of cultivation at this tender age? This is nothing short of revolutionary. Before long, 2 more striking figures pass the test. A young maiden. Her skin is fair as snow, adorns herself in a simple white gown, its silver trim elegantly defining her exquisite silhouette. Her short hair, meticulously styled to graze her ears, frames her cheeks with a gentle grace, accentuating her noble and serene demeanor. Her complexion is as tender as a freshly shelled egg, and her delicate features are beyond reproach. Particularly her eyes, crystal clear and imbued with a hint of innocent curiosity and vivacity. Beneath her feet, 2 golden soul rings pulse with energy, while she cradles a resplendent 7-tiered glass pagoda, the 7 treasures glazed tower. She is none other than Ning Rongrong, the beloved princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. In stark contrast to Ning Rongrong's gentle allure stands another young lady. With a figure that captivates, she dons a form-fitting black leather outfit that accentuates her breathtaking curves. Her bosom is full and rounded, her waist so slender it could be encircled by a mere hand, and her legs are long and straight. Her countenance is strikingly cold, as if draped in a layer of frost, with her long black hair cascading over her shoulders. Most arresting are her eyes, feline in nature, bearing a profound and icy blue hue, vigilant and seemingly ever prepared to hunt, exuding an air of aloofness that keeps others at bay. Like her counterpart, she too possesses 2 golden rings at her feet, and when her martial spirit manifests, sharp, shadowy claws emerge from her fingertips, imbued with a chilling aura. She is Zhu Zhuqing, the ethereal spectral cat. Dai Mubai, with his radiant golden locks and enchanting heterochromatic eyes, stands tall and robust, having awaited their arrival. He steps forward, a barely perceptible smirk playing on his lips. Have you all qualified? Follow me to the 4th challenge. I am Dai Mubai, tasked with guiding you. He casts a lingering glance at Zhu Zhuqing before beckoning Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing to accompany him deeper into the village. At that moment, a cheerful, vibrant voice rings out, reminiscent of a sprite frolicking through the woods. Wait, we are here too. Everyone turns to the source of the sound, only to see a petite figure in pink bounding toward them. Her cherubic face is adorned with a radiant smile, her large eyes curving into crescent moons, radiating a delightful innocence and energy. She is Xiao Wu. Beside her strides a tall, imposing figure clad in black. He appears to be around 18 or 19. His posture is steady as a pine tree. Dressed in a tailored black ensemble that defines his athletic build, he wears a gossamer-like armor that shimmers with a deep, dark golden hue, akin to dragon scales, enhancing his aura of mystery and strength. His inky hair is loosely tied at the back, with a few stray strands falling over his forehead, adding to his strikingly chiseled features, reminiscent of a flawless sculpture. His brows arch sharply, and his high nose complements tightly pressed lips. Most disquieting are his eyes, deep and profound as if they harbor an entire cosmos, silent and frigid, as if no force in the world could stir ripples within. His skin, honed from years of perseverance, bears a hardened pallor, glistening under the sun like polished jade. He walks steadily, matching Xiao Wu's pace by half a step, embodying the essence of a silent guardian. Two individuals, one clad in white and the other in black, one vibrant as the spring sun and the other frigid as a deep abyss, stood together, creating a captivating tableau that ensnared the gaze of all. They resembled celestial beings, untouched by the mundane world, who had stumbled into this earthly mire. A low murmur of awe rippled through the crowd, with many youthful eyes drawn irresistibly to the nearly flawless, austere profile of the young man, Qian. He was strikingly handsome, a beauty that was both breathtaking and exuded an undeniable aura. Xiao Wu, holding Qian's hand, dashed to the table of Li Yusong, beaming as she declared, "Grandpa, I wish to register." Li Yusong, his murky gaze sweeping over Xiao Wu, lingered for a considerable time on the enigmatic youth beside her, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. He extended a bony hand, inquiring, "What is your age?" However, Qian subtly raised his hand, a casual yet authoritative gesture that halted Li Yusong's advance toward Xiao Wu. Without uttering a word, he cast a quiet glance at Xiao Wu with his tranquil eyes. She instantly comprehended, a glint of mischief sparkling in her large eyes. With a hum, the wave of soul power erupted forth. Yellow, yellow, purple. 3 brilliant soul rings sprang to life from beneath Xiao Wu's feet, dancing joyfully around her lithe form. The aura of a 35th level soul master was unleashed without reservation. 12 years old, a 35th level soul master. Li Yusong's aged eyes widened in disbelief, a gasp escaping his lips. The table before him shook slightly from the shock. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The earlier revelation of the 29th level blue silver grass was already remarkable. And now a 12-year-old soul master with the optimal ring configuration appeared. What kind of extraordinary talents was Shrek recruiting this year? What nearly caused Li Yusong's heart to falter was the realization that when his gaze instinctively shifted to the young man in black beside Xiao Wu, Qian had not even released his martial soul, nor did any soul rings materialize. He merely exuded an exceedingly faint aura, seemingly unconcerned. Chapter 14. The Enigmatic Youth and the Mundane World Boom. That fleeting aura was akin to an ancient, slumbering beast awakening with a mere crack of an eye. Cold, heavy, imbued with a terrifying will that could sever all and consume everything. It descended upon Li Yusong's heart like an invisible mountain, weighing heavily upon him. Li Yusong trembled violently. His frail body tensed as though gripped by an unseen giant hand around his throat. He felt his dragon-patterned staff martial soul resonate with a terrifying hum deep within his essence. His back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. It was a pressure born of the essence of life, an instinctive force from the soul. He had no doubt that with a mere glance, the youth could utterly subdue him. What sort of monster was this young man, scarcely appearing to be 18 or 19? Qian seemed oblivious, the aura vanishing as quickly as it had appeared, returning to an unfathomable stillness. It was as if the suffocating pressure had been merely a figment of Li Yusong's imagination. Dai Mubai also noticed the commotion, his dual-colored eyes beneath golden locks narrowing sharply, filled with profound apprehension and wariness as he cast a glance towards Qian, suppressing the tumultuous waves within his heart. He feigned composure and spoke, "Since we have all qualified, let us proceed together to the 4th challenge." He gestured for Xiao Wu and Qian to follow the trio of Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, who had already advanced ahead. Xiao Wu cheered, affectionately wrapping her arms around Qian's, skipping joyfully to keep pace. Qian, with an impassive expression, allowed her to cling to him, maintaining a steady stride. The group traversed the sole passable path through the village, flanked by dilapidated cottages and odorous muddy ponds, creating a starkly bizarre contrast to the opulence of Ning Rongrong. The icy allure of Zhu Zhuqing, the vivacious spirit of Xiao Wu, the depth of Qian, and the steadfastness of Tang San. As they turned a corner, a rich and tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, enticing their senses. Sausages. Oscar brand sausages. Delicious and affordable, just 5 copper soul coins each. Don't miss out. Savor my sausages, and I guarantee your assessment will go smoothly. A somewhat exaggerated vendor's voice rang out. Beneath a large tree by the roadside stood a modest cart, behind which was a scruffy man in his 30s, sporting a bushy beard. Clad in a greasy apron, he wore a sycophantic smile while expertly grilling several sizzling, oil-dripping sausages. It was none other than Oscar, a culinary soul master from Shrek Academy. The intoxicating aroma of meat mixed with the crispness of the grease was a lethal temptation for the weary travelers who had endured a long journey and the rigors of the assessment. Tang San's eyes flickered, and he patted his stomach, retrieving 5 copper soul coins from his waist pouch, stepping forward to purchase a sausage. He took a bite. The exterior crisp and the interior bursting with juices, the rich meaty flavor exploding in his mouth, prompting him to squint slightly in satisfaction. So delicious. The enticing scent reached Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu as well. Zhu Zhuqing's icy feline gaze darted towards the shiny sausages, and her throat seemed to involuntarily constrict. Yet her expression remained stoic as she quickly averted her gaze. Having grown up amidst the treachery of the Zhu family in the Star Luo Empire, with a father who cared not and a mother who showed no affection, her hopes for the future as Dai Mubai's fiancée had been crushed. The brutal competitive rules of the imperial family had led to her fiancé's elder brother murdering his younger sibling, forcing this supposed betrothed to flee the Star Luo Empire in fear and despair, abandoning her entirely. In pursuit of this coward and for her own salvation, she had escaped the Zhu family alone, enduring countless assassination attempts from her family's elder sister, narrowly evading death multiple times until she finally reached the Heavendo Empire and found Shrek Academy. She harbored only disappointment and disdain for Dai Mubai and was filled with suspicion and aversion towards men. Food, merely a means of sustenance. Ning Rongrong, on the other hand, slightly furrowed her delicate brows, her glass-like eyes betraying a hint of disdain. As the petite princess of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, she had been accustomed to a life of luxury since childhood, having encountered every delicacy imaginable. The crude food from the street vendor, greasy and prepared in a filthy environment, was utterly unpalatable to her. While the alluring aroma piqued her interest, her inherent pride rendered her dismissive of such fare. She stood aloof, as if merely gazing at the cart would tarnish her vision. In stark contrast, Xiao Wu's reaction was immediate and exuberant. Her large eyes sparkled with delight, and her rosy tongue instinctively moistened her lips as she clutched Meng Tian's arm, shaking it eagerly. "Brother Meng Tian, it smells so good. I want to eat." During her 6 years in the sacred hidden domain, although she had been filled with abundant energy and had progressed rapidly in her training, Meng Tian's extraordinary system shop had spoiled her palate with an array of exquisite snacks unknown to her. This had nurtured her discerning taste and developed her insatiable appetite. Finally out with Meng Tian, she had savored various regional specialties along their journey, and the enticing aroma of the grilled sausage before her instantly ignited her cravings. Meng Tian remained expressionless, casting a brief glance at Oscar's sausages. The delicacies in his system shop ranged from spirit fruits imbued with divine energy to exotic dishes from other realms, rendering the mundane meat before him utterly uninteresting. He allowed Xiao Wu to shake his arm without voicing any objection. Interpreting his silence as tacit approval, Xiao Wu released his arm and joyfully dashed to the cart, producing several gleaming copper soul coins, allowance given by Meng Tian. "Sir, I'll take 3. Though she hadn't inquired about Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, it was imperative that she purchase for both Meng Tian and herself. Ning Rongrong glanced at the copper coins Xiao Wu offered, then at the greasy sausages, her lips curling in disdain as she turned away. Zhu Zhuqing maintained her stoic demeanor, yet her gaze lingered briefly on the coins in Xiao Wu's hand. Oscar, observing the lively and delicate Xiao Wu and the enigmatic, strikingly handsome young man in black behind her, wore an even more sycophantic smile. "Certainly, little lady. Just a moment. It will be ready shortly. Freshly made, I assure your satisfaction." He quickly grabbed 3 of the best grilled sausages, preparing to hand them over. "Stop." A low growl, laced with urgency, interrupted the moment. He immediately saw Xiao Wu reaching for her coins, with Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong standing beside her, while the smirking Oscar beamed at the scene. "Oscar, are you up to your old tricks again?" Dai Mubai charged forward, positioning himself protectively between Xiao Wu and Oscar, glaring fiercely at the latter. Oscar's smile faltered, quickly replaced by a feigned look of innocence. "Boss Dai, you mustn't make baseless accusations. This is a legitimate transaction. Fair and square. Just look at these sausages, how aromatic they are." He waved the glistening sausages in his hand. "Legitimate?" Dai Mubai scoffed, pointing at Oscar. He turned to the bewildered newcomers, especially Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong. Do you know where these sausages come from? Let him explain. Oscar's face fell, hesitating to speak. Daimubai, growing impatient, urged him, speak up. Otherwise, I will divulge the truth myself. Oscar, with a forlorn expression and a hesitant demeanor, recited in an exceedingly peculiar tone. Imbued with an unusual rhythm, I have a grand sausage. Just as the words escaped his lips, Ning Rongrong was the first to succumb to laughter, only to quickly cover her mouth, though the disdain and mirth in her eyes were impossible to conceal. Truly, he was a lecherous old man. Such a soul spell was utterly vulgar. Zhu Zhuqing's icy feline gaze flickered with contempt, regarding Oscar as one would refuse. Her aversion to men intensified, as the repugnant soul spell evoked memories of the sordid behaviors of certain noble offspring from the Star Luo Empire. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, instantly blushed crimson. Although she was still naive, her 6 years in the hidden realm had imparted upon her a wealth of knowledge regarding the distinctions between genders and the nuances of bodily development, courtesy of her mother, Aru. Especially upon witnessing the perfect, upright stature of brother Qian, her innocent feelings had quietly taken root in her heart, though she herself remained oblivious to their nature. At that moment, hearing such a crude and explicit soul spell, and conjuring certain images, she felt her ears flush with embarrassment, tightening her grip on Qian's arm, instinctively retreating behind him as if to shield herself from the shameful words. Tang San furrowed his brow, glancing at the half-eaten sausage in his hand before casting an incredulous look at Oscar's lewd demeanor. While he found the soul spell undeniably distasteful, the sausage's flavor was undeniably delightful. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to finish the remainder, dismissing the soul spell in favor of the deliciousness. Qian maintained his impassive expression, as though the indecent soul spell was merely an inconsequential breeze. His gaze did not linger on Oscar for even a moment. Instead, he stared calmly ahead, seemingly lost in thought, as if the surrounding clamor had no bearing on him. Did you see that? Daimubai huffed with satisfaction, gesturing toward Oscar. Hurry up and pack up your ridiculous stall. Do not disgrace us here and tarnish the Academy's image. Oscar, downcast, muttered to himself as he began to tidy his cart. Only then did Daimubai turn his attention back to Qian and the others, his expression softening slightly. All right, just a minor interlude. Let us not dwell on it. We must hasten to the fourth challenge, where Teacher Zhao will be quite impatient. His gaze swept over the group, momentarily faltering under Zhu Zhuqing's frigid stare, before he nonchalantly diverted his eyes, lingering for a fleeting moment on the intimate posture of Xiao Wu clinging to Qian's arm, a flicker of complexity passing through his depths. He then turned to lead the way, prompting the others to follow once more. Yet, trailing behind was the disheartened, lecherous Oscar, pushing his cart and muttering quietly, "What's wrong with sausages? They're delightful." Daimubai truly lacks appreciation. Chapter 15, 18? Still eligible? Daimubai led this diverse and atmospherically nuanced group, traversing the Shrek Academy's outskirts, which resembled a desolate wasteland, circumventing dilapidated wooden structures that appeared on the verge of collapse. Finally, they arrived at a relatively open space. It was evident that this area had been deliberately cleared. Although the ground remained uneven, the debris and weeds had considerably diminished, resembling a rudimentary training ground. In the center of the open ground stood a formidable figure, his back turned towards them, gazing at the drifting clouds on the horizon. Though his stature was not particularly tall, he possessed a remarkable solidity, akin to a stubborn boulder rooted in the earth. His exposed arms were muscled and sinewy, the bronze skin glistening with a lustrous sheen under the afternoon sun, exuding an overwhelming sense of explosive power. His coarse, short hair stood upright like steel needles. Merely standing there, an invisible and weighty aura emanated from him, rendering the air almost stagnant. He was known as the Unmoved King, Zhao Wujia, a formidable spirit master of the 76th rank in the Assault Spirit category. Upon hearing footsteps behind him, Zhao Wujia slowly turned around. His face was square-shaped, with a broad mouth and a lion-like nose, and his eyes, large and coppery, sparkled with an intense brilliance, radiating the scrutiny and disdain characteristic of a top-tier predator. His gaze, as if imbued with substance, swept over each newcomer behind Daimubai, carrying an oppressive weight. Daimubai stepped forward slightly, bowing his head. "Teacher Zhao, I have brought the candidates. This year, 5 individuals have passed the first 3 trials." He quickly recited their names and ranks. Tang San, 12 years old, a 29th level Great Spirit Master with the Blue-Silver Grass Spirit. Ning Rongrong, 12 years old, a 27th level Great Spirit Master with the 7 Treasures, Glazed Tile Spirit. Zhu Zhuqing, 12 years old, a 27th level Great Spirit Master with the Nethercat Spirit, Xiao Wu, 12 years old, a 35th level Spirit Douluo with the Soft Bone Rabbit Spirit, and finally, Imo Tian. Daimubai hesitated briefly, glancing at the enigmatic youth clad in black. His voice subconsciously lowering. Imo Tian, age unknown. Teacher Li has not measured his bone age, but his soul power radiates an unfathomable depth. Thus he has been allowed entry. Zhao Wujia's brow furrowed instantly, his piercing gaze locking onto Imo Tian. The youth appeared to be 18 or 19, standing tall like a spear, his well-fitted black attire accentuating his sharp lines, further enhanced by a lightweight armor that shimmered with a dark golden hue, adding an air of mystery. His expression was austere, and his eyes were as tranquil as an ancient well, seemingly impervious to the surrounding clamor. What concerned Zhao Wujia most was that with his acute perception as a 76th rank spirit saint, he could not detect even a trace of the typical soul power fluctuations emanating from this youth. It was a profound, restrained silence, akin to an ancient giant beast lurking beneath the abyss. 18. Zhao Wujia's voice rumbled like distant thunder, laced with evident displeasure and skepticism. As he turned his gaze towards Daimubai, is that old fool Li Yusong muddled in his mind or blinded by gold coins? 18. That age is far beyond the Academy's admission standards. He hasn't even had his bone age tested. Just because of his unfathomable soul power, you let him in? I must see how unfathomable he truly is. His last words were nearly shouted, as he swung his robust arm with force, creating a gust of wind. Clearly displeased with Li Yusong's negligence, Dai Mubai stood awkwardly at the side, while Oscar shrank back, hiding behind a small cart, too frightened to speak. Li Yusong had been so startled by a mere hint of Mo Tian's presence that he had forgotten to test his bone age. He dared not voice this embarrassing blunder in public. In the face of Zhao Wujia's thunderous wrath and piercing scrutiny, however, Mo Tian remained unfazed, not even lifting his eyelids. He seemed utterly oblivious to the thunderous inquiry, showing no concern for the oppressive aura that could make an ordinary soul master's legs tremble. His gaze calmly swept past Zhao Wujia, drifting towards the sparse shadows of trees in the distance, as if he were admiring the scenery or perhaps simply lost in thought. That indifference was more provocative than any retort. Zhao Wujia's breath grew noticeably heavier, a flash of fury flickering in his eyes, yet he refrained from immediate outburst. I am Zhao Wujia, the chief examiner of this assessment. Your task is quite simple. Endure for the duration of a single incense stick. Zhao Wujia extended his short, stout finger, illustrating that as long as one among you remains standing for the time it takes to burn an incense stick, you shall all pass. Do you understand? Understood. Tang Sen replied in a deep voice, a fleeting glimmer of purple flashing in his eyes as his body tensed slightly. Ning Rongrong nodded demurely, the glow of the glazed tower flickering in her palm. Zhu Zhiqing merely stared coldly at Zhao Wujia, her sharp fingertips already poised like a leopard ready to pounce. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu smiled cheerfully, her pink scorpion braid swaying as she appeared eager to engage, playfully tugging at Mo Tian's clothing. Good. Zhao Wujia grinned broadly, revealing his stark white teeth, exuding a primal excitement akin to a beast spotting its prey. Let us begin. Mubai, light the incense. Dai Mubai promptly retrieved a prepared stick of incense from nearby, igniting it and placing it into a crack in the ground not far away. The curling blue smoke rose, heralding the official commencement of this unevenly matched examination. Almost instantly after the incense was lit, Ning Rongrong made her move. Like the most graceful of fairies, she lightly tapped the ground with her toes, floating backward and swiftly increasing the distance between herself and Zhao Wujia. Simultaneously, a melodious voice resonated throughout the arena. 7 treasures, turn out glazed. A dazzling explosion of multicolored light erupted. A 7-colored treasure tower, over a foot in height, spun elegantly into her palm, radiating brilliance and ethereal glow. 2 yellow soul rings rose simultaneously from beneath her feet, pulsating around the exquisite tower. The 7 treasures are renowned. The first is strength. The second is speed. With Ning Rongrong's clear command, 2 resplendent beams of colorful light shot forth, one enveloping Xiao Wu and the other surrounding Zhu Zhiqing. Buzz. Both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhiqing felt an immense surge of warmth flooding through their bodies. Their strength surged by 30%, rendering their bodies lighter than ever before. The 30% increase in speed made the very air around them feel thin. Mo Tian. Xiao Wu, Zhiqing. Advance. Tang San commanded, his eyes brimming with purple brilliance. His movements were equally swift. The blue-silver grass martial spirit was unleashed in an instant. With 2 yellow soul rings ascending, countless resilient blue-silver vines spread from his palm like living tendrils, creeping along the ground like a blue tide. rapidly ensnaring Zhao Wujia's legs. The first soul ring shimmered as the blue-silver vines coiled. The target was directly aimed at Zhao Wujia's lower body, intending to restrict his movements. Empowered by the dual blessings of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, Xiao Wu now moved with astonishing speed. She transformed into a flash of pink lightning, leaving only a faint afterimage in her wake, appearing ghost-like at Zhao Wujia's left side. The elongated and powerful legs sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, launching a direct assault on Zhao Wujia's ribs. The agile technique, supple as a bow, executed with such astonishing speed and a cunning angle, far surpassed Zhao Wujia's comprehension of a 12-year-old soul master. Simultaneously, a shadowy figure, akin to a leopard merging with the darkness, silently materialized behind Zhao Wujia's right flank. Zhu Zhuqing, under an acceleration of speed, maximized the swiftness of the phantom spirit cat. Her feline eyes shimmered with a chilling glint, hands morphing into lethal claws, unleashed with a shrill sound, ruthlessly aiming for Zhao Wujia's nape. The movement was exquisitely precise, devoid of hesitation, directly targeting the vital spot. In front, Tang San's blue-silver grass had coiled around Zhao Wujia's robust calves like a venomous serpent, rapidly ascending in an attempt to ensnare him entirely. From three directions, the trio, with Ning Rongrong's support, executed their coordination almost instantaneously. The assault was fierce, the synergy impeccable, entirely reminiscent of seasoned collaborators. Chapter 16. The Dust of Mo Yuan. The Astonishment of the Immovable King Humph. Quite intriguing. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhao Wujia's eyes. Yet it was overshadowed by disdain. Faced with an encirclement that would leave an ordinary soul master in disarray, he merely smirked, his formidable physique not budging an inch. Just as Xiao Wu's leg was about to connect with his ribs, and Zhu Zhuqing's claws were poised to graze his skin, a thunderous roar erupted. A blinding halo of golden light exploded from Zhao Wujia's robust form without warning, akin to a miniature sun detonating upon his surface. The golden radiance was dazzling, emanating an overwhelming and tyrannical force that swept forth with terrifying might. It was Zhao Wujia's first soul skill, the immovable king body. The explosion of golden light enveloped a radius of 3 meters around him. Bang, bang, with an almost synchronous sequence. 2 muffled thuds and the crisp sound of a vine snapping resonated. The first to be struck, Xiao Wu, felt as if she had collided with a steel fortress hurtling towards her at high speed. A torrent of insurmountable recoil surged up her leg, its ferocity beyond her wildest imagination. Her pink figure was violently hurled back like a kite severed from its string, her complexion instantly paling. Zhu Zhuqing fared no better. Her ethereal form was also cast backward by the shockwave, a coppery taste flooding her throat as she struggled to suppress the rising bile, her icy visage taking on a pallid hue. Meanwhile, the blue-silver grass entwined around Zhao Wujia's legs shattered like brittle, withered grass at the moment of the golden eruption. Tang San stifled a groan. The backlash from his wounded martial soul caused him to stagger back several steps before regaining his stance, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. In a mere exchange, a single soul skill led to the collapse of their combined offensive. Roar! Zhao Wujia, seizing the advantage, unleashed a deep, soul-shaking roar that reverberated through the air. His third soul ring ignited, amplifying the gravity. An invisible, exceedingly heavy force abruptly descended. Centered around Zhao Wujia, the air within a radius of several dozen meters seemed to solidify into mercury. A formidable gravitational field enveloped them. Just moments after being violently thrust away, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing struggled to stabilize themselves, only to feel an overwhelming weight descend upon them, as if an immense burden had settled on their shoulders. Their previously nimble movements suddenly became sluggish, their legs feeling as though they were encased in lead. Ning Rongrong let out a delicate cry, her body swaying, the radiance of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower dimming slightly. The unexpected pressure nearly caused her to falter, disrupting the auxiliary light she conjured. Tang San's expression shifted, as if he were mired in quicksand, making movement exceedingly arduous. Alarm bells rang in his mind, recognizing this as a powerful soul skill unleashed by Zhao Wujia to dominate the battlefield. Yet, Zhao Wujia's onslaught showed no signs of abating. The moment the gravity field took effect, his wide mouth opened abruptly as he inhaled deeply, his chest swelling like a bellows. The 6th soul ring erupted with a stunning black light. Roar! The ferocity of this roar was magnified tenfold. A thunderous bellow that resonated like a clap of thunder on flat ground, exploding forth with immense force. The terrifying sound waves emanated from Zhao Wujia, radiating outward in a fan-like pattern. The air was violently compressed and distorted, creating ripples that undulated in waves. Debris and dust on the ground were instantly lifted as if caught in a 12th-degree hurricane. The great strength diamond roar. This was a sound wave so powerful it could shatter steel and rupture eardrums, targeting the recently repelled Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and the defenseless Ning Rongrong behind them. Before the sound waves reached them, the tumultuous sonic tide had already rendered the three women pale with fear, particularly for the defenseless Ning Rongrong. It felt as if her very soul might be jolted from her body by the roar, leaving her mind blank. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a flash of pink appeared. Xiao Wu exhibited no sign of panic. Instead, a glimmer of cunning sparkled in her eyes. Under the pressure of the gravity field, just as the fearsome sound waves were about to engulf her, her purple third soul ring erupted with dazzling light. Third soul skill, instant teleportation. A hum resonated as the space around her rippled like water. In an instant, Xiao Wu vanished from her original location. The violent sound waves surged through, crashing into the empty space and carving a deep trench into the ground. In the next moment, Xiao Wu reappeared like a wraith behind Mo Tian. In a position no one could have anticipated, she landed gracefully, seemingly untouched by the oppressive gravity field. Even playfully peeking her head out from behind Mo Tian's broad shoulder, making a cheeky face with a stuck-out tongue and rolling eyes at Zhao Wujie, who was momentarily startled by his missed attack. Her expression bore no trace of the life-and-death crisis she had just faced. Rather, it resembled that of a child delighting in a playful game. Simultaneously, Tang Xin also sprang into action. The instant Zhao Wujie unleashed the gravity enhancement and the great strength diamond roar, he recognized this as a fleeting opportunity. A moment where the opponent's old strength had waned while new strength had yet to rise. Seizing the chance, Tang Xin's body contorted in a manner defying gravity, gliding like a boneless fish, employing the Tang sect's ultimate skill, ghost shadow perplexing steps. Under the oppressive force of gravity, although his speed was significantly diminished, his footwork remained exquisitely refined, narrowly evading the core region of the sonic impact. He was merely grazed by the residual waves, causing a tumultuous surge of blood within him. Simultaneously, his left arm, concealed within his sleeve, shot upward with sudden ferocity. A series of sharp, piercing sounds sliced through the air. 3 slender, yet deadly dark beams, akin to the fangs of a venomous serpent, silently tore through the atmosphere, imbued with a bone-chilling coldness, and accurately targeted the vital points of Zhao Wujie's throat, heart, and ribs, all locked onto him by the purple extreme demon eye. These were the silent sleeve arrows. The ambush came with startling suddenness and insidious intent. Seizing the fleeting moment when Zhao Wujie, in the midst of unleashing his full power, let his guard down, Zhao Wujie's eyes, resembling copper bells, abruptly constricted. An overwhelming sense of danger surged through him in an instant. The speed of those dark beams was too swift, and their angles too treacherous. He had no time for contemplation, relying solely on the instinctive reactions honed through countless life-and-death battles. "Ha!" he bellowed. The golden light surrounding him, which had just wavered due to the activation of his 6th soul skill, surged once more. The first soul skill, the unmoving king body, was forcibly activated again. Simultaneously, his large hand, reminiscent of a fan, shot forth with a blur, aiming to grasp the dark beam, targeting his throat. Thud! Thud! 2 muffled sounds echoed. The silent sleeve arrows aimed at his heart and ribs were barely deflected by the suddenly intensified golden light of the unmoving king body, bouncing off and leaving 2 shallow white marks on Zhao Wujie's resilient skin, failing to penetrate his defenses. However, the arrow aimed at his throat. Zhao Wujie's grasp was as swift as lightning, yet still a fraction too late. The silent sleeve arrow grazed the edge of his blocking fingers, sending a chilling sensation through him, and with a sharp sound, it embedded itself into the side of his neck. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal rang out. The arrowhead pierced his skin but met the resistance of his incredibly tough muscle and soul power, becoming lodged after penetrating just the tip. A delicate line of blood slowly oozed forth. The pain and the threat of death ignited Zhao Wujie's ferocity in an instant. A flash of crimson fury ignited in his eyes, completely enraged. "You little brat!" Seeking death, Zhao Wujie roared like thunder. He disregarded the trivial injury on his neck. His colossal hand, imbued with overwhelming force, crashed down upon Tang Xin, whose movements were slightly delayed from the release of the hidden weapon. The gust of his palm howled, compressing the air to the point of explosive resonance. Should this strike land, Tang Xin would undoubtedly face certain death. Tang Xin's pupils constricted sharply. Zhao Wujie's furious strike was executed with astonishing speed. The force was overwhelming. He had just expended his strength in releasing the hidden weapon. His old power was depleted, and new strength had yet to manifest, compounded by the suppression of the gravitational field, leaving him unable to employ ghost shadow misty steps. He could only watch helplessly as that palm, akin to a grinding millstone, rapidly magnified in his field of vision. The shadow of death loomed ominously. 7 treasures. One says, strength. Ning Rongrong's anxious voice rang out, as a beam of colorful light cascaded upon Tang San, attempting to bolster his strength for a defensive maneuver. But could Zhao Wujia's palms might be easily mitigated by a mere third-level enhancement? Just in that fleeting moment, a cold, silent gaze, seemingly capable of severing all loss, descended upon Zhao Wujia like a tangible blade of frost. This unsettling scrutiny emanated from the black-clad youth, Mo Tian, who had appeared aloof from the onset, not even stirring the hem of his garments. No soul power erupted, no soul rings manifested, and not a single motion was made, merely a glance. Yet, at the very moment this gaze enveloped Zhao Wujia, the mighty 76th-level immovable king found himself frozen in place, his formidable hand, powerful enough to shatter boulders, halted just shy of half a foot above Tang San's head. An indescribable chill, akin to the sharpest silver needles, pierced through the thick golden light of Zhao Wujia's defenses. Disregarding his formidable soul power, and plunged directly into the depths of his soul, it felt as though he were the prey of an ancient beast, dwelling in an endless abyss, its indifferent eyes fixated upon him. A profound terror, rooted in the essence of life and the instinct of the soul, overwhelmed Zhao Wujia's ferocity and rage like a frigid tide. He perceived his once prized strength and defenses as fragile as mere paper beneath that gaze. It seemed that with a mere thought, his adversary could obliterate him and the very space around him, reducing them to nothingness. Time appeared to freeze in that moment. The violent fluctuations of soul power still lingered in the air, the dust stirred yet to settle. Tang San stood there, pale and shaken, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Ning Rongrong clutched her chest, her complexion ashen, evidently suffering from the backlash of her forced assistance. Zhu Xing knelt on one knee, a hint of blood at the corner of her mouth, her icy gaze filled with deep apprehension as she regarded Zhao Wujia. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu remained unscathed behind Mo Tian, her small hand clutching his garment, peering curiously at the immobilized Zhao Wujia, her large eyes blinking in confusion at why this fearsome giant had suddenly ceased all movement. Dai Mubai and Oscar were left utterly dumbfounded, completely at a loss for what had transpired. They had only witnessed teacher Zhao's furious attempt to strike down Tang San, only for him to become as still as if ensnared by a binding spell. It appeared that Mo Tian had merely cast a glance in Zhao's direction. In the center of the clearing, Zhao Wujia remained poised to strike, utterly motionless. His bronze-hued face twitched involuntarily, a bead of cold sweat tracing down his rugged temple, plummeting to the ground littered with debris and dust, stirring up barely perceptible particles. The slender incense stick embedded in the soil emitted wisps of smoke, having burned for less than a quarter of its length. Chapter 17. Moonlit Terror. The master of the Pangu sect confronts Haoyan. Time flowed thickly in the silence. Zhao Wujia stood frozen, his enormous palms suspended in the air, mere inches from Tang San's head, the terrifying soul power contained within it akin to frozen magma, radiating a disquieting warmth, yet unable to descend even a fraction. Fear, a bone-chilling terror, surged through Zhao Wujia's spine like countless icy needles, swiftly penetrating his limbs and body, piercing deep into the very essence of his soul. His eyes, wide as copper bells, fixated intensely on the figure of the young man in black. 18? You dare tell me he is merely 18? Zhao Wujia's heart thundered in a frenzy. That face, youthful, austere, almost unreal in its perfection. Yet those eyes, as tranquil as ancient glacial ice, were fathomless, as if they could swallow the cosmos. In that moment of locked gazes, Zhao Wujia felt himself shrink to the size of an insignificant ant, observed by a primordial beast, awakening from the depths of time, its indifferent eyes fixed upon him. It was an absolute domination that transcended the levels of soul power, a suppression rooted in the essence of existence. It was the crushing weight of an upper being upon a lower one, instinctively oppressive due to their bloodline. 100,000 years of soul beasts? No. He had felt the pressure of such ancient beings before, but none had evoked such a pure, suffocating despair. His soul power surged uncontrollably under the duress of fear. The golden light of the unmoving king instinctively yearning to erupt once more, striving to dispel the pervasive chill. However, that proud golden defense crumbled beneath the weight of that gaze, fragile as thin ice under the sun, unable to even ripple. His esteemed strength, his defenses, the dignity of a soul saint, were stripped bare under that penetrating gaze, leaving only the raw tremor of his soul. A wisp of fragrant smoke rose gently, burning silently, consuming a quarter of itself. Time slipped away in the stillness of fear. On the sidelines, Dai Mubai was drenched in a fine sheen of cold sweat. Supporting the equally dumbfounded Oscar, whose heterochromatic eyes were locked on the frozen Zhao Wujie and the nonchalant youth in black. What has transpired? Why has teacher Zhao ceased to move? That Mo Tian, he seemingly did nothing. Yet why did teacher Zhao display such a ghostly expression? Dai Mubai's heart thundered within his chest, gripped by a profound unease. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong helped each other to stand, both bearing traces of blood at their lips. Their faces pale. Ning Rongrong's glass-like eyes were filled with uncertainty. Clutching her chest, the radiance of the seven treasure glazed tile tower dimmed. The impact of Zhao Wujie's soul technique had stirred her blood, and now this bizarre scene left her in disarray. They too were bewildered. How could the immovable, unmoving king, seemingly as solid as a mountain, be rendered utterly motionless, as if shackled by invisible chains, unable to lift a single finger toward the direction of Emotian? Tang Xin knelt on the ground, clutching his chest, blood still drying at the corner of his mouth, his gaze transfixed on Zhao Wujie's colossal hand, frozen in time. Then glancing in astonishment at Emotian. Oscar's mouth hung agape, nearly dropping to the ground. This still tableau was rife with absurdity and an oppressive eeriness. Emotian remained calm, standing firm, his gaze seemingly penetrating the impasse before him, reaching into the distant void beyond. System tasks. 1. Proceed to Shrek Academy and endure the presence of Zhao Wujie's aura for the duration of an incense stick. Incomplete. 2. Viciously confront Tang Hao. Incomplete. 3. Hunt for Oscar's third soul ring. Incomplete. 4. Subdue the Dragon Prince and Snake Lady Meng Iran. Incomplete. Task rewards. 1. Soul ring preservation method. Allows the storage of soul rings obtained from hunting soul beasts for sale in the marketplace or for future use. 2. Eternal Night Judgment Sword. Promotion of the 4th soul ring of the purple gluttonous python to 100,000 years. Red. Significantly enhancing the power of soul skills. 3. Supreme God Fragment X1. For title of the Supreme Sect Leader. Symbolizing justice, uniting the weak, and resisting oppression. He awaited the arrival of his mentor, Yu Xiaogang, who regarded him as a failure and discarded him like a worn-out shoe. Although he could have sought out his mentor, the System-S tasks provided a more immediate and intriguing arrangement, particularly the second task, to viciously confront Tang Hao, that man, who at this moment was undoubtedly lurking nearby, like a sinister vulture guarding his son. As Mo Tian's thoughts flitted over the task list, contemplating subsequent arrangements, he sensed a subtle, almost imperceptible loosening of Zhao Wujie's oppressive soul pressure. This slight relaxation ignited Zhao Wujie's frozen ferocity and combat instincts, akin to the magma of a dormant volcano erupting under the stimulation of survival instincts. His eyes became bloodshot, a fierce glint swiftly overshadowing his fear. With a primal roar that erupted from his throat, he embraced a reckless determination. The colossal hand, which had been suspended in the air, now gathered all remaining soul power and redirected its trajectory, like a colossal axe cleaving through the air, accompanied by a terrifying shriek, crashing down upon the unsuspecting Mo Tian. The target was directly aimed at Mo Tian's head. He intended to shatter the suffocating cage of fear with this desperate strike. This palm strike embodied the desperate counterattack of a level 76 soul saint on the brink of death, its momentum terrifying. Before the palm's wind reached him, the violent pressure had already created a shallow pit in the ground, sending Mo Tian's hair, tied behind his head, swirling wildly. "Be careful," Ning Rongrong cried out in alarm. Zhu Zhuqing's pupils constricted. Dai Mubai and Oscar felt their hearts leap into their throats. A flicker of astonishment passed through Tang San's eyes. Yet, in the face of this terrifying blow capable of pulverizing steel, Mo Tian's expression remained utterly unchanged. His movements were simple, casual, and so swift that they transcended the limits of visual perception. There was no glow of soul power, no manifestation of soul rings, not even a whisper of wind. It was as if he were merely brushing away a speck of dust before his eyes. With a sharp, almost eerie sound, a crisp crack resonated in the still air. Time seemed to freeze once more. Zhao Wujie's furious, earth-shattering palm came to an abrupt halt, mere inches from Mo Tian's face. Then, a thunderous roar erupted. An unimaginable, irresistible, and overwhelmingly terrifying force, akin to the cascading stars of the celestial river, surged forth from Mo Tian's casually waved arm, crashing down upon Zhao Wujie with an unrelenting ferocity. Zhao Wujie, whose robust physique resembled a small mountain, found himself devoid of any means to resist, barely able to emit a cry before being hurled like a discarded sack by the might of a giant, tracing an astonishingly perfect parabolic arc as he soared through the air. With a resounding thud, he landed several dozen meters away. the sound reverberating alongside the snapping of trees and the rising dust. His towering form shattered a sapling the size of a bowl before rolling several times on the ground, ultimately collapsing like a rag doll, motionless and utterly unconscious. The entire clearing was so silent that one could hear a pin drop at the very tip of the incense. The last ember quietly flickered out. Dai Mubai stood frozen for a moment, before suddenly snapping back to reality. "Teacher Zhao," he yelled, launching himself towards the direction Zhao Wuji had fallen, his voice tinged with panic. "The incense has burned out." Oscar, awakening from his stupor, stammered as he clumsily pushed his cart, stumbling after Dai Mubai. "Quickly call for Teacher Xiao." And the dean, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong stood rooted to the spot, gazing at Mo Tian, who remained as upright as a pine tree, his garments undisturbed, then glancing at the distant, unconscious Zhao Wuji. Their exquisite faces were etched with profound shock and confusion. That seemingly casual wave had completely overturned their understanding of power. Tang Xin clutched his chest, struggling to rise. His gaze towards Mo Tian, laden with unprecedented gravity and an unrecognized hint of trepidation. What manner of being is this Shrek Sr.? Soon, a slightly plump middle-aged man, clad in a chef's apron and dusted with flour, rushed over. Xiao Xian, the culinary soul master of Shrek Academy. Upon reaching Zhao Wuji's side and casting a glance, his expression froze in utter disbelief. Crouching down, Xiao Xian cautiously assessed Zhao Wuji's condition, his eyes widening with every passing moment as he noted the disarray of breath. The dissipating soul power, yet no severe injuries. Had he truly been rendered unconscious by an unimaginable, pure force? He abruptly raised his head, his gaze locking onto the cold young figure in black, eyes wide as if he had seen a ghost. Old Zhao is an immovable king. How could he be knocked out by a mere child? "Old Zhao, did you overexert yourself in Soto City last night?" Shortly thereafter, news reached Li Yusong and Dean Flinder, who hurriedly made their way over. Flinder's characteristic hooked nose flushed with urgency as he gazed upon the unconscious, faintly breathing Zhao Wuji, his heart aching with concern. Without hesitation, he summoned the wings of his four-eyed cat-hawk spirit, transforming into a streak of light as he rushed towards Soto City. The elder was a renowned healing soul master in Soto City, boasting a formidable soul power of 76. Flinder grimaced as he painfully relinquished 10 gold soul coins, nearly half of his savings. The elder soul master, after careful examination, reached a conclusion similar to that of Xiao Xian. There were no serious internal or external injuries to the body, and the foundation of soul power remained intact. However, the spirit had suffered an exceedingly violent shock, and on a soulful level, it appeared to have been crushed by an ineffable force, leading to a protective state of deep unconsciousness. With some time for rest, he would awaken on his own. The elder soul master cast a complex and reverent glance towards Mo Tian, ultimately shaking his head and departing after receiving his payment. Flander gazed at the unconscious Zhao Wuji, then at the direction where the 10 golden soul coins had vanished, his face contorting with anguish, and he could only let out a heavy sigh. Li Yusong lowered his head, unwilling to meet Flander's gaze or that of Mo Tian. He recalled the embarrassing moment earlier in the day when a mere breath had terrified him into forgetting the Bone Age test. And cold sweat trickled down his back once more. The night enveloped the dilapidated little village outside Soto City like thick ink. In the modest student dormitory, only a few flickering lights danced amidst the darkness. Mo Tian and Xiaowu were assigned to adjacent small rooms. Xiaowu, evidently exhausted, curled up on the hard bed, her breathing steady and prolonged. Her long eyelashes cast a faint shadow on her fair cheeks, and a hint of satisfaction lingered at the corner of her mouth, as if she were dreaming of something delicious. 6 years spent in the realm of divine seclusion had instilled in her an unwavering trust and reliance on Mo Tian. Despite the harrowing events of the day, she felt utterly secure with him by her side. Mo Tian stood by the window of his room, the dilapidated frame allowing the moonlight to seep through its crevices, casting mottled shadows on the ground. His gaze was tranquil, like an undisturbed ancient well, penetrating the humble wooden window and reaching into the profound darkness outside. His perception, like an invisible web, had silently enveloped the area. A subtle yet perilous aura, akin to a dormant volcano, lay hidden in the shadows of the dense forest surrounding the academy. This presence bore the weight of grievous injuries, much like a broken vessel struggling to contain a raging force, replete with weariness, pain, and a barely perceptible ferocity. The Hao Hian Douluo, Tang Hao. Almost simultaneously, Mo Tian's perception brushed past 2 other windows faintly illuminated by dim light. In Zhu Zhuqing's room, the young girl had not succumbed to sleep. She stood by the window, her form accentuated by a tight black outfit that highlighted her breathtaking curves. The moonlight outlined her cold and striking profile, her deep blue cat-like eyes piercing through the darkness. Unwavering and filled with a complex mix of inquiry and astonishment, firmly locked onto the window of Mo Tian's room. The image of her casually dismissing the immovable Ming King earlier in the day was indelibly etched in her mind. It represented an absolute power, one that shattered her previous understanding of the world. Beneath her icy and aloof exterior, a ripple of awareness, one she herself had not yet recognized, began to unfold. In Ning Rongrong's room, the little princess of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school was also wide awake. She sat at a simple wooden table, her fair fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her garment, her glass-like eyes devoid of their usual lively pride, appearing somewhat dazed. She occasionally glanced towards the direction of Mo Tian's room outside the window, then lowered her gaze to her delicate hands. The sight of Mo Tian during the day, indifferent to everything and looking down upon all, along with his casual wave at the end, had profoundly shaken her long-established notions of power and status. The sensation was peculiar. It was neither fear nor disgust, but rather akin to a serene lake disturbed by a stone, sending ripples that she herself could not untangle. Mo Tian's gaze lingered not for a moment, flitting past, as if it were merely brushing aside inconsequential leaves. His attention shifted to another room illuminated by light. The window stood ajar, allowing a faint glimpse of the scene within. Oscar was busily attending to Tang San, who lay pale and unconscious on the bed. Clearly affected by Zhao Wuji's last furious soul skill, this was precisely the reason behind the ominous presence lurking in the dense forest, which would undoubtedly make a move tonight. At that moment, Mo Tian's quiet eyes flickered slightly. Deep within the forest, that subtle yet formidable aura stirred. A minuscule, yet undeniably authoritative mental wave, akin to an invisible thread, precisely directed towards a certain location within the academy, where Zhao Wuji was recuperating. It has begun, Mo Tian whispered to himself. In the next instant, he moved. Without opening the door or using the window, the seemingly ordinary black boots he wore subtly rippled the space around him. The leg soulbone skill, dragon's flight, spatial teleportation. Buzz. The air within the room rippled, as if disturbed by water. Mo Tian's figure vanished instantaneously, like a pencil sketch erased, leaving no trace behind. Almost concurrently with his disappearance, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong felt a shiver run through their bodies. Zhu Zhuqing's azure cat-like eyes narrowed to the size of pinpricks, incredulously fixated on the now empty window of Mo Tian's room. Just a second ago, she had distinctly felt his presence, and in the next, he had seemingly evaporated into thin air. What speed was that? Teleportation? Her heart raced uncontrollably, a chill ascending her spine. Ning Rongrong covered her mouth in shock. Her glass-like eyes filled with astonishment. She had barely grasped any part of the process. That overwhelmingly powerful figure had simply vanished into nothingness. This had utterly surpassed her comprehension of soul master capabilities. Outside Soto City, at the edge of the Star Doe Forest, towering ancient trees stood like silent giants, casting enormous, twisted shadows in the thick night. The moonlight struggled to penetrate the dense foliage, scattering pale specks of light on the ground, which not only failed to dispel the darkness but added an eerie, sinister quality to the surroundings. The air was damp and heavy, mingling with the scents of decaying leaves, earth, and a faint metallic tang left by some wild beast. The sound of insects had long ceased, leaving only the wind whispering through the treetops, a mournful rustling that rendered the forest hauntingly silent. Flander supported the battered and bruised Zhao Wuji, whose body felt as if it had been shattered. As they trudged through the forest, each step a laborious endeavor. Once a towering figure, Zhao Wuji's form now hunched, his face marred with shades of blue and purple, a cracked lip, and one eye swollen to a mere slit. His exposed skin was a canvas of contusions, and with every painful step, he grimaced and mumbled incoherently, haunted by the terror of surviving a near-fatal encounter. Flander, too, was not in a much better state. His signature glasses lay shattered, his hair disheveled, and his expensive dean's robe was smeared with dirt and grass, his expression a mix of helplessness and lingering dread. Moments ago, a man had appeared like a specter before Zhao Wuji's recuperation cottage, cloaked in a tattered gray mantle that obscured much of his face. Only his rugged jaw, etched with fatigue and the weight of countless trials, was visible. He exuded no powerful aura, yet emanated a chilling dread, as if he had crawled from a mountain of corpses, instilling a bone-deep terror. With merely a glance, he rendered Flander, a soul sage of level 78, immobile, unable even to summon his martial spirit. What followed was an unrelenting and one-sided physical annihilation. The man did not employ a trace of soul power, relying solely on an inhuman physical prowess. Each strike of his fists, knees, and elbows landed with precision on Zhao Wujia's most vulnerable and painful spots, deftly avoiding any truly lethal areas. Flander could only watch in horror, powerless to plead for mercy. Throughout the ordeal, the man uttered a singular, chilling remark. Having harmed the young, the elder naturally must seek an explanation. It is only just that I, as the dean, discipline you for your cruelty towards my son. His voice was hoarse and dry, akin to sandpaper, yet it carried an undeniable authority and an ice-cold finality. Only when Zhao Wujia collapsed like a ragdoll, losing consciousness amid the agony, did the man relent. He cast a dispassionate glance at Flander, akin to observing weeds by the roadside, before silently turning to blend back into the shadows. Damn it, the heavenly Douluo Zhao Wujia, he gasped, drawing in sharp breaths while muttering incoherently, his voice laced with fear and resentment. Was this truly a demand for an explanation? Or a death sentence? Flander managed a wry smile, intending to offer words of comfort, yet was also filled with a profound respect and an inexplicable complexity of emotions toward the terrifying man, especially considering that his son Tang Xin remained within the academy. Suddenly, an indescribable pressure, more terrifying, profound, and domineering than the presence of the heavenly Douluo, descended without warning. It felt as if an invisible celestial dome had collapsed. The atmosphere within several hundred meters became thick and oppressive, suffocating in its weight, in the face of an abrupt and overwhelming pressure far exceeding that of a tidal Douluo. Zhao Wujia's already waning strength rendered him utterly incapacitated. He did not utter a single sound as his eyes rolled back, and he succumbed once more to unconsciousness, his body collapsing helplessly to the ground. Flanders, too, felt as though struck by lightning. He perceived himself as if plunged into a frigid abyss, ensnared by an invisible hand that gripped his throat with unyielding force. The formidable spirit power of level 78 flickered like a candle in the tempest, devoid of any will to resist. His legs weakened, nearly bringing him to his knees. Only by clutching a rough tree trunk with the last vestiges of his resolve, his nails digging deep into the bark, could he barely maintain his upright position. With a heart full of terror, he lifted his gaze towards the source of the oppressive force, which emanated from the direction in which the Haotian Douluo, Tang Hao, was preparing to depart. As Tang Hao was about to take a step, his body froze abruptly. The figure hidden beneath his tattered cloak tensed instantaneously, akin to a bowstring drawn taut. A primal and unprecedented sense of danger coiled around his heart like a venomous serpent. Who was it? A tempest of emotions surged within Tang Hao. This pressure was as weighty as a mountain, as sharp as a sword capable of cleaving the heavens, imbued with a terrifying will to sever all laws of existence and engulf the light of the world. It was unlike any tidal Douluo he was familiar with. Indeed, it surpassed even the overwhelming pressure he felt from the peak Douluo, Qian Daolu, during his heyday, purer and more despair-inducing, like a deity gazing down upon struggling ants. He spun around abruptly, his once mighty eyes now bloodshot and weary, radiating a fierce light reminiscent of a wounded beast, piercing through the impenetrable darkness ahead. In the clearing, outlined by the distorted moonlight like the entrance to hell, an additional figure had silently emerged. Clad in a form-fitting black outfit that accentuated a stature as upright as a spear, the dark golden light armor glimmered coldly under the dim moonlight, reminiscent of dragon scales. His inky hair was casually tied back, with a few strands cascading down his forehead, further enhancing the chill of his sculpted visage. His deep-set eyes seemed to harbor a fractured cosmos, silent and indifferent, devoid of any trace of human emotion. It was Mo Tian. He stood there quietly, as if he had existed within that shadow since time immemorial. The moonlight, it seemed, was silently devoured and extinguished by his dark golden armor. He made no movement, did not unleash his martial soul, nor intentionally radiate any fluctuations of spirit power. Yet, the terrifying pressure that enveloped the surroundings and rendered the very air stagnant emanated solely from him. The leader of the Panmin sect, Mo Tian, had come to challenge the prowess of the Haotian Douluo. A cold, calm voice, devoid of tumult, yet as clear as the friction of cold iron across the heavens, resonated through the silent woods, piercing the thick air and etching itself into the depths of Tang Hao's and the barely upright Flanders souls. Mo Tian's gaze bored down upon Tang Hao like two invisible swords of judgment, cutting through the darkness, precisely locking onto him. This path is impassable. Chapter 18. The frightening night of the tidal Douluo under the moonlight silence enveloped the outskirts of Soto City, akin to frozen ice that tightly sealed the edge of the Star Doe forest. The towering ancient trees twisted their branches, casting monstrous shadows beneath the dim moonlight. The air was so heavy it felt as though one could wring water from it, Even the chirping of insects fell utterly silent, leaving only the whispering rustle of the wind through the leaves, reminiscent of ghostly wails. Tang Hao stood frozen in place, his tattered gray cloak undulating as if stirred by an unseen wind. Beneath the cloak, his once proud eyes, now clouded with bloodshot fatigue, were fixated on a young man clad in black, not far away. His heart thundered in his chest, each beat infused with a chilling dread, a palpable threat, a lethal menace. Tang Hao, the illustrious Hao Tian Douluo, despite his grievous injuries, wielded a status and perception that transcended mere mortals. Yet, the youth before him, appearing scarcely 18 or 19, triggered the most acute alarms within his battle-hardened instincts. It was a sensation akin to being targeted by a colossal beast from the abyss. A life-affirming chill surging up his spine, nearly freezing his very blood. With a voice hoarse and parched, he struggled to force words from his throat, laced with incredulity and suspicion. Who is this child? Summon your companion. He could not fathom that such a terrifying aura could emanate from such a youthful form. It must be the work of some hidden ancient monster or an unparalleled disguise. Mo Tian's eyes, tranquil as a frozen lake, swept indifferently across Tang Hao's slightly contorted visage of astonishment. The corners of his mouth subtly curled upward, forming a chilling arc devoid of warmth, one that could shatter Tang Hao's resolve. There were no words, no battle cries to summon martial spirits. Buzz, buzz, two distinctly different, yet equally soul-shattering lights surged forth, as if a primordial beast that had slumbered for eons had suddenly awakened. To the left, a pitch-black radiance, deep enough to seem capable of consuming all light, shot skyward. Within this glow, the silhouette of a colossal sword gradually solidified. The blade was entirely obsidian, seemingly forged from the purest essence of darkness, its edge adorned with intricate, writhing dark patterns that whispered of severing space and annihilating all. The hilt, ancient and inscribed with incomprehensible runes, exuded an overwhelming presence that strained the surrounding space. The Eternal Night Judgment Sword. To the right, a noble and domineering purple gold beam erupted with the force of cosmic truths. Within this radiant column, a soul-piercing dragon roar resounded through the heavens. An enormous shadow, unfathomably vast, spiraled into the air, draped in divine purple gold scales. Each shimmering scale glowed with a celestial brilliance. The majestic dragon head, exuding authority and sanctity, bore horns resembling intricately carved divine jade, twisting toward the sky. As its eyes opened and closed, they burned like twin blazing suns, surveying all life below, radiating supreme pressure that threatened to devour the universe and command all spirits. The ultimate form of the purple radiance, devouring heaven python, purple radiance, divine dragon. The moment the two martial spirits manifested, the heavens and earth dimmed. The overwhelming pressure surged forth like a tangible tsunami, emanating from Mo Tian and sweeping through the surroundings with a deafening roar. The ancient trees within a radius of several hundred meters swayed violently, their branches and leaves crumbling as if being crushed by invisible colossal hands, while the decayed leaves and shattered stones on the ground were instantaneously cleared away, revealing the damp, dark soil beneath. Twin martial souls? Flander clutched Zhao Wuji's unconscious form, frozen in a state akin to petrification, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, emitting guttural sounds akin to a broken bellows, his mind a blank slate. 18 years old. Twin martial souls. What a preposterous fantasy. The standards of Shrek's monsters paled in comparison to this spectacle. Yet, the truly mind-boggling scene was only just beginning. Ding, 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 ding. Soul rings emerged, as if breaking free from the depths of the abyss, exuding a despairing radiance, slowly rising from Mo Tian's feet and floating around the two formidable martial souls. On one side, the sword of Eternal Night's Judgment, black, deep as an abyss, black, solid as iron, black, annihilating all, immediately followed by red, blindingly vivid, red, like coagulated blood, red, enigmatic and alluring, red, like hellish magma, red, majestic and domineering, red, like the wrath of deities. 3 pitch-black, 10,000-year soul rings, accompanied by 6 alluring, dripping with destructive aura, 10,000-year soul rings. Together, the 9 soul rings revolved slowly around the obsidian sword of judgment, resembling 9 lunar orbs of death. On the opposite side, the purple radiant divine dragon, black, 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 red, 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 red. The same 3 blacks and 6 reds. 9 soul rings symbolizing the highest power within the realm of soul masters. Like 9 blazing purple gold stars, they encircled the noble and sacred purple radiant divine dragon. 18 soul rings. 3 blacks and 6 reds. 3 blacks and 6 reds. Like 18 apocalyptic suns and divine stars. they shone resplendently behind Emotion. The entire dense forest was illuminated as if transformed into a realm of phantoms, reminiscent of a divine kingdom's descent. The immense and overwhelming soul power pressure, capable of crushing mountains and shattering stars, cascaded down upon Tang Hao and Flander like a deluge of countless tons of weighty water. Puff. Flander could no longer endure. Blood erupted from his mouth as he collapsed heavily to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, blood seeping from his 7 orifices, his eyes filled with boundless terror and confusion. He was rendered incapable of thought, his mind utterly overwhelmed by this terrifying and paradigm-shattering spectacle. No, it is impossible. Tang Hao's roar echoed like the final cry of a wounded beast, filled with sheer astonishment, absurdity, and an all-consuming despair. The old injuries within him were instantly stirred by this terrifying pressure, his internal organs feeling as if gripped and crushed by an invisible hand. He stared, eyes wide with disbelief, at the 18 bizarre soul rings, at the young man standing like a deity or demon. All his pride, all his hidden cards, seemed so pale and laughable in this moment. Rejuvenation? Transformation into a 10,000-year soul beast? Either explanation was enough to send chills through the bones of this former Haotian Douluo. This was simply an existence he could not hope to contend with. Flee. This thought surged within Tang Hao's consciousness like an instinctual finality. Remaining here meant certain death. With a roar that seemed to ignite his very essence, Tang Hao unleashed a blinding surge of earthy yellow light from his right leg. In an instant, a phantom of a leg bone, adorned with ancient and arcane patterns, flickered and vanished. This was the left leg bone of the Earth Demon Dragon, a soul bone passed down through the Haotian sect for over 70,000 years. It granted him a fleeting burst of terrifying speed, tearing through the fabric of space itself. Boom! Tang Hao's form erupted in a wave of energy, instantly transforming into a streak of yellow light that rent the night sky. Moving with a velocity that surpassed even the visual limits of Flinder, a soul sage of the agility class. He chose a direction opposite to the Stardew Forest, fleeing desperately toward the most complex and chaotic central region at the border of the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire. He harbored but one thought: to widen the distance. At any cost. However, in the face of this desperate escape, which would leave even the most powerful title Douluo in awe, Emotion's gaze remained utterly unfazed. He did not even glance in the direction of Tang Hao's flight. Instead, he casually cast a glance at the horizon where the yellow light had disappeared, as if regarding an inconsequential speck of dust. Then, he raised a long finger to his lips, signaling Flinder, who knelt trembling on the ground like a quail, to hush. In the next moment, the seemingly ordinary black boots of Emotion subtly shimmered with a dark golden hue, more profound and enigmatic than the glow of Tang Hao's leg bone. This was the dragon soaring step, a skill from the 10,000-year soul bone set that enabled spatial teleportation. There was no tremendous commotion, no sound of air being torn asunder. Emotion's figure vanished in an eerily silent manner, as if erased by an invisible eraser, leaving behind only the suffocating remnants of his oppressive aura, along with Flinder, who lay on the ground as though all his bones had been extracted, and Zhao Wujia's unconscious form cradled in his arms. At the border of the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire, in the central region, stretched a vast and desolate buffer zone. The terrain was uneven, scattered with rolling hills, dry riverbeds, and sparse drought-resistant shrubs. The moonlight fell unobstructed, illuminating this barren land in a ghostly pallor, adding to the atmosphere of desolation and death. A streak of yellow light, akin to a burning meteor, shot through the air with a piercing sound, racing from the distant horizon until it dimmed suddenly above a massive wind-eroded rock pillar formation, its speed plummeting. Tang Hao's figure materialized. He gasped for breath, each inhalation sending searing pain through his lungs, and his tattered cloak, battered by the winds of his high-speed flight, revealed his bronze skin, marred by scars. His face was as pale as parchment, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, a consequence of forcibly activating his soul bone, provoking the backlash of old injuries. Had he shaken them off? A flicker of survivor's luck surged within Tang Hao's heart. That desperate escape had nearly drained all his remaining strength. Surely, that monster could not pursue him across nearly half an empire's distance. However, as the thought arose, an irresistible force, as terrifying as the heavens themselves, descended abruptly and without warning upon his unsuspecting back. It felt as though he had been struck head-on by a star plummeting from the heavens, or as if a colossal ancient mountain had descended from the skies to crush him. Crack! The excruciating sound of shattering bones resounded with clarity. Ack! Tang Hao emitted a wretched, distorted howl, and in an instant, darkness engulfed his vision. He sensed that every bone in his body, every internal organ, had been utterly crushed beneath that singular, merciless blow. All his strength, all his spiritual defenses, crumbled before this overwhelming might, as fragile as mere bubbles. He was like a broken puppet, mercilessly trampled down from a height of 100 meters by this inconceivable power. His body traced a desperate line through the air, accompanied by a piercing wail, hurtling towards the barren, unforgiving ground below. Boom! Like a meteorite colliding with the earth. The ground trembled violently. A massive pit, over 10 meters in diameter, suddenly formed amidst the swirling dust. Terrifying cracks, like spiderwebs, spread wildly from the center of the pit for dozens of meters. At the bottom of the pit, Tang Hao lay like a lump of mud, his body contorted and embedded in the shattered rocks and earth. His cloak lay in tatters, revealing a robust physique marred by numerous old and new scars, now further adorned with fresh bruises and gashes. Blood seeped from his mouth and nose, even from the ruptured skin, staining the soil beneath him crimson. With great difficulty, he turned over, facing the sky. Each minuscule movement sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through him, causing his vision to flicker and dim. His murky, bloodshot eyes fixed upon the figure hovering above the pit. A presence reminiscent of a deity or demon. The cold moonlight outlined Mo Tian's tall, spear-like form, clad in immaculate black attire. Adorned with a dark golden light armor that shimmered with an enigmatic sheen, his hair danced gently in the night breeze. That youthful, austere, and utterly flawless visage, illuminated by the moon's radiance, resembled the most merciless statue of a god, gazing down upon Tang Hao, who lay like an insignificant ant at the bottom of the pit. In his profound eyes, there was no trace of a victor's triumph, only an ancient indifference that transcended time. A senior? An ancient monster rejuvenated? Or perhaps a terrifying spirit beast that had transcended over 100,000 or even 1,000,000 years? Countless absurd and horrifying thoughts churned and exploded within Tang Hao's agonized and disordered mind. Throughout his life traversing the continent, he had never encountered such a bizarre and formidable existence. Those 18 soul rings displayed with casual ease, that unfathomable, terrifying speed, that seemingly effortless kick capable of shattering mountains. This was a realm beyond what any human soul master could attain. Mo Tian did not utter a word, nor did he even spare a glance at the dying Tang Hao at the pit's bottom. He descended slowly, his feet lightly landing on the rubble at the edge of the pit, making not a sound. Then, before Tang Hao's horrified gaze, Mo Tian moved. Without employing a shred of soul power, without summoning that terrifying twin martial spirit, simply with pure, unadulterated physical strength. Every part of the body, fists, elbows, knees, and toes, transformed into the most primal and ferocious of weapons. The movements were as swift as a specter and as heavy as a mountain's collapse. Each strike landed with precision on Tang Hao's most agonizing and vulnerable, yet not absolutely fatal, areas. The dull thuds of impact, the brittle crack of bones, and Tang Hao's muffled groans of suppressed pain intertwined to create a symphony of brutal violence in the desolate expanse. He endeavored to resist, to summon his soul power, to call forth the Haotian hammer that once instilled terror across the realm. However, each time he conjured a thought, a colder, heavier soul pressure descended upon him like an invisible shackle, instantaneously shattering the meager strength he had just begun to muster. The power of his proud title, the Douluo, appeared laughably insignificant before this figure. He could only endure this tempest of pure physical torment like a hapless sandbag. Time became an indistinct blur as Tang Hao's consciousness teetered on the brink of agony and humiliation, nearly succumbing to despair when the nightmarish onslaught finally ceased. Mo Tian stood at the edge of the pit, gazing down with an imposing presence at Tang Hao, who lay at the bottom like a bloodied gourd, barely clinging to life. His black attire remained pristine, and his breathing steady, as if the one-sided beating had merely brushed away the dust from his garments. His voice, cold as the friction of ancient iron, resonated clearly in Tang Hao's nearly deafened ears. "You are not to appear within my sight for 100 kilometers." The tone was unremarkable, yet it carried an undeniable, absolute will, akin to the imposition of a law. "Rest assured, your son Tang San shall not suffer my wrath." Mo Tian's gaze seemed to penetrate the very fabric of space, reaching far distant Shrek Academy, "unless he provokes my misfortune." After all, a chilling smirk once again graced Mo Tian's lips, his eyes reflecting an unfathomable depth. "The one I seek is not he." As his words faded, a faint golden hue shimmered beneath his feet. The space around him distorted ever so slightly. His figure, like a phantom merging with the night, vanished in an instant from the edge of the pit, leaving no trace as if he had never existed. Silence once again enveloped the vast meteorite crater. Tang Hao lay amidst the cold rubble and blood, gazing up at the unchanging expanse of the starry sky. Pain coursed through every fiber of his being. Bones shattered beyond count, and his insides felt as though they were ablaze. Yet deeper still was the humiliation, fear, and an indescribable sense of disorientation imprinted upon his very soul. 100 kilometers away, Tang Xin sought someone other than him. After what felt like an eternity, Tang Hao mustered the last remnants of his strength, laboriously propping up his battered form. Each movement elicited excruciating pain, causing darkness to cloud his vision. As cold sweat mingled with blood streamed down his body, he stumbled forward, leaving a trail of crimson footprints, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. Laboriously making his way towards one direction, the edge of the Star Doe forest, deep within the Sunset Forest, to the cave that concealed the blue-silver ancestors' land and the last vestiges of warmth and obsession in his heart. It was shortly after Tang Hao's staggering and solitary figure vanished into the depths of the desolate expanse, consumed by the boundless night, that the world returned to its stillness. Two phantasmagorical figures silently emerged at the edge of a vast meteorite crater. One, tall and slender, donned a form-fitting dark golden armor, his countenance austere and his gaze as sharp as that of a hawk. In his grasp, he wielded an extraordinary weapon, not a traditional spear, but rather a bizarrely shaped spear that shimmered with a dark golden hue. Its shaft twisted like a venomous serpent poised to strike, undulating and coiling, with a bifurcated tip gleaming with an eerie coldness. He was none other than Shilong, the elder of the Spirit Hall and the Serpent Spear Douluo. The other figure was stout and robust, clad in a loose black robe, his face bearing an air of simplicity, yet his small eyes sparkled with shrewd intelligence. His body appeared slightly swollen, as if countless tiny barbs were writhing beneath his skin, exuding a faintly sweet and metallic scent. He was Ci Shui, the elder of the Spirit Hall and the spiked porcupine Douluo. They were tasked by the one who lurked within the Heaven Do Empire, masquerading as the Prince Shui Qinghe, in truth, the young master of the Spirit Hall, Qian Xunji, to clandestinely monitor any anomalies within the empire, particularly energy fluctuations at the tidal Douluo level. The recent cataclysmic energy eruption that spanned nearly half the empire, when Mo Tian trampled Tang Hao, followed closely by the brief yet earth-shattering clash of pure power, when Mo Tian struck Tang Hao, acted as a beacon in the night, rousing these two peak Douluos hidden in the shadows. Now, standing at the precipice of a pit that plunged several meters deep, seemingly carved by a celestial meteor, they could still sense the lingering tremors of the violent energy and the thick, cloying scent of blood in the air. Even these seasoned elders of the Spirit Hall found their expressions gravely altered, their eyes filled with an unprecedented seriousness and dread. What sheer destructive force! Ci Shui's voice trembled slightly as he crouched down, his plump fingers pinching a fragment of soil from the edge of the pit, which had been scorched into a glassy state by the intense heat. The sheer physical might capable of such catastrophic devastation? This was beyond human comprehension. Not only the power, his voice was deep and hoarse, but also the speed. The instantaneous traversal of such a terrifying distance was no ordinary tidal Douluo's soul skill. He inhaled deeply, his countenance growing graver, sensing a sharp will that could sever all and obliterate existence, alongside an oppressive aura that seemed capable of consuming the very light of the world. Two utterly distinct, yet overwhelmingly despairing presences. He suddenly turned to Ci Shui, his gaze incisive as a blade. Old Porcupine, your perception is the keenest. Are there any others besides these two? Ci Shui closed his small eyes, his corpulent form slightly swelling as the barbs beneath his skin flickered into visibility. An invisible sensing force radiated like ripples through water, meticulously capturing every subtle trace of energy and breath lingering in the air. After a moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, astonishment and a hint of fear filling his small gaze. There's another presence. Ci Shui's voice trembled with incredulity, a profoundly heavy, earth-shaking force, though faint. It has been nearly obliterated by the other two terrifying auras, but it is undoubtedly the aura of the Haotian hammer. It's Tang Hao, that madman. Tang Hao. Shilong's pupils contracted sharply. Was he here? Had he engaged in battle with the other two monsters? And had he been so severely injured? He gazed at the horrifying expanse of dark red blood and the scattered remnants of torn fabric at the bottom of the pit, remnants of Tang Hao's cloak. The faint, almost imperceptible aura that belonged to Tang Hao lingered in the air, suggesting the answer was all too clear. The two elders of the Spirit Hall exchanged glances, each reading a profound wariness and a hint of fear in the other's eyes. Two enigmatic and unfathomably powerful beings. One had fled like a beaten dog, perhaps gravely wounded and on the brink of death. the Haotian Douluo. What dreadful secrets lay hidden behind this silent, yet earth-shattering battle that had occurred on the Empire's border? What unpredictable changes would it bring to the plans of the Spirit Hall? The night wind howled, stirring the dust around the pit's edge. The massive crater resembled a ghastly scar upon the earth, silently narrating the horror that had just transpired. The figures of the snake spear and the spike pig, both titled Douluo, stood like two frozen statues by the pit's edge, engulfed by the boundless night and heavy clouds of uncertainty. Chapter 19. Evil flames suppressed. The sword of judgment subdues the phoenix as night faded. The first light of dawn emerged. The crooked wooden dormitories of Shrek Academy appeared even more dilapidated in the morning glow. The air still bore the lingering humidity of last night's dew, mingled with the scents of livestock and earth. Mo Tian opened his eyes, revealing a gaze devoid of any morning haze, replaced instead by an icy stillness. His movements were silent and precise, akin to the most intricate machinery. In the adjacent bed, Xiao remained ensconced in sweet dreams, her delicate lips slightly pouted, and her long eyelashes casting small shadows upon her fair cheeks. An unguarded arm hung over the edge of the bed, as if reaching for something. Mo Tian did not rouse her. He approached the window, his gaze penetrating the simple wooden lattice, casting his eyes upon the gradually awakening dilapidated village outside. The morning light sculpted the sharp contours of his profile, as if hewn from stone. Almost simultaneously, in another dormitory across a narrow dirt path, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing sat up in their humble wooden beds. Ning Rongrong rubbed her slightly swollen temples, her glass-like eyes instinctively drifting toward the window of Mo Tian's dormitory. Suddenly, her movements froze, her eyes widening in shock. Zhu Shiqing sensed Ning Rongrong's unusual demeanor as well. Her cold feline pupils followed Ning Rongrong's gaze, and they too contracted sharply. There, in Mo Tian's room, stood the figure that had mysteriously vanished the night before. Now quietly poised by the window, with his back turned to them, he stood tall and straight as a pine, the morning light casting a faint golden edge upon his dark attire and dark gold light armor, adding an air of mystery and aloofness. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing exchanged a glance, each reflecting utter astonishment and a touch of confusion. They had been vigilantly observing that window all night, still dazed as dawn approached, yet there had been no signs of movement. Could this person truly be a ghost? In the depths of the Tiando Empire's prince's residence, a luxurious bathroom shrouded in steam mingled with the fragrance of rare spices. In a magnificent white jade bathtub, crimson rose petals floated serenely upon the surface of the water. With a gentle splash, an exquisite figure emerged from the warm embrace of the water. Golden tresses clung damply to her flawless back, as droplets glided down her breathtaking curves. Her skin, as white as snow, shimmered with a pearlescent glow amidst the misty vapor, while her elongated neck and delicate collarbone appeared subtly beneath the rippling waves, complemented by her slender waist and long, graceful legs. Her visage, stripped of pretense, revealed an enchanting beauty, brows like distant mountains, eyes resembling autumn waters, a refined nose, and lips akin to painted vermilion, all merging the innocence of youth with the burgeoning allure of maturity, capable of driving any man to madness. This was none other than Qian Xunji, the young master of the Spirit Hall, disguised as the Crown Prince Xueqinghe. Barefoot, she stepped onto the cool white jade floor, water droplets cascading from her perfect form. Approaching a nearby ornate clothing rack, she beheld a neatly folded, bright yellow bathrobe symbolizing her identity as the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire. Beside the robe lay an entirely different garment, a pure white court gown, crafted from exquisite fabric and tailored to perfection. The upper portion featured intricate lace embroidery, accentuating her alluring silhouette, while the lower half cascaded in layers of airy tulle, adorned with tiny crystals that sparkled enchantingly under the light. This gown represented, deep within her heart, the faint longing for beauty and freedom that belonged to her true identity as Qian Xunji. With slender fingers, elegant as jade, she tenderly brushed the delicate fabric of the white gown, a fleeting moment of affection replaced by a cold, resolute determination. A faint glimmer, imbued with vast soul power, illuminated her fingertips as she gently pressed it to her brow. A soul-bone skill, dormant for a millennium, was quietly awakened within her being. In the misty reflection of the mirror, her captivating beauty began to blur and transform like a reflection in water. Her golden locks morphed into sleek black hair, and her figure subtly adjusted, becoming even more statuesque. In the blink of an eye, the enchanting young woman vanished, replaced by the gentle demeanor and graceful features of the Tiando Crown Prince, Xueqinghe. She donned the bright yellow robe with elegant poise, concealing all feminine curves. Pushing open the bathroom door, she entered the study of the Crown Prince's residence. There, Two venerable elders stood solemnly, their presence commanding respect. One, tall and lean as a spear with a stern countenance, was Shilong, the snake-spear Douluo. The other, short and stout with a seemingly amiable smile, yet possessing sharp and discerning eyes, was Qi Shui, the porcupine Douluo. Both radiated an invisible barrier of spiritual energy, shielding them from any external prying. "Young master," they greeted, bowing slightly with their gazes lowered, demonstrating utmost reverence. Having watched Qian Xunji grow since childhood, they were among the spirit hall's most loyal guardians. Disguised as Xueqinghe, Qian Xunji, hereafter referred to as Xueqinghe for narrative convenience, seated herself behind the writing desk, her robe slightly ajar, revealing the graceful lines of her collarbone. He carried the faint essence of steam and fragrance from his recent bath, yet the three individuals in the study remained utterly oblivious to it. Xueqinghe's voice, warm and serene, bore the calm demeanor befitting a prince. "Elders, let us discuss the specifics." His voice was a clear baritone. Xi Shui added, his small eyes glinting with intensity. Within and around the pit, three immensely powerful auras linger. Two of them are unprecedented, so formidable that they instill a sense of dread. One is sharp beyond compare, imbued with a will to obliterate all. The other is tyrannical, exuding a terrifying pressure that devours light. The collision of these two auras is the primary cause of the massive pit. He paused, his tone infused with a hint of delight and disbelief. Though exceedingly faint and chaotic, there is no mistaking it. It belongs to the Haoyan Douluo, Tang Hao. The pit's bottom bore a plethora of fresh bloodstains and remnants of his tattered clothing, the aura weak and despondent, evidently having suffered a grave assault, compounded by further injuries that could hardly be of concern. Tang Hao, Xueqinghe, Qian Xunji, abruptly rose from his seat. The warm facade was instantly shattered, revealing the icy murderous intent and deep-seated hatred of Qian Xunji, radiating from her once disguised eyes. The clarity of his voice trembled with a sharp edge due to the surge of emotions. "Father, Qian Xunji," that towering, formidable figure etched in her childhood memories, who had departed too soon. Her grandfather, Qian Douluo, had told her that her father was grievously injured by Tang Hao and ultimately succumbed to his wounds. This blood feud gnawed at her heart like a venomous serpent day and night. Now, hearing of this lifelong nemesis being severely wounded and fleeing like a bereaved dog unleashed a torrent of long-suppressed hatred. "Excellent, excellent, excellent," Xueqinghe, Qian Xunji, repeated thrice, her chest heaving violently, the gentle mask concealing an almost twisted glee. "Tang Hao, today is your day of reckoning." She forcibly suppressed the tumult of emotions, reseating herself, her fingers whitening from the pressure as she monitored closely. At all costs, she must discover the identities of the two mysterious powerhouses who had struck. If they could be allied, it would be worth any sacrifice. If not, her eyes flashed with a cold light. She must ensure they do not obstruct the plans of the Spirit Hall. At Shrek Academy, the morning sun shone brightly, yet it could not dispel the air of despondency pervading the dilapidated surroundings. Xiao Wu affectionately wrapped her arms around Mo Tian's, skipping joyfully from the dormitory, her pink braids dancing lively with her every movement. She had slept exceptionally well the previous night, and now radiated vitality, her cheeks flushed, and her large eyes sparkling with excitement. Mo Tian, expressionless, allowed her to cling to him, his step steady as if he bore not a vibrant young maiden, but rather an inconsequential piece of luggage. They encountered Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, who were also exiting the dormitory. Ning Rongrong donned a new white gown, the silver trim shimmering in the morning light, her demeanor remaining gentle and noble, though her gaze towards Mo Tian held an unmistakable hint of curiosity and complexity that surpassed that of the previous day. Zhu Zhuqing remained adorned in her striking black leather attire, which accentuated her remarkable curves. Her countenance was icy and alluring, and her deep blue cat-like eyes scanned the surroundings, landing on Mo Tian with a trace of subtle vigilance. When her gaze fell upon the small hand of Xiao Wu tightly clasping Mo Tian's arm, a fleeting and barely perceptible anomaly flickered in the depths of her eyes, one that even she herself failed to recognize. "Rongrong, Zhuqing, good morning," Xiao Wu greeted cheerfully, her voice ringing clear and melodious. Ning Rongrong nodded modestly. "Good morning, Xiao Wu," yet her gaze could not help but drift towards Mo Tian. He appeared oblivious to the presence of the two, his eyes fixed straight ahead, exuding an icy pride that seemed etched into his very being. At that moment, a commotion accompanied by a sobbing female voice shattered the tranquility of the morning. "Let go of me. Ma Hongjun, please let me go. I beg you." A rural girl, dressed in coarse fabric and possessing a delicate appearance, was being relentlessly tugged by a plump boy in a red short coat. The boy, seemingly around 12 or 13, had a wild mop of red hair and squinting eyes that reflected an urgency and greed unfitting for his age. As he huffed, "Sawa, this is the last time. I swear. I beg you, help me. I can't take it anymore. That wicked fire burns within me." Suehua, the girl, struggled desperately, tears welling in her eyes. Her face etched with shame and fear. "No, I don't want to. You always say that. Let me go. Ma Hongjun, release that girl." Xiaowu, brimming with a sense of justice, immediately detached herself from Mo Tian's arm and dashed forward like a whirlwind of pink, hands on her hips, and shouted at Ma Hongjun in a commanding tone. Ma Hongjun, consumed by the raging fire within, was momentarily distracted and seeing Tsawan nearly escape. He was infuriated by the interruption from a mere girl. He whipped around, his facial flab contorting as he bellowed, "Who the hell dares meddle in my business? Are you tired of living?" But before the last syllable could escape his lips, it lodged in his throat like a rooster caught by the neck. As his eyes widened in shock, fixated on the sight before him. In the morning light, 3 strikingly beautiful young women stood before him, each distinct in their own right. The one in the middle, hands on her hips and glaring defiantly, was a lively spirit, her large eyes ablaze with the fire of justice, Xiaowu. To her left stood a girl clad in white, ethereal and noble, her eyes shimmering like glass with a hint of disdain, Ning Rongrong. To the right, Zhu Zhuqing, enveloped in her leather attire that sculpted her breathtaking silhouette, exuded an icy beauty, her blue cat-like eyes resembling a chilling pool, radiating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Never before had Ma Hongjun encountered such exquisite beauty in one place. Particularly captivated by Zhu Zhuqing's voluptuous figure and frosty demeanor, which ignited within him a tempest of primal desire, akin to a spark igniting a barrel of oil. An uncontrollable wave of heat erupted from within him, his skin tinged with a faint flush. "Beautiful, beautiful," he exclaimed, nearly drooling, his small eyes glimmering with avarice. Instinctively loosening his grip on Suehua, as Suehua, feeling as if she had been granted a reprieve, fled with tears covering her face, Ma Hongjun was oblivious to her plight. His mind consumed by the presence of the 3 stunning beauties before him. With a lecherous grin revealing his yellowed teeth, he rubbed his hands together and approached eagerly. "Hello, sisters, you must be new here. I am Ma Hongjun, and my martial spirit is the top-tier phoenix. You can count on me to protect you within the academy," he proclaimed, extending his greasy hand towards Zhu Zhuqing, the one closest to him. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled with a chilling light, her sharp fingertips instantaneously poised to strike. The frosty aura of the ghostly spirit cat enveloping her. However, someone was swifter than she. Just as Ma Hongjun's clammy hand was about to breach the icy glare of Zhu Zhuqing, an indescribable, terrifying pressure descended upon him like the deepest chill of the underworld, striking without warning. This force, precise and merciless, bore down upon Ma Hongjun alone, as if an invisible mountain had crushed him. Thud! The lascivious grin on Ma Hongjun's face froze and twisted into a mask of horror. He felt as though he had been plunged into an abyss of ice, or as if an unseen hand had mercilessly forced him into viscous molten steel. Every bone in his body groaned under the insufferable weight. The wicked flames ignited within him, extinguishing instantly, frozen by an absolute zero chill. An irresistible terror, originating from the depths of his soul, seized his consciousness entirely. He emitted a wheezing sound from his throat, his small eyes bulging with sheer fear and suffocation. His legs turned to limp noodles, unable to support his corpulent frame. And with a heavy thud, he collapsed onto the ground. His knees struck the hard surface with a dull thud, and the invisible force did not relent. Rather, it pressed down upon him like an unyielding tide. Bang! Ma Hongjun's form was flattened against the earth, his pudgy face crashing into the dust. He struggled, attempting to summon his soul power and call forth his martial spirit, but all efforts proved futile. Beneath that overwhelming, abyssal pressure, he felt as insignificant as a speck of dust, a mere wish to move a finger beyond his reach. Sweat gushed forth like a dam bursting, flooding from every pore of his body, soaking through his crimson attire and rapidly spreading a dark stain beneath his ample frame. Beads of sweat mingled with dirt, mucus, and tears, cascading down his face pressed against the ground in utter disgrace. He gasped for air like a fish out of water, unable to draw in even a breath, his body convulsing violently from the excruciating pain and fear. The source of this torment stemmed solely from the black-clad youth, Mo Tian, who had not once deigned to cast a glance in his direction. Mo Tian remained calmly rooted in place, his gaze not even alighting upon the pitiful figure of Ma Hongjun sprawled like mud on the ground, as if the overwhelming force that had shattered a great soul master had merely been a breeze stirred by his breath. His eyes swept over Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, who were visibly shocked by Ma Hongjuan's plight, before finally resting on Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was taken aback. Her small mouth slightly agape as she glanced down at the convulsing Ma Hongjun and then at Mo Tian, her large eyes brimming with astonishment. Although she was aware of her brother Mo Tian's formidable strength, witnessing him so effortlessly subdue someone was rather exaggerated, wasn't it? Yet, she found it utterly delightful. Let us go? Mo Tian's cold voice shattered the brief silence. He strode forward, as if the puddle of mud on the ground were non-existent. Ning Rongrong observed Mo Tian's tall and austere silhouette, then glanced at Ma Hongjun, who lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, her crystalline eyes sparkling with intrigue. A faint ripple flickered in Zhu Zhuqing's icy feline gaze. This overwhelming power was suffocating yet strangely reassuring. Just as Mo Tian led Xiao Wu past the prostrate Ma Hongjun, a howl erupted, a cry filled with agony, rage, and madness, akin to the desperate wail of a wounded beast, bursting forth from Ma Hongjuan's throat, pressed against the ground. Buzz! A scarlet glow erupted from Ma Hongjuan's corpulent body like a volcanic eruption, radiating searing heat. The powerful surge of soul energy instantly shattered some of the oppressive forces binding him. Two brilliant yellow soul rings abruptly ascended from beneath him. Amidst the blinding crimson light, Ma Hongjuan's physique underwent a bizarre transformation. His already plump form seemed to swell further, his exposed skin turning a vivid red, resembling a boiled shrimp, with fine red feathers subtly emerging. Most strikingly, a gigantic phantom of a phoenix, composed entirely of pure purple-red flames, unfurled its wings behind him in a display of furious majesty, emanating an unsettling heat and a sinister aura. The intense temperature distorted the surrounding air. Fiery phoenix. Martial soul manifestation. Bastard. I will burn you to ashes. Ma Hongjun struggled to lift his head. His chubby face smeared with dirt and sweat twisted in extreme agony and the backlash of dark flames, his small eyes now filled with frenzied crimson. He fixated on Mo Tian's indifferent figure, the colossal flaming phoenix phantom letting out a silent, piercing shriek. As the purple-red malevolent flames surged toward Mo Tian and Xiao Wu's backs like a raging tide. Wherever the flames passed, the grass on the ground instantly withered and carbonized. This sudden upheaval caused Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing to change countenance dramatically. Be careful, Ning Rongrong exclaimed in alarm. Zhu Zhuqing's body tensed instantly, her claws extending as she prepared to charge. However, with his back to the approaching torrent of purple-red flames, Mo Tian did not even pause in his stride. He merely raised his right hand, grasping the Eternal Knight's judgment sword, and casually waved it behind him, as if brushing off dust from his shoulder. There were no soul rings illuminating, nor was there any earth-shattering momentum. Swish! A sound so faint it was nearly imperceptible, akin to the sound of space being sliced by a paper cutter. The surging, terrifyingly hot purple-red malevolent flames, merely 3 feet away from Mo Tian's back, collided with an invisible, insurmountable barrier, splitting apart cleanly and silently, without a hint of warning. The raging flames, as if cast into a void of absolute zero, were instantaneously extinguished, vanishing without a trace. Not a single spark or wisp of smoke remained. It was as if the infernal fire, capable of melting stone, was merely a fleeting illusion. Severed. An absolute severance. The energy was cut off, the laws were broken, and the connection between the malevolent fiery phoenix's phantom and reality was shattered. The colossal fiery phoenix phantom behind Ma Hongjun emitted a mournful wail that pierced the depths of the soul, disintegrating like shattered glass, dissipating into nothingness. With a sudden forceful severance of the bond to his martial spirit, Ma Hongjun felt as if he had been struck by a heavy blow. His corpulent body quivered violently, and a torrent of scalding blood erupted from his mouth, as if all his bones had been extracted, causing him to collapse once more to the ground. The madness in his eyes swiftly replaced by boundless fear and bewilderment. Mo Tian finally halted his advance. He slowly turned, his cold gaze resembling 2 invisible blades that penetrated the air, landing upon Ma Hongjun, who lay prostrate like a lifeless dog. No words were spoken. Mo Tian merely raised his right hand. The blade of the Evernight Judgment Sword, entirely black and seemingly capable of swallowing light, silently appeared in his grasp. The tip drooped, aimed at the ground. Then he moved. There was no radiant display of soul skills, no ornate maneuvers. Simply gripping the sword, he took a single step. His figure vanished like a wraith, and in the next instant, he materialized less than a foot in front of Ma Hongjun. So swift, so fast that it transcended the limits of perception. So quick that even an afterimage was left behind. The icy edge of the sword, imbued with the chilling aura of death that could sever all, lunged with the precision of a striking serpent, aimed directly at the gaping mouth of Ma Hongjun. Wide open in terror, the target was his throat. The shadow of death instantaneously consumed all of Ma Hongjun's awareness. His pupils dilated to their utmost, fixated solely on the rapidly enlarging, soul-devouring black blade tip. Chapter 20. The Thunder of Red Bean Buns. The little sorceress reveals her talents, the cold blade tip. Akin to the fangs of a venomous serpent, pressed precisely against Ma Hongjun's quivering throat, which writhed in fear. A thin line of warm blood slowly seeped along the dark blade, glimmering ominously in the morning light. Ma Hongjun's corpulent form lay rigidly on the ground, as if frozen. His breath suspended, his small eyes filled with boundless dread and despair, fixated on the judgment sword that seemed capable of devouring souls. Qian, gripping the sword with one hand, stood tall and straight like a spear, while his other hand rested casually behind him. His profound gaze was shrouded in silence, devoid of any murderous intent, only exuding a sense of indifference, as if looking down upon mere insects. This seemingly insignificant sword was not meant to take a life. It was merely a cold retribution for coarse words and filthy gazes. Stop! A voice, laced with urgency, rang out. Dai Mubai's figure surged forth like a bolt of golden lightning from the direction of the dormitory. His heterochromatic eyes, framed by golden hair, were filled with gravity, fixated intently on the Evernight Judgment sword in Tian's hand. The obsidian giant sword exuded an intangible sharpness and weight that sent a primal shiver through the evil-eyed white tiger martial soul within him, as if confronted by a superior predator. Yet, upon witnessing the blood trickling from Ma Hongjun's neck, Dai Mubai steeled himself and rushed forward, urgently imploring, Tian, show mercy. Hongjun's situation is exceptional. Taking a deep breath, Dai Mubai hastily explained, fearful of the moment slipping away. Hongjun's martial soul is a mutated, top-tier evil fire phoenix. This power is incredibly domineering, but it also brings uncontrollable side effects. His body is consumed by evil fire. Since his martial soul awakened at the age of 6, the evil fire within him must be periodically released through intimate relations with the opposite sex. Otherwise, he will be engulfed by insatiable flames, suffering immensely, and even facing life-threatening consequences. Just now, he was overwhelmed by the evil fire, lost his senses, and did not intend to offend. His nature is not malicious. He is merely a victim of this cursed physique. Dai Mubai's tone carried a hint of helplessness and plea. 6 years old? Xiaowu's delicate lips parted in shock. Her large eyes filled with disbelief and profound disgust. The thought of such matters at such a tender age left her at a loss for words. A chill running down her spine as she instinctively clutched onto Tian's arm, as if seeking to dispel the nauseating thought. 6 years old? Starting at such a tender age? This revelation shattered all notions she had learned from her mother about the dynamics between men and women. Ning Rongrong's exquisitely beautiful face instantly contorted with revulsion, her glass-like eyes casting a cold glance at Ma Hongjun, who lay on the ground like a heap of mud. She took a measured step back, as though fearing contamination from something unclean. Ning Rongrong's eyes brimmed with unabashed disdain and disgust. Her instinctive retreat suggesting that proximity to Ma Hongjun would taint her garments. As the princess of the 7 treasures, glazed tile school, she had been raised with the highest standards of etiquette, leaving her with an intense aversion to such base behavior. Zhu Zhuqing's cold feline eyes glimmered with a sharp light, regarding Ma Hongjun with the contempt one reserves for refuse. Even though she harbored disdain for Dai Mubai, at least he possessed the pride and boundaries of a prince, while the rotund figure before her was nothing but a source of repulsion. The abhorrence in Zhu Zhuqing's icy gaze was palpable, almost solid enough to pierce the plump figure sprawled on the ground with the sharpness of an arrow. She scoffed at the excuse presented. The filthy nobles of the Xinglua Empire, who among them did not cloak their sordid deeds in grandiloquent justifications? Being forced into such circumstances was merely a flimsy veil for their uncontrollable beastly instincts. Even the typically frozen depths of Tian's tranquil heart stirred with a rare ripple upon hearing the phrase, 6 years old. 6 years? Beginning such a sordid path? The little chick had yet to transform into a phoenix. The side effects of this mutated constitution were indeed precocious. A hint of indescribable scorn flickered across his profound gaze. At that moment, footsteps approached. Oscar, supporting the still pale Tang San, emerged from the direction of the dormitory. Oscar evidently took great care in his appearance. His scruffy beard was meticulously shaved, revealing a rather handsome visage. His features were well defined, with a prominent nose and captivating peach blossom eyes that sparkled with a hint of rebellious charm. Although his physique did not possess the brawny robustness of Dai Mubai, he was nonetheless proportionate and upright. At this moment, he was striving to present his best side to Ning Rongrong, yet unfortunately, Her attention was entirely captivated by Mo Tian and Ma Hongjun on the ground, leaving him unnoticed. Tang Xin appeared somewhat leaner, with a delicate countenance and calm eyes that bore a maturity beyond his years. His injuries had healed considerably, allowing him to walk unaided, though his steps were still somewhat unsteady. His gaze swept across the scene and momentarily lingered on Mo Tian's pitch-black greatsword pressing against Ma Hongjun's throat, a fleeting glimmer of seriousness flashing in his eyes. Mo Tian's tranquil gaze casually brushed past Tang Xin, the passive skill of the 10,000-year head spirit bone, a culmination of wisdom quietly activated. It seemed as if his eyes pierced through Tang Xin's flesh and bones, revealing the intricate pathways of soul power flowing within him. These pathways did not follow the conventional methods familiar to soul masters in Douluo continent. Instead, they formed an extraordinarily profound and intricate cycle. The soul power circulated within, embodying an enduring vitality and an unparalleled essence, far surpassing the purity and intensity of soul masters of the same rank. It was this enigmatic technique that underpinned Tang Xin's extraordinary cultivation speed and combat prowess. Mo Tian understood the nature of the Xiantian treasure record. Deep within his cold consciousness, his awareness of this technique from another world remained merely at the level of nomenclature, devoid of further tumult. In Mo Tian's perception, the internal condition of Tang Xin was vividly illustrated. His bones were resilient, meridians broad, and beneath an exceptionally strong physique for one of his age, a peculiar, pale blue energy flowed. The manner in which this energy operated was enigmatic and self-circulating, subtly resonating with a faint breath of the cosmos, swiftly repairing Tang Xin's damaged meridians and nourishing his vital energy at a pace far exceeding the conventional meditative methods of Douluo continent. At its core, it seemed to bear the imprint of a complex and profound compendium of ancient Eastern techniques, the Xiantian treasure record, the ultimate secret of the Tang sect. Mo Tian comprehended this. It was the very foundation that enabled this junior to perform miracles with the blue-silver grass martial soul and to possess such combat awareness and skill at such a tender age, a gift from another realm. A gust of wind swept through, and the figure of Flinder, the dean of Shrek Academy, descended gracefully onto the dilapidated wooden platform at the center of the playground, resembling a great bird in flight. Beneath his characteristic hooked nose, his lips were pressed tightly, and through one shattered lens of his glasses, his gaze swept over the crowd with a mix of complexity before finally resting on Mo Tian, causing his pupils to involuntarily constrict ever so slightly, his heart skipping a beat. The horrifying images from the previous night in the dense forest, the 18 world-destroying spirit rings, the effortless dismissal of Zhao Wujing, and the overwhelming power that crushed Tang Hao, haunted his mind like a persistent nightmare. In a daze, he seemed to see Mo Tian's slender fingers once again forming the chilling gesture of a silent should directed at him. A chill surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. He forcibly suppressed the tremors within his heart, daring not to gaze at Mo Tian any longer, his eyes swiftly averting. An 18-year-old titled Douluo, a twin martial soul, a staggering configuration of 3 black and 6 red spirit rings. This was nothing short of a subversion of the ironclad rules of the Spirit Master realm. Tang Hao, the youngest record holder of the title Douluo in the entire continent, had ascended at the age of 44, heralded as a once-in-a-century prodigy. Yet, the thought of what transpired after Mo Tian caught up to Tang Hao was too daunting for Flinder to contemplate. Though he could ascertain, by merely using his imagination, that whatever had caused the Haotian Douluo to flee in desperation, breathless and defeated, was certainly no friendly sparring session. Who on earth was this individual? What was his purpose in remaining at Shrek? Flinder felt overwhelmed, as though the dilapidated temple of Shrek had unwittingly welcomed a colossal Buddha that he could not afford to serve. Clearing his throat, Flinder endeavored to steady his voice. Ahem. Is everyone present? Excellent. I shall now announce the teaching arrangements of our Shrek Academy. His voice resounded, attempting to dispel the intangible heaviness in the air. Here at Shrek, we only accept monsters. Our teaching methods differ from those of conventional academies. Physical prowess, willpower, and practical combat. None may be neglected. His gaze swept over Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, finally landing subtly on Xiao Wu while entirely avoiding the direction of Mo Tian. Auxiliary spirit masters often become the prime targets of enemy assaults on the battlefield. Thus, formidable physical strength is the foundation of survival. Oscar, Ning Rongrong. The two named individuals turned their attention to Flinder. He pointed towards the uneven dirt path outside the academy. Do you see that road? Run 20 laps around the perimeter of Shrek Academy. The distance is approximately 20 kilometers. You must complete this before noon. Remember, no use of spirit power. No use of spirit abilities. Rely solely on your physical capabilities. This is a test of your willpower. Now, go. Oscar's expression instantly fell. His face contorted in a grimace as he resignedly replied, "Yes, Dean." He sighed, accustomed to such physical punishment as a food system spirit master. Ning Rongrong's delicate brows furrowed slightly, a glimmer of discontent and resistance flashing in her glassy eyes. 20 kilometers? No spirit power allowed. For a pampered princess of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, who had seldom walked anywhere on her own, this was nothing short of a fantastical absurdity. She bit her lip, turning silently to exit the academy. Prideful as she was, she retained a basic sense of awareness. Watching the two retreating figures, Flinder's gaze shifted to the remaining quartet, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Tang San, and Zhu Zhuqing. You four, stay put and rest. Tonight, we will conduct practical combat training for spirit masters. His fingers swiftly pointed at the four, his tone brooking no argument. As for Mo Tian and Xiao Wu, Flinder didn't even dare to cast a glance in their direction. What a joke. To have a titled Douluo remain stationary? To command a Douluo to participate in practical training? He wished to live a few more years. The young lady beside His Highness, exquisitely delicate and beautifully crafted, regardless of whether she is His Highness's sister, maid, or something else, is undoubtedly His Highness's own. How dare he, Flinder, give her orders? All he desires is for these two revered ancestors to remain peacefully within the academy and avoid causing any trouble, for which he would be eternally grateful. On the outskirts of the academy, along the winding dirt road that meanders through fields and dilapidated villages, Oscar resignedly set forth, his feet pounding the earth, just clinging to the freshly cleaned hems of his trousers. Ning Rongrong appeared to be in a rather poor state. Her fair forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat, and several strands of her smooth, long hair clung to her flawless skin due to perspiration. Her exquisite face flushed with a tempting redness from the intense exertion. Her delicate lips parted as she gasped for breath, her chest rising and falling gently with each inhale. The hem of her valuable light blue gown had long since been sullied with dirt and grass, losing its original grace. Sweat soaked the fabric on her back, outlining the nascent curves of her youthful figure. She stumbled slightly, her steps heavy, clearly unaccustomed to such rigorous physical exertion. Oscar felt a pang of sympathy. With a shrewd glance, he took advantage of a moment when they rounded a bend, their line of sight obscured by a dirt slope, and his soul ring flickered almost imperceptibly beneath his feet. "I possess a magnificent sausage," he whispered, uttering the exceedingly crude yet subdued soul incantation. In a flash of golden light, a steaming sausage, exuding a rich meaty aroma, materialized in Oscar's hand. He slowed his pace, awaiting Ning Rongrong to catch up, and as she approached, he presented the offering with an expression he deemed his most charming, his voice laced with concern. "Rongrong, you must be exhausted. Quickly, have this restorative sausage. Its effects are remarkably beneficial. Without it, you truly won't endure 20 laps." Ning Rongrong, on the verge of dizziness from fatigue, was suddenly presented with a glistening, steaming sausage, accompanied by that familiar, nauseatingly lewd soul incantation, albeit in a hushed tone. Faced with Oscar's eager, flattering smile, a long-suppressed fury and the temper of a young lady erupted within her like an ignited powder keg, instantly shattering all her restraint and pretense. She halted abruptly, her chest heaving violently from the intensity of her breaths. Her cheeks, flushed from exertion, now burned crimson with sheer anger and disgust. Her glass-like eyes blazed with a fierce fire as she glared at Oscar. "Eat it yourself," she exclaimed, her voice a sharp yet powerful reprimand that thundered in Oscar's ears. "I am perfectly content with my own exquisite delicacies. Who would want to consume such a repulsive thing? Get away." With that, a brilliant spectrum of light enveloped her. The renowned Seven Treasures shining forth, speed. A radiant beam of color landed precisely upon her, and in an instant, Ning Rongrong surged forward, propelled by a newfound swiftness. A cloud of dust trailing behind her as she charged ahead in a fit of rage. Oscar stood as if struck by a bolt of lightning, utterly petrified in place. Still holding the restorative sausage, his smile frozen into the most comical of expressions. Peach Blossom's eyes widened in astonishment. Her mouth agape as if it could accommodate a duck egg. Her mind was a blank slate, with only Ning Rongrong's furious visage and her fierce roar reverberating endlessly. The notion of a super-invincible red bean bon. How could the seemingly gentle and elegant princess of the Seven Treasures, akin to an ethereal fairy untouched by the mundane world, utter such words? Oscar felt his worldview shatter amidst Ning Rongrong's fierce outburst, fragments scattering around him. Chapter 21. The initial emergence of the Pan Gate. tears of 7 treasures, and the voice of judgment. The midday sun scorched the dilapidated grounds of Shrek Academy with an unforgiving intensity. The air thick with the scent of dust and sweat. He was drenched, as though freshly extracted from water, his red student uniform clinging to him, outlining a physique that was not particularly robust. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, his complexion as pale as parchment, as if he were on the verge of collapsing. Sweat trickled down his chin, leaving small, dark imprints on the parched ground. In stark contrast, Ning Rongrong stood gracefully aside, her cheeks flushed and radiant, her breath steady and prolonged. The expensive white gown she wore bore only a hint of dust at the hem, devoid of even a single bead of sweat, appearing as refreshing as if she had just stepped out of a painting. Flender, hands clasped behind his back, stood atop a rickety wooden platform serving as a podium. His hawk-like gaze pierced through the tattered lenses of his glasses, fixated on Ning Rongrong with unyielding intensity. His expression was stern, the deep-set wrinkles on his face akin to those carved by knife and chisel, devoid of warmth, radiating only scrutiny and icy disappointment. While he refrained from immediate outburst, the unspoken pressure he exuded was far more constraining than any reprimand. Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, and Tang San arrived in succession, positioning themselves alongside the nearly exhausted Oscar, forming a line. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Yet, beneath the shade of trees at the edge of the playground, the scene was strikingly different. A deep, jade-like lounge chair with graceful, ancient lines rested quietly, upon which Mo Tian reclined, his posture languid yet imbued with an inherent toughness. With eyes closed, his extraordinarily handsome profile appeared almost surreal amidst the dappled shadows. A large, mysteriously appeared parasol perfectly shielded him from the midday sun, casting a cool shadow around him. What drew even more attention was the peculiar earphone, gleaming with a metallic sheen, dangling from his ear. Beside him lay a similarly comfortable pink and white lounge chair, where Xiao Wu lounged contentedly, swinging her fair legs, a slender blade of grass held between her lips, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity as she surveyed the individuals at the center of the playground. The two of them stood in stark contrast to the students on the field, drenched in sweat and wearing tense expressions, exuding an air of leisure as if they were on a vacation beach. Flender's gaze flitted past Mo Tian as if scalded, not daring to linger for a moment. The headmaster's apprehension towards Mo Tian had penetrated to his very core, the terror emanating from the depths of the forest the previous night, capable of crushing a title de law, rendering any thought of imposing constraints utterly inconceivable. He even felt fortunate that the sovereign did not directly dismantle his meager academy. This blatant favoritism naturally caught the attention of Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Tang San, and Zhu Zhuqing. A cloud of suspicion grew heavier in their hearts as they regarded Mo Tian with a gaze filled with curiosity and an indescribable reverence. Oscar's mind buzzed with fatigue, leaving him with little energy to ponder further. The voices of Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Flender broke the silence like the grating of rusty iron sheets, inquiring, "Have you completed 20 laps?" A tightness gripped Oscar's heart as he glanced at Ning Rongrong beside him, her expression betraying nothing of her involvement, inspiring within him a surge of inexplicable courage, or perhaps a daze induced by her beauty. Flender's gaze suddenly sharpened, piercing like 2 icy arrows aimed at Oscar. This fool, so enchanted by a woman. A wave of fury surged within Flender. He laughed in anger, his voice rising with undeniable authority. "Good. Very well, Oscar. Since you exhibit such camaraderie and speed, you shall run another 20 laps." Immediately, without the use of soul power, before his words had fully escaped, Flender's figure flickered, appearing before Oscar with ghostly swiftness, his bony fingers striking multiple acupoints on Oscar's chest with lightning speed. A torrent of profound soul power surged forth, brutally sealing Oscar's ability to channel his soul energy. "Director." Oscar's complexion turned pale in an instant, and he opened his mouth to protest. Yet, despair enveloped him as he beheld Flender's frigid gaze and then glanced at Ning Rongrong, who wore an expression devoid of emotion. Ultimately, he could only resign himself, lowering his head as he trudged back onto the dust-laden track, each step feeling like 1,000 pounds, each breath tinged with the metallic taste of blood. As he staggered past the shaded resort area, Mo Tian slightly tilted his head, elegantly pinching a translucent cerulean crystal goblet between his slender fingers, filled with a strange, starry blue liquid. He languidly sipped, the cool liquid gliding down his throat, his face betraying no emotion, a stark contrast to Oscar's disheveled state. Oscar's eyes turned red with envy, his throat parched and aching, nearly devoid of strength to swallow. Flender's attention shifted back to Ning Rongrong, his voice as frigid as a Siberian gale. "Lies come at a price, regardless of the absurd rationale behind them. He paused, his hawk-like eyes fixated on Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong, you tell me, have you completed your laps? Ning Rongrong's delicate brows knitted together, her lips pouting slightly, her face etched with disappointment. Her voice laced with an intentional fragility and grievance, like clear spring water dripping onto a jade plate, instantly captivating Dai Mubai's gaze and drawing Tang San's attention. No. The distance is too long, and I'm hungry. I can't keep going. Her pitiful demeanor, paired with her unparalleled beauty, was devastatingly effective. Even Oscar, who was struggling to run nearby, felt his heart skip a beat upon hearing her voice, nearly losing his footing. Xiao Wu sat upright, her expression tinged with concern as she watched the scene unfold. Flander's countenance was so somber that it seemed as though it could drip with water. His voice as frigid as tempered ice. So, you sneaked into Soto City all by yourself, indulging in feasting, shopping, treating the Academy's rules as mere whispers in the wind? Ning Rongrong abruptly raised her head, a flicker of indignation flashing in her eyes, her voice rising a notch. You were spying on me? Humph. Flander scoffed coldly, unreserved in his reprimand. You disregard the Academy's arrangements, abscond from class, and even incite seniors to lie and conceal for you. Ning Rongrong, mark my words. Any one of these transgressions, if committed on the battlefield, would lead to but one outcome: military justice. Death. The finality of Flander's pronouncement struck like a hammer. Imbued with the oppressive aura of a soul sage and an ironclad ferocity, the temperature on the playground seemed to plummet to freezing. Damubai, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, and even Oscar, who had just run past again, felt a shiver run down their spines, instinctively breaking into a cold sweat for Ning Rongrong. Xiao Wu, too, nervously gripped the edge of her lounge chair. Only Mo Tian remained undisturbed, as if Flander were merely recounting a tale unrelated to him. Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback by Flander's menacing gaze and words, her delicate face paling slightly, yet her inherent pride compelled her to stand her ground. Flander coldly issued an ultimatum. Now, I present you with two choices. First, pack your belongings and leave Shrek Academy immediately. Second, prove your worth to remain and ensure that you will never again violate any rules. Ning Rongrong's exquisite visage flushed with anger, her head held high, resembling an enraged swan. Her eyes brimming with the haughty disdain of the princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Flander, who do you think you are? Merely a lowly soul sage. Do you presume to dictate to me? Flander did not take offense. Instead, a hint of derision crept upon his features. Since Lady Ning so looks down upon my humble soul sage academy, then I shall not see you off. Dai Mubai, assist Lady Ning in packing her belongings. You dare, Flander. Ning Rongrong was utterly incensed, her voice sharp as she pointed an accusatory finger at him. In my entire life, you are the first to speak to me in such a manner. Oh, is that so? A deeper mockery curled at the corners of Flander's mouth as his gaze swept over the other students. It is because those you previously encountered, due to your status in the seven-treasure glazed tile school, did not dare offend you. But here, in my Shrek Academy, you are nothing. Every single student here surpasses you. Nonsense. Ning Rongrong retorted sharply, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. I am the most outstanding genius of the seven-treasure glazed tile school in hundreds of years. Innate soul power of level 9. My future achievements are limitless. I am more noble than any of them, especially that Oscar. A lewd food-type soul master. He is not even worth a single one of my fingers. Her words were laced with fury, a reflection of her disdainful outrage. Flander let forth an even louder, chilling laugh, his voice sharp as the edge of a blade. Dissecting her claims, Dai Mubai, who broke through to Soul Sovereign at 13, now a 37-level Battle Soul Sovereign. Tang San, with his blue-silver Grass Martial Soul, is a 29-level Great Soul Master. His cultivation speed and combat skills far exceed those of his peers. Ma Hongjun, despite the flaws inherent in his martial spirit, possesses the extraordinary and unparalleled phoenix of evil fire. His potential is immense. Zhu Zhuqing, with a soul power comparable to yours, possesses a resolute determination and an unwavering commitment to her goals, far surpassing what you, as a pampered young lady, can aspire to. Oscar, a food system soul master with innate full soul power, is a rarity on the continent. At present, his soul power has reached the pinnacle of level 29, and a breakthrough to level 30 is imminent. His future is destined to exceed your wildest imaginations, even transcending the constraints of your seven treasures glazed tile school. Finally, Flander's gaze drifted to the young girl Xiao Wu, who was resting in the shade, his tone softened slightly, tinged with an unnoticeable caution. And there is Xiao Wu. At just 12 years of age, a battle spirit master of level 35, She has shattered the record for the youngest soul master on the Douluo continent. Her extraordinary talent and profound potential far exceed that of Dai Mubai. Upon hearing Flanders' praise, particularly the mention of surpassing Dai Mubai, Xiaowu's large eyes transformed into crescent moons, her delicate face radiating pride and joy. The grueling 6 years of hellish training in the hidden domain. Her mother, A Rua's attentive guidance, the companionship of the formidable beasts De Ming and Air Ming, along with Mo Tian's almost ruthless systematic training, have finally garnered external recognition. This pride compelled her to excitedly wiggle her small feet. However, as everyone's gaze shifted away from Xiaowu, it inevitably focused on the young man still reclining on the dark chaise lounge, adorned with peculiar headphones. What was that contraption? An unfamiliar soul guide device. Only Xiaowu knew it was a magical little box that emitted melodious sounds, her favorite tune being one that confronted the harsh realities of a nightmarish world, providing her with an extraordinary solace amid the fatigue of training. Flanders' gaze then fixated once more on the increasingly pale Ning Rongrong, his voice resonating like the chilling finality of a gavel. Therefore, Ning Rongrong, understand this clearly. Here, among everyone present, you are the weakest. Boom. Each word from Flanders' mouth struck like a searing iron brand, searing into Ning Rongrong's proud heart, which had been enveloped in the halo of the 7 treasures glazed tile for over a decade. Her once prized talents, status, and nobility, along with all her pretenses and stubbornness, were shattered in an instant. Ning Rongrong's body trembled violently, her glass-like, beautiful eyes first filled with disbelief, followed swiftly by a tidal wave of humiliation and grievance. Crystal tears could no longer be contained, cascading down like pearls from a broken string, carving 2 distinct wet trails on her fair cheeks. She clenched her small fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms, offering a minuscule sting that could not alleviate the excruciating pain in her heart. A suppressed sob, laden with endless grievance and despair, escaped from her throat. She abruptly lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes searching Flanders' cold face, before sweeping across the varied expressions of those around her. Dai Mubai's complexity, Tang San's silence, Ma Hongjuan's bewilderment, and perhaps a hint of pity hidden deep within Zhu Zhuqing's gaze. In the distance, a figure donned in an unusual headset, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding clamor, stood aloof as all pride crumbled. With a heart-wrenching cry, Ning Rongrong could no longer hold herself together. She abruptly turned, covering her face, and stumbled towards the girls' dormitory in a frenzied dash. The playground fell into an eerie silence. Flinder, with an unreadable expression, gazed in the direction where Ning Rongrong had fled, a flicker of barely perceptible weariness crossing his eyes. Dai Mubai and the others exchanged glances, their emotions a complex tapestry. Oscar, from a distance, watched the white figure vanish into the dormitory corridor, his steps weighed down as if burdened by lead, his heart heavy with an indescribable pain and confusion. Beneath the shade of the trees, Xiaowu concealed her smile, a trace of sympathy etched on her small face as she sighed softly. Meanwhile, Mo Tian, whose eyes had been tightly shut, unbeknownst to him, had managed to open them just a crack. His gaze, deep and serene, swept over the direction in which Ning Rongrong had disappeared as a passionate melody surged in his headset. Reaching its crescendo, only at the moment of breaking free from the cocoon does one realize the capriciousness of fate, belief ignited in the abyss. His fingertips lightly tapped the armrest of the lounge chair, a subtle ripple of thought stirring in the frigid depths of his consciousness. The Panmin needed a glass tower capable of uniting hearts. Her shattered pride was ready for reconstruction. Chapter 22. The Soul Fight Stuns. The abyss tears the blue-silver cage. Nightfall enveloped Soto City entirely, the immense edifice of the Soto Great Soul Arena. Resembling a colossal beast lying in wait, radiated brightness akin to daylight. The cacophony of voices threatened to overturn the dome above, while various soul guide lights flickered wildly on the grand circular stands, illuminating the numerous sturdy soul guide alloy platforms in the center with exquisite clarity. The air was thick with the scents of sweat, dust, blood, and fervent hormones. Flinder, accompanied by Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, and Tang San, flowed into the surging crowd like droplets merging into a torrential river. Ning Rongrong remained locked away in her dormitory, still reeling from the earlier blow, while Oscar lay incapacitated on his bed, utterly exhausted from the 20 laps of punishment inflicted due to his sealed soul power. In contrast, the figures of Mo Tian and Xiaowu trailed behind Flinder and his companions, leisurely yet purposefully. Flinder caught a glimpse of the tall, austere shadow from the corner of his eye, and his heart tightened, inwardly lamenting, what business does this esteemed individual have here, with the terrifying prowess displayed? Should he decide to participate, The Soto Great Soul Arena might well transform into a slaughterhouse. The city lord, whose power barely reached the Soul Douluo realm, would likely find himself inadequate. Suppressing his apprehension, he feigned ignorance, silently praying that this noble merely sought to observe the spectacle. Xiao Wu appeared particularly exhilarated, her pink attire gleaming brightly under the lights. Soon, her name illuminated the massive Soul Guide screen. Next up, a personal battle at the Soul Master level. Softbone Rabbit. A 35-level Battle Soul Master versus Ghost Needle, a 36-level Battle Soul Master. On the platform, Xiao Wu's opponent had taken his position. He was a slender man clad in a dark green bodysuit, known by the moniker Ghost Needle. His face was obscured by a half-masked, grotesque visage, revealing skin tinged with an unhealthy grayish hue. As 3 soul rings, yellow, and purple, rose from beneath his feet, a chilling, sharp aura began to permeate the air. His body was swiftly enveloped in deep azure, vine-like patterns, with fingers extending half a foot into sharp, black steel claws that shimmered with a chilling, ghostly light, like poison needles of death. Behind him, a shadowy, spiked vine flickered ominously, reminiscent of the ghostly needle grass. The competition commenced. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as the first soul ring illuminated instantaneously. With a fierce thrust, he swept both hands forward, unleashing 10 obsidian claws like arrows released from a bow, creating a piercing sound as they transformed into a torrent of dense black needle rain, fanning out towards Xiao Wu. The tips of the needles glimmered with a ghostly light, exuding a frigid, paralyzing aura. In a corner of the stands, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Hongjun all held their breath. Faced with this sudden area attack, they would have been flustered as well. However, Xiao Wu's pink figure vanished from sight. Instantaneous movement. A speed of spatial transition that was imperceptible to the naked eye. The explosive force generated by her waist allowed her to sidestep several meters as if teleporting. The deadly needle rain just grazing her shadow and embedding itself into the alloy arena with a series of sharp clinks, leaving dozens of tiny holes. The pupils of the ghostly needle narrowed as the second soul ring flared to life. Thorny vines ensnared her. Several deep azure, resilient vines adorned with black barbs surged forth like venomous serpents from the ground and the spirit's shadow, howling as they converged from various angles towards the spot where Xiao Wu landed. The barbs on the vines glinted coldly. Once ensnared, the consequences would be dire. Yet a sly smile curved at the corners of Xiao Wu's mouth. She didn't even resort to her third soul skill, instant movement. Her slender waist twisted with an almost boneless agility, her body flipping through the gaps between the approaching vines at an astonishing angle. With a delicate tap of her toes upon one of the sweeping vines, she used it to propel herself once more into the air. Her movements were light and graceful, akin to a pink butterfly dancing amidst a thicket of thorns. So swift, Tang San's eyes flickered with a violet hue. And through the gaze of the purple extreme demon eye, Xiao Wu's trajectory became clearer, yet her fluidity and speed still left him astounded. Her flexibility was truly remarkable. Dai Mubai couldn't help but exclaim. In Zhu Zhuqing's icy feline eyes, a flicker of gravity and envy passed by. The ghostly needle wore a grim expression. His opponent's speed had far surpassed his expectations. With a low growl, he summoned all his soul power, causing more robust thorny vines to erupt from the earth, weaving a deadly net intended to ensnare Xiao Wu completely. Xiao Wu threaded through the gaps between the vines, leaping and twisting, each maneuver fraught with peril, yet executed with exquisite precision. She even deliberately slowed her pace, enticing the vines to pursue, only to abruptly accelerate and escape just as they nearly closed in, infuriating the ghostly needle. Her nonchalant demeanor was akin to toying with a clumsy beast. It was time to conclude. Having played enough, a glimmer of pink light flickered in her eyes. The third soul ring, a profound purple, shone brilliantly. Instant movement. The space rippled imperceptibly. Xiao Wu's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing like a specter behind the ghostly needle, who was fully occupied controlling the vines. Waist bow, the elongated, powerful legs coiled around the opponent like a giant python, deftly constricting the neck and waist of the adversary. A terrifying display of flexibility and strength erupted instantaneously. The opponent felt an overwhelming force surge forward, causing the surroundings to whirl chaotically. He was flung into the air like a discarded sack, tracing a high arc before crashing down with a resounding thud. His body struck the protective barrier at the edge of the arena, emitting a painful groan before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. The ethereal vines that had ensnared him dissipated in an instant. Victory for the soft-boned rabbit, the referee announced loudly. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers and gasps of astonishment. In this battle, the protagonist displayed a dominant prowess, effortlessly manipulating an opponent whose soul power exceeded hers by a rank. Her remarkable speed, flexibility, and combat awareness left a lasting impression on all spectators. Clapping her hands, she tossed her pink braided hair and bounced off the arena, her face aglow with the joy of triumph. As she passed by Qian, he nodded slightly, a rare glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. The training in the land of shadows was not in vain. Her smile grew even sweeter at that thought. Soon, her name was announced once more. In the individual battle at the Soul Emperor level, the soft-boned rabbit, a 35th level Soul Emperor, faced off against Qin, a 34th level weapon Soul Emperor. This opponent was an elegant woman clad in simple attire, known as Qin. Suspended before her was an ancient zither, approximately 3 feet and 6 inches long, its body smooth as jade, with 7 luminous strings radiating an unusual resonance of soul power, the 7-string zither of pure heart. The battle commenced. Qin Yin's hands hovered above the strings as her first soul ring shimmered with golden light. Breaking sound. Single string. She selected a string and plucked it swiftly, releasing a concentrated, piercing high-frequency sound wave that shot toward the soft-boned rabbit like an invisible arrow, accompanied by a deafening shriek. The speed was astonishing. The rabbit's pupils constricted, her waist bending as her body shifted like willow fluff in the wind, narrowly avoiding the attack. The sound wave grazed her ear, the force of the wind stinging her cheek, while the sharp sound wave pricked her mind. Without hesitation, Qin Yin's fingers danced over the strings, and her second soul ring ignited. Entwining melody of the 7 strings. 7 translucent energy strings, resembling ethereal serpents, surged forth, radiating a flexible yet resilient aura, encircling the soft-boned rabbit from various angles. Once ensnared, her movements would be severely hindered. The rabbit dared not delay, activating her third soul skill, instantaneous movement, vanishing only to reappear on the opposite side of the arena. Yet, the 7 energy strings seemed to possess a life of their own, twisting midair to pursue her relentlessly. Simultaneously, Qin Yin's fingertips danced incessantly, unleashing a barrage of sound waves that sealed off the rabbit's escape routes. In that moment, the arena was alive with resonating sound waves and swirling energy strings. The rabbit was compelled to continuously employ instantaneous movement and agile maneuvers, her pink figure darting and weaving through the confined space, perilously navigating the onslaught. As she teleported to the ground, her descent was slightly delayed, and a strand of energy from the zither grazed her arm. The resilient string, vibrating at a high frequency, instantly tore through her sleeve, leaving a faint crimson mark on her fair skin. Humph! A glimmer of determination flashed in Xiao Wu's eyes. She focused intently, waiting for the moment when the zither's melody plucked the strings once more. Her third soul ring erupted in purple light. Teleportation. This time, she appeared less than a meter from the zither player. With a swift motion, her waist bent, and her long legs swept fiercely towards the arm holding the zither. Attack the weak point. The zither player was evidently unprepared for Xiao Wu's elusive teleportation, hastily attempting to block with the instrument itself. Bang! A muffled thud resonated. The immense force transmitted through the zither caused the player's arm to go numb, her body staggering backward. The ancient zither hovering before her also shook violently, and the player's composure faltered. Now was the moment. Xiao Wu closed in. Abandoning teleportation, she relied solely on the terrifying close combat skills afforded by her agility. Her delicate fists and graceful legs rained down blows upon the zither player like a tempest. Although the Su Xian 7-string zither was formidable, it fell into an absolute defensive position when entangled with a sensitive attack-type soul master, especially one as adept in close combat as Xiao Wu. Yet she moved with the fluidity of a slippery fish, navigating the confined space nimbly, always evading critical strikes while delivering heavy blows to the zither player. Finally, during one of her blocks, Xiao Wu landed a cunning knee strike to the abdomen, causing excruciating pain that momentarily stalled the player's soul power. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Wu twisted her waist and executed a stunning shoulder throw. Bang! The zither player, along with her instrument, was forcefully slammed onto the arena. The brilliance of the 7-string zither fading instantly. The soft-boned rabbit triumphs. The referee's voice echoed once more. Xiao Wu panted lightly, blood oozing from the wound on her arm. Yet her face radiated a victorious smile. Although the battle had been somewhat chaotic, her rich combat experience and agile use of teleportation had secured her victory. Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Hongjuan's individual matches were comparatively straightforward. Utilizing the control of blue-silver grass and exquisite Tang sect hidden weapon techniques, Tang San narrowly defeated a level 29 weapon soul master. Zhu Zhuqing, with her level 27 nether cat, relied on her extreme speed and sharp claws to narrowly overcome a level 28 plant-type soul master. Ma Hongjun was fortunate. His evil fire phoenix had a natural attribute advantage over plant souls. Although he was slightly singed in the process, he ultimately triumphed over a level 35 plant soul master. Following the conclusion of the individual battles, the draw for the team battles commenced. As the colossal soul guide screen illuminated with the battle list, the expressions of the Shrek group turned subtly complex. Soul King level team battle, Blue Silver Azura, Tang San, versus Nether Spirit Cat, Zhu Zhuqing. Soul King level team battle, Evil Fire Phoenix, Ma Hongjun, versus Soft-Boned Rabbit, Xiao Wu. The outcome of Xiao Wu's battle against Ma Hongjun was without question. In the arena, Xiao Wu didn't even allow Ma Hongjun the chance to unleash his evil fire. Her waist bow combined with teleportation rendered her close combat techniques like a violent storm, making Ma Hongjun's corpulent figure appear clumsy and target-like before her. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on the other arena was considerably more tense. Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing stood facing each other. Tang San's countenance was serene beneath his feet. 2 yellow soul rings ascended, while the resilient blue-silver grass vines spread around him as though they were alive. Zhu Zhuqing resembled a cold statue. Her deep azure feline eyes fixed intently upon Tang San, and similarly, 2 yellow rings were present at her feet. Her sharp claws emerged, exuding an eerie chill. Despite the 2-level disparity in their soul power, Tang San at level 29, Zhu Zhuqing at 27. Zhu Zhuqing dared not exhibit the slightest complacency in the presence of this academy member, who demonstrated exquisite control. In a corner of the stands, Mo Tian's profound gaze settled upon the arena. Just as Zhu Zhuqing prepared to ascend the stage, she suddenly sensed a chilling and heavy aura materializing beside her. She whirled around, meeting Mo Tian's gaze, which was as tranquil as the abyss. An invisible pressure enveloped her instantly, constricting her breath. Your martial spirit is of the utmost sensitivity and offense. Mo Tian's cold voice, akin to the rasp of cold iron, resonated clearly in Zhu Zhuqing's ear. Imbued with an undeniable penetrating force, attack is the best defense. Zhu Zhuqing's azure feline pupils constricted abruptly, her heart feeling as if struck by a hammer. Abandon all thoughts of defense and retreat. Mo Tian's voice remained devoid of fluctuation, yet it etched itself into Zhu Zhuqing's mind like a brand. With your utmost speed and strongest assault, tear apart his control. Do not afford him a moment to breathe or set traps, remember? Resolve him before he employs any hidden weapons. As his words fell, Mo Tian's figure vanished once more, as if he had never existed. Zhu Zhuqing stood frozen in place. Her heart racing, as if the icy blood coursing through her veins had ignited at that moment. Abandon defense? Attack recklessly? For reasons unknown. Mo Tian's frigid words carried a peculiar enchantment, awakening a bloodthirsty growl from the slumbering spirit of her nether spirit cat. The match commenced. The referee's voice rang out like the crack of a starting gun. Tang San's gaze sharpened, his first soul ring illuminated instantaneously, blue-silver bind. Countless resilient blue-silver grass vines surged forth like a tidal wave towards Zhu Zhuqing, seeking to confine her movements. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing moved. No longer did she cautiously seek opportunities as in previous battles. She ignited like a fuse of black powder. Stimulated by Mo Tian's words, she maximized her soul power, will, and speed to their utmost limits. Another shadow thrust. Her figure transformed into a blurred wraith in an instant. So swift was her speed that she left behind a faint afterimage. The encroaching blue-silver grass vines were narrowly evaded, trailing behind her. So fast, Tang San was taken aback. The velocity Zhu Zhuqing exhibited at this moment far surpassed that of the day. He shifted his footing, employing Ghost Shadow Misty Steps to attempt to create distance, while simultaneously launching several piercing bone nails, which whistled sharply through the air, aimed toward Zhu Zhuqing's path. Zhu Zhuqing's focus remained solely on Tang San. Her body moved like a boneless cheetah, executing astonishing twists and turns at high speed. One bone nail grazed her shoulder, stirring a strand of hair, while another was deftly swatted away by her sharp claws. She did not even glance at the lethal hidden weapons. Her entire focus was locked onto Tang San. The distance between them closed instantaneously. The ghostly claws of the underworld surged forth. A brilliant light flickered in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes as her arms transformed into a blur of claw-like shadows. Her sharp feline claws tore through the air with a piercing shriek, descending upon Tang San's vital points like a tempest. Having completely abandoned her own defense, each strike was imbued with a fierce resolve to perish together. Tang San's expression shifted dramatically. Under such a frenzied assault at such close range, even his ghostly shadow evasion appeared inadequate. He could only push his Xian Jade hands to their utmost limits, crossing his arms to block. Slicing sounds echoed. The razor-sharp claws mercilessly shredded his sleeves, leaving deep white marks on his resilient Xian jade hands that burned with pain. The immense force compelled him to stagger backward repeatedly. Attempting to employ the Tang sect's grappling techniques, he aimed to seize Zhu Zhuqing's arm. Yet, she denied him any opportunity, forcing Tang San to once again evade and block. The arena had become entirely Zhu Zhuqing's stage. She unleashed the full extent of her speed and attack frequency, akin to the Grim Reaper itself, relentlessly pursuing Tang San. Her shadowy claws akin to the scythe of death, striking ever at his vital points. Tang San's once proud control over blue-silver bind and hidden weapon techniques was utterly suppressed by Zhu Zhuqing's reckless onslaught. He could only awkwardly dodge and parry. And even the occasional hidden weapon he launched was countered by Zhu Zhuqing with a fierce determination to trade injury for victory. His body bore more wounds. There was no time to linger. A flash of purple light sparked in his eyes as he activated the purple extreme demon eye to its fullest potential, desperately trying to catch a glimpse of Zhu Zhuqing's fleeting vulnerabilities. Seizing the moment she gasped for breath, he swiftly flicked his right hand. A dark bolt shot silently toward her calf, a silent sleeve arrow. However, in that split second, Zhu Zhuqing seemed to have foreseen the impending danger. A look of resolute determination flashed in her eyes as she neither flinched nor evaded. Instead, she utilized her forward momentum to suddenly crouch low. With a whoosh, the silent sleeve arrow grazed the outer side of her calf, drawing forth a stream of crimson. The searing pain surged. Yet Zhu Zhuqing's movements showed no sign of faltering. Taking advantage of her crouch position, she launched herself upward like a compressed spring, channeling all her remaining strength through her legs, forcefully kicking against Tang San's hastily crossed arms. The abyssal slash. The dark soul power coalescing around her legs manifested as sharp blades. A thunderous boom resounded. Tang San felt an irresistible force surge through his arms. As if struck by a battering ram, his feet lifted off the ground, and he was sent hurtling backward. He collided with the protective energy shield surrounding the arena, letting out a muffled groan before collapsing to the ground, momentarily unable to rise. His arms throbbed with pain, blood surging in his veins. Zhu Zhuqing knelt on one knee, blood gushing from the wound on her calf, staining her black leather pants. She breathed heavily, her ghostly blue feline eyes fixed intently on the fallen Tang San. Her sharp claws still trembling slightly, as if poised to pounce once more. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The challenge had transcended 2 levels, abandoning defense, exchanging injury for injury. With the most ferocious and direct assault, the meticulously laid traps of the control-type Soul Master were torn asunder. This shocking scene was deeply etched into the eyes of all spectators. The referee paused for a moment before announcing loudly, "Eaming Spirit Cat wins." Down below, Xiao Wu watched in astonishment before suddenly leaping up in excitement. "Wow, Zhu Qing is incredible." She abruptly turned to grasp Mo Tian's arm, her large eyes brimming with curiosity and admiration. "Brother Mo Tian, what did you say to Zhu Qing just now? How did she suddenly become so fierce? It's like she's a different person." Mo Tian gazed at Zhu Qing, who was struggling to rise on the arena, her eyes shining with an astonishing brilliance. A rare smile curved the corners of his mouth, forming a cold and subtle arc as he softly uttered, "Attack is the best defense. Forsake defense and launch an all-out assault." Xiao Wu tilted her head, deep in thought. In the icy depths of Mo Tian's consciousness, the answer became increasingly clear. The reason he assisted Zhu Zhuqing in defeating Tang San was simple. He held a disdain for Tang San. He resented that Tang San was a disciple of Yu Xiaogang, and he detested the calculating steadiness that mirrored Yu Xiaogangs own. More importantly, at that moment, Tang San had yet to mature. With reckless aggression, he shattered the cage of blue-silver grass. In a desperate stance, he forced Tang San into a frantic scramble. This straightforward and brutal strategy proved astonishingly effective in the face of absolute speed and determination. Chapter 23, The Soulbone Surprise. The prince races to Soto City. The uproar of the Soto Great Soul Arena gradually subsided like a receding tide. Yet the lingering fervor and sin of blood still permeated the stands. Daimubai stood in the shadows, his heterochromatic eyes fixed intently on Tang San, who was struggling to rise on the arena. The surging anger within him nearly consumed him. The glaring bloodstain on his fiancée Zhu Zhuqing's calf pierced his vision like a searing needle, penetrating the hardened shell of weakness within his heart. The Douluo Empire. A cage rife with cold bloodshed and the carnage of flesh and bone. In that moment, Daimubai, the third prince of Douluo, was engulfed by boundless fear. Abandoning his fiancée Zhu Zhuqing, fleeing from that hell like a lost dog. The shame and regret born from this cowardice gnawed him day and night. Now, witnessing Tang San inflict injury upon Zhu Zhuqing, even on the arena, the suppressed fury over his own inadequacies found an instant outlet. It was all his fault. If not for his insidious hidden weapons, How could Zhu Qing have been hurt? On the arena, Zhu Qing endured the excruciating pain radiating from her left calf. Her cat-like blue eyes reflecting the fatigue of victory and a hint of imperceptible stubbornness. She limped down the steps, each movement tugging at her wound, causing her delicate brows to furrow tightly. Dai Mubai took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous emotions within him, preparing to step forward to assist her, even if he was met with the same coldness and disdain. However, at the very moment he lifted his foot, Zhu Qing's gaze transcended him. Magnetically drawn to the black figure of Mo Tian, standing like an iceberg on the opposite side of the stands. In the next instant, a scene unfolded that plunged the entire Seoul arena into a profound silence. Sitting beside Xiao Wu, Mo Tian appeared utterly indifferent. Yet his figure momentarily blurred in an eerie manner. There were no fluctuations of soul power, no ripples in space, and not even the faintest breeze stirred. It was as if he had always been there, his prior presence deliberately erased. When everyone's vision finally regained awareness of his existence, he stood firmly before Zhu Qing, a mere step away from the last descent of the stairs. Countless gasps reverberated through the stands. The audience widened their eyes, their faces a canvas of disbelief. Those lurking in the shadows, tasked with maintaining order and preventing disturbances by soul masters at the Soto Great Soul Arena, including formidable soul emperors and even soul saints, were now utterly astounded, their soul power momentarily disrupted. An elder of the Soul Douluo rank suddenly emerged from the shadows, his murky old eyes flashing with brilliance as they locked onto Mo Tian with unwavering intensity. Spatial teleportation. It was a soul-bone ability. A thought thundered like a storm in the minds of numerous high-ranking soul masters. Such abruptness, such precision, such an unforeseen spatial movement could not be attained by ordinary soul skills. Only the incredibly rare, invaluable spatial soul bones of legend could bestow such unfathomable capabilities upon their possessor. Moreover, to teleport such a distance with such ease, the age of that soul bone must be astonishingly high. 10,000 years. No, it must be of 100,000-year caliber. Mo Tian seemed oblivious to the multitude of astonished, greedy, and inquisitive gazes surrounding him. His cold, austere face bore no expression, and his profound eyes calmly regarded Zhu Qing, who trembled slightly in pain. He extended his right hand, his movements natural and fluid, exuding an undeniable steadiness as he gently grasped Zhu Qing's icy, somewhat rigid wrist. Then, under Zhu Qing's astonished gaze and Dai Mubai's suddenly stiffened expression, Mo Tian exerted a slight force with his arm, executing a perfect princess carry, lifting Zhu Qing's lithe yet powerful form with ease. Zhu Qing instinctively let out a brief exclamation, and two vivid blushes instantly painted her frosty cheeks, radiating to the very roots of her ears. She had never experienced such intimate contact with the opposite sex, especially not in the embrace of this formidable presence that instilled her with profound security. She instinctively wished to struggle, but the steady strength emanating from Mo Tian's arm and the deep, tranquil aura surrounding him paradoxically rendered her extraordinarily calm, causing her to lower her head. Too shy to meet the gazes around her, Mo Tian, cradling Zhu Qing, disregarded the nearly fiery glare from Dai Mubai behind him, ignored the myriad focused stares from the stands, and seemed oblivious to the increasingly heavy soul power locks lurking in the shadows. He walked steadily towards the direction marked for the medical room within the soul arena. As they walked, Mo Tian gently embraced Zhu Qing's left arm, subtly emanating a soft, lustrous white glow akin to jade. The bone skill of the 10,000 years godly movement 4 extremes soul bone set activated, the judgment grip, which bore healing properties. A gentle yet powerful surge of life energy flowed silently from Mo Tian's arm into Zhu Qing's injured calf, akin to a warm stream. Zhu Qing shuddered, feeling the intense, fiery pain at her wound swiftly replaced by a refreshing and soothing sensation, as though she were immersed in the fountain of life. She could distinctly sense the damaged muscle fibers writhing and reconnecting, while the torn blood vessels rapidly healed. The sensation was extraordinarily wondrous, prompting a soft moan to escape her lips. When Mo Tian reached the entrance of the medical room and paused to gently set her down, Zhu Qing instinctively looked down at her left calf. To her astonishment, the once gruesome wound, gaping and bloodied, had vanished without a trace. Her skin was smooth as ever, devoid of even the faintest scar. Only the bloodstains and torn fabric on her pants testified to the reality of her recent injury. In disbelief, Zhu Qing touched the area that had been wounded, her icy cat-like eyes filled with profound shock. Such miraculous healing prowess. More direct and formidable than the healing light of the 7 treasures glazed tile. Could this also be the power of a soul bone? Trailing closely behind, Dai Mubai, his expression as dark as water, witnessed this scene, his pupils contracting in astonishment, temporarily overshadowing his anger and jealousy. His gaze towards Mo Tian was laden with deeper trepidation and confusion. Just how many hidden cards does this man possess? Meanwhile, the elderly security guard, a figure of immense strength, concealed in the shadows, wore an expression of utmost gravity. He swiftly retrieved a specialized communication soul guide, transmitting an encrypted message at breakneck speed. Soto Great Soul Arena, Urgent Intelligence, a young man of unknown identity, approximately 18 years of age, suspected of possessing a highly advanced space teleportation soul bone, exhibiting formidable healing capabilities, possibly possessing a healing-type soul bone or special skill. Target strength is unfathomable. Threat level extremely high, requesting attention from the Imperial High Command. Target description, clad in black, with a cold demeanor, accompanied by a 12-year-old girl in pink. With a soft-bone rabbit martial soul, a 35th level soul master. The destination of this message was none other than the Imperial Power Center, the Crown Prince's residence of the Tiando Empire. In the study of the Crown Prince's residence of the Tiando Empire, soft light from a night pearl illuminated the documents on the desk. Disguised as Xueqinghe, Qian Xunji was deeply engrossed in a mountain of memorials, her delicate fingers gripping a red brush as she reviewed matters crucial to the empire's administration. The persona of Xueqinghe, diligent and meticulous, concealed beneath a flawless facade. The cold and grand ambition of the master of the spirit hall. Buzz. In one corner of the desk, a quaint, metal square box inlaid with soul guide crystals, resembling a mailbox, suddenly emitted a rapid blue glow and a low, buzzing sound. Xueqinghe, Qian Xunji, furrowed her brows and set down the red brush. She recognized the frequency. It was the highest priority report from the Imperial Dark Guard system. With her delicate, porcelain-like fingers, she gently tapped on the soul-guiding crystal. A beam of light projected into the air, rapidly coalescing into a series of clear characters. Urgent report from the Soto Great Soul Arena. Target identified. Male. Approximately 18 years old, clad in black, possessing a cold demeanor. Suspected attributes. 1. An exceedingly rare spatial teleportation soul bone, confirmed by eyewitnesses, teleportation distance precise. No fluctuations in soul power. 2. Remarkably strong instantaneous healing ability, healed the companion's penetrating wound on sight, leaving no scars, suspected to be another soul bone or a unique skill. Strength assessment, unfathomable, beyond perception. Threat level, extremely high. Associated individual, accompanied by a 12-year-old girl in pink, codename, Gentle Bone Rabbit Girl, Martial Soul, Gentle Bone Rabbit. Level 35 Battle Soul Master. 18 years old. Spatial Soul Bone. Instantaneous healing. In the depths of Xueqinghe, Qian Xunji's gentle gaze, 2 fiery flames ignited instantaneously. A spatial soul bone. Such treasures are legendary throughout the Douluo continent. The known sources of spatial soul bones are exceedingly rare, with the probability of obtaining one from the 10,000-year Gentle Bone Rabbit being minuscule. The dark demon evil god tiger is a fabled beast whose traces are hard to find. And the sky shadow wolf is equally rare. Such an individual either possesses an extraordinary background or astonishing innate talent, whichever it may be. They are worth the Soul Hall's utmost effort to recruit, especially at this critical moment when the Snow Knight Emperor's health is deteriorating and the power dynamics of the Tiando Empire are shifting. To harness such a talent would be invaluable, whether for executing special missions or as a trump card against rival factions within the Soul Hall, such as Bibi Dong. In the future, Xueqinghe's heart raced vigorously beneath her facade. She abruptly rose and walked to the study door, her voice regaining its characteristic clarity and authority, albeit with a barely perceptible urgency. Come in. A Soul King dressed in the attire of the prince's personal guard immediately bowed in compliance. Yes, Your Highness. The guard, not daring to delay, took the command token and swiftly vanished into the night. Half an hour later, Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, was respectfully welcomed into the prince's residence, accompanied by Sword Douluo Chen Xin. Ning Fengji appeared as his usual refined and astute self, though a hint of curiosity lingered in his eyes. He was led to a side hall where a prepared memorial was set, and tea was respectfully presented. Your Highness toils for the nation's affairs. This old minister shall do his utmost. Ning Fengji nodded with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the documents marked as urgent reports from the west, his doubts slightly alleviated. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Xueqinghe hastily took her leave. Seated behind the desk, Ning Fengji lifted his teacup, yet his thoughts wandered beyond the window. He observed the prince's luxurious carriage illuminating the night with its soul-guiding lanterns, swiftly departing the prince's residence amidst a throng of elite guards, vanishing at the end of the official road leading south. Such urgency towards Soto City? Ning Fingji set down his teacup, a glimmer of profundity flashing in his glass-like eyes. He shook his head, temporarily suppressing his curiosity, and picked up a memorial, resigning himself to the fate of a diligent worker in his role as the prince's advisor. On the official road leading to Soto City, the prince's carriage, propelled by the core of a soul guide, sped along like the wind. Inside the carriage, disguised as Shui Qinghe, Qian Xunji closed her eyes to rest. While beneath her gentle facade, turbulent thoughts swirled. Suddenly, the air within the carriage distorted ever so slightly, and two figures appeared like phantoms, silently taking their seats on the soft couch opposite her. They were Xilong, the serpent spear Douluo, and Ci Shui, the porcupine Douluo. Shui, your haste in this matter is concerning. Xilong's voice carried a tone of elderly worry and gravity. Departing the capital under the pretense of state affairs to secure Ning Fingji's oversight, yet rushing southward to Soto, seemed uncharacteristic of Shui Qinghe's usual composure and might arouse suspicion, particularly from that old fox, Ning Fingji. Shui Qinghe, Qian Xunji, slowly opened her eyes, and the sharp glimmer belonging to her true self flickered within her disguised gaze. Her voice was low yet resolute. I understand your concerns, but this matter is of utmost importance. She briefly recounted the contents of the confidential report from Soto, emphasizing the space soul bone and its astonishing healing capabilities. Space soul bone. Instant healing. Both Xilong and Ci Shui gasped in unison, their eyes widening in astonishment. They comprehended more than Qian Xunji the profound implications of this discovery. Her gaze swept over the two titled Douluo beside Gu. There was a pressing need for a talent endowed with spatial abilities, capable of executing special missions. If they could recruit him, it would significantly enhance their capacity for intelligence gathering, message transmission, or undertaking tasks unsuitable for the direct intervention of the Spirit Hall. This could even serve as a pivotal advantage in future confrontations against the Star Luo Empire, potentially turning the tide in the final battle. She paused, her tone resolute. Thus, despite the urgency of this journey, it is imperative, even if it raises a hint of suspicion, as long as we can bring this individual under our banner. All risks are worth bearing. We must locate him before anyone else, especially those from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School or the Star Luo Empire, takes note of him. Xilong and Ci Shui exchanged glances, each recognizing the validity in the other's eyes. The strategic value of a space soulbone owner indeed warranted a measure of risk. They ceased their objections, nodding silently, their figures dissolving back into the shadows to continue their vigilant watch. Inside the carriage, Qian Xunji, Shui Qinghe, closed her eyes once more, her fingers unconsciously tapping the windowsill. A determined smile gradually formed at the corners of her mouth, as she envisioned the mysterious youth with the space soulbone in Soto City. Under the same moonlight, the dilapidated gates of Shrek Academy appeared particularly forlorn in the night. Xiao Wu affectionately clung to Mo Tian's arm, her pink scorpion braid bouncing as she animatedly recounted the amusing events of their recent battle. Mo Tian listened expressionlessly, offering the occasional in response. Flander, burdened with thoughts, trailed behind, his four-eyed cat-eagle spirit manifesting as he soared towards Soto City. He intended to visit his quaint little shop tucked away in a corner of Soto City to retrieve some valuable treasures he had stashed away. The esteemed dean harbored a calculating mind. The enigmatic Mo Tianmian's presence at Shrek Academy stirred his unease, yet it also presented an opportunity. If he could display even a modicum of sincerity that might capture the other's attention, even if it were merely to forge a benevolent connection, it would be a monumental blessing for the beleaguered Shrek Academy. Little did he know that Mo Tian had engaged in blood-soaked battles in the desolate sands for 6 years, obliterating numerous mercenary groups that coveted his wealth, coupled with the generous rewards from system missions. The treasures in his private vault were sufficient to incite envy even from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. What others deemed hidden gems were, in Mo Tian's eyes, no more valuable than mere pebbles by the roadside. Dai Mubai trailed at the rear of the group, his expression dark enough to draw water. He gazed ahead at the figure of Zhu Zhuqing, who followed closely behind Mo Tian and Xiao Wu, her steps somewhat stiff, yet resolutely unwavering. However, when Zhu Zhuqing seemed to sense his gaze and slightly turned her head, Dai Mubai was met with a pair of deep blue feline eyes that revealed unmasked disdain, contempt, and repulsion. That look pierced through all of Dai Mubai's pride and facades like the sharpest icicle. Her silence was more painful than Tang San's hidden weapons in the arena. She merely let her frosty gaze linger on his face for less than half a second before dismissing him as one would refuse to look at refuse. As though another glance would tarnish her vision, she quickened her pace, drawing closer to Mo Tian and Xiao Wu. A surge of humiliation mingled with a fiery rage erupted within Dai Mubai. The pride of the third prince of the Star Luo Empire, though long abandoned, was utterly trampled in that moment. He came to an abrupt halt, his fists clenched so tightly that they creaked. And he spat out a single word directed at Zhu Zhuqing's retreating figure. You. His voice, twisted and hoarse from sheer fury, barely escaped his lips. He longed to bellow, to interrogate, to unleash his pent-up frustration. Yet ultimately, all words became lodged in his throat. What could he possibly say? How could he question her regarding that piercing gaze? How could he demand to know why she would rather approach the mysterious and perilous Mo Tian than cast a glance in his direction? What right did he have to question her? He was the one who had forsaken her. He was the one who had severed the last thread binding them together. Dai Mubai felt as though all strength had been drained from him. Further words eluded him, leaving only heavy breaths and a tumult of anger and anguish swirling in his eyes. Zhu Zhuqing blinked, a flicker of confusion crossing her features. What has happened to Dai Mubai? Did he argue with Zhuqing? Instinctively, she tightened her grip on Mo Tian's arm, looking up at his austere profile, as if seeking answers from him. Mo Tian's pace remained unbroken, his profound gaze sweeping across the dark maw of Shrek Academy, reminiscent of a monstrous beast, as if he had already perceived the silent storm brewing behind him, yet remained indifferent. The moonlight cascaded down, casting a silvery sheen upon his tall figure and the pink-haired girl beside him, elongating Dai Mubai's solitary and wrathful silhouette. Chapter 24. Blue-silver hidden weapons against the evil eye of the white tiger. The pale moonlight spilled over the dilapidated gate of Shrek Academy, barely outlining its crooked silhouette. Reminiscent of the remnants of a colossal beast, her exquisitely delicate face, typically capable of captivating souls, appeared almost translucent at this moment, with faint shadows of blue beneath her eyes. Her lips, stubbornly pressed into a straight line, could not conceal the utter disarray and frailty that had been thoroughly trampled upon. Just then, a heavy, deliberately suppressed breath of anger, akin to the growl of an injured beast, abruptly shattered the oppressive silence at the academy's entrance. Both of their gazes were instantly drawn in that direction. There stood Dai Mubai, like a volcano on the verge of eruption, frozen at the shadowy threshold of the doorway. His signature mismatched eyes, now ablaze with an almost tangible fire, were fixated on the slender figure of Zhu Zhuqing, who had already merged into the deeper darkness of the academy. The turmoil of humiliation and unbridled rage boiling within him threatened to consume the last vestige of his reason. With a sudden motion, he raised his fist, accompanied by a roaring wind, and struck the decaying pillar beside him with ferocious force. A thunderous crash echoed, sending wood shavings mingled with years of dust cascading down. The pillar trembled violently, emitting a groan of unbearable strain, as if on the brink of complete collapse. Yet, he seemed oblivious to the pain, merely gasping heavily, his chest heaving like a cornered beast. This disheveled and distraught scene ignited a spark within Ning Rongrong, kindling a fire of vengeance in her heart. The humiliations inflicted by Flinder during the day, those scathing remarks, the 7 treasures glazed tile? Without the protection of your sect, you are no better than a waste. And put away your spoiled young lady airs. Shrek cannot accommodate delicate flowers. Had now found an impeccable outlet for release. A sickly, almost twisted pleasure seized her, causing her pale cheeks to flush with an abnormal excitement. Oh. Ning Rongrong elongated her tone, her voice piercing through the silent night. Laden with unabashed malice and mockery, she stepped forward, the moonlight illuminating the malicious and triumphant smile upon her face, her gaze like a poisoned dart, precisely aimed at Dai Mubai. Isn't this our illustrious young master Dai? TSK, weren't you quite formidable in the soul arena? Why is it, now at your own doorstep, that you can't even handle a little girl? She won't even spare you a glance. Each word struck like a searing iron, searing into Dai Mubai's already bloodied pride. In an instant, Dai Mubai spun around. His movement was so swift that it stirred a gust of wind. His eyes, ablaze with fury, locked onto Ning Rongrong's face, which was brimming with ridicule. His finger, trembling with extreme rage, nearly touched the tip of her nose. As a beastly growl rumbled in his throat, "You!" This sudden outburst startled Ma Hongjun, who was closely following behind Dai Mubai and supporting the weakened Tang San, causing him to nearly toss Tang San aside in shock. Tang San's expression shifted slightly, his brow furrowing deeply. Even Oscar, who stood beside Ning Rongrong, gasped in astonishment. He understood Dai Mubai all too well. This leader was inherently proud, and his temperament was as fierce as it was volatile. Ning Rongrong was indeed playing with fire. Instinctively, he reached out to pull her back, but Ning Rongrong seemed oblivious to Oscar's gesture, even brushing aside his hand with determination. She lifted her chin higher, her beautiful glassy eyes shimmering with a near-malevolent glint, fearlessly meeting Dai Mubai's predatory gaze, and lightly added a scathing remark. What's wrong? Can't you handle a few words after you've embarrassed yourself? Is this what the Star Luo royal family has produced? A coward who only vents his frustrations on inanimate objects? Utterly useless. These 3 words were like the final straw that broke the camel's back, igniting the powder keg of Dai Mubai's fury. The strand of rationality within him shattered completely under Ning Rongrong's flippant and venomous taunts. The bloodline of the Star Luo royal family coursed with genes of dominance and conquest. When had Dai Mubai ever endured such a profound humiliation? Moreover, it was at the hands of an auxiliary soul master he had never regarded with any seriousness. You dare provoke me? Dai Mubai spat out the chilling words through gritted teeth, each syllable dripping with menace. I will kill you. His violent soul power erupted like an uncontrollable torrent from within him. A blinding white light flared up instantaneously, and a fearsome, imposing phantom of a white tiger flickered behind him. Third soul skill, White Tiger Transformation. A deep roar accompanied the frenzied surge of power. His muscles bulged dramatically, straining against his uniform, and his aura doubled in intensity. The terrifying pressure of a 37th-level Soul Emperor descended upon Ning Rongrong and Oscar without restraint, like an invisible hammer striking down upon them. Thud! Ugh! The 2 muffled gasps resonated in unison. Ning Rongrong felt an irresistible force violently collide with her chest, causing her internal organs to feel as if they had shifted. Her petite frame was swept away like a leaf caught in a tempest, utterly defenseless against the onslaught. Oscar instinctively attempted to shield Ning Rongrong, but was swept up in the turbulent wave of soul power as well. They tumbled several meters away, crashing into the muddy ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Ning Rongrong was left disoriented, her meticulously styled hair a chaotic mess, sullied with dirt and grass, and her lavish dress torn in several places, rendering her utterly disheveled. The intense pain and an unprecedented sense of humiliation engulfed her, causing her beautiful glassy eyes to fill with bloodshot fury. Dai Mubai, how dare you? She screamed, her voice twisted and contorted by anger and pain. Struggling to rise from the ground, the sharp pain in her chest rendered her movements sluggish. In Dai Mubai's eyes, only a brutal killing intent remained. The tremor they had just experienced was merely a residual wave of his unleashed power. His true target was the woman who had thoroughly incensed him. He stepped forward, and the hard ground beneath him cracked as if it could not withstand his force. A brilliant white light emanated from his right fist, his soul power condensing with a piercing shriek that tore through the air, hurtling directly towards the still-rising Ning Rongrong. This punch was delivered without the slightest restraint. It was a lethal strike intended to end her life. Rongrong, be careful, Oscar exclaimed, his eyes wide with panic as he desperately attempted to intervene. Yet his speed seemed sluggish as a snail in the presence of the battle soul sovereign. Stop it, Dailada. An urgent whisper rang out. Tang San, who had been enduring his injuries with Ma Hongjuan's support, could no longer remain a mere observer. He understood all too well that if Dai Mubai's punch landed, Ning Rongrong would not only face severe injury, but likely death. The consequences of a fatal incident at the entrance of Shrek Academy were unthinkable. Moreover, Ning Rongrong was the cherished jewel of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school. In an instant, Tang Sen unleashed his profound footwork, the ghost shadow perplexing track. His figure seemed to lose its weight, transforming into a blurred afterimage that glided just above the ground, narrowly reaching Ning Rongrong before Dai Mubai's fatal blow could descend. He summoned all his soul power, activating the mystic jade hand in a heartbeat. His hands became as luminous as jade, crossing to intercept Dai Mubai's incoming fist. Bang! The sound of the collision echoed like a drum. Tang Sen felt an unimaginable force surge through his arms, akin to a torrential flood. Although the mystic jade hand was sturdy enough to absorb some of the impact, Dai Mubai's power, doubled by the White Tiger's transformation and bolstered by his 37th level soul power, was beyond what a mere 29th level soul master could easily withstand. Ugh! Tang San gasped, his face draining of color as excruciating pain shot through his arms. His body lifted off the ground as if struck by a battering ram, uncontrollably flying backward. Tang San, Ma Hongjun cried out in alarm. However, the direction of Tang San's flight was directly toward Ning Rongrong. He crashed into her like a kite severed from its string, both of them tumbling to the ground in a disheveled heap. Ning Rongrong was momentarily blinded by the sudden, violent impact, and once again, she and Tang San fell to the earth, both covered in dirt. Dai Mubai, having sent Tang San flying, did not relent. Rather, his fury intensified due to Tang San's interference. The sight of Tang San's face brought back vivid memories of Zhu Zhuqing, bloodied and wounded on the battlefield, reigniting his rage. It was this very Tang San, this treacherous fiend, who had harmed Zhu Qing with hidden weapons. And now he dared to protect the Ning Rongrong who had humiliated him. Old grievances and new resentments converged in an instant. Tang San, you seek death. Dai Mubai roared. Resembling a mad tiger, he offered Tang San no respite. With a flash of his second soul ring, he unleashed a massive, lava-like white energy sphere that carried a destructive aura, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed directly at the still-recovering Tang San. Second soul skill, White Tiger's radiant light wave. Before the sphere even reached him, the scorching, violent energy waves assaulted Tang San, whipping his hair and tattered clothing wildly. The shadow of death loomed ominously. Tang San's pupils constricted sharply. The shadowy figure of Gu Yingmizong was propelled to its utmost limit, twisting and sliding at an incredible angle, narrowly evading the blinding white sphere of light that threatened to pierce his body. The sphere collided with the muddy ground behind him, producing a thunderous roar as it created a charred, deep crater, scattering dirt and stones in all directions. Dai Mubai, thwarted in his attack, became even more ferocious. The ground cracked beneath his feet as he unleashed his power, launching himself at Tang San like a ravenous tiger, accompanied by a gust of bloody wind. His fists and feet, enveloped in dazzling white light, descended like a torrential storm, each strike imbued with tremendous force, intent on utterly shredding Tang San. Tang San could only push Gu Yingmizong to its limits, moving like a phantom through the gaps in Dai Mubai's violent onslaught, evading with great difficulty. The Xian Yu hand occasionally blocked and dissipated the force, producing muffled thuds that sent his blood surging and his arms tingling. The finesse of the dragon-catching crane technique was rendered nearly ineffective under the sheer weight of Dai Mubai's overwhelming strength. He felt like a small boat amidst raging waves, perilously close to capsizing, in a state of utter disarray. At that moment, a burst of colorful light suddenly illuminated the scene. The 7 treasures turned into Lioli. The 7 treasures are renowned, first for strength, second for speed. Ning Rongrong's voice, cold and sharp, resonated with a near-manic determination. Unbeknownst to him, she had risen to her feet, her dress tattered, hair disheveled. A trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, yet her back remained straight and resolute. The magnificent 7 treasures Lioli Tower floated in her palm, radiating a continuous, resplendent spectrum of colors. 2 concentrated beams of light instantly traversed the space, precisely landing on the struggling Tang San. Tang San felt a rush of warmth flooding through his limbs. His strength surged by 30% in an instant. His speed soared by an equal 30%. The suffocating pressure that had weighed heavily upon him suddenly lightened. Rejuvenated, Tang San's spirit soared. The steps of Gu Yingmizong quickened, and he became even harder to predict, narrowly avoiding Dai Mubai's deadly claw strike once more. Tang San, kill him. Ning Rongrong's voice rang out again, sharp as the screech of a night owl, filled with deep-seated resentment and a pathological fervor. Kill Dai Mubai for me. As long as you kill him, I, Ning Rongrong, vow as the heir of the 7 treasures Lioli sect, I shall make you an esteemed elder of our sect. You shall enjoy all the resources of our sect. I will exert the full strength of the sect to cultivate you into a titled Douluo. These frenzied words thundered in everyone's ears. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were stunned, gazing incredulously at the seemingly mad Miss Ning. Even Zhu Xuqing, hiding in the shadows, displayed a flicker of shock in her deep blue cat-like eyes. To take revenge on Dai Mubai, Ning Rongrong had gone so far as to promise such a heavy oath, even openly inciting murder. Tang San's brow furrowed in concern. He only wished to protect himself, harboring no intent to kill Dai Mubai, and certainly did not wish to become ensnared in Ning Rongrong's frenzied vortex of revenge. However, Ning Rongrong's assistance was like a timely gift, significantly alleviating his burden. With the surge in speed, he narrowly dodged Dai Mubai's sweeping kick once more. Yet, Dai Mubai was ignited completely by Ning Rongrong's blatant bounty. The pride of Prince Xinghua has been repeatedly trampled upon, and at this moment, he is being hunted like prey. Particularly ironic is the fact that the hunter is none other than the despised Ning Rongrong. How dare she? I shall tear her apart first. Dai Mubai, consumed by fury, momentarily disregards Tang San, pivoting to pounce upon the radiant Ning Rongrong. His murderous intent is palpable. Dai Lada, remain calm. Ma Hongjun, terrified to the core, hesitates to intervene. Oscar, pale as death, spreads his arms to shield Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, flee. A gruesome tragedy seems imminent. Just as Dai Mubai turns, his lethal intent focused on Ning Rongrong, a silent shadow emerges from the depths of eternal darkness, abruptly appearing within the scant 3 steps separating Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong. There is no ripple of soul power, no whisper of wind. as if he had always stood there, and for a fleeting moment, it felt as though everyone's vision had been momentarily obscured. Emotion. He remains clad in unremarkable black attire, his expression indifferent, his deep-set eyes beneath the dim moonlight resembling two fathomless pools that devour all light. He does not regard anyone, merely raising his right hand with a casual gesture towards Dai Mubai and Tang San, pressing down lightly. The motion is so understated, akin to brushing away a speck of dust. Buzz. An indescribable, terrifying pressure descends, akin to the sudden collapse of the Milky Way from the heavens. It feels as if the entire Mount Buzhou has come crashing down. This is not an assault of soul power, but an absolute oppression at the level of existence itself. It is an instinctive dread that emanates from the depths of the soul. Thud. Dai Mubai, the first to bear the brunt, finds his raging soul power. The menacing phantom of the white tiger, extinguished in an instant by an invisible titanic force. He feels an overwhelming power descending upon him. A force strong enough to shatter mountains, every bone in his body groaning under the unbearable weight. Without uttering a sound, his knees buckle, and he collapses heavily to the ground, as if all his bones have been stripped away. His knees crash against the hard earth, producing a sound that grates on the nerves. Blood seeps from his pant legs. He struggles desperately, veins bulging on his forehead, yet he cannot even lift a finger. Forced to kneel in humiliation like an insect trapped in amber, gasping for breath like a winded bellows. Similarly, Tang San finds himself in dire straits. At the moment the overwhelming pressure descends, his prideful skills, the ghost shadow perplexing, the Xian Jade hand, the crane catching dragon, rendered mere farce. He feels as though he has been thrust beneath a crushing 10,000-ton hydraulic press, each breath becoming a torturous luxury. He suffers even more than Dai Mubai. As if an invisible giant hand has slammed him to the ground, his body splayed flat against the cold earth, his face scraped raw against the coarse ground. His mouth and nostrils filled with the metallic scent of blood and earth. He attempts to harness the Xiantian skill to resist, but his meager inner strength is like a firefly before the full moon, instantly crushed to dust. The entrance of Shrek Academy has descended into a profound silence. Even the sound of the wind has vanished. Only the heavy and labored breaths of Dai Mubai and Tang San remained, reminiscent of a dying struggle. Brother! A cry, tinged with sobs, pierced the air. In a fleeting moment, Xiaowu activated her third soul skill, teleportation, appearing beside Emotion in an instant. She grasped his arm tightly, her large eyes filled with terror and lingering fear, glancing at the two writhing on the ground, her expression aflame with unmasked fury. At that moment, a figure bathed in radiant, multicolored lights staggered forward, embodying a reckless abandon, and rushed to stand before Emotion. It was Ning Rongrong. The luminous aura of the seven treasures glazed tower shimmered around her, casting a glow upon her pale and contorted visage. Her gaze was hollow yet fervent, fixated on Emotion, as if she clung to the last thread of hope, burning with her final vestiges of madness. Emotion, Emotion, she rasped, her voice grating like sandpaper. I know you are powerful enough to disregard everything. Help me kill Dai Mubai. She reached out, as if attempting to grasp the fabric of Emotion's robe, yet hesitated, her fingers trembling anxiously in the air. Just kill him. Ning Rongrong's voice suddenly escalated, becoming sharp and piercing, laden with a frenzied resolve. I will give you everything. All the wealth of the seven treasures, glazed sect. All resources. Even my own body. Just help me kill him. Her words struck like thunder, leaving everyone in a state of shock. In her quest for vengeance against Dai Mubai, this little princess of the seven treasures glazed sect was willing to offer herself as a bargaining chip. How utterly insane. How disturbingly twisted. Oscar was thunderstruck, his face as pale as paper, staggering back a step, as if he was truly seeing the girl he had admired for so long for the first time. Ma Hongjun gaped in shock, his jaw almost dropping to the ground. From the shadows in the distance, Zhu Zhuqing's cerulean cat-like eyes suddenly narrowed, revealing profound astonishment and a subtle chill. Even Xiao Wu, who stood close to Emotion, covered her mouth in disbelief. Her wide eyes filled with incredulity. Was this still the same Ning Rongrong from earlier that day, who, though spoiled, had retained a glimmer of clarity in her gaze? All eyes were now fixed on Emotion, concentrated on his expressionless face, akin to an eternally frozen abyss. Ning Rongrong also stared intently at him, her glassy eyes ignited by the last flicker of frenzied hope. At last, Emotion moved. He slowly lowered his head, his gaze as profound as the night sky, finally resting upon Ning Rongrong's face, distorted by madness and despair. His eyes bore no emotion, no disdain, no contempt, not even a hint of fluctuation, they were chillingly calm. It was as if he did not see a frenzied beauty before him, but rather an inconsequential speck of dust. Then, under the horrified gaze of all, Mo Tian casually raised the right hand that had just effortlessly subdued two soul masters. There was no aura of soul power, no overwhelming presence, just a brief, precise arc of his arm. Slap. A resounding crack echoed through the stillness of the night, akin to thunder shattering the silence. Mo Tian's hand, infused with an undeniable and almost ruthless strength, struck fiercely and solidly against Ning Rongrong's pale and delicate left cheek. The force was not overwhelming, yet it caused her entire visage to whip violently to the right. Her silky strands of hair traced a desolate arc through the air. The expression of madness, despair, and sacrificial resolve on her face froze instantly, akin to a shattered glass mask. A distinct, swollen imprint of a hand emerged on her porcelain skin at a visible pace, its edges even tinged with faint traces of blood. Time seemed to come to a complete standstill in that moment. Only the lingering resonance of the crisp slap buzzed in the ears of all present. Mo Tian's voice, deep and frigid, devoid of any inflection, fell like a chilling spring from the abyss, clearly penetrating the frozen depths of Ning Rongrong's consciousness. Little witch. 3 seemingly weightless words. Yet they crashed down like an immense and chaotic mountain, bearing the cold torrent that pierced through all illusions. The frenzied flame in Ning Rongrong's mind, which had sustained all her hysterical nerves, shattered and crumbled with a snap under the impact of those 3 words and the stinging slap. All her madness, all her resentment, all her pride, and all the dignity and calculation belonging to the young lady of the 7 treasure glazed tile school were obliterated in an instant by that merciless slap and those icy words. She stood frozen in place, her body maintaining the posture from the blow, utterly motionless. The glaring imprint on her left cheek was strikingly clear under the pale moonlight, and the searing pain surged like a tide, drowning her senses. In her hollow, glassy eyes, madness and fervor receded like a wave, leaving only an endless void of bewilderment and an expanse of desolate emptiness. It felt as if her soul had been violently wrenched from its shell by that crude slap. The sounds, colors, and essence of the entire world seemed to drift away from her. Little witch. He did not spare a glance at the dazed Ning Rongrong, turning instead to pull along the equally astonished Xiao Wu, stepping forward into the cold moonlight, directly towards the darkness that belonged to their dormitory deep within the academy. The black fabric of his attire fluttered slightly in the night breeze, creating no ripples, as if merging with the shadows, vanishing into the depths of a dilapidated doorway. It was not until their figures completely disappeared that the suffocating aura of terror enveloping the scene gradually dissipated like a receding tide. Coughing violently, Dai Mubai abruptly sputtered, as if a drowning man had finally gasped for air. He struggled, summoning all his strength to barely rise from the icy ground. A piercing pain shot through his knees. Looking down, he saw that his school trousers were soaked in blood, sticking thickly to his flesh. His face turned ashen, cold sweat drenched his back, and his eyes, filled with lingering shock and fear, dared not glance at the statue-like Ning Rongrong bathed in moonlight. Nor could he bear to look in the direction where Mo Tian had vanished. He dragged his injured leg, limping with a hurried and disheveled silhouette that swiftly vanished into the shadows of the grand entrance. On the other side, Tang Xin struggled to lift himself up. His body felt as if it had been shattered, with abrasions and dirt covering his face and hands, and a trickle of blood staining the corner of his mouth. He gasped for breath, each inhalation pulling at the pain within his chest and abdomen. The Xiantian skill within him operated laboriously, attempting to calm the tumultuous flow of his vital energy. He gazed at Ning Rongrong, who stood motionless, as if her very soul had been extracted. His expression a complex tapestry of emotions that ultimately distilled into a barely audible sigh. Supported carefully by Ma Hongjun and Oscar, he silently turned, stumbling into the academy. Ma Hongjun, aiding Tang San, dared not breathe, his plump face reflecting the relief of having survived the ordeal. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and follow his companions away. Hidden in the shadow of an ancient tree, Zhu Zhuqing cast a deep, cerulean-eyed glance at Ning Rongrong, who appeared as if forsaken in the moonlight. The clear imprint of a handprint on Ning Rongrong's face glowed vividly under the moon's pale light. The last flicker of emotion in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes faded into silence as she quietly turned, like a true dark night sprite, merging into the darkness of the dormitory area, leaving no trace behind. Silence. A profound stillness enveloped the dilapidated gates of Shrek Academy once more. The dim moonlight fell like cold silver frost, silently illuminating the decayed patterns of the gateposts, the chaotic footprints on the ground, and the charred pit, revealing every detail with stark clarity. Ning Rongrong remained rooted to the spot, maintaining that pose with her head askew from the slap, utterly motionless. The night breeze swept past, tousling her disheveled hair and brushing against the tattered hem of her dress, now stained with dust and grass. Upon her left cheek, the clear and swollen mark of 5 fingers stood out under the pale moonlight, like an eternal brand, or perhaps the most ironic abstract painting. Her glassy eyes held nothingness. There was no madness, no resentment, no humiliation, not even tears, only a profound and desolate bewilderment. The moonlight flowed silently, stretching that solitary figure long and thin upon the ground. Chapter 25. The lonely moon illuminates the dark witch. An angel witnesses a miracle. The night sky of Douluo continent was so deep it seemed capable of consuming souls. The Milky Way flowed like a silver river studded with shattered diamonds, arching across the heavens, where twinkling stars intertwined with the thin yet resplendent auroras, draping the world in a shroud of mystery and solitude. The half-moon, parsimoniously casting a cold, nearly ghastly light, barely illuminated the crooked, decaying gates of Shrek Academy, resembling the dying carcass of a colossal beast. Upon the gatepost, the 5 characters spelling Shrek Academy were smeared in some dark pigment, haphazardly scrawled, the strokes grotesque, akin to a child's graffiti, appearing even more glaring and forlorn in the dim moonlight. On the muddy ground before the gate stood a slender figure, isolated as if abandoned by the entire world. Ning Rongrong. The once exquisite and ornate garment she wore was now tarnished with dirt and grass, with several torn edges mocking her like scars of derision. Her meticulously groomed, silky long hair cascaded chaotically over her shoulders, a few strands sticking to her slightly swollen left cheek, marked by distinct 5-fingered imprints. The moonlight delicately outlined her side profile, pale to the point of translucence. Those eyes, which should have sparkled with brilliance like the purest crystal, were now hollow, devoid of any glimmer, fixated vacantly on the unsightly 5 characters emblazoned upon the doorpost. Fragments of memory swirled through her mind like a frantic revolving lantern, colliding violently. The 7 treasures glazed sect. The castle of glass, shrouded in mist and radiating a precious glow. Her father, Ning Fengji, with his gentle yet imperceptibly authoritative gaze, always held an unconditional indulgence. The 7 kills sword, wielded by her grandfather, Qian Xunji, capable of cleaving mountains, transformed before her into nothing but the gentlest of guardians. Her grandfather, Gu Rong, though appearing frail, was her safest haven in childhood, allowing her to frolic upon his shoulders. She was the beloved young sect master, the future heir to the sect. From the exalted elders to the lowly disciples, who among them did not greet her with smiles, bowing in deference? Whatever she desired was always within reach. Whatever displeased her vanished in an instant. She was the most resplendent jewel atop the glazed tower, enveloped in layers of protection and flattery. Even the air she breathed was laced with sweet fragrance. Yet, it felt suffocating. An invisible, intangible sense of asphyxiation penetrated her very bones. She resembled a lark, meticulously nurtured within a gilded cage, adorned with jewels and fed the finest delicacies. Yet, with every flutter of her wings, she merely encountered the cold bars. She acutely felt the vastness of the world beyond the cage, perceiving the heavy shackles of expectation reflected in her father's and grandfather's eyes. Was she, Ning Rongrong, destined to be merely a symbol of the 7 treasures glazed sect's grandeur, a beautiful vase reliant on ancestral protection, forever unable to prove her worth? She yearned to break free. She sought to prove herself, to demonstrate that she, Ning Rongrong, was more than merely her surname, more than just the possessor of the 7 treasures glazed tower. She craved independence, longing to traverse this continent with her own 2 feet, to wrestle with the tempests through her own hands, to earn genuine, untainted recognition through her own strength. Thus, she fled. With a heart full of solitary courage and a hint of rebellious pride, she plunged into the dilapidated Shrek Academy, located on the outskirts of Soto City in the Barak Kingdom. And then, the harsh reality struck her like a series of invisible slaps, mercilessly chastising her once impenetrable pride. Here, there were no servants in attendance, only dormitories that were nearly primitive and rudimentary meals. Here, there was no adoration akin to that of a star surrounded by moons. Only Flinder's piercing admonitions, branding her as a waste, a vase, urging her to cast aside her noble demeanor. She endeavored to form friendships. Yet the vivaciousness of Xiao Wu seemed solely centered around the cold Emotion, while Zhu Zhuqing's aloofness resembled eternal ice, difficult to approach. She exerted herself in her training, only to discover that her once prized levels were not as unattainable as she had believed. Oscar's attentiveness was tinged with an unmistakable obsequiousness, while Dai Mubai's arrogance instinctively repelled her. Tang San's profound demeanor concealed an emotional distance, and it was better not to mention Ma Hongjun at all. The sisterhood she once believed in was, in truth, merely nominal, fragile, and a mere illusion susceptible to being shattered by reality. The heartfelt connection she yearned for appeared so distant in the face of the vast chasm and her own indelible sense of superiority. Until tonight. That resounding slap that echoed through the night. Those 3 chilling words, little demoness. It was not only the searing pain on her cheek, but also the brutal shattering of all her pride, her fantasies, and every effort she had made to assert herself. All trampled into the cold, unyielding earth. Despair washed over her like a frigid tide, submerging her limbs and core. Anxiety gnawed at her heart like countless ants, consuming her faltering spirit. A heavy anguish pressed upon her chest, nearly suffocating her. She felt like a lost child, standing at a desolate crossroads, gazing at the dilapidated door before her, staring into the unfamiliar, thorn-laden world beyond, experiencing for the first time a profound sense of bewilderment and helplessness. Meanwhile, in Soto City, the urban landscape had not yet succumbed to slumber, though the daytime clamor had settled. Only the Soto Great Spirit Arena remained ablaze with light, resonating with the lingering echoes of fervent cheers from afar. A lavish carriage, drawn by 4 impeccably white and remarkably agile soul beasts, glided silently and swiftly along the smooth bluestone road of Soto City, surrounded by dozens of solemn guards clad in the imperial armor of the Heaven Do Empire. The wheels rolled over the ground without a hint of jolt, showcasing the exquisite shock absorption design of the carriage and the extraordinary strength of the soul beasts pulling it. The carriage eventually came to a steady halt before the grand and resplendent entrance of the Soto Great Spirit Arena. Awaiting with bated breath, the arena's owner, a portly middle-aged man draped in opulent brocade, accompanied by several attendants, approached with utmost humility. The carriage door slid open soundlessly, revealing Qian Xunji, disguised as Shui Qinghe, gracefully descending in a fitted outfit adorned with subtle golden dragon patterns in a moon-white hue. She bore the signature warm smile of Shui Qinghe, her gaze serene and her demeanor elegant and composed, perfectly embodying the image of a diligent and approachable crown prince. Under the eager guidance of the arena owner, she entered a lavishly adorned chamber situated at the heart of the arena. "Your Highness, this is the portrait you requested," the rotund owner delicately presented a palm-sized, transparent crystal pulsating with soul power, respectfully offering it to Qian Xunji. As he infused a hint of soul energy into the crystal, its surface shimmered, instantly projecting a remarkably vivid and intricate 3-dimensional image into the air. The image depicted none other than Mo Tian. He stood in a corner of the bustling Soto Great Spirit Arena, clad in simple black attire, his stature as upright as a solitary peak amidst a cold pine forest. His profile was sharply defined, with high cheekbones, tightly pressed lips, exuding an aura that kept others at a distance. The profound gaze remained calmly fixed upon the arena below, as if the surrounding fervor and bloodshed were of no concern to him. Moonlight filtered through the cracks of the Soul Arena's dome, gently casting a silvery sheen upon his austere features, adding an air of mystery and detachment. Even though she was separated by the viewing stone, and despite her countless encounters in the guise of Shui Qinghe, the heart concealed beneath Qian Xunji's mask still skipped a beat uncontrollably. What a remarkably handsome man. His aura was far from the superficiality typical of noble science, nor did it possess the ruggedness of a brute. Rather, it exuded a unique charm, a blend of utmost serenity, formidable confidence, and unfathomable depth, magnetically drawing the gaze of onlookers. She had encountered numerous young talents, yet none had ever struck her with such an intense visual impact or an indescribable flutter at first sight. However, this ripple in her heart was quelled almost instantly by a more powerful will. She was no longer the naive girl of 18, but the heir of the Spirit Hall, a successor to the angel god, bearing the grand mission of unifying the continent and reshaping the world. At this moment, she approached to recruit a remarkable talent, one who possessed invaluable treasures and whose strength was inscrutable, under the identity of the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, Shui Qinghe. Any personal sentiment must yield to this objective. "Thank you, Arena Master, Shui Qinghe," Qian Xunji said with a slight nod, his voice gentle. Yet his gaze remained unwavering upon the cold visage in the image, confirming the direction of his departure. In the southern outskirts of the city, Shui Qinghe, Qian Xunji pondered thoughtfully. Aside from scattered villages, it seemed that the southern suburbs of Soto City had little else to offer. At that moment, the air in the corner of the dark chamber subtly distorted, and a shadow, coalescing like mist, silently emerged, kneeling on one knee. In a hoarse and deep voice, it reported, "Your Highness, the target's trail has been confirmed. The final stop is the Soto City outskirts of the Barak Kingdom, at the Shrek Academy for Intermediate Soul Masters." Shrek Academy? That dilapidated place she had never even heard of? A mysterious powerhouse possessing a spatial soul bone and a suspected healing soul bone would reside in such a location? Prepare the carriage and head to Shrek Academy immediately. She commanded decisively, without a hint of hesitation. Regardless of the reasons for his presence there, she must meet him as soon as possible. As night deepened, the rural dirt road leading to Shrek Academy unfurled beneath the moonlight like a winding gray-white ribbon. The opulent carriage of the prince, escorted by elite guards, traveled smoothly and swiftly, leaving behind the sparse farmlands and low bushes that lined the road. When they were still a mile away from the academy's crumbling silhouette, the carriage came to a gradual halt. Disguised as Xue Qinghe, Qian Xunji did not alight but merely lifted a corner of the carriage curtain, her gaze piercing through the hazy night, accurately directed toward the entrance of the academy. Under the dim moonlight, the crooked, decaying door appeared as an unsightly scar. Beside the door, on a moss-covered boulder towering to half a person's height, sat a solitary figure. With disheveled long hair and tattered garments, the figure faced the road, head bowed, remaining utterly motionless. The moonlight delicately outlined her slender silhouette, exuding an overwhelming sense of solitude and desolation. Xue Qinghe, also known as Qian Xunji, felt her heart lurch as she recognized the figure in profile, Ning Rongrong, the cherished pearl of Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the precious gem cradled by the sword Douluo Supreme and the bone Douluo Gurong. That little princess, radiant and proud as a sun within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. What was she doing here, in this forsaken wilderness, at the dilapidated entrance of Shrek Academy, which was even inferior to the lowest-ranking academy in the Heaven-Do Empire, and in such a disheveled state, so lost and forlorn, as if abandoned by the entire world? A tempest of emotions surged within Qian Xunji. She had seen portraits of Ning Rongrong and had been personally introduced to her by Ning Fengji after disguising herself as Xue Qinghe. The girl before her, sitting in the moonlight, seemingly dazed with an unusual redness on her face, appeared to be in distress, despite her ragged appearance and woeful demeanor. The unique aura of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's martial spirit and her exquisite features were unmistakable. The little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School found in Shrek Academy? This was utterly absurd. How could Ning Fengji possibly consent? How could the sword and bone Douluo rest easy? What secrets lay hidden within Shrek? Did the mysterious youth with the spatial soul bone have any connection to Ning Rongrong? Or perhaps to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Countless thoughts flashed through Qian Xunji's mind like lightning, rendering her expression beneath the mask exceedingly grave. Shrek, seemingly a murky shallow pool, appeared much deeper than she had anticipated. Just as her thoughts raced, a somewhat frantic sound of approaching hooves drew near. Upon discerning the prominent royal Heaven-Do emblem and the distinctive armor of the guards upon the carriage, her face paled instantly, beads of sweat forming on her brow. The Crown Prince. What could bring the Crown Prince to their desolate locale at such a late hour? Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, seated upon a stone, seemed to awaken from her stupor at the sudden commotion. She lifted her head in confusion, searching for the source of the sound. When the luxurious dark golden carriage of the Crown Prince, glimmering in the moonlight, and the solemn, armored royal guards came into her vacant, glazed eyes, she paused for a moment before a name surged through her disordered mind like lightning. Xue Qinghe. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had close ties with the Heaven-Do royal family, and as a young master, she naturally recognized the Crown Prince's carriage and entourage. Why had he come? Could it be her father? No, that was impossible so soon. Then why was he here? Ning Rongrong instinctively rose to her feet, her body stiff from prolonged sitting and her mind in turmoil. However, just as Flender landed and Ning Rongrong stood up, a sudden twist of fate unfolded. At the entrance of Shrek Academy, the area bathed in the dim moonlight began to distort inexplicably. It was neither the fluctuation of soul power nor the afterimage left by excessive speed, but rather the purest and most direct essence of space itself. Like a tranquil surface of water disturbed by a stone, it rippled outwards, creating visible, transparent waves. In the next instant, a shadowy figure emerged as if stepping forth from the very center of the ripples, materializing out of thin air. It was Mo Tian. He remained clad in a deep black armor that sculpted a tall and powerful silhouette. His austere visage, under the moonlight, resembled a statue, while his profound eyes were calm and unyielding, mirroring the timeless stillness of a frigid pool. His arrival was utterly silent, without any forewarning, akin to a specter born of the night itself. The moment he appeared, his gaze did not linger even for a moment on the startled Flander or the astonished Ning Rongrong, but instead bypassed them altogether, honing in with precision on the distant prince's carriage and the deeper shadows surrounding it. Immediately thereafter, an invisible, vast sea of mental energy expanded silently from Mo Tian's core. The skill of the 10,000-year wisdom skull spirit, a harmony of spirit. Manifested as a spatial isolation technique, a hum resonated, an indescribable sensation, as if the entire space itself had been detached. Enveloped the area within a kilometer radius centered around the gates of Shrek Academy. The air appeared to solidify, sound vanished, and even the moonlight seemed to be filtered through an invisible barrier, becoming blurred and distorted. This realm was forcibly severed from the fabric of the real world, forming an independent, silent domain, completely isolating the inside from the outside. Who dares? Protect the prince. Two shouts, a mix of alarm and fury, erupted like thunder, shattering the profound silence of this forcibly isolated realm. From the shadows flanking the prince's carriage, the space twisted violently. Two figures were violently thrust forth from the darkness as if propelled by an invisible force. To the left stood a tall and robust figure, wielding a uniquely designed spear that emanated a chilling azure hue, its tip exuding a heart-stopping cold light, none other than the serpent spear Douluo Supreme. To the right, a stout and rotund individual appeared, his skin a bizarre shade of purplish-black, sinister miasma swirling around him. This was the poisonous puffer Douluo Supreme. The two titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall now bore expressions of sheer horror and disbelief. They had meticulously concealed themselves in the shadows, their presence entirely suppressed, confident that even fellow titled Douluo of the same rank would struggle to detect them. Yet, at the moment the young man in black appeared, an irresistible and terrifying repulsion emanated from the very laws of space, like an invisible hand, brutally wrenching them from their most triumphant state of stealth. This was no ordinary soul skill. This was absolute mastery over space. This was a power of domain level. At nearly the same moment that Xilong and Supreme made their presence known, a short distance away, the Shadow Spirit Master from the Soto Great Spirit Arena, akin to a cat startled by a stepped-on tail, sprang forth in horror from the shadow of a large tree. His pallid face was fixed upon the black-clad youth, who descended upon the arena like a malevolent deity, his body trembling involuntarily. The stealth he so proudly boasted of was likely perceived as child's play by the young man before him. Imotian stood calmly, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. His indifferent gaze swept over the alarmed Xilong and Supreme, brushed past the shaken shadow Douluo, and finally settled upon the opulent prince's carriage. His expression remained placid, as though he beheld not the imperial entourage of the Tiando Empire, but rather a mere pile of meaningless stones. However, his inner tranquility did not imply that others shared the same composure. The seasoned titled Douluos, Xilong and Supreme, renowned across the continent, and both at level 93, felt an unprecedented wave of astonishment surge within them. Spatial control. Such a youthful visage. The mere act of compelling these two titled Douluos from their stealth, even instilling a sense of trepidation and pressure from the depths of their souls, was unthinkable. A chilling thought, akin to a venomous serpent, coiled around their hearts. A titled Douluo. This black-clad youth, seemingly not over 20, was, in fact, a titled Douluo? An 18-year-old titled Douluo? How could this be? This utterly shattered their understanding of the Spirit Master cultivation system. It broke the ancient ironclad rules of the Douluo continent. Even Tang Hao, celebrated as the continent's youngest titled Douluo, attained such a feat at the age of 44. And he, merely 18. This was beyond mere genius. It was a monstrosity. A miracle. The toxic mist surrounding Supreme writhed uncontrollably. The gazes exchanged between the two were laden with an unprecedented gravity, wariness, and even a hint of fear they were reluctant to acknowledge. Inside the carriage, Qian Xunji, disguised as Shui Qinghe, felt her body tense as Motian tore through space, releasing his domain of spatial isolation. The silent yet overwhelmingly domineering control of space caused her soul power to momentarily stagnate. When Xilong and Supreme, her guardians for many years, found themselves forcefully drawn from their stealth and gasped the words titled Douluo, Qian Xunji's mind erupted with a deafening roar, as if struck by an invisible hammer. Beneath her disguise, her breathtaking beauty drained of all color. Her calm, gentle pupils suddenly constricted to pinprick size, filled with sheer astonishment and disbelief. An 18-year-old titled Douluo? Those 7 words detonated within her consciousness like 7 world-ending divine thunderclaps. They obliterated all her plans, all her perceptions, and all her pride. Who was she? She was Qian Xunji, the heir of the Spirit Hall, the successor of the Angel God, possesses the continent's most prestigious 6-winged angel martial spirit. With an innate soul power level of 20, she enjoys unparalleled resources and divine guidance. Yet, at the age of 22, she has only managed to reach the 76th level of Soul Sage, a speed that is indeed astonishing. Although her hidden identity as Shui Qinghe has caused some delays in her cultivation, her progress still grants her the privilege to look down upon her peers and the world. However, before her stands a mere 18-year-old, a titled Douluo. What does this signify? It signifies that he has far surpassed her, the inheritor of the angel god, on the path of soul master cultivation, leaving her far behind, unworthy even to gaze upon his back. Her grandfather, the grand offering of the spirit hall, the unparalleled 99th level Douluo Qian Daolu, had only reached the 79th level of soul sage at this age, relying on the countless rare treasures and opportunities accumulated over generations within the spirit hall to achieve it. Thus, this Tian either stands backed by a terrifying force that exceeds the spirit hall's imagination, capable of providing resources more extraordinary than the angel god's inheritance, or his innate talent and martial spirit have reached the legendary divine level, a being that could rival and even surpass the six-winged angel. Whichever scenario it may be, it is sufficient to shake the entire continent to its core. An unprecedented, bone-chilling cold coursed through Qian Xunji's spine, spreading instantly to her limbs. It was the primal fear of confronting the unknown, the absolute power that threatened to overwhelm her. Yet, amidst this profound terror and shock, another emotion, more fervent, more domineering, and utterly irresistible, erupted like a volcano suppressed for eons, shattering all barriers of rationality. The noble bloodline of the angel god that coursed through her veins seemed to be provoked and attracted to the utmost degree, boiling and igniting with fervor. The shadow of her six-winged angel martial spirit, dormant deep within her soul, uncontrollably emitted a piercing scream, filled with combativeness and a desire for conquest. Following fear came an insatiable hunger for domination, akin to wildfire spreading across a vast expanse. Such an extraordinary, formidable, and enigmatic man. If she could subdue him, no. It was not merely subduing, it was conquering. It was to make him bow beneath her, to become the sharpest sword and the sturdiest shield as she ascended to her divine throne and unified the continent. Once this thought took root, it entwined her every thought like the most fervent vine. Plans of infiltration, her identity as a prince, and the reasons for Ning Rongrong's presence, all became irrelevant at that moment. Her gaze pierced through the curtains of the carriage, fixating intently on the black figure standing like a deity beneath the moonlight. Beneath the mask, the exquisite curve of her lips slowly curled into a near-manic smile, ablaze with fierce ambition. Conquer him. She must conquer this man. Chapter 26, The Prince's Chariot Returns. The eternal night's radiance shatters hearts beneath the pallid moonlight. The air was as thick as substance. The dilapidated gates of Shrek Academy loomed like the remnants of a colossal beast, shrouded in a suffocating silence that accentuated the desolation. The prince's chariot, adorned in opulent dark gold, glimmered with a chilling light under the moon's gaze. The curtain of the carriage lifted. Disguised as Xue Qinghe, Qian Rinxue descended gracefully. Her stature regal, movements infused with the innate elegance and composure characteristic of a royal heir, as she stepped down from the gilded footboard. Clad in moon-white attire that accentuated her jade-like demeanor, a perfectly poised smile graced her visage, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. As if the recent astonishing upheaval that had unsettled even the titled Douluo had never transpired. The snake-spear Douluo, Shilong, and the porcupine Douluo, Shui, materialized silently from above like two most loyal shadows, positioning themselves on either side of Xue Qinghe, a half-step behind, steadfastly guarding her. The shock that had once painted their faces had faded, replaced by an acute seriousness and vigilance. Their gazes locked onto Tian with the intensity of hawks. Their soul power contained yet taut, muscles coiled like drawn bows. The elite guards clad in the armor of the Tiando Royal Guard remained oblivious, their grips tightening around their soul-guided weapons, subtly forming a protective circle. Deep within the eyes of most, a flicker of tacit indifference passed. For they were elites infiltrated by the spirit hall and were acutely aware of the true weight held by these two guest elders. With a demeanor both humble and imbued with regal grace, a voice emerged, seemingly infused with a peculiar soothing power, attempting to alleviate the tense atmosphere. Tian's eyes, deep as the night, regarded the prince with a tranquil gaze, perceiving the perfect Fade in its entirety. She was the cunning and ambitious woman from the original narrative of Qian Rinxue. A hint of amusement flickered across his cold eyes. In that fleeting moment, a translucent golden panel, visible only to Tian, silently unfolded in his line of sight. Supreme Douluo System, host, Tian, age, 18 years, dual martial spirits, eternal night judgment sword. Purple radiance devouring python, eternal night judgment sword, weapon martial spirit the blade, as dark as the abyss of eternal night. Adorned with subtle dark patterns that seem capable of slicing through space, exudes an ancient aura of annihilation. The higher the level, the purer the blade becomes. The ripples in space more pronounced. Core feature, Sever all, physical, energy, spatial. In mental laws, purple radiance devouring python, beast martial spirit. Its ultimate form is the purple radiance divine dragon, enveloped in scales that shimmer with a divine purple gold radiance. Majestic and commanding, wielding the power of creation and destruction. Core feature, dragon transformation evolution, evolving with each ring, devouring growth, purple toxin, robust vitality. Dragon might, level, 95th rank Super Douluo, 99, soul ring configuration, eternal night judgment sword, black, 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 red, 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 purple radiance devouring python, black, 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 red, 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 soul bone, one trunk soul bone, 100,000-year-old emerald sand dragon emperor, trunk bone. Skills, sand titan's body, absolute defense recovery. 10,000 poisons return, poison conversion enhancement, desert clone, survival. Head soul bone, spirit skull of 10,000 years wisdom, system reward. Skills, cognitive acceleration, ultimate calculation. Mental prism, psychic defense reflection, martial soul symphony, harmonization of dual martial souls to reduce backlash. Limb soul bones, 10,000-year godly movement quartet set, system reward. Set effect, quartet reversion, mana recovery power, void breaking spatial maneuverability. Single skills, sky rending claw, judgment grip, dragon ascendant step, heaven devouring tread. External soul bone, 10,000-year green, sand dragon emperor scorpion, tail, external bone. Skills, erosion sting, toxic attack parasitism, quicksand barrier, defensive control, burial, ultimate technique. Current tasks, 1. Hunt for Oscar's third soul ring. Incomplete. 2. Subdue the Dragon Lord and Serpent Lady Meng Iran. Incomplete. 3. Capture the future angel god Qian Xunji. No restrictions on methods, can be subjugation or seduction. Incomplete. 4. Assist Qian Xunji in becoming the next emperor of the Tiando Empire. Incomplete. 5. Capture the sect master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, the future high priestess of Sea God Island, and the future divine maiden Ningrongrong. No restrictions on methods. Incomplete. 6. Capture the Zhu family nobility of the Star Luo Empire, the future god of speed, Zhu Zhuqing. No restrictions on methods. Incomplete. Task rewards. 1. Storage method. Can store soul rings obtained from hunting soul beasts, either for sale or retention for future use. 2. 1 fragment of the Supreme God. 3. Elevation of the third soul ring's lifespan to 10,000 years. 4. After capturing Qian Xunji, Zhu Zhuqing, Ningrongrong, and Xiaowu for the first time. Obtain a third martial soul. The quality of the martial soul is divine, and its nature shall only be revealed upon task completion. Gaze swiftly traversed the task panel, lingering imperceptibly on the rewards for capturing Qian Xunji and the third martial soul. These pivotal female characters from the original work had unexpectedly become objectives of the system's tasks, stirring a subtle ripple within him. Xiaowu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ningrongrong were merely 12 years old, even in the soul master world of Douluo continent. They were far from reaching adulthood. At his core bore the indelible marks of certain moral boundaries from the new era of Blue Star. Sharing a bed? Sleeping apart was already the limit. As for capturing them, at least 5 to 6 years were required. Before him stood the impeccably disguised Xue Qinghe, who was, in fact, Qian Xunji, 22 years old, in the prime of her youth, with maturity and strength, intellect, and status, making her the only current target that met the criteria for pursuit. Under the influence of the cognitive acceleration bestowed by the 10,000 years wisdom skull, the whirlwind of thoughts flowed seamlessly, with the outside world merely experiencing a fleeting moment. He parted his lips slightly, uttering 2 chilling words. The tone was low yet resonated like the clash of cold iron, piercing through the dense air and reaching every ear present. Concise, direct, and imbued with an air of aloof indifference and perfunctory dismissal. However, the gentle and jade-like smile on Xue Qinghe's face showed no signs of alteration, as if he had completely disregarded the underlying coldness. It turned out to be the esteemed Lord Emotion. Xue Qinghe, Qian Xunji, spoke with a tone imbued with just the right amount of admiration, before seamlessly shifting the subject to extend an invitation. Your Excellency possesses an extraordinary demeanor and unfathomable strength, truly a rare talent in this age. This place is rather humble and not suited for guests. Might I be so bold as to invite you to the Prince's Palace of the Heaven Do Empire? In my humble abode, there are a few fine teas I would be delighted to share with you, allowing us to engage in profound discussion. With a posture that was exceedingly humble and words that were sincere, she vividly portrayed the image of a prince eager for wise counsel. Yet, concealed beneath the flawless facade of Xue Qinghe, Qian Xunji's mind was racing. The snake spear and blood spear, both titled Douluo, had been compelled to reveal themselves upon a mere glance from this excessively youthful individual, serving as irrefutable evidence that he was at least of the titled Douluo caliber. The revelation of an 18-year-old titled Douluo would send the entire continent into a frenzy, prompting a complete reshuffling of all powers. The implications, whether stemming from an overwhelming background or an innate, extraordinary talent, instilled within her an unprecedented sense of pressure, even a thrill of fear. He must not be allowed to leave. Even more so, he must not fall into the hands of other factions. The prince's palace was her stronghold, meticulously cultivated over the years, boasting the most formidable defenses and a wealth of hidden cards. Only by inviting him in could she gain control of the situation. Only then could she proceed with her plans. With a subtle shift in her thoughts, she discreetly transmitted a mental command, using the special connection of her angel martial soul. To the nearby snake spear Douluo, Shilong, urgent transmission. Target confirmed as titled Douluo, possessing unfathomable strength, suspected of spatial manipulation abilities. Requesting immediate reinforcement from the Douluo Hall. Mobilize the 4 elders, Demon Suppression, Demon Bear, Ghost Leopard, and Spirit Kite. At any cost, expedite their secret arrival at the prince's palace in Heavendo City. Blood Spear is already present. In an instant, she ruled out the elders engaged in other tasks and focused on the 4 strongest individuals currently available within the Douluo Hall, specifically naming the Demon Suppression Douluo, who was personally leading the group. Her grandfather, Qian Daolu, as the grand offering, and a level 99 limit Douluo, could not intervene, while the 2nd to 6th offerings were currently in seclusion for cultivation. Thus, the only viable option was the 7th offering, the Demon Suppression Douluo, who now presided over the Douluo Hall. This maneuver would practically involve mobilizing nearly half of the peak forces of the Spirit Hall. Such actions revealed her deep apprehension towards Mo Qian and her unwavering determination to secure him. Beneath Shilong's lowered eyelids, his pupils suddenly constricted, and a tumultuous storm surged within his heart. The young master, Shui Heir, intends to summon such formidable forces? Yet, he was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation and dared not hesitate for a moment. Gripping the snake spear, he discreetly tapped 3 times on the spear shaft at a specific frequency. An invisible, encrypted wave emitted from a special soul-guiding device instantly penetrated Mo Qian's spatial isolation domain, which primarily obstructed spatial probing and energy leakage, but had not completely severed this extremely subtle and highly directional soul-guiding communication, racing towards the direction of the Douluo Hall in Spirit City. The content of the message was precisely Qian Rinxue's original words. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. However, Mo Qian was acutely aware of the situation. His confidence in his own prowess rendered him indifferent. Even the arrival of Qian Daolu did not instill fear in him, for it was a self-assurance born of strength. To outsiders, Shui Qinghe merely smiled as he awaited Mo Qian's response, while the 2 titled Douluo stood steadfast, exhibiting no signs of unrest. Mo Qian's profound gaze lingered for a moment on Shui Qinghe's earnest countenance. He could distinctly perceive the subtle acceleration of the soul power circulating within the other, along with the nearly imperceptible fluctuations of the soul guide emanating from the serpent spear Douluo, the wisdom bestowed by the 10,000-year wisdom skull. Manifesting as cognitive acceleration and mental prism, made him exceptionally attuned to fluctuations on the mental plane. The clandestine maneuvers orchestrated by Qian Rinxue appeared to him as clearly as if they were etched in the palm of his hand. To venture to the prince's residence? Quite fortuitous. The entrance of Shrek was ultimately not a venue for discourse. While maintaining this spatial isolation required little effort, it was also rather tedious. More crucially, the system task pointed directly towards Qian Rinxue and the Tiando Empire. Delving into the lion's den was the only way to seize the core. Moreover, he was curious to see what this young master of the Spirit Hall, the heir to the angel god's legacy, would conjure. Would it be an invitation or a trap? Mo Qian inclined his head slightly, maintaining his characteristic cold and indifferent demeanor, uttering a singular word. That one word instantly stirred an uncontrollable glimmer of joy and deeper scheming within the depths of Shui Qinghe's warm gaze. It was done. Lord Mo Qian was indeed forthright. Please. Shui Qinghe, Qian Rinxue, beamed with a broader smile, stepping aside to clear the path and elegantly gesturing for him to board the opulent and spacious prince's carriage. Without a moment's hesitation, Mo Qian advanced. His strides were steady, the dark armor he wore glimmering with a cold sheen under the moonlight. As he passed by the serpent spear and the stinging porcupine titled Douluo, both tensed to their utmost, as if an invisible blade pressed against their throats, instinctively holding their breath. Yet, Mo Qian remained unfazed, proceeding directly to the carriage. The servant respectfully lifted the carriage curtain. The interior was far more spacious and luxurious than it appeared from the outside. The floor was adorned with a thick carpet made from the fur of the snowy ice bear, yielding a soft, soundless tread. The walls were embedded with gentle soul guide illumination crystals, emanating a warm glow. At the center stood a small fixed table crafted from purple sandalwood, upon which rested exquisite tea sets and a plate of steaming delicacies. Flanking the sides were broad couches draped in soft velvet. As Qian stepped inside, a subtle spatial fluctuation rippled silently outward from him, like water ripples expanding in all directions, instantly sweeping through the entirety of the carriage's interior. The passive effect of the 10,000-year soul bone set, for extremes returning to one, activated quietly, effortlessly nullifying all preset soul guide formations within the carriage intended for eavesdropping, positioning, and potentially even mild confinement. Under Qian's will, the entire interior space was meticulously reorganized and reinforced, transforming it into a more secretive realm, entirely under his dominion. Qian Xunji followed closely, also boarding the carriage. As she stepped into the interior and sat upon the couch opposite Qian, an inexplicable flutter surged within her heart. It was not merely the oppressive presence of Qian that enveloped the space, but rather an inexplicable aura within the carriage that seemed distinctly altered. The air felt palpably thicker, the glow of the soul-guiding lamps appeared unnaturally steady, and even the profound silence that lay beyond the confines of this spatial isolation seemed to be cloaked in an additional layer of separation. She sensed an unusual disturbance, yet could not precisely discern its origin, assuming it to be a natural effect stemming from the unfathomable spatial abilities of her counterpart. Her apprehensions and evaluations of Qian inadvertently intensified. "Let us depart. Destination, the prince's mansion. Full speed ahead," commanded Shui Qinghe, his voice resonating clearly through the walls of the carriage. "Yes, your highness," responded the four princes guards stationed beside the carriage in unison. In an instant, a shared azure radiance enveloped them, revealing their wind-attribute flying soul abilities. The four simultaneously activated a formidable soul technique fusion, Wings of the Wind. With a hum, for colossal azure-winged phantoms materialized on either side of the carriage and unfurled. A tempestuous and pure wind elemental energy cocooned the entire carriage, scattering the dust from the ground and creating a distinct circular shockwave. In the next heartbeat, whoosh, like arrows released from a bowstring, the massive princess carriage surged forth, propelled by the fusion of the guard's soul techniques, achieving an alarming velocity that far surpassed that of the snow-stepping steed. It transformed into a fleeting azure streak, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, tearing through the edges of the spatial isolation set by Qian, vanishing into the vast night outside Shrek Academy. In its wake, only a circle of dust, slowly dissipating, and the subtle ripples in the spatial fabric remained. The domain, akin to a burst bubble, silently dissolved. The night breeze surged back through the academy gates, tousling the disheveled gray hair of Flinder, whose face bore the stark rigidity of shock, his mouth slightly agape. He stood frozen, gazing at the direction in which the carriage had vanished, his mind a void. The young prince, along with that enigmatic sovereign, had departed so simply. In a mere carriage? Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, who had been standing in stunned silence, suddenly trembled, as if all remaining strength had been drained from her. She leaned weakly against the cold pillar, her glazed, glass-like eyes tracking the point of light that had long since disappeared into the night sky. The imprint of a hand upon her face remained sharply defined in the moonlight, the stinging pain resurfacing with clarity, mingled with an overwhelming sense of profound loss. As if she were but a speck of dust, drowning in despair. The figures of Snake Spear Douluo Supreme and Porcupine Douluo Shui, having witnessed the carriage's departure, melted into the shadows like ink dispersing in water, silently trailing behind. The shadowy soul master also vanished, akin to a startled rabbit retreating into the night. Before the dilapidated gates of Shrek Academy, only Flinder's despondent silhouette remained, alongside Ning Rongrong, who leaned against the pillar as if forgotten by the entire world. The pallid moonlight elongated their shadows, casting them onto the cold ground, accentuating their desolation and solitude. As the night wind swept through, it lifted a few dry leaves, swirling them around silently as they drifted into Ning Rongrong's disheveled hair, unnoticed by her. Chapter 27. The Six Saints of Xinhuan Town. True name, Broken Painted Skin in the study of the prince's residence in the Empire of Tiando. He hovered his fingertip over a military report concerning the escalating tensions between the western frontier of the empire and the Star Luo Empire, his brush dipped in vermilion. Yet, he found himself unable to inscribe a single comment. The myriad complexities of military affairs, local taxation, noble intrigues, and an overwhelming deluge of information regarding spirit masters weighed heavily upon his once proud heart, rendering him acutely aware of the arduous task of governing a vast empire, an endeavor far more challenging than the relatively straightforward matters of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. No wonder the Snowy Night Emperor's health had deteriorated in recent years. Ning Fengji sighed inwardly, feeling a twinge of complicated emotions towards the diligent crown prince. With such a heavy burden on his shoulders, it was hardly surprising that his cultivation progressed slowly. Just as he strained his mind, feeling overwhelmed, a thunderous roar accompanied by a violent surge of spiritual power erupted from the direction of the residence's front courtyard. The sturdy rosewood window frames of the study vibrated ominously. Ning Fengji looked up, his gaze drawn to the window. There, against the night sky, a luxurious prince's carriage, enveloped in yet to dissipate azure elemental energies, thundered down like a falling star, landing with a resounding impact upon the expansive courtyard of the residence. The tremendous force cracked the hard bluestone pavement, sending dust swirling into the air. In an instant, a glimmer of relief ignited in Ning Fengji's eyes. Before he could utter a word, his gaze was fixed firmly at the carriage door. The first to alight was Qian Xunji, disguised as Shui Qinghe, stepping down gracefully and composedly from the carriage. However, she did not immediately depart. Rather, she exhibited an unusual demeanor of subtle respect and caution, slightly turning her body and extending her arm in a gesture of invitation. In the next moment, a shadow clad in black emerged from the carriage, slicing through the mist like a sharp sword. Mo Tian. The interplay of moonlight and the ethereal glow of the residence's spirit lamps illuminated his figure distinctly. Dressed in sleek, obsidian armor that hugged his powerful physique, he exuded an aura reminiscent of a graceful leopard in motion. His countenance, as frigid as a sculpted ice, bore deep-set, chiseled features, his thin lips pressed tightly together, and his jawline exuded resolute strength. Most unsettling were his eyes, profound as if harboring the endless night sky, calm and unperturbed, yet seemingly capable of piercing through all illusions with a mere glance. The night breeze tousled a few strands of hair on his forehead, adding an air of aloofness and mystery. Simply standing there, devoid of any words or gestures, he emanated a weighty presence that enveloped the opulent yet boisterous courtyard of the prince's residence, causing a collective pause in the air. The joy on Ning Fengji's face instantly froze, replaced by astonishment and curiosity reflected in his glazed eyes. What an extraordinary man! Such poise was beyond that of an ordinary spirit master. Almost simultaneously, a piercing gaze, sharp as a blade, seemed to cut through the space from the shadows beside Ning Fengji, locking onto Mo Tian. It was none other than the sword Douluo, Qian Xunji. This pinnacle Douluo, renowned for his calm demeanor, now bore an expression of grave concern and surprise. He could distinctly sense the unfathomable aura emanating from the young man in black. Akin to an abyss. This was no mere soul emperor. He was at least a soul Douluo. A fleeting, absurd thought crossed his mind, swiftly suppressed, impossible. He was far too young. Outside the high walls of the mansion, in the darkest corner, the snake-spear Douluo, Shilong, and the porcupine Douluo, Ci Shui, blended seamlessly into the night. Shilong whispered, with Jian Dao Qinshin present, his aura is suppressed to the utmost. Do not let him detect us. The toxic mist enveloping Ci Shui contracted slightly as he solemnly nodded. They were like the most patient hunters, awaiting the arrival of reinforcements, merging silently into the atmosphere like raindrops into the sea. It was indeed the Spirit Hall's elders, the Demon Douluo, level 96, the Demon Bear Douluo, level 95, the Ghost Leopard Douluo, level 95, and the Spirit Kite Douluo, level 94, dispatched in secrecy. The presence of these 6 titled Douluos converged in the shadows, akin to a volcano poised to erupt. In the front courtyard, Ning Shi, the esteemed sword Douluo, was greeted by the gentle voice of Shui Qinghe, Qian Xunji. Breaking the silence, with an impeccable smile, she slightly nodded to Ning Fengji and Qinshin, who emerged at the sound, and then gestured towards the esteemed guest beside her. This is Lord Mo Tian, whom I fortuitously encountered today. She intentionally omitted any mention of Mo Tian's strength, referring to him solely as a distinguished guest. Suppressing his surprise, Ning Fengji restored his usual composed demeanor and clasped his hands, saying, Lord Mo Tian, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Ning Fengji, the head of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Qinshin merely nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over Mo Tian, as if appraising an extraordinary sword. Sharp as ever, but now tinged with an almost imperceptible gravity. Ning Fengji had no intention of lingering. After a few pleasantries, he hurriedly took his leave, accompanied by the deeply contemplative Qinshin. The grand carriage belonging to the Seven Treasures glazed tile school swiftly vanished into the night. At the very moment the carriage departed, the 6 titled Douluo's figures melted into the shadows like ink dispersing in water, silently crossing the high walls of the prince's residence and retreating into the deepest corners. Their auras perfectly concealed, like phantoms that seemed to cease to exist, swiftly making their way towards the reception hall. Inside the reception hall of the prince's residence, the opulence was a stark contrast to the dilapidation of Shrek Academy. The floor was adorned with a thick starlight velvet carpet, the walls embedded with soothing moonstone, and a massive crystal chandelier exuded a soft, yet brilliant glow. The air was suffused with the delicate fragrance of superior rosewood furniture. Mo Tian was invited to sit upon a wide sofa covered with the fur of a snowfield ice bear, his posture relaxed, as if he were the true master of the space. Xue Qinghe, Qian Xunji, gracefully took a seat on a slightly smaller armchair opposite him, elegantly manipulating exquisite tea utensils. Her movements fluid and refined, embodying the essence of royalty. She personally served a fragrant, golden-hued top-grade Jinjun Mei tea on the low table before Mo Tian. Lord Mo Tian, please enjoy the tea. Her voice was warm and melodious. Mo Tian, however, did not touch the teacup. His profound gaze remained calmly fixed on Qian Xunji's flawless facade, as if he could penetrate that layer of disguise and gaze directly into the soul hidden beneath. A formidable spiritual force silently enveloped the entire reception room, keenly aware of the 6 titled Douluo lurking in the shadows outside. Their presence akin to venomous serpents fixated on this place. A subtle, almost imperceptible smile graced his lips, carrying a chilling sense of amusement. Qian Xunji, under the penetrating gaze of Mo Tian, which seemed to discern everything, felt a shiver run through her heart. Yet, she maintained a perfectly warm smile, striving to dispel the intangible pressure. Lord Mo Tian, you possess an impressive bearing. May I inquire about your origins? Whom do you study under? You are no ordinary individual. Origins? Mo Tian raised his teacup, his fingertips gently caressing the smooth porcelain surface. His tone is indifferent, as if recounting someone else's story. I recall a very remote village. Its name now a blur. Oh, Qian Xunji, seeking to bridge the distance and uncover more information, pressed on. What of your family? Mo Tian took a sip of tea, the steam blurring his austere features. His voice remained unperturbed. I am merely an orphan abandoned in the wilderness since childhood. An absolute silence. An unyielding stillness instantly enveloped the luxurious and brightly lit reception room. Even the brilliance of the crystal chandelier seemed to freeze. The air grew heavy, laden as if filled with lead. The 6 titled Douluo concealed in the shadows outside experienced an almost imperceptible disturbance in their auras. An abandoned orphan. A youth possessing such terrifying power and extraordinary demeanor that he is an orphan. Which family or faction would be foolish enough to forsake such a prodigy? The absurdity and immense shock rendered their minds momentarily unguarded. Qian Xunji, masquerading as Xue Qinghe, felt the warmth of her smile stiffen for the first time. Beneath her mask, her true heart felt as though it had been gripped tightly by an invisible hand. A tide of mixed emotions, shock, disbelief, and an unexpected wave of profound sympathy surged within her. What despair and coldness must have marked the childhood of one abandoned in the wilderness? She instinctively gazed into Mo Tian's deep, tranquil eyes, hoping to discern a trace of resentment or sorrow, yet all she found was an indifferent stillness akin to an ancient, frozen pond. This indifference only intensified her pang of sympathy. Her carefully crafted facade nearly faltered, struggling to maintain the composure befitting a prince. Forgive me, Lord Mo Tian, for my thoughtlessness in mentioning your painful past. Xue Qinghe, Qian Xunji, spoke with a barely perceptible dryness, attempting to mend her misstep. Painful? Mo Tian set down his teacup, the porcelain clinking against the table with a crisp sound. He lifted his gaze, his lips twitching slightly as if in a smile, yet devoid of warmth. It matters not. I am accustomed to it. After all, being abandoned is not merely a singular occurrence. Boom. If the earlier silence was akin to a frozen lake, then Mo Tian's casually uttered words struck like a colossal stone thrown into its depths. Instantly, it stirred up tumultuous waves of astonishment. Not just once. The pupils of Qian Xunji beneath her mask suddenly constricted to their limits. She felt as though her breath had stilled. What trials had he endured? An unimaginable chill surged along her spine. The formidable man before her, whose very presence could instill dread even in a titled Douluo, concealed beneath his calm exterior. A past shrouded in darkness and cruelty. A tumult of emotions, fear, sympathy, and an inexplicable fury roiled within her chest, threatening to shatter the mask she had carefully crafted. She parted her lips, only to find her throat constricted, leaving her unable to utter a single word. Qian Xunji forcefully suppressed her tumultuous feelings, took a deep breath. and reassembled the resolve befitting one of her stature. Locking her gaze onto Mo Tian's eyes, her voice, warm yet tinged with inquiry, finally voiced the core question that had haunted her and disrupted her peace. Lord Mo Tian, forgive my impertinence, but have you ascended to the realm of tidal Douluo? At the moment her words fell, the air in the reception hall seemed to freeze. Outside the hall, the breaths of 6 tidal Douluos were held in suspense. Every mind was firmly fixed on Mo Tian. The playful curve of his lips deepened suddenly. Tidal Douluo? His voice, low and resonant, echoed like ice beads rolling upon a jade plate, striking the nerves of everyone present. As he slowly rose, his towering silhouette cast a vast shadow under the illumination. An invisible, suffocating terror descended. Are you planning to have them greet me? Buzz. Before the words fully left his lips, an indescribable, vast power, as if emanating from the very laws of the universe, erupted forth from Mo Tian. The 10,000-year divine movement soulbone set, divine movement swallowing heaven step, activated. Thud, thud, thud. The 6 heavy thuds sounded like funeral bells tolling. The grand wooden door, adorned with golden edges, along with the sturdy walls on either side, seemed to have been trampled by an invisible giant, crashing inward with a resounding explosion. Wood chips flew, and bricks shattered. In Qian Xunji's horrified gaze, amidst the swirling dust and debris, 6 tidal Douluos, whom she had once held in high regard, capable of sweeping across the land, were struck down as if by an invisible mountain of immense weight, forced from their proud shadows, now kneeling in a most humiliating manner, crushed by an overwhelming force. Demon Suppression Douluo, level 96. Serpent Spear Douluo, level 93. Spike Porcupine Douluo, level 93. Magic Bear Douluo, level 95. Ghost Leopard Douluo, level 95. Spirit Kite Douluo, level 94. These 6 peak existences, whose mere footsteps could shake empires, now appeared as the most abject of prisoners. Their faces flushed crimson, veins bulging like coiling dragons. Their eyes bloodshot with extreme horror and humiliation. They exerted every ounce of strength to struggle, their soul power erupting like a volcanic explosion, desperately attempting to break free from the invisible shackles. However, the force that imprisoned them seemed to emanate from the very will of the cosmos, heavy, stagnant, and utterly irresistible. No matter how they howled or erupted, their knees felt as though they were welded to the ground, unable to lift even a finger. They could only adopt the most humiliating half-kneeling posture, firmly nailed to the shattered floor. Beads of sweat, mingled with the blood seeping from the corners of their mouths due to excessive exertion, dripped onto the luxurious carpet. 6 pairs of eyes, filled with extreme horror, dread, and disbelief, stared intently at the shadowy figure standing under the light like a demonic deity. What kind of power is this? No released martial soul, no soul skills employed, merely a thought, a single motion, and they were suppressed like ants. This had entirely surpassed their comprehension of a soul master's might. It was nothing short of divine retribution. Qian Xunji, disguised as Xue Qinghe, was struck as if by a bolt of divine thunder. She abruptly sprang from the sofa, her gentle mask shattering completely. The flawlessly disguised visage now bore only extreme pallor and unmistakable terror. She gazed at the 6 tidal Douluo, instantaneously subdued like lambs to the slaughter, and then turned her frantic gaze towards Mo Tian, her heart racing violently, nearly bursting from her chest. A chilling fear coiled around her heart, like a venomous serpent. It was over. All her trump cards had been laid bare. Yet they were instantly torn apart as if made of paper. She frantically pondered any possible means of escape. But her mind was nearly blank under the crushing weight of absolute power. Nevertheless, Mo Tian's actions did not cease. Just as Qian Xunji was still in shock. Behind Mo Tian, the space rippled as though a stone had been cast into a lake, creating 2 profound and terrifying waves. Buzz, buzz, 2 phantoms, unfathomable and majestic beyond description, gradually materialized. To the left, a longsword as black as the abyss of eternal night. Its blade was ancient and unadorned, yet it seemed capable of devouring all light, with subtle dark patterns swirling, causing the very space to groan under the unbearable pressure, revealing minute, spiderweb-like fissures. A terrifying sword intent, capable of severing all things and annihilating everything, soared into the heavens. The sword of eternal night's judgment. To the right, a gigantic python coiled in the void. Its body was covered in scales shimmering with a flowing purple-golden divine light, each scale seemingly harboring the might to create and destroy worlds. An aura of majesty, ancientness, and dominion spread forth, imbued with a greedy desire to consume all and the chaotic power of creation and destruction intertwined. The purple radiance sky-devouring python. This was merely the phantom of a martial soul. Yet the pressure it exuded had already solidified the space, causing time itself to appear to stagnate. An astonishing scene emerged, sending everyone into a state of panic, their blood freezing. Surrounding the pitch-black longsword, 9 soul rings rose slowly like demonic suns emerging from the depths of hell, pulsating rhythmically. The colors were excruciatingly glaring, steeped in despair, black, 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 red, 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 red. Following 3 deep, ink-like 10,000-year soul rings, there were 6 rings, seemingly forged from endless blood and the bones of gods and demons, emanating an aura of utter devastation and destruction. Immediately, around the majestic purple-gold divine python, 9 soul rings of the same hue rose fiercely. Black, 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 red, 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 red. 2 sets. A complete pair. The astonishing configuration of 3 black and 6 red soul rings hung like a blood-drenched moon of 18 cycles beneath the shattered ceiling of the reception hall. The scarlet glow illuminated the entire space, casting it in the semblance of a hellish realm. Boom. The 6th-titled Douluo, utterly suppressed and kneeling, experienced a complete mental collapse. Their souls felt as though they were being seared and torn apart by the radiance of these 18 soul rings. Their eyes bulged, fixated on the 2 sets of soul rings that defied comprehension, emitting hoarse, desperate cries akin to dying beasts. Fear, an unfathomable abyss of terror instantaneously engulfed their pride and reason. 3 black and 6 red, or perhaps twin martial souls. 2 sets. Is this even human? Even if the deities of the divine realm descended, it could hardly compare. How could we have dared to aspire to imprison such an existence? A profound absurdity and overwhelming despair washed over them like a frigid tide, consuming them entirely. The demon bear Douluo, unable to withstand the mental onslaught, violently spat blood. Qian Xunji felt as if all her bones had been drawn from her body cold and rigid, her mind blank. The guise of Xueqing had trembled violently, staggering back a step until she collided with the edge of an overturned sofa, barely preventing herself from collapsing. Her gentle eyes were now filled with utmost astonishment and stupor, fixed intently on the 2 martial soul phantoms behind Tian, as well as the 18 soul rings that resembled the brands of a bloodied hell. All schemes, all ambitions, all desires for conquest appeared laughable and insignificant in the face of such absolute power. A chill emanating from the depths of her soul plunged her into an icy abyss. In that moment of silence and despair, Tian slowly turned around. His deep eyes, harboring the essence of a starry night, calmly and precisely pierced through all facades. Locking onto Qian Xunji's gaze filled with shock and stupor. He parted his lips slightly, his voice not loud, yet resonant like thunder from the heavens. Imbued with a cold power that pierced through all illusions, clearly and deliberately striking at the crumbling defenses of Qian Xunji's heart. So, Miss Qian Xunji, daughter of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, do you acknowledge my strength? Chapter 28. The Divine Oracle shatters the game. An angel stirs mortal hearts. Within the shattered reception hall, silence hung like a frozen glacier, heavily pressing upon every corner. The scarlet luminosity of the soul rings had yet to fully dissipate, and the air was thick with the acrid essence of soul power compressed to its extreme, mingled with the peculiar scent of sweat and blood staining the opulent carpet. Xueqing. No. At this moment, the flawless facade had completely faded away. Standing amidst the chaos was a tall, exquisite woman of breathtaking beauty, Qian Xunji. Her golden hair cascades like molten gold, shimmering with a sacred and resplendent brilliance beneath the remnants of the soul-guiding lamp's light, casually draped over her shoulders. In stark contrast to the meticulously tied black hair of Xueqing, her skin, fair as snow, is as delicate and smooth as the finest mutton-fat jade. Yet at this moment, it bears a pale hue, tinged with the remnants of shock. The golden palace gown envelopes her exquisite form, the high collar gracefully safeguarding her swan-like neck, while the golden threads weave a pattern of understated opulence. Beneath the hem of her gown, her jade-like feet, adorned with golden thread shoes, are barely visible. Most captivating of all is her visage. A nose as straight as the snow-capped mountains lends her an air of heroism, while her cherry lips, naturally tinted, are pressed together, betraying a trace of the composure she strives to maintain. Her eyes, stripped of all pretense, reveal pools of molten sunlight, deep and mysterious, with a calm exterior that conceals the tumultuous waves of anxiety and icy wisdom beneath. As her gaze shifts, it seems capable of piercing the very souls of those before her, imbued with a haunting allure. At the center of her brow, a diminutive yet distinctly clear golden 6-winged angel insignia, akin to a divine emblem, silently proclaims her noble lineage and status. Standing there, she embodies both sanctity and authority, like an angel descended to the mortal realm. Yet beneath this sanctity lies a heart-wrenching fragility, as if she teeters on the precipice of despair. Taking a deep breath, she forcibly suppresses the overwhelming shock and fear that threaten to tear her apart from within. Deep within her golden eyes, a flicker of resilience and pride belonging to the heir of the spirit hall reignites. She bends slightly before Mo Tian, who remains seated on the main throne, exuding an aura of control as if he were a deity governing all. Her voice, once again clear as jade chimes, carries a subtle tremor as she addresses him. Your Majesty, Qian Xunji has come to pay her respects. Her posture is notably humble, placing the identity of the titled Douluo openly before him. This gesture reflects both reverence for absolute power and the only prudent choice in this moment. Mo Tian's profound gaze rests upon Qian Xunji. Her golden gown accentuates her breathtaking curves, particularly the full, voluptuous arc of her bosom, perfectly supported by the high collar and snug fabric, resembling a ripe peach exuding silent allure beneath the sacred light. Her skin surpasses snow in its fairness, her golden eyes sparkle, and the angelic insignia on her brow creates a peculiar tension between purity and sensuality, igniting a primal yearning within. Even Mo Tian, with his steadfast resolve, cannot help but feel a fleeting appreciation in his depths. With a casual gesture, he lifts his hand, and the overwhelming gravitational force that bore down upon the six-titled Douluo dissipates in an instant. Gasp. Cough. As the pressure vanishes, the six-titled Douluo, like drowning souls finally surfacing, erupt into violent coughs and gasps for air. The demon-conquering Douluo pales, the bloodstains on the mouth of the bear Douluo still fresh, while the hands of the ghost leopard Douluo tremble uncontrollably. They struggled to rise from the shattered floor, their gazes towards Mo Tian filled with the terror of surviving a catastrophe, a profound reverence, and an ineffable humiliation. The feeling of being crushed like ants had become a nightmare that would haunt them for a lifetime. Qian Xunji did not even glance at them. Her voice regained the coldness and decisiveness befitting a young master. Esteemed elders, you have labored greatly. You may withdraw and rest for now. The command was succinct, yet carried an undeniable authority. The demon suppression Douluo and the others felt as though they had been granted a pardon and dared not linger for even a moment. Not to mention uniting to resist. At this moment, they had nearly lost the courage to even meet Mo Tian's gaze. The dual martial souls of 3 black and 6 red, the 18 soul rings branded like marks of bloodshed, had shattered all their pride and fantasies. The 6 figures fled like frightened specters, scarcely daring to unleash any soul techniques, relying solely on their physical strength to dash out of the reception room, which felt like a purgatory in the quickest and most disheveled manner, vanishing into the shadows of the corridor. In the opulent yet shattered reception room, only 2 individuals remained. Mo Tian sat calmly on the main sofa draped with a snowy bare skin, his posture relaxed, as if the earth-shattering suppression had never occurred. His long fingers casually rested on the armrest, lightly tapping the smooth wooden surface in a rhythmic fashion, producing a faint yet distinct sound that echoed in the silence of the space. Qian Xunji occupied a slightly smaller sofa opposite him. She had shed her disguise, facing a man so powerful, so enigmatic, and so perceptive of her every nuance. A truly unprecedented experience. The air felt as if it had solidified, laden with an invisible, suffocating tension. She could distinctly hear her heart pounding within her chest, thrumming with an unprecedented intensity and speed, crashing against her ribs with a dull thud. What compounded her sense of helplessness and even embarrassment was a strange, indescribable warmth that began to spread surreptitiously from the depths of her being. It was as though a faint flame had been ignited by Mo Tian's deep gaze, his commanding presence, and his almost otherworldly handsome profile. His chiseled features illuminated by the light like a sculpture, his high nose, tightly pressed lips, and a strong, smooth jawline ignited a silent fire within her. She felt her cheeks flush, warmth radiating from her ears. The most intimate areas seemed to quietly seep warmth, a sticky moisture, akin to the melting snow of early spring, staining the most delicate of silks. This unfamiliar physiological response left her flustered, nearly causing her to lose her facade of composure. Instinctively, she tightened her legs together, the golden fabric of her gown creasing slightly. Silence enveloped them like a tangible weight, making it difficult to breathe. Qian Xunji knew she had to break the silence first. Her golden eyelashes fluttered slightly as she raised her gaze to meet Mo Tian's, which seemed capable of piercing through all illusions. Her clear voice, tinged with a suppressed huskiness, shattered the stillness. Since you can see through my identity, I presume you have also surmised the purpose of my invitation? She chose the most direct approach, devoid of any hypocritical pleasantries. In the face of absolute power and wisdom, any pretense seemed pale and laughable. Mo Tian lifted the white jade teacup from the low table, which had long cooled yet still exuded the exquisite fragrance of top-grade Jinjun Mei tea, and elegantly took a sip. The icy liquid glided down his throat, bringing a refreshing clarity. He set the teacup down, the porcelain clinking against the table, producing a crisp sound that was particularly jarring in the silence. "What is your intention?" Mo Tian's deep voice resonated, akin to a cold spring flowing over hard ice. "Do you merely covet my modest strength, wishing to add a relatively sharp pawn to the spirit hall?" His gaze rested upon Qian Rinxue's slightly tense face, a knowing smile curving at the corners of his mouth, as he continued to dissect her with a tone that was calm, yet laced with biting precision. "If I am not mistaken, you, Qian Rinxue, as the daughter of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, the granddaughter of the Grand Offering Qian Douluo, and the chosen inheritor of the angelic lineage." With each layer of identity he revealed, Qian Rinxue's heart skipped a beat, her golden pupils contracting slightly. Mo Tian's voice, though not loud, struck like a heavy hammer against the defenses she desperately maintained. Boom. It felt as if her mind had been struck by a mental bomb. All her schemes, her grand ambitions buried deep within, all the sacrifices and forbearance that could not be spoken of, were so casually yet precisely peeled back in layers and exposed to the glaring light by this man. A chill, mingled with the terror of being thoroughly seen through, surged from her tailbone to the crown of her head. Her feigned composure nearly shattered, her intertwined hands clenched tightly, nails digging deeply into her palms. However, Mo Tian's words did not cease. Like the most precise surgical scalpel, he began to analyze the entire chessboard of the continent. Presently, Douluo continent appears to be in a tripartite stalemate. The Heaven Do Empire, vast in territory and populous, yet its sole masters are relatively weak, relying on a few sects such as the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Although the army is numerous, many are mere mortals. The Star Luo Empire, with a martial spirit, boasts formidable military strength, often gaining the upper hand in skirmishes along the border with Heaven Do. Their integration technique of the Zhu and Dai families' nether white tiger proving invincible on the battlefield, with 200,000 elite troops at the ready. Qian Rinxue forced herself to calm down and listened intently. Mo Tian's analysis of the two empires was terrifyingly precise. And yet, the Spirit Hall, with its near 70% of the continent's sole masters and 20 titled Douluo stationed within, seems to bask in glory, capable of sweeping all aside. He shook his head slightly, his gaze acting as a cold probe, piercing into the depths of Qian Rinxue's golden eyes. In truth, there are numerous constraints. Firstly, the two empires boast 200,000 elite soldiers. While the sole masters of the Spirit Hall are indeed powerful, their numbers are ultimately limited. Soul power has its limits. Faced with a tide of military formations, arrows raining like locusts, and iron hooves trampling down, how can ordinary soul masters withstand such onslaughts? Even if a forced war could yield victory, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, inflicting 1,000 casualties upon the enemy while suffering 800 losses ourselves. With the foundation shaken, how can one aspire to conquer the world? Secondly, the military strength of the Star Luo Empire is particularly robust. If the Spirit Hall were to deploy its main forces in a strong assault on Heaven Do, would the Star Luo merely stand by and watch Heaven Do's demise? The principle of the interdependence of lips and teeth is not lost on Dai Tianfeng, the Emperor of Xinglua. When the iron cavalry of Xinglua advances westward, merging with the remnants of the Tiando army, they will be engaged on two fronts, besieged from all sides. Even with 20 titles, their ability to act will be severely limited. This is a strategic deadlock. Suddenly, Mo Tian's voice turned icy, imbued with a penetrating chill that pierced the heart. Are those 20 titled Douluo truly united as one? You are more aware than anyone of the discord between the Worship Hall and the Papal Hall. How many of the non-directly affiliated titled Douluo truly pledge their loyalty to the Spirit Hall? At a crucial moment, how steadfast is their allegiance? How formidable is their combat power? They are merely a disjointed rabble, each harboring their own thoughts. Thus, Mo Tian leaned slightly forward, an overwhelming aura enveloping Qian Rinxue like a tangible force. You have chosen the longest, yet seemingly the most secure strategy to infiltrate Tiando, aiming to dismantle it from within. To usurp the imperial power and incorporate it into the dominion of the Spirit Hall without shedding blood. At that time, the vast territories, populace, and resources of Tiando will be at your command. You will then consolidate the strength of the Spirit Hall's soul masters and strike southward with a thunderous momentum, obliterating Xinglua. The unification of the continent is merely a matter of time. Mo Tian's analysis was as precise as the most intricate deduction, unraveling the dilemmas of the Spirit Hall. Qian Rinxue's schemes, and the overarching dynamics of the continent, presenting them clearly before Qian Xunji. She was profoundly shaken, her golden eyes filled with sheer astonishment and disbelief. This man possessed not only the power to annihilate worlds, but also an intellect and insight that were unfathomable. He seemed to stand upon the clouds, surveying the entire chessboard of the continent, while her painstakingly crafted plans appeared to him as child's play, every detail laid bare. The overwhelming shock and a sense of being thoroughly seen rendered her momentarily speechless, staring blankly at Tian, her cherry lips parted but unable to utter a sound. Just as Qian Xunji felt her heart tremble under the weight of his incisive analysis, he paused slightly, his tone shifting to one of unyielding finality, carrying an air of undeniable judgment. However, your plan is destined to fail. Boom. Those 7 words struck Qian Xunji's faltering heart like 7 bolts of divine retribution, shattering all her confidence, pride, and the foundational beliefs that had sustained her until now into fragments. Chapter 29. The Sacred Feather Falls to the Mortal Realm. The divine heart is bound to eternal night. Boom. Tian's cold and resolute declaration that your plan is doomed to failure resounded like the hammer of divine punishment, crashing down upon Qian Xunji's wavering heart. Her golden pupils constricted to their limits, the turbulent waves within freezing instantly into a realm of disbelief. For the first time, a clear and unmasked look of astonishment appeared on her flawless visage, sculpted as if by the hands of a divine craftsman. Her cherry lips parted, as if to object, yet no sound emerged. A bone-chilling dread mingled with overwhelming panic seized her heart in an instant. Tian's eyes, deep as eternal night, calmly captured this fleeting moment of her discomposure. A faint curve seemed to flit across the corners of his mouth, akin to a gentle breeze skimming over a frigid pool. Rest assured, his deep voice resonated once more, imbued with an indifference that seemed to overlook all existence, effortlessly shattering the deepest fears that had just begun to rise within Qian Xunji. The Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Do Empire were merely mundane authorities, insignificant territories that failed to capture my interest. The tension in Qian Xunji's heart abruptly relaxed, a wave of exhaustion akin to a survivor's relief nearly causing her to collapse. Her greatest fear was that this being, endowed with revolutionary power, might align with either of the 2 empires. Such a betrayal would spell catastrophic doom for her meticulously crafted infiltration plan over the years. She could scarcely bear to contemplate the horror that would befall the Spirit Hall should Tian join forces with either the Heaven Do or Star Luo. Even her grandfather, Qian Douluo, a towering pillar in her heart, would find the odds of victory a mere 50-50 against Tian's dual martial souls, manifesting in 18 soul rings that resembled bloodstained brands. Moreover, when Tian unleashed his long-sword martial soul, dark as the abyss of eternal night, her noble 6-winged angel martial soul quivered uncontrollably with a primal instinctive dread, as if confronting its natural nemesis. The sensation of being suppressed by a higher power was so palpable that it sent tremors through her very soul. Tian's words undoubtedly provided her with a measure of reassurance. As long as he did not stand in opposition, there remained a glimmer of hope for resolution. Her golden eyes refocused on Tian's austere and handsome visage, illuminated by the light that accentuated his chiseled features, a straight nose, tightly pressed lips, and a jawline as resolute as if hewn from stone. His profound gaze seemed to harbor the mysteries of the universe, calm yet unfathomably deep, evoking both awe and trepidation. An unprecedented sensation of mingled reverence, curiosity, and an ineffable heat burgeoned within Qian Xunji, akin to wildfires quietly spreading in the depths of her heart. Her cheeks involuntarily began to flush, the warmth rapidly extending to her ears, neck, and even enveloping her entire body in a blaze. Beneath her ornate attire, her delicate figure tensed slightly, as an unfamiliar heat, born from the essence of life, coursed through her limbs. She struggled to uphold the pride and rationality befitting the air of the Spirit Hall, yet deep within, a small woman's soul, long imprisoned beneath a frigid facade, yearned to be conquered, to be protected, crying out for release from its 20-year confinement. Since ancient times, beautiful women have adored heroes, especially this man before her, who shattered perceptions, wielded divine power, and possessed a godlike handsomeness. Qian Xunji was not an emotionless statue. She merely suppressed all feelings and vulnerabilities beneath the icy mask of Shui Qinghe and the heavy responsibilities of the Spirit Hall's heir. Like the most devout nun in a secluded monastery, or like Wu Zetian, who ultimately ascended to the throne from a nunnery, her fervent emotions brewed in an untouched abyss, awaiting the arrival of a force powerful enough and radiant enough to obliterate her defenses and pride, ready to erupt like a dormant volcano. And Tian was the first spark igniting this dormant volcano. The power he exhibited, the profound wisdom he possessed, the audacious disdain for deities, and even the enigmatic past concealed beneath his cold exterior, an orphan, repeatedly abandoned, all struck her soul's most secluded corners with the precision of the deadliest poison. In the original narrative, even Tang San, endowed with the blue-silver emperor, the kill god domain, and the halo of Sea God Island, had stirred waves within her heart. How much more so did this, who surpassed Tang San in ways unimaginable? Qian Rinchue's golden eyes shimmered, shedding her initial shock, gradually replaced by an intense, almost obsessive fervor. Within that radiance lay a fierce desire for conquest, intertwined with an almost sacrificial admiration. She gazed intently at, her voice no longer frigid, but imbued with a subtle, almost molten softness. Beneath your crown, I take a deep breath, as if resolving to make a momentous decision. Her body leaned slightly forward, her curvaceous form enveloped in golden attire, tracing a breathtaking arc. What do you wish to obtain? Her gaze was fierce, brimming with unmasked longing and seduction. As long as you are willing to join the Spirit Hall and become my ally, aiding me in the coup of the Heavendo Empire, assisting me to ascend to the divine throne, I, Qian Rinchue, vow this. Her voice escalated suddenly, infused with an undeniable determination. I shall expend the entirety of the Spirit Hall and the future might of the Heavendo Empire to procure for you the divine legacy, enabling us to reach the pinnacle of the divine realm together. She paused slightly, her golden eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, her cherry lips parting to utter words that could make any man's blood race, tinged with a hint of bashful fervor. Even if your desires extend to me personally. Her voice dropped, yet became even more tantalizing, her golden eyes filled with melted sunlight piercing into profound depths. I could become your woman. The air thickened, suffused with a heady sweetness named ambition and desire. Qian Rinchue's heart raced like a drum, her body ablaze, almost igniting against the softest silk fabric. She fixated on, awaiting the decree of fate. However, S reaction plunged her into an icy abyss. After hearing her almost sacrificial promise and temptation, S' expression revealed no trace of desire. Instead, a mocking curve graced his lips, brimming with derision and disdain. Angel God. His deep voice resonated like the grinding of ancient ice, each word laced with biting coldness and contempt. Merely a pseudo-deity, barely scraping the threshold of the first divine tier, relying on faith for its foundation. He slowly rose, his imposing stature casting a vast shadow under the light, enveloping the stunned Qian Rinchue. You do not even qualify to enter my sight. His chilling words pierced through all of Qian Rinchue's fantasies and pride like the sharpest ice pick. What? Qian Rinchue was utterly bewildered, her mind blank. He actually looked down upon the angel god. The first divine tier? Are deities classified by rank? This was entirely beyond the limits of her comprehension. In her, and indeed the entire Spirit Hall's perception, achieving the 100th level of divinity represented the ultimate pinnacle. The angel god stood as the supreme existence. A first-level deity? This notion reverberated like a thunderclap in her tumultuous mind. Little did she comprehend the true hierarchy of the divine realm. Above all gods reigned the 6 divine kings, Dragon God, Shura, goodness, evil, destruction, and life, who wielded the primordial laws of the universe. As for the angel god, merely a forerunner in the history of Douluo continent, endowed with a 6-winged angel martial soul, who, through the faith amassed in the battle against evil soul masters, ignited the divine fire and barely crossed the threshold of first-level deity. The essence of her divine position was far less pure and powerful than that of Poseidon, the sea god, born from the faith of the oceans. Not to mention, how could she compare to the supreme divinity of the 6 divine kings, which originated from the dawn of creation? Just as Qian Rinchue's mind trembled, shaken to its core by this subversive revelation, Mo Tian approached her with measured steps. He leaned slightly, his imposing figure exuding a formidable aura. Qian Rinchue instinctively wanted to retreat, yet her body felt as if it were anchored to the sofa, immovable, forcing her to tilt her stunning face, flushed with shock and embarrassment, to gaze at him in a daze. The icy touch at her fingertips contrasted starkly with her heated skin, evoking a subtle shiver. Their eyes locked. In Mo Tian's profound gaze, Qian Rinchue's current disarray and helplessness were vividly reflected. The rosy hue on her delicate cheeks spread to her swan-like neck, her golden eyes veiled in a misty allure, akin to a melting golden lake. Breath quickened, her full chest rose and fell dramatically, the high collar of her golden palace attire seemingly unable to contain the astonishing allure that yearned to break free. A unique fragrance, a blend of divine essence and desire, wafted into Mo Tian's nostrils, entwining itself with his senses. A flicker of amusement swept through Mo Tian's heart. He had been contemplating how to seduce this proud and shrewd young master of the Spirit Hall to fulfill the system's somewhat domineering task. Unexpectedly, A drowsy moment brought forth an offering. This seemingly lofty inheritor of the angel god, with her suppressed emotions and desires, had been ignited so effortlessly. Qian Xunji was far more amenable than he had anticipated. In the prince's mansion of the Tiando Empire, a grand residence symbolizing the empire's future authority, an eerie silence enveloped the space. The shattered reception hall resembled a scene ravaged by a storm. All personnel immediately vacate the prince's mansion. No exceptions. Those who intrude shall face merciless death. The command was cold and clear, laced with an unassailable authority. No one dared to question it. In an instant, the entire prince's mansion was deserted, leaving only the core area, the prince's chamber, aglow with the soft, warm light of soul-guided lamps. The heavy palace doors were tightly sealed, isolating the interior from all external scrutiny. Within the chamber lay another realm. Pure white and gold dominated the scene. Enormous floor-to-ceiling windows were adorned with snow-white velvet drapes embroidered with golden threads. The walls were embedded with soothing moonstone, while the ground was covered in a thick, immaculate pure white cashmere carpet, soft as clouds beneath one's feet. The grand crystal chandelier casts a gentle glow, enveloping everything in a halo of sanctity and opulence. Most striking is the enormous bed in the center of the chamber, resembling a work of art. It is entirely carved from a certain warm, jade-like white beast bone. Adorned with layers of plush, soft bedding as white as a swan's down, emanating a hazy, pristine radiance under the light. Merely gazing upon it evokes a yearning for slumber. At this moment, Mo Tian cradles Qian Xunji, moving toward this sacred bed. Qian Xunji curls up in his strong embrace, her golden hair flowing like molten gold, cascading over his dark attire. Her breathtaking visage is now adorned with a bewitching blush that extends to her delicate collarbone. The golden palace gown has become slightly disheveled from their recent embrace, revealing a glimpse of her smooth, exquisite calves, resembling ivory sculpture. Her eyes are tightly shut, long golden lashes fluttering like butterfly wings, breathing rapid and warm, her body radiating heat akin to a warm jade stone. Mo Tian's steps are steady and resolute. Upon reaching the bedside, he gently lays her alluring form, brimming with irresistible charm, upon the fluffy, cloud-like white bedding, as if she were an angel descending to earth. Mo Tian kneels on one knee upon the pure white carpet beside the bed, his gaze resting upon Qian Xunji's delicate feet encased in exquisite platinum high heels. The design of the shoes is extravagantly beautiful, with slender laces wrapping around her graceful ankles. He extends his hand, his fingertips imbued with a near-reverent focus, delicately untangling the laces. The motion is slow and deliberate, as if unwrapping a rare treasure. As the laces loosen, the bindings are released. Mo Tian's palm cradles Qian Xunji's heel, while his other hand gently removes the symbol of nobility and purity, the platinum high heel. A barely audible sound, akin to a kitten's mewl, escapes from her tightly pressed lips. Her slender ankles are dainty, her arches graceful, and her skin, whiter than snow, flawless in its delicacy. When the cool air brushes against the untouched skin of her jade-like feet, her toes instinctively curl, revealing her inner tension and shyness. With the shoes removed, her flawless feet are fully exposed to the warm light, resembling the most exquisite of artworks. Mo Tian's gaze lingers for a moment on the graceful curve before slowly ascending. His fingers, imbued with undeniable tenderness, rest upon the concealed clasp at the side of Qian Xunji's gown. With a soft click, the sound resonates clearly in the stillness of the chamber, where only their breaths remain. The clasp unfastens. Mo Tian's hand, exuding a sense of control, glides over Qian Xunji's slender and supple waist. Through the thin layer of golden satin, he can distinctly feel the astonishing warmth and subtle tremors emanating from her skin. He exerted a gentle force, gradually peeling away the splendid palace attire that symbolized both identity and constraint, akin to unveiling the sacred garb of a ritual offering. The golden satin cascaded along the exquisite undulations of her form, pooling upon the pure white velvet beneath. A more dazzling, breathtaking shade of snow white slowly emerged under the illumination. In the depths of Mo Tian's eyes, it seemed as if a shadowy flame burned silently. He leaned closer, his heated breath brushing against Qian Xunji's flushed earlobe, leaving a searing kiss upon her elegantly trembling, swan-like white neck, which quivered with nervous anticipation. In that moment, her body shuddered violently, as if struck by an electric current. Her tightly closed eyelashes trembled fiercely, and a fragmented, sweet sigh escaped her throat. The emotions that had long been suppressed within her, like molten lava, finally breached the last dam of reason with that kiss. She was no longer a passive recipient. The delicate hands that had been nervously clutching the velvet beneath her suddenly found their grip, like vines seeking to cling, imbued with a desperate yearning and surrender. As they boldly reached towards the cold, hard black attire adorning Tian's form, her fingertips brushed against the frigid metal shoulder armor. Driven by a resolve akin to a cataclysmic conflagration, pulling fiercely, the fabric parted, revealing a sturdy chest wrapped in a sleek, black ensemble. Its contours reminiscent of a powerful cheetah, subtly visible beneath the thin material. Within the chamber, the air seemed ignited. The sacred white, the dazzling gold, and the profound black intertwined in a clash of ultimate colors. The juxtaposition of cold and warmth, strength and softness, sanctity and desire converged upon the pure white bed, resembling an altar, forming the most primal, intense, and suffocating symphony. Qian Rinchue's enchanting golden eyes finally fluttered open, ablaze with flames capable of consuming all rationality. She no longer concealed or repressed her desires. Akin to a moth drawn to the final light and warmth, she willingly met Tian's lips, imbued with an insatiable hunger. The moment their lips connected was akin to a collision of stars, an ineffable surge of exhilaration and fulfillment, originating from the depths of her soul. Swept over Qian Rinchue's senses like a cataclysmic tide. She felt as if she were burning, melting, finding her ultimate refuge in the depths of endless surrender. Her arms, clinging tightly to Tian's shoulders, constricted fiercely, her nails nearly embedding themselves into his solid musculature. Outside the chamber, the night was profound, enveloped in silence. Yet within, an entirely different realm unfolded. The pure white velvet, akin to sacred feathers cast into a furnace, crumpled in a tumultuous dance, while her golden hair flowed like molten gold, winding between the snow white and deep black. The air was thick with a heady mixture of divine fragrance, the essence of the finest soul beast fur, and an intoxicating sweetness of potent hormones. This night, within the prince's residence, a cold fortress emblematic of imperial power and future, its innermost sanctuary was destined to be engulfed by a tempest that would seize the very essence of the soul. Romance? No, that would be far too superficial. This is an ultimate collision of conquest and submission, of descent and redemption, where the frigid divinity meets the fervent desires of mortals. It belongs to the realm of eternal night and angels, a sacred domain unseen by any eye. Chapter 30. The fractures of dawn and the descent of the sacred feather. The dawn tears through the night, casting pale golden rays upon the dilapidated courtyard of Shrek Academy and the skewed archway. Wisps of smoke lazily drift from the humble cafeteria's chimney, mingling with the scent of dew and grass, yet failing to dispel the inherent barrenness and desolation of this land. Brother? A sleepy, soft call resonates within the silent dormitory. A pink figure abruptly sits up in bed. Xiao Wu rubs her still drowsy eyes, her pink scorpion braids tousled and unruly. Instinctively, she glances towards the empty bed belonging to Mu Tian, its covers meticulously arranged, cold and devoid of any warmth. An inexplicable tightness grips her heart. Barefoot, Xiao Wu leaps from her bed, her delicate form outlined by the morning light beneath her thin pink silk nightgown. Hastily, she sheds her nightgown and dons the iconic pink princess dress adorned with white lace trim, her movements tinged with a barely perceptible urgency. The pink stockings encase her slender legs as she slips into dainty deer-hide boots, bursting forth like a whirlwind of pink from the dormitory door. Through the cafeteria, the modest classroom, and Flinder's shabby office, Xiao Wu's figure flits by, her skirt blooming like a trumpet flower. Yet, there is no sign of that familiar, cold presence cloaked in black. Anxiety, like creeping vines, entwines around her heart. She races to the dusty playground, her gaze anxiously scanning the surroundings. At the edge of the playground, near the tilted gate's shadow, a solitary figure captures her attention. It is Ning Rongrong. In just one night, this princess of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, who had shone like the most brilliant gem atop the glazed tower, seems to have been violently stripped of all her luster. Her expensive gown is mired in dust and grass clippings, wrinkled and clinging to her, with several torn rips mocking her silently. Her once sleek hair is now dull and unkempt, with strands sticking to her slightly swollen left cheek, where a faint yet glaring five-fingered imprint is starkly visible. Her eyes, darkened like spreading ink blots, appear hollow and weary, staring vacantly at her shadow on the ground, emanating a profound sense of despair and confusion. Xiao Wu halts her steps, though she harbors a dislike for this spoiled young lady. The sight of Ning Rongrong in such a state stirs an unusual feeling within her. Hesitating for a moment, she approaches, her voice imbued with curiosity. Rongrong, have you seen Brother Tian? Ning Rongrong seems to awaken from a deep nightmare, her body trembling slightly as she slowly raises her head. Those once bright, glass-like eyes now lack luster, filled with bloodshot veins. She gazes at Xiao Wu, initially in bewilderment, before her expression sharpens into a painfully twisted smile. Her voice hoarse and dry, tinged with an unmistakable residue of resentment. Mu Tian? She let out a cold laugh, her gaze drifting towards the entrance of the academy. Last night, the esteemed crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire, Xue Qinghe, had graced our humble abode with his presence, personally inviting Mo Tian to depart in the royal carriage, leaving in a manner most resplendent. The bitterness and unspoken resentment in her tone were nearly palpable. She detested Xue Qinghe's disingenuous and gentle visage, and was filled with a perplexing curiosity tinged with jealousy at Mo Tian's significant invitation from the prince. Who was he? What was his background? What standing did he possess that warranted the prince's late-night visit? Ning Rongrong perceptively caught the fleeting hesitation in Xiao Wu's demeanor. The enigma of Mo Tian's identity was like a thorn, embedded in her proud, yet presently fragile heart. She yearned to uncover the truth, to measure whether the tribulations she endured the previous night were justified, to find something that could salvage her shattered pride. Who was he? What status did he hold? The urgency in her voice betrayed her curiosity, prompting her to inquire further. Xiao Wu immediately clamped her mouth shut like a startled rabbit, her delicate lips forming a defiant line, her large eyes warily fixed on Ning Rongrong, shaking her head vigorously. The wariness and dismissal were clearly etched on her face. The flicker of inquiry in Ning Rongrong's eyes extinguished instantly, replaced by a deeper sense of defeat and an overwhelming feeling of exclusion. With a self-deprecating smirk, she turned her gaze away from Xiao Wu, lowering her head to fixate on the dirt-stained tips of her shoes, as if willing to bore a hole through them. An uncomfortable silence enveloped the playground. At that moment, the doors to the dormitory area began to swing open one after another. Zhu Zhuqing was the first to emerge. Clad in her sleek black attire that accentuated her youthful curves, her expression as frosty as ever, though her deep blue feline eyes seemed to possess a touch of warmth, akin to the softness of melting snow. Upon scanning the playground and noticing Ning Rongrong's disheveled figure alongside Xiao Wu, her steps faltered slightly before she proceeded expressionlessly towards the assembly point. Following her, Dai Mubai emerged from his single dormitory, his head bowed and steps heavy. His complexion appeared haggard, the luster in his golden eyes dimmed, bloodshot and shadowed. When he inadvertently locked eyes with the already stationed Zhu Zhuqing, he froze as if struck by lightning. Instantly, he averted his gaze in a fluster, lowering his head like a child caught in wrongdoing. His hands awkwardly shoved into his pockets, enveloped in a profound sense of loneliness and guilt. The disdainful look Zhu Zhuqing had cast upon him the previous night lingered in his soul, searing like a branding iron. Tang San and Ma Hongjun soon followed suit. Tang San's complexion was still somewhat pallid, clearly reflecting the toll of the conflict with Dai Mubai and the injuries inflicted by Mo Tian, though his gaze remained calm and composed. Ma Hongjun, rubbing his sleepy eyes and yawning, bore a visage marked by the remnants of slumber. Flender's figure descended from above, accompanied by a swift rush of air. In the embodiment of the four-eyed cat-eagle spirit, he unfurled a pair of grayish-brown wings behind him, stirring a cloud of dust as he gracefully descended upon the podium constructed of blue bricks at the forefront of the playground. His silvery white hair appeared somewhat disheveled, and his gaze, concealed behind glasses, swept over the assembled crowd below, his brow furrowing into a tight knot. Stand at attention. Flander's voice carried a familiar sternness, his eyes scanning like those of a hawk from left to right. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai. A pause ensued as his gaze lingered on the conspicuously empty spot beside Dai Mubai. Where is Oscar? He demanded, his tone sharp. Tang San, where is Oscar? Is he still indulging in slumber at this hour? Breaking through? Flander was momentarily taken aback, only for an expression of incredulity to ignite in his eyes. You mean to say he? Tang San nodded affirmatively. Yes, Dean. Oscar is attempting to break through the 30th level. 30th level? A food system soul master? So swiftly? Good heavens. Like a stone cast into a serene lake, Tang San's revelation sent ripples of astonishment across the playground. Xiao Wu gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief, her wide eyes round as saucers. Ning Rongrong abruptly raised her head, her pale face etched with utter shock. She glanced at the vacant space and reflected upon her own pride in her 27th level of soul power. A chilling wave of inferiority gnawed at her heart like a venomous serpent. She had always regarded herself as extraordinary, looking down upon the one who sold sausages. Yet now he was on the verge of surpassing the 30th level? The arduous nature of training for a food system soul master was well known throughout the continent. How could Oscar possibly achieve this? The stark contrast rendered her complexion even more ashen. A flicker of astonishment crossed Zhu Zhuqing's azure feline eyes. Ma Hongjun exaggeratedly gaped, forgetting to stifle a yawn, his round face betraying a comical confusion as if he had misheard. However, the most exhilarated of all was Flander. The typically frugal and protective Dean was now flushed with excitement, his eyes sparkling with ecstatic joy. A food system. Innately full soul power. A 30th level before the age of 13. This is nothing short of a miracle. It is destined to be recorded not just in Shrek, but in the annals of Douluo continent's history. At that moment, a jubilant voice rang out, Dean. Dean, I did it. Ha ha. The exuberant shout, marked by an unmistakably playful tone, grew closer. Oscar burst forth from the dormitory area like a gust of wind, his face aglow with elation, dancing about with uncontainable joy. The signature sausage in his hand waving energetically. He was oblivious to the varied reactions of those on the playground, akin to a cannonball as he propelled himself toward Flander. Flander, brimming with excitement, grasped Oscar's shoulders, shaking him vigorously, his voice tinged with exhilaration. Well done. Well done, my boy. Oscar, have you truly broken through to the 30th level? Yes, Dean. I have broken through. 30th level. Food System Battle Spirit Master. Oscar puffed out his chest, his voice resonant with pride, casting an intentional glance at the pale-faced Ning Rongrong, a subtle hint of triumph evident in his demeanor. Ha! Excellent. Excellent. Truly worthy of being my disciple. Flander laughed heartily, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, as if the burdens of recent days had been effortlessly lifted. He abruptly waved his hand, exuding confidence as he proclaimed, the afternoon class is cancelled. Everyone prepare. Led by Vice Dean Zhao. We shall embark towards the starry great forest. Our objective is to procure the third soul ring for Oscar. Meanwhile, within the core chamber of the prince's residence in the Heavendo Empire, the morning light gently filtered through the immense, cascading white velvet curtains of the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a soft glow upon this opulent hall of pure white and gold. The light flowed like molten gold, tracing intricate patterns upon the pristine cashmere carpet, while the air was imbued with delicate motes of dust, dancing like ethereal sprites. On the astonishingly spacious pure white bed, a duvet as pure as a swan's first feather lay in disarray, forming undulating hills and valleys. Atop this sacred peak of snow, Mo Tian reclined against a headboard carved from the bones of gentle soul beasts, half leaning, half sitting. The morning light sculpted the fluid, powerful contours of his muscular torso, reminiscent of the most exquisite sculptures of ancient Greece, each inch brimming with explosive strength and a cold, hard texture. His profound gaze remained tranquil as he stared through the beams of light streaming in, his expression clear, as if the chaotic battles of the previous night were merely a routine practice to him. Nestled between his robust arms and broad chest lay another breathtaking body, Qian Xunji. Her golden hair cascaded like a molten river of gold over Mo Tian's sturdy chest, entwining with her own smooth, jade-like shoulders. That stunning visage, capable of eclipsing the sun and moon, now rested against Mo Tian's heart, lost in a profound slumber. The fine beads of sweat had long since dried, leaving faint traces upon her snow-white skin. Her long, curled golden lashes, resembling weary butterfly wings, rested upon her eyelids, casting a gentle shadow. Below her straight nose, her cherry lips were slightly swollen, yet the corners bore an unprecedented, languidly contented curve. The small six-winged angel mark upon her brow glimmered softly with golden light in the morning sun. She was draped in a mere thin, equally white velvet blanket, barely concealing the breathtaking curves below her waist. Above the blanket, her smooth shoulders, elegant scapulae, and exquisitely rounded shoulders were all exposed to the cool air, radiating a delicate, ivory-like sheen in the morning glow. One long, straight, and equally flawless jade leg slipped from the edge of the blanket, casually resting upon Mo Tian's solid abdomen. The toes slightly curled in an unconscious display of dependence. A peculiar atmosphere pervaded the chamber. The unique warmth of the finest soul beast fur mingled with Qian Xunji's distinct fragrance, reminiscent of sunlight merging with sanctity, alongside a faint, almost imperceptible, sweetly alluring scent that emanated from the depths of life itself, akin to musk, silently narrating the thrilling clash of sacred feathers and eternal night that transpired the previous night. Upon the sheets, a few dry yet discernible shapes reminiscent of splattered gold paint were nestled within the folds of the duvet. His expression remained calm, yet a flicker of a connoisseur's amusement danced within his depths. Last night, the proud heir of the Spirit Hall, the successor of the Angel God, experienced a profound journey from initial resistance to a state of entranced surrender, culminating in a fervent embrace of the shattered cries, the searing tears, the convulsive entanglement, and ultimately, a soaring requiem reminiscent of a dying swan. Every vivid image was indelibly etched in the depths of his formidable spirit. He stirred slightly, preparing to rise. This subtle motion, however, roused the slumbering angel nestled in his arm. A soft, languid sound, akin to the gentle mewing of a kitten, escaped from the lips of Qian Xunji, pressed against his chest. Her long golden eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, slowly parting to reveal the strikingly cold profile of Mo Tian, mere inches away. The morning light gilded his sharply defined jawline with a soft golden hue. His deep-set eyes, lowered, gazed at her with a calmness that contrasted the tumultuous fervor of the previous night, exuding a profound sense of control, as if he could penetrate her very soul. In an instant, the wild scenes of last night surged back into her mind like a mighty tide. Qian Rinxue's breathtaking visage ignited, reminiscent of a sunset ablaze, flooding with intoxicating crimson that spread to her delicate collarbone and shoulders exposed to the air. Her newly opened golden eyes, resembling melted lakes of gold, were immediately veiled in a shimmering mist of bashfulness, sparkling with an enchanting allure. The powerful and virile touch coursed through her body like a jolt of electricity, sending delightful tremors through her already heated form. A suppressed, sultry sigh escaped her lips. In that moment, all restraint, all pride, and every responsibility and scheme befitting the air of the spirit hall were shattered by the primal memories of her body and the overwhelming impact of the man before her. Qian Rinxue tilted her flushed, stunning face upward, her golden eyes now filled solely with an ardent passion akin to a moth drawn to the flame. No longer hesitant or contemplative, she surrendered to her body's most instinctual desires, like a sunflower reaching for the sun, willingly and reverently advancing towards Mo Tian's descending lips. As their lips met once more, the fervor of the previous night was replaced by a deeper, more profound connection. Like the abyss of eternal night merging with the sacred flames of light, they began a silent yet intense fusion beneath the morning's witness. The pure white blanket slipped further away in their unspoken intimacy, revealing more breathtaking alabaster and profound shadows. The air, infused with a unique fragrance of the sacred and the sensual, seemed to thicken, silently proclaiming the continuation of this conquest. Chapter 31. The Sacred Spring Cleanses the Wings. The hidden blade conceals its edge. The midday sun streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a blazing spot of light upon the pristine cashmere carpet of the prince's chamber. The air, still lingering with the unique aroma of the sacred, desire, and luxurious furs from the previous night, was now suffused with the richer, languorous warmth characteristic of noon. On the expansive, pristine white bed, the disheveled velvet quilt has finally ceased its undulating movements. The ethereal figure of Qian Rinxue, resembling a delicate snowflake, now lies languidly upon Mo Tian's damp, muscular chest, her fervent heartbeat reverberating clearly against his skin. Her golden tresses, akin to melted gold leaf, cascade over them both, with a few strands adhering to her flushed cheeks and his firm pectorals. The rapid breaths gradually subside, transforming into soft, contented whimpers reminiscent of a weary young beast. Her golden eyes, which burned throughout the night, are now half closed, filled with a dreamy glimmer and the languor of complete surrender. Mo Tian allows her to rest, his deep gaze fixed upon the lofty ceiling adorned with golden, angelic reliefs. His robust physique keeps him alert. The intense divine battle from the previous night felt less like a conflict and more like a profound exchange of soul energies and spiritual communion. The pure angelic power within Qian Rinxue, combined with her long-suppressed vibrant life essence, has, in their climactic collision, offered him a subtle release, causing the barrier of his soul power at level 95 to tremble ever so slightly. Only when Qian Rinxue's disordered breath fully stabilizes does she awaken from what feels like an endless, splendid dream. She lifts her head, her golden eyes meeting Mo Tian's calm gaze, igniting within her a flicker of bashfulness, yet overshadowed by an intense, almost greedy sense of possession and satisfaction. Leaning closer, she plants a warm, moist kiss on his chiseled jawline, her voice laced with post-encounter huskiness and allure. "Carry me to bathe." Without uttering a word, Mo Tian's strong arms envelop her legs and back, effortlessly lifting her alluring, languorous form. Qian Rinxue buries her heated cheek in the crook of his neck. Inhaling the unique scent of sweat mingled with a crisp aura, her arms naturally encircling his neck. She refrains from reactivating her soul bone disguise as Shueqinghe. At this moment, she desires nothing more than to revel in the warmth and embrace of her conqueror as Qian Rinxue. As they traverse the opulent chamber and push open a heavy door framed in gold, a gentle mist laced with the delicate fragrance of soul plants greets them. The prince's private bathing area rivals the opulence of the bedroom itself. The floor is adorned with large, polished pieces of deep-sea cold jade, their icy blue veins flowing like rippling waters, imparting a soothing coolness to the soles of their feet. The walls are crafted from warm soul jade sourced from the depths of the Star Dough Forest, exuding a gentle warmth and subtle waves of nourishing soul energy. Inviting to the touch, a grand crystal dome, embedded with countless tiny soul-guiding crystals, replicates the celestial night sky, showering the space with a soft light reminiscent of dawn. At the center of the bathing area lies a vast tub resembling a small lake, its walls sculpted from warm soul jade. The edges encrusted with glistening water-type soul crystals that pulse with watery energy. Streams of warm, subtly fragrant water cascade from elegantly shaped crystal swans adorning the tub, flowing forth in a gentle, enchanting manner. Here lies the pristine domain of Shui Qing'a, meticulously maintained with countless rare resources, a sanctuary to unwind before slumber. Qianren Shui, cradled in the embrace of Mo Tian, stood at the edge of the bathing pool. The warm, humid air caressed her flawless skin, imparting a delicate blush. As she surveyed the familiar opulence surrounding her, she felt the reassuring strength emanating from Mo Tian and lazily suggested, after a night of commotion, "The place remains untidy with everyone dismissed. Shall I summon some maidens to tidy up and refresh the space?" Mo Tian lowered his gaze, his eyes traversing the lavish bathroom before resting upon the languid, contented beauty in his arms. A thought flickered in his mind. With a subtle hum, an invisible yet vast and precise wave of soul energy radiated from him, akin to the most intricate web of annihilation. In silence, the once gently pulsating soul energy emanating from the azure crystal walls of the bathing pool, the exquisite glass vials adorning its edge, the pure silver shelving, and even the soul beast bones laid at the bottom for foot massage, all relics of the princess estate, were as if drawn into an unseen black hole, instantaneously disintegrating, vanishing into the finest particles of dust, leaving not a trace behind. Soon after, the space quivered again. A grand bathtub, its form fluid and exuding a warm, jade-white luminescence, materialized effortlessly, settling firmly in the original bathing spot. This tub, neither gold nor jade, was smooth and refined, its elegant lines adorned with countless minute, star-like soul-guiding runes, subtly radiating spatial fluctuations. At its base, a delicate massage apparatus, powered by a soul-guiding core, shimmered with a gentle light. Beside the tub appeared a platform of the same exquisite material. Neatly arranged atop it were several minimalist glass vials brimming with the potent essence of the 10,000-year dreaming cow milk, a large basket of vividly blooming stardew roses, their petals glistening with dew, exuding a rich vitality, and several sprigs of the top-tier celestial herb, the soul-condensing yulan, whose leaves sparkled like emeralds, releasing a crisp, fragrant aroma. Additionally, a set of cloud-like, highly absorbent snow silkworm bathrobes and towels lay ready. Truly, he is the man I, Qianren Shui, have conquered, she could not help but exclaim, a hint of pride illuminating her features as she tilted her head to imprint a resounding kiss on Mo Tian's chiseled cheek, leaving a faint lip mark. A barely perceptible smile graced the corners of Mo Tian's lips as he carried her to the pristine starry jade bath. Gently, he set Qianren Shui down. They shed their scanty robes, standing bare before one another. In the soft glow of light, Qianren Shui's breathtaking form resembled the most exquisite creation of divinity, radiating a holy allure tinged with fatal temptation. In contrast, Mo Tian's rigid lines exuded a beauty of strength. Hand in hand, they stepped into the warm waters. With a mere thought, the runes at the bottom of the tub illuminated, and a gentle current began to flow, massaging every inch of their skin with just the right amount of pressure. Meanwhile, Mo Tian lifted the bottle of the ethereal milk essence, aged for 100,000 years, and gently poured the creamy liquid, exuding a rich, milky aroma and profound life force, into the water. The milky essence did not disperse in the warm water. Rather, it coalesced into delicate strands of shimmering light, tenderly enveloping the bodies of the two. A gentle yet potent life energy, akin to the purest warm current, seeped through their pores, gradually permeating every limb and sinew. Qianren Shui let out a long, soothing sigh, as the fatigue from a night of fervent passion swiftly melted away like snow under the sun. The slight discomfort from her first intimate encounter vanished instantly under the nurturing embrace of this overwhelming vitality. She felt as if her soul power had been cleansed, becoming exceptionally vibrant and pure. Lazily, she slipped into Mo Tian's embrace, resting her head upon his solid arm, allowing the milky radiance to envelop her, while her golden hair floated gracefully on the surface of the water. Mo Tian's large hand glided naturally over her satin-smooth back, savoring the astonishing elasticity and warmth. His fingertips traced her exquisite collarbone, eliciting a subtle shiver from the enchanting woman in his arms. Snow Knight Emperor, Mo Tian's deep voice resonated amidst the steamy ambience, shattering the tranquil warmth with a hint of chilling reality. He had lived long enough. His fingers unconsciously entwined with a damp strand of Qian Rinxue's golden hair. With her eyes closed, she reveled in the nourishment of the life essence in Mo Tian's tender caress, lazily humming in response, "That old fool." Were it not for his deep-rooted influence in the Tiando Empire, his esteemed reputation, and the protection of the 7 treasures glazed tile school and that old poisoner, Douluo, I would have long sent him to meet his ancestors. Now, he merely lingers on with a specially concocted incense mixed with chronic soul poison. Her tone carried a trace of disdain and an unwavering confidence in her control over the situation. As for Avalanche, that arrogant and incompetent fool, along with his uncle, who relied on his princely status and Douluo's backing, Qian Rinxue scoffed, opening her golden eyes that sparkled with a cold glimmer. "In my eyes, they are but ants, easily crushed at any moment. What storms could they possibly stir?" Mo Tian's hand, which had been caressing her hair, momentarily paused. He gently grasped her smooth chin, compelling her to raise her face, which glistened with a radiant allure after the bath. His deep-set eyes, resembling a cold pool, gazed into hers, which held a hint of confusion. "Ants." Mo Tian's voice was low and imbued with a penetrating sharpness. "In our eyes, they may indeed seem insignificant. Yet, what if this ant encounters an unexpected breeze or an unwarranted hand that elevates it?" His gaze appeared to pierce through the misty air of the bathroom, contemplating an unknown future filled with uncertainties. "Then, would not your strategy be jeopardized by this minor variable?" The nonchalance and disdain on Qian Rinxue's face froze instantly. She met Mo Tian's earnest gaze, her heart inexplicably fluttering. She could not comprehend why he was so concerned about those 2 inept individuals. But the strength and wisdom he exhibited compelled her to instinctively trust that his judgment was neither baseless nor unfounded. A chilling sensation quietly swept across her heart. Mo Tian did not elucidate the specific meanings of wind and hand. In his field of vision, a pale golden system panel hovered, with a line pulsating in ominous red. "Warning, Tang San is the child of destiny in the Douluo world and cannot be directly erased. Do not divulge his future trajectory or core significance to any being. Violators will suffer the backlash of the supreme rules." A mere inheritor of the sea god, he, Mo Tian, could easily extinguish. Yet, his future lay in merging with the essence of the 6 divine kings, stepping into the realm of the supreme deity. Until he fully mastered the power to counter the highest rules of this world, he must abide by this invisible shackles. However, the rules merely forbade disclosure and direct annihilation. They did not prohibit using others as instruments, nor preemptively clipping his wings. Qian Rinxue gazed at the profound light flickering in Mo Tian's eyes, a depth that even sent a shiver through her. In an instant, her doubts were replaced by an unyielding trust. She believed in his judgment. She grasped the hand that Mo Tian had placed under her chin, pressing it against her warm cheek, her golden eyes now brimming with fervent affection and submission. "My dear, I trust you. What should we do?" In the bathtub, a milky white aura of life gently enveloped the closely embraced couple. The flowing water caressed their skin, bringing exquisite comfort. Yet beneath this warm, misty atmosphere, a cold and deadly conspiracy was quietly brewing. Mo Tian leaned closer, whispering into Qian Rinxue's ear. His voice deep and clear, every word piercing like a poisoned needle. "Shui, having lived long enough, it is time for you to pass away." With a subtle movement of his fingertip, a crystal bead, no larger than a grain of rice, transparent and seemingly filled with a colorless, tasteless liquid, appeared in his palm. This object was called the Return to Ruins, not a poison, but more potent than poison. Once ingested, it would perfectly mimic all the symptoms of a natural depletion of life force and organ failure. Even the legendary poison master, Douluo, or the cunning disciples of the Tang sect, he deliberately hinted at this vague threat without naming anyone specifically, would find no trace of human intervention. The world would only lament the passing of the Snow Knight Emperor. Qian Rinxue accepted the cold crystal bead, feeling the chilling aura of obliteration it contained. Her eyes ablaze with golden light. What a magnificent return to ruins. Produced by the system, indeed extraordinary. She cautiously stowed the bead away. As for Shui Lang and Shui Xing, a cold smile curved Mo Tian's lips. Had they not always clamored to alleviate the burdens of heaven and strengthen military exchanges with the Star Luo Empire? Let them venture to the borders of the Star Luo Empire and partake in that so-called joint military exercise. Then, Mo Tian's voice, like a whisper from the depths of the cold abyss, would ensure they remained forever on Star Luo's territory. The perpetrators must be from the Star Luo Empire, or rather, they must appear to be from the Star Luo Empire. Qian Rinxue took over, the flames of ambition burning in her golden eyes. her voice quivering with excitement. At that time, our spirit hall shall raise the banner of mediation, arbitration, and even vengeance, reaping the benefits at minimal cost. The Heaven Do Empire will be entirely within my grasp. The Star Luo Empire shall also be gravely weakened. The plan is both clear and ruthless, exploiting the frailties of human nature alongside the sordidness of politics to the fullest extent. In this warm bath, enveloped by a milky halo of life, the two conspire like the most taciturn of schemers, finalizing a nefarious plot to upend an empire and stir the winds of change across the continent. The afternoon sun, blazing through the grand crystal dome of the bathroom, cast shimmering reflections upon the water's surface. Qian Xunji stands once more before the expansive floor-length mirror, radiating a golden glow as the 10,000-year soul bone, which grants her the ability to disguise, is activated within her angelic attire. Amidst the brilliance, her breathtaking beauty, flowing golden hair, and graceful figure swiftly transform and reshape. Moments later, the reflection reveals none other than the gentle and refined Prince Xue Qinghe of the Tiando Empire. However, within the depths of those disguised eyes lies a diminished facade of tranquility, replaced by a chilling sharpness and an unwavering confidence that belongs to Qian Xunji. Tian is also impeccably attired, clad in a sleek black ensemble that accentuates his tall stature. The cold, hard lines of his form resemble a drawn sword. The traces of last night's passion and the recent conspiratorial scheming have been entirely concealed, leaving behind an unfathomable calm. Before the gates of the prince's residence, an opulent dark golden carriage awaits, drawn by 4 magnificent steeds poised in quiet anticipation. Xue Qinghe personally escorts Tian to the carriage, his disguised visage adorned with an impeccable, princely smile, his voice clear. Lord Tian, I apologize for the inadequate hospitality. I hope for your understanding. Should you find leisure in the future, I shall be more than pleased to welcome you. His demeanor is humble and courteous, as if merely bidding farewell to a distinguished guest. Yet, from an unseen angle, his gaze lingers deeply, imbued with unmasked affection and fervor, searing onto Tian's austere countenance. That glance seems to implore, "Come and keep me company." Tian nods slightly, uttering no further words as he steps into the spacious carriage. The door closes silently, severing the connection between the inside and the outside. The coachman cracks the whip, and the 4 steeds let out a neighing cry, striding forward with powerful steps. The carriage, flanked by elite guards, slowly departs from the grand gates of the prince's residence, rolling over the broad, smooth bluestone royal road of Tiando City, racing towards the direction of Situa City. Xue Qinghe stands atop the high steps of the residence, hands clasped behind his back, watching as the carriage disappears at the end of the street. His warm smile gradually fades, and within the depths of those disguised eyes, cold calculations and fervent ambitions churn like molten lava. His fingertips seem to still retain the lingering warmth of last night's embrace and the icy touch of the recently acquired return market crystal bead. The sky above the Tiando Empire remains clear, yet a storm poised to engulf the very core of the empire's highest power is silently brewing. Teetering on the brink of eruption, beneath the sacred wings lies a concealed blade, already tempered with a deadly chill. Chapter 32. Undercurrents in the Star Do Town. Divine might overwhelms the mysterious tortoise. The scorching afternoon sun, akin to molten gold, mercilessly splashes upon the dilapidated, crooked door of Shrek Academy, which appears on the verge of collapse. Above the entrance, the 5 crooked characters of Shrek Academy, resembling a child's crude doodles, appeared even more unsightly and desolate under the glaring light. In the dust-laden small playground, a line of Shrek members stood at attention, led by Dai Mubai. Zhao Wujie's imposing figure, akin to a bear, blocked the front of the formation, his stout arms crossed over his chest, and a dark frown etched onto his face, betraying a habitual impatience and a subtle seriousness. His voice thundered as he addressed the group, saliva nearly spraying onto Dai Mubai in the front row. Listen up. This expedition into the Star Do Forest is for Oscar to hunt his 3rd soul ring, not a leisurely outing. That place is a den of monsters. I expect you all to be on high alert. Keep your eyes wide open, especially you little rascals. His bell-like eyes swept over Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and the others. Don't let a little talent go to your heads. Let me make myself clear. Unless you're reduced to mere scraps by soul beasts, I want to lift a finger. Did you hear that? Heard you, Teacher Zhao. The group responded half-heartedly. Dai Mubai's expression remained grim, his golden locks framing eyes devoid of vitality. Ning Rongrong hung her head, her tidied hair concealing a faint scarlet mark on her left cheek, staring vacantly at the dirted tips of her shoes, as if the world around her was of no concern. Zhu Zhiqing maintained her usual cold demeanor, her gaze occasionally scanning the crowd, seemingly in search of something. Xiao Wu pouted, her pink scorpion braids swaying, her large eyes filled with anxiety over Mu Tian's absence. Tang San and Ma Hongjun appeared relatively calm, just as Zhao Wujie prepared to signal their departure. A distant but rhythmic sound of soul beast hooves striking the cobblestone path shattered the oppressive atmosphere at the academy's entrance. Zhao Wujie's impatience froze, replaced by a mix of awe and tension. He hastily uncrossed his arms and instinctively straightened his posture, awkwardly attempting to smooth the wrinkles on his worn leather armor. Whoosh! A gray shadow descended from the sky with a swift rush of wind, landing precisely beside Zhao Wujie. It was none other than Flander, the principal of Shrek Academy. His four-eyed cat-eagle wings had yet to fully retract, his gray-white hair tousled, and his crystal glasses askew, clearly having rushed to arrive. As the carriage came to a halt, a tall and upright captain of the guard stepped forward, respectfully opening the heavy, gold-embellished door. A striking black figure emerged from the carriage like a sword cutting through chaos. It was Mu Tian, clad in dark armor as black as the night. His rigid lines sculpted a silhouette exuding power. His expression was stern, his deep-set eyes calm and unfazed, as if he had merely taken a casual stroll rather than attending an invitation from the royal palace. Sunlight fell upon him, seemingly absorbed by the cold armor, leaving behind an unsettling chill. "We welcome you, Lord Mu Tian." The guards bowed in unison, their voices resonant and orderly, filled with genuine reverence. After all, he was an esteemed guest invited by the crown prince. After the ceremonial salute, with a commanding order from the captain of the guard, the carriage turned direction with the swift yet silent neighing of the snow-stepping steed, vanishing rapidly at the end of the road, leaving behind only a faint trace of ethereal beast essence and a cloud of dust. The members of Shrek Academy, with the exception of the psychologically prepared Xiao Wu, were all left in a state of stunned disbelief. Oscar gaped, forgetting to chew on his sausage. The flesh of Ma Hongjuan's round face trembled slightly. A flicker of doubt crossed Dai Mubai's otherwise somber visage. Tang San's deep-set eyes sparkled momentarily, with an almost imperceptible furrow forming on his brow. Ning Rongrong abruptly raised her head, her weary eyes brimming with profound shock and confusion. This mischievous Mo Tian, who had entered the academy alongside her. How had he come to this? The immense disparity struck her fragile heart like a sharp blade. Zhu Zhuqing's azure feline eyes narrowed slightly, her gaze on Mo Tian revealing a deeper curiosity. Both Flinder and Zhao Wujie felt a tumultuous shock in their hearts. Exchanging glances, they saw mirrored waves of astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. Xiao Wu, like a fledgling swallow returning to its nest, swiftly broke free from the constraints of the group, her pink skirt billowing as she dashed to Mo Tian's side, wrapping her arms around his. Yet in the next moment, her delicate nostrils flared slightly, her large eyes clouding with moisture, revealing unmistakable jealousy and dissatisfaction. "Brother." Her voice was both tender and urgent, laden with inquiry. "What is that scent on you?" It was a fragrance mingled with sunlight, pure as sanctity, yet carrying an undertone that instinctively repelled her, warm and gentle like jade. It was certainly not the scent of incense. Though divine, it inexplicably unsettled her, as if tiny claws were scratching at her heart. Mo Tian's deep-set eyes lowered slightly to rest upon Xiao Wu's puffed cheeks, a trace of faint helplessness flitting across his gaze. He raised a hand, instinctively ruffling her pink hair, his tone calm and unruffled. "It's nothing. I merely exchanged some insights on martial soul cultivation with His Highness the Prince, who invited me to be a guest elder at the prince's residence, but I graciously declined." He spoke lightly, as though recounting an inconsequential matter. However, to the ears of others, it was akin to a thunderclap. Martial soul exchange? The prince himself sought a guest elder, and was declined. Tang San, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and Dai Mubai all felt their hearts skip a beat. They gazed at Mo Tian with expressions filled with profound astonishment, curiosity, and an indescribable complexity. Particularly Ning Rongrong, who bit her lip fiercely, her nails nearly digging into her palm. How could he? Why was he held in such high regard by the prince? As the young master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she felt like a mere just in his presence. Flinder and Zhao Wujie gasped in disbelief. To refuse the prince's invitation as a guest elder? Just how much confidence did this young man possess? That was the guest elder of the future ruler of the empire. The group finally set off. Zhao Wujie took the lead, his robust physique unleashing an astonishing speed that belied his size, the soul power of a level 76, soul saint pouring into his legs without reserve. With each step, he left shallow imprints in the dry earth, carving a path like a humanoid soul beast, stirring up a cloud of dust behind him. Meanwhile, the members of Shrek displayed their own unique prowess. Dai Mubai let out a low growl, his malevolent eyes ablaze as the white tiger martial spirit enveloped him. His muscles taut and shimmering with a blinding white light, he sprinted with the vigor of a level 32 soul master, striving to match Zhao Wujia's pace. A fierce determination evident in his gaze. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun emitted a peculiar cry, phoenix-possessed, as a pair of fiery phoenix wings, forged from crimson flames, unfurled from his back. He flapped them vigorously, generating scorching gusts of wind that lifted his somewhat rotund form into a wobbly low flight alongside the team. Sweat glistened on his plump face, yet his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Ning Rongrong's palm radiated a brilliant glow as the esteemed Seven Treasures glazed tower materialized. Two concentrated beams of light shooting forth instantaneously. The Seven Treasures are renowned. The first, strength. The second, speed. These blessings landed upon Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, significantly enhancing their velocities. Oscar, while running, swiftly recited a soul incantation. I have a great sausage. A steaming, restorative sausage appeared, which he devoured in a few bites to replenish his energy, tossing another to the slightly breathless Ning Rongrong. Zhu Zhuqing's figure was the most elusive. With her ghostly spirit cat martial spirit manifesting, she resembled a true night sprite, her slender silhouette gliding silently between the sparse shadows of the trees lining the path. Each leap leaving only faint traces upon the retina, her ethereal blue cat eyes scanning her surroundings with caution. Tang Xin executed an arcane footwork, employing the ghost shadow perplexing steps, his form appearing weightless as he drifted through the dust, his speed rivaling that of the enhanced Dai Mubai, perhaps even surpassing it. This agility left Oscar and Ma Hongjun in quiet awe, suspecting it to be a formidable self-created soul technique. In contrast, Xiao was the epitome of vivacity. Supported by her level 35 soul master energy, her pink figure leapt with the lightness of a spirit rabbit, occasionally utilizing her teleportation skill for brief bursts of speed, each landing making scarcely a sound. Her pink scorpion braid danced joyfully behind her, akin to musical notes in flight. Yet, her beautiful large eyes often darted toward the rear of the team, her mouth pouting, clearly perturbed by the enigmatic aura surrounding Mo Tian. As for Mo Tian, the focal point of a series of shocks, he ambled at the rear of the group. His pace appeared exceedingly slow, composed, even imbued with a leisurely stroll's ease. His black tight armor remained pristine amidst the swirling dust. Strangely, regardless of how Zhao Wuji accelerated or how the others exerted themselves, the distance between Mo Tian and the entire team remained constant. It was as though the earth beneath him conspired to accommodate his steps, each seemingly casual stride covering dozens of meters with precision. With the 10,000-year soulbone set, Dragon's Ascendant Step, he understood, this was the title of a Douluo. As dusk fell, the setting sun bled into the horizon, casting a resplendent orange hue across the sky. The Shrek crew, weary from their journey, arrived at a small town named Soul Hunting, situated on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. The quaint town, nestled amidst the forest, boasts robust yet rudimentary architecture, with the air thickly infused with a complex laying of the scents of spirit beasts' pelts, the metallic tang of blood, low-quality liquor, and the acrid odor of sweat, all exuding an aura of wildness and chaos. Zhao Wujia, well acquainted with the locale, adeptly guided the group to the bustling heart of the town, specifically to the Wild Roar Tavern, which appeared to be the most spacious yet raucous establishment. As the wooden door swung open, a cacophony of sounds merged with the tantalizing aroma of roasted meats and the sourness of inferior beer, enveloping them. The tavern was packed with a diverse assembly of spirit masters, most bearing scars and a weathered appearance, their eyes reflecting either vigilance or numbness. In a corner by the window sat 7 or 8 young men and women clad in uniform light blue spirit master robes, each adorned with an unusual starry pattern on their chests, representing students from Tsanghue Academy, accompanied by a middle-aged man who appeared to be their leader, Yi Zhiqiu. Their polished attire starkly contrasted with the tavern's crude surroundings, radiating an unmistakable air of superiority as they engaged in hushed laughter, occasionally casting scrutinizing and disdainful glances toward the newly arrived Shrek group. Initially, both parties maintained a respectful distance from one another. Following Zhao Wuji's gesture, the Shrek members seated themselves at an unoccupied table, preparing to order some sustenance. Zhao Wujia quietly instructed Dai Mubai to procure some supplies before hastily departing the tavern. However, the tranquility was soon disrupted by the infatuated whisper of a female student from Tsanghue Academy. Look over there. The newcomers. That one in black, Mo Tian, is so handsome and cool. What an extraordinary presence. The blonde one, Dai Mubai, is quite striking too, though his expression is rather sour. And that one with peach blossom eyes, Oscar, has a certain charm. As for the one in blue, Tang San, well, he's just passable. Her words floated clearly to their ears. The expressions of several male students from Tsanghue Academy instantly soured, particularly as jealousy and displeasure clouded their gazes directed at Imo Tian and Dai Mubai. One tall, slender student, with a roguish glint in his eye, exchanged a knowing look with his companions, his lips curling into a malicious smile. The opportunity soon presented itself. A tavern server, balancing a large platter brimming with freshly roasted, sizzling, aromatic lamb legs, cautiously approached the Shrek table, aiming directly for the space before Dai Mubai. As the server passed by the Tsanghui Academy table, the tall, slender student seemingly carelessly extended his foot. "Ah!" the server exclaimed, stumbling as he was tripped, losing his balance. The heavy tray, along with the scalding lamb leg, seemed poised to crash down upon Dai Mubai's head. A glint of cold light flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes. He had been prepared. In the split second the tray slipped from the server's grasp, he sprang to his feet, his movements as swift as lightning. His right hand shot out, firmly steadying the bottom of the heavy tray, while his left hand, akin to an iron claw, deftly seized the falling, scorching lamb leg. Scalding grease dripped onto his hand, producing a faint sizzling sound, yet he did not flinch. "Humph!" Dai Mubai snorted disdainfully, slamming the lamb leg onto the table, his gaze sharp and icy as a blade, cutting through the tall student. However, just as Dai Mubai caught the food, another student from Tsanghui Academy, stout and nimble, sprang forth like a coiled serpent ready to strike from the side. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he executed a vicious and cunning sweeping kick, slicing through the air with a sound akin to a breaking wind, aimed squarely at Dai Mubai's knee. The angle was exceedingly malicious. If the blow landed, it would undoubtedly bring Dai Mubai crashing to the ground in disgrace. Seeking death, Dai Mubai roared, preparing to retaliate. "How dare you lay a hand on Boss Dai? You scoundrel! Teach him a lesson." The Shrek team had already been simmering with rage. Ma Hongjun was the first to leap up, waving his chubby hand as a searing line of phoenix fire erupted forth. Oscar seized a plate from the table and hurled it. Tang San's gaze turned icy, his fingers subtly moving as several bone-piercing spikes were readied at his fingertips. Ning Rongrong instinctively summoned the 7-treasure glazed tile. Zhu Zhuqing's figure vanished like a wraith in the shadows. Yet the swiftest and most ferocious of them all was Xiao Wu. "You dare to be wicked!" she exclaimed with a fierce shout, her pink silhouette appearing as if by teleportation beside the stout opponent. The soul power of a level 35 soul master erupted without reservation. With the soft bone rabbit spirit manifesting, her slender waist bent back at an astonishing angle, evading the opponent's frantic counterattack. Her long and powerful right leg struck like a steel whip, accompanied by a piercing sound as it slammed into the opponent's back. A resounding thud echoed. "Ah!" The stout student, Li Gui, was struck as if by a colossal hammer, shrieking as he spat a mouthful of blood. His body hurled through the air like a ragged sack, crashing heavily into 2 tables, leaving a chaotic mess of dishes and cups. Having landed a successful blow, Xiao Wu did not pause. Her pink figure danced gracefully like a butterfly flitting through flowers, weaving between several male students from Tsanghui Academy who attempted to encircle her, bending and darting, leaping and stomping. With each flicker, there came a scream and another figure sent flying. With her level 35 prowess combined with the combat instincts of a 10,000-year soul beast, taking on these students, who were at most great soul masters, was akin to a tiger among sheep. In an instant, chaos erupted within the tavern, tables and chairs flying, mingled shouts of surprise, anguished cries, and explosive soul techniques from Ma Hongjun's fire line filled the air. Yi Zhiqiu, the instructor leading the Tsanghui Academy team, a middle-aged man who had remained aloof and self-important, now wore a grim expression, watching his students being battered about like punching bags, especially that ruthless pink-clad girl. He could no longer remain seated. Outrageous. Yi Zhiqiu slammed his hand on the table and rose abruptly. A tremendous wave of soul power surged forth. 5 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, 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 spiraled upward from beneath his feet like chains of bondage. A heavy, frigid aura enveloped the surroundings instantaneously. Behind him loomed a colossal phantom of a dark tortoise, its entire body encased in thick ice armor, a menacing head adorned with a single horn, roaring silently towards the heavens. A level 56 soul king, dark tortoise spirit. The overwhelming pressure surged like a chilling tide, sweeping through the chaotic tavern. The onlooking soul masters turned pale, hastily retreating in fear of being caught in the maelstrom. The students of Tsanghui Academy, finding their resolve, struggled to rise, their faces etched with resentment and triumph. Yu Zhiqiu's expression darkened, his gaze, sharp as a viper, locked onto the pink whirlwind of Xiao Wu wreaking havoc among the crowd, as well as the other members of Shrek. He was determined to make these audacious young rascals pay dearly. Just as Yu Xiao's soul power began to coalesce, preparing to strike, the moment hung in the balance. In the quiet corner of the Shrek table, Mo Tian, seemingly oblivious to the chaos around him, methodically sliced a piece of roasted meat. His right hand, gripping the knife, hesitated momentarily. He did not even lift his gaze. Instead, a subtle shift in his thoughts conjured an invisible, yet overwhelmingly formidable will. As heavy and vast as an ancient divine mountain, which transcended space and descended upon Yu Xiao with the force of a colossal hand. Suddenly, Yu Xiao's gathered soul power dissipated as if punctured like a balloon. The fierce expression of anger on his face froze, morphing into sheer terror and confusion. He felt an irresistible and incomprehensible force, seemingly emanating from the very fabric of the universe, crashing down upon his soul and martial spirit like an immeasurable iceberg. With a thud, the 5 soul rings, symbolizing the glory of a soul king beneath his feet, extinguished in an instant, vanishing like a candle in the wind. The menacing phantom of the behind him shattered under an unseen hand, disintegrating into flakes of ice. His legs gave way, and without uttering a sound, he collapsed to the ground, his knees hitting the hard floor with a sickening crack. The impact propelled his upper body forward, and his forehead struck the cold ground with a resounding thud, blood seeping from the gash at his brow and the shattered knee. The entire tavern plunged into an eerie silence. The sounds of conflict, cries of agony, and gasps of astonishment all vanished, leaving only the chaotic aftermath of overturned tables and chairs, along with Yu Xiao's humiliating figure, kneeling on the ground, forehead touching the floor, trembling violently, yet unable to lift a single finger. The expressions of resentment and triumph on the faces of the students from Tsanghui Academy transformed into pure terror and disbelief. They resembled ducks caught by the throat, mouths agape, eyes bulging, fixated on their fallen teacher, who lay prostrate like a defeated dog. What had transpired? Where was the teacher's martial spirit? The soul rings? Why had he suddenly knelt? On Shrek's side, Xiao halted her actions, Ma Hongjuan's flames froze mid-air, and Tang San, with his bone-piercing nail poised at his fingertips, forgot to unleash it. Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing all gaped in astonishment at this bizarre and shocking scene, a chill racing up their spines. Who had done this? Just then, with a loud crash, the rickety wooden door of the tavern was kicked open. A pair of bell-like eyes scanned the disarray within, locking onto the bloodied figure of Yu Xiao, kneeling before the Shrek group, along with the group of stunned Tsanghui students beside him. Zhao Wujia was momentarily taken aback, but a fierce and savage grin quickly spread across his face, as if he had stumbled upon a great source of amusement. Well, I've only been away for a moment, and some blind fool dares to bully my students. His coarse voice boomed like thunder in the now silent tavern. Brimming with anger and a protective instinct, he strode towards Yu Xiao, who knelt like a lifeless dog, with a gait full of confidence. His large hand, resembling a fan, effortlessly seized the collar at the back of Yu Xiao's neck, lifting his limp body off the ground with ease. At this moment, Yu Xiao's spirit power had dissipated. His martial spirit extinguished, his knees shattered, blood streaming from his forehead, his consciousness hovering in a semi-dazed state, leaving him utterly devoid of any resistance. He could only dangle like a rag doll in Zhao Wujia's grip. Who dares to touch my Shrek? Zhao Wujia sneered, offering no time for anyone to react. Completely disregarding Yu Xiao's pitiful appearance, he swung his right fist, larger than a sandbag and calloused, without employing any spirit power, relying solely on the terrifying physical strength of a level 76 spirit sage. Bang, 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 bang. The thundering sounds echoed through the silent tavern like the beating of a war drum. Zhao Wujia's fists rained down upon Yu Xiao's face and abdomen like a tempest, each strike landing with immense force, producing dull thuds of flesh colliding. In an instant, Yu Xiao's face resembled a dying workshop, his nose collapsed, teeth mixed with blood erupting forth. His abdomen curled up in agony, emitting pained whimpers, yet he could barely muster a scream. This is for your arrogance, for your bullying the weak, for your lack of foresight. Zhao Wujia cursed as he struck, as if venting some pent-up emotion, or perhaps performing for an audience. Eventually, seeming fatigued or satisfied, he hoisted the limp Yu Xiao high into the air. Get the hell away. With a roar, Zhao Wujia exerted power from his waist, hurling Yu Xiao's feeble body towards the tavern's entrance as if throwing a shot put. Whoosh! Yu Xiao's body traced a tragic arc through the air, akin to a kite with a severed string, crashing directly into a tree along the roadside, its trunk as thick as a bowl. Crash! The sound of splintering wood echoed painfully. The tree was brutally broken by Yu Xiao's impact. Wood chips flew, the tree fell with a resounding crash, stirring a cloud of dust. Yi Zhiqiu's body rolled several meters after breaking the tree, finally collapsing like a discarded sack in the dust by the roadside, motionless. His life uncertain. Inside and outside the tavern, there was a deathly silence. Only Zhao Wujie brushed off non-existent dust from his hands, spat towards the door, then turned to the stunned Shrek crowd with a grin, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. What are you staring at? Eat up, finish your meal, and leave. Chapter 33. The shadow of the phoenix-tailed snake moves, a breath away from rescuing the twin beauties as the morning light gently illuminated the world. It filtered through the dusty, cobweb-cracked crystal window panes of the small town's inn, casting a mottled glow across the modest room. The air was thick with the mingled scent of aged wood and cheap cleaning agents. Two narrow single beds were positioned against opposite walls. Mo Tian was already dressed, his dark armor gleaming with a cold, hard luster in the dim light. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back by the window, his profound gaze penetrating the window frame, directed towards the vast silhouette of the Star Doe forest, which sprawled like a colossal beast. The morning mist rose above the forest, enveloped in a pale purple haze, brimming with boundless vitality and peril. On another bed, Xiao Wu rubbed her sleepy eyes, her pink scorpion braids slightly tousled, resembling a lazy little rabbit. She yawned, jumped down from the bed with bare feet, and bounced over to Mo Tian, naturally wrapping her arms around his sturdy arm and nuzzling her cheek against his cool armor. Good morning, brother. I slept so well last night. Her voice carried a soft, drowsy tone. With her large eyes, she furtively glanced at Mo Tian's profile, imbued with a subtle scrutiny and a sense of reassurance. Thankfully, that uncomfortable divine aura around him had faded to the point of being nearly imperceptible. In the adjacent room, Ning Rongrong sat at the edge of her bed, gazing into the hotel's blurred crystal mirror, her fingers absently caressing her left cheek. The faint imprint of the slap had long since faded. Yet the searing pain of public humiliation and the subsequent complex emotions towards this enigmatic man remained indelibly etched in her heart. Zhu Zhuqing had already prepared herself, clad in a form-fitting black outfit that accentuated her astonishing curves far beyond her years. She stood quietly by the door, her deep blue cat-like eyes tranquil as a still pond, as if the previous night's commotion had no bearing on her, save for an occasional flicker hinting at her inner turmoil. The boys' dormitory was considerably more lively. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were still playfully shoving each other over the last bit of bed space, while Dai Mubai had already risen, stretching by the window, his golden locks framing his brooding eyes, lost in thought. Tang San sat cross-legged on his bed, his eyes gently closed, breathing deeply, evidently having just concluded his morning meditation of the Xiantian skill, a faint blue light coursing around him. What's taking so long? Zhao Wujing's boisterous voice echoed down the corridor. The sun's already up. Hurry up and gather. They were heading into the forest. On the outskirts of the Star Doe forest, the air suddenly grew moist and fresh, imbued with the rich aroma of earth, decaying leaves, and some peculiar flora, starkly contrasting the town's murky atmosphere. Towering ancient trees rose from the ground, their gnarled roots coiling like giant serpents on the surface. The thick trunks required several people to embrace, their canopies blocking out the sun, allowing only shafts of golden light to pierce through, illuminating the dancing, glimmering spores in the air. Beneath them lay a thick layer of soft humus, nearly soundless underfoot. The ground was carpeted with peculiar blue-silver grass, its leaves exhibiting a profound gemstone blue, with silver light flowing through their veins, swaying gently in the breeze like an unfurling galaxy. Colorful and uniquely shaped flowers dotted the landscape, some resembling butterflies poised to take flight, while others resembled flickering flames, exuding either a rich or cool, ethereal fragrance. The air was saturated with a palpable life energy, each breath invigorating the spirit. Amidst the rustling sounds of the forest, a few snow-white rabbits with long ears and red eyes, their fur silky as moonlight, startled by the footsteps, darted into the underbrush like lightning. A metallic glossed iron-billed sparrow, 100-year-old beast, swooped overhead, leaving behind a melodious call. A peculiar plant, adorned with enormous purple buds, known as the fragrant Amorphophallus, blooms unexpectedly as a group passes by, releasing a delicate mist imbued with a sweet aroma. Zhao Wujie, with a swift motion, disperses the cloud with a gust of wind. At the forefront of the procession, Dai Mubai, his evil eye white tiger martial spirit not fully manifested, emanates an invisible pressure characteristic of a level 32 soul master. Rippling outward, this aura, though insignificant to formidable soul beasts, sends ripples of terror through the lower-tier creatures nearby, causing decades-old beings to flee in panic, leaving only the sound of their hurried retreat. Zhao Wujie's robust frame follows closely beside Dai Mubai, resembling a moving fortress, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings. Xiao Wu remains attached to Mo Tian, chattering excitedly about the wonders of the forest. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing walk side by side, although the former appears somewhat weary. There seems to be a newfound depth in her gaze. Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Tang San linger behind, engaged in hushed conversation. Their eyes filled with curiosity as they observe this enchanting yet perilous woodland. Tang San's profound gaze occasionally sweeps over shadowy corners, perhaps harboring threats. Yet, upon sensing a more terrifying aura emanating from within his own being, an instinctive dread from the purple emperor sky-devouring python, those lurking presences wisely choose to remain hidden. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing sound erupts from deep within the dense thicket. It is as if something is tearing through the air at an astonishing speed, hurtling towards the group. The velocity far surpasses any soul beast they have encountered thus far. Zhao Wujia's pupils constrict as he abruptly halts, raising his powerful arm in a defensive gesture, bellowing, "Everyone, prepare for battle. Stay alert. Something is approaching at great speed." Before his command could fully resonate, a dazzling flash of color bursts forth from the thick canopy, akin to an arrow released from a bow. It has arrived. A serpent-like soul beast, resplendent and imbued with power, stretches nearly 7 meters in length. Its body cloaked in intricately patterned scales that shimmer like a rainbow under the shafts of sunlight piercing through the trees. Most striking is its enormous, crimson crest. Reminiscent of a flaming crown, significantly larger than its head, quivering slightly with its rapid movement. Its tail, unlike an ordinary serpent's, unfurls into a magnificent fan shape, supported by slender bony spines and draped in a gossamer-like membrane adorned with golden threads, resembling the most exquisite of artworks. A pair of wings, also covered in colorful scales and spanning nearly 2 meters, hug its sleek form, vibrating rapidly to produce a gentle hum, the source of its terrifying speed. It is a phoenix-tailed rooster snake. Judging by its size, the vibrancy of its crest, and the opulence of its tail, it undoubtedly surpasses the millennium threshold. It appears that this creature does not intend to attack the Shrek team. Rather, it seems to be fleeing in a state of panic, disturbed or pursued by some unseen force. However, the tremendous impact brought by the high speed made it akin to an uncontrollable, colorful meteor, hurtling straight towards Dai Mubai at the forefront of the group. Goodness! A phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake over 1,300 years old. Zhao Wujia's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he instantly discerned its age, his voice infused with delight. "Oscar, you're in for a treat. The speed and aerial attributes of this creature are tailor-made for your third spirit ring. Capture it." With the command issued, the battle erupted instantaneously. Blue silver grass. Entangle. Tang San reacted with remarkable swiftness, a flash of purple light igniting in his eyes as he abruptly waved his hands. Dozens of resilient blue-silver grass vines surged forth from his palms like venomous serpents, accurately predicting the flight trajectory of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, and swiftly entangling its elongated body and rapidly vibrating wings in a bid to restrain its formidable speed. Yet, the speed of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake was simply too swift. In the very moment the blue-silver grass closed in, its massive fan-shaped tail suddenly flicked, executing an incredible sharp turn in midair, evading most of the entanglement with remarkable agility, akin to a slippery loach. Only a few vines managed to barely grasp the edge of one of its wings. The 7 treasures are renowned, 1 for strength, 2 for speed. Ning Rongrong's melodious voice resonated as a 7-layered glass tower materialized in her palm. 2 concentrated beams of light instantaneously shooting forth, one landing upon Zhu Zhuqing and the other upon Dai Mubai. The 2, now augmented with both strength and speed, felt their momentum surge dramatically. Shadowy piercing. Zhu Zhuqing's figure vanished the moment Ning Rongrong's spirit technique was unleashed, like a leopard merging with the shadows. She surged forth with a chilling glimmer, launching herself towards the vital point of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake with an almost imperceptible speed. Her sharp claws ripped through the air. The phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake sensed the imminent threat. Its speed, slightly hindered by the blue-silver grass, erupted once more, and with a violent toss of its massive head, the blood-red crown atop its head swung down like a heavy hammer, accompanied by a howling wind, crashing towards the oncoming Zhu Zhuqing. The force was tremendous and the angle cunning. Zhu Zhuqing, suspended in midair, found herself unable to alter her course in time. Just as the enormous crown was about to strike Zhu Zhuqing's slender waist, Dai Mubai's desperate roar came too late for rescue. Ning Rongrong gasped in alarm. In that critical moment, Mo Tian, who had been observing coldly, did not even lift an eyelid. He merely stirred his thoughts. Buzz. It seemed as though an imperceptible ripple of spatial distortion emanated from beneath his feet, silent and subtle. In the next instant, his figure vanished from sight as if a ghost. There was no earth-shattering commotion, no explosion of spirit energy, only the purest form of spatial displacement. The 10,000-year divine movement 4 extreme spirit bone set, divine movement shattering the void. Just as Yu Xiaogang was about to be struck by the crown, Mo Tian's tall, dark figure appeared beside her, as if in an instant. One arm naturally extended, perfectly encircling Yu Xiaoqing's waist, which, though filled with astonishing elasticity, was slightly stiffened due to the perilous situation. The sensation was remarkable, soft and warm, through the thin fabric. One could distinctly feel the delicate texture of the girl's skin and the incredible resilience of her waist. A faint, chilling fragrance, reminiscent of an iceberg's snow lotus, penetrated the nostrils of Mo Tian. Time seemed to elongate at that very moment. Yu Xiaoqing felt herself ensnared by an irresistible force, her body abruptly departing from a perilous trajectory and colliding into a broad, cold yet exceptionally solid chest. A crisp scent, like a frigid spring, lingered at the tip of her nose, imbued with an indescribable, almost all-consuming aura of mystery, reminiscent of the dragon's might of the purple huang devouring sky python. In the stark contrast between the sudden weightlessness and the profound sense of security, her heart felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer. Thud, 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 thud. The violent rhythm of her heartbeat reverberated painfully against her eardrums, as blood surged to her head and cheeks, infusing her fair skin with an alluring flush. Instinctively, she tilted her head back, locking eyes with Mo Tian's gaze, deep and tranquil as a cold pool, void of ripples, devoid of emotion, yet brimming with absolute serenity. This tranquility possessed an enchanting power, instantly soothing her earlier trepidation while igniting a more clandestine, fervent flame within her. Mo Tian spared no further glance at the girl in his arms, her cheeks aglow and her cat-like blue eyes clouded as if veiled by mist. The entire sequence transpired with the swiftness of a lightning strike. Aside from the rescued Yu Xiaoqing and Zhao Wujie, slightly startled by the spatial disturbance, the others merely witnessed a fleeting blur of Mo Tian before Yu Xiaoqing reappeared at his previous location, her delicate visage flushed. "Thank you." Yu Xiaoqing's voice trembled ever so slightly as she quickly lowered her gaze, daring not to meet Mo Tian's eyes, her toes brushing against the blue-silver grass beneath her. The fleeting sensation of his solid arms seemed to leave an indelible imprint upon her waist, lingering unshakably. She inhaled deeply, suppressing her tumultuous heartbeat, her eyes gleaming with a newfound resolve, ignited by a stubborn fire as she transformed once more into a streak of black lightning, charging towards the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Her assault was even more ferocious than before, as though she sought to unleash all her embarrassment and inexplicable fluttering emotions. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, having missed its strike, found itself ensnared by Yu Xiaoqing's frenzied onslaught, appearing increasingly agitated. It seemed to recognize the black-clad figure, Mo Tian, emanating an instinctual fearsome aura, and its crimson eyes swiftly locked onto another target standing at the rear, Ning Rongrong, who was exerting all her efforts to amplify the 7 treasures' glazed tile pagoda. That auxiliary soul master. It was she who rendered these detestable humans so formidable. Hiss. A sharp, piercing hiss erupted. The enormous fan-like tail of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake lashed out once more, its body twisting midair to withstand a powerful strike from Dai Mubai's tiger claw, which left several white marks upon its hardened scales, and evade a stomp from Xiao Wu, which it skillfully deflected. Like an arrow released from its bow, it opened its gaping maw, reeking of blood, revealing its gleaming, venomous fangs as it lunged towards Ning Rongrong with blinding speed. The velocity was such that Ning Rongrong could only perceive a rapidly enlarging shadow and the stench of blood. Ning Rongrong's face paled in terror, her mind blank. The radiance of the 7 treasures' glazed tile pagoda flickering uncertainly. She instinctively attempted to retreat, but her feet felt as heavy as lead. Oscar's eyes bulged in desperation, wishing to leap forward, yet there was no time. Once again, those subtle ripples in space were nearly imperceptible. Mo Tian's figure appeared before Ning Rongrong with the swiftness of teleportation, even faster than the striking head of the serpent. Unlike when he rescued Yu Xiaoqing with an embrace, he merely extended a hand adorned with a black guard, deftly grasping Ning Rongrong's delicate wrist and gently pulling her behind him. A warm yet irresistible force enveloped her, and Ning Rongrong felt her body lighten, involuntarily twisting around half a turn, stumbling to seek refuge behind Mo Tian's imposing silhouette. A foul wind rushed past. The menacing jaws of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake nearly grazed Mo Tian's shoulder as it snapped at empty air. The fierce gust stirred the strands of hair beside Ning Rongrong's ears. Still shaken, she leaned against Mo Tian's back, inhaling the crisp and enigmatic aura that surrounded him. Through the thin fabric of his clothing, she could distinctly feel the iron-like contours of his muscular back and the explosive power it concealed. The swift protection he had just provided, his unhesitating action of pulling her to safety, combined with the previous shock of the prince's carriage, the complexity of the slap, and the overwhelming sense of security emanating from his broad back, all converged into a torrent of emotions that breached Ning Rongrong's defenses. Her heartbeat resonated even more fervently than during her encounter with Zhu Zhuqing, akin to a drum fervently pounding within her chest. An unprecedented warmth spread from the wrist he held, igniting a fiery sensation throughout her body, even causing her petite earlobes to flush with heat. She lifted her gaze, her eyes fixated on the chiseled profile of Mo Tian, the lines of his face sculpted with perfection akin to that of a masterful carving, exuding an aloofness that could repel others yet simultaneously radiating a captivating allure. His gaze seemed to draw her in, openly displaying an infatuation, gratitude, and an unrecognized yearning to draw nearer. The pride of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, along with previous humiliations, were utterly shattered and melted away in the presence of the mountain-like figure standing before her. Mo Tian released her wrist as if it were merely a trivial act. Yet the lingering chill from his touch felt like a brand upon her heart, leaving her feeling both empty and fervently alive. She hastily lowered her head to conceal the torrent of emotions threatening to spill forth. But the deep crimson of her cheeks and the slight trembling of her fingertips betrayed the tumultuous waves within. How infuriating! How dare they intimidate Rongrong? Sister Xiao Wu will deal with you. Upon witnessing the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake nearly harm Ning Rongrong, though it ultimately failed, and seeing Mo Tian grasp her wrist, a flicker of jealousy and ire ignited within Xiao Wu. With a sharp cry, her pink figure vanished in an instant. Teleportation. In the next moment, she found herself above the serpent's head, which had momentarily stiffened after missing its strike. With her waist arched, Xiao Wu's slender form unleashed a terrifying power, as if a tightly drawn bow had suddenly released. Her feet clamped around the massive base of the serpent's fleshy crest like iron pincers. With a fierce exclamation, she summoned strength from her core, lifting the serpent's head, which was several times larger than her, and smashed it violently against a colossal tree that would require two people to embrace. Boom! The trunk trembled violently, splinters flying in all directions. The phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, struck and disoriented, let out a distorted hiss. Yet this was merely the beginning. In a flurry of instantaneous movements, swift dashes, tail whips, knee strikes, the air was filled with the thunderous sound of flesh colliding, echoing through the forest like a relentless drumbeat. The immense body of the snake was mercilessly battered by this tempestuous onslaught, resembling a colossal, colorful sandbag, repeatedly slammed against the air, ground, and tree trunks. Its hard scales shattered, vibrant feathers scattered, and its crimson crest was kicked askew and deformed. Zhao Wuji observed with a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth, internally acknowledging, truly, she is a formidable warrior, as expected of one brought forth by that esteemed figure. Though she appears innocent and carefree in her daily demeanor, she is truly ruthless in combat. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Mo Tian, who remained composed and watchful, hands behind his back, as if spectating a tedious drama with a foreseen conclusion. Under the fierce assault of Dai Mubai's tiger roar, which instilled fear, Tang San's blue-silver grass, which entangled and restricted movement, Ma Hongjuan's precise phoenix fire line, which scorched the snake's tail, Oscar's recovery sausages, which sustained the group, and Ning Rongrong's seven-treasure glazed tiles' continuous illumination. The already severely wounded phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake let out a chilling wail after Xiao Wu's final aerial kick struck its vital spot. Its massive body crashed to the ground, convulsing a few times before lapsing into unconsciousness, its grand tail unfurling weakly like a withered, splendid plume. The battle concluded. Victory! Oscar exclaimed with excitement, rubbing his hands together, as he drew a gleaming, 1-foot-long steel dagger from his waist, a tool specifically employed by support soul masters to deliver the final blow to soul beasts, and hurried towards the unconscious phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, preparing to claim its soul ring. Just as Oscar raised the dagger, poised to strike at the snake's vital head, a commanding voice, aged yet powerful, filled with palpable indignation, thundered from the nearby thicket, "Stop!" Two figures swiftly emerged. At the forefront was an elderly woman, appearing to be in her 60s. Her silver hair impeccably arranged in a neat bun. Though her face bore many wrinkles, her skin radiated an unusual rosy glow, and her eyes sparkled with a piercing sharpness akin to that of a hawk. She was petite yet sturdy, clad in a faded blue robe, intricately embroidered at the collar and cuffs with lifelike serpentine patterns in dark green silk. The most striking aspect was the 3-meter-long serpent-headed cane she wielded, its handle dark as night, topped with a menacing green serpent head, its mouth slightly agape, fangs exposed, exuding an eerie chill. Following closely behind her was a young girl. The moment she appeared, she captivated the attention of all the men present, except for Mo Tian. Tall and statuesque. Her waist was slender enough to be encircled by a single hand, her movements fluid and snake-like, imbued with a wild, captivating beauty. Her skin was not merely pale, but rather an exceptionally rare, delicately lilac hue that radiated a healthy glow, reminiscent of exquisite amethyst, adding an air of mystery and allure. Most striking were her large, amber-brown eyes, as translucent as amber, heavily outlined in deep purple, exuding an enchanting charm with long lashes that fluttered like butterfly wings, captivating all who gazed into them. Her lips, also tinted in a rich purple, were full and sensual. Her hair was a sleek, blue-gray bob, slightly tousled at the ends, which enhanced her playful and wild demeanor. Clad in a form-fitting dark green leather armor, her well-developed curves were accentuated beautifully. She was none other than the serpent matriarch, Qiao Tianxiang, alongside her granddaughter, Meng Yiran. Even before she arrived, the formidable presence of a rank 7 soul sage surged forth like a tidal wave. Simultaneously, 7 radiant soul rings of yellow and purple spiraled upward from beneath her feet, pulsating with a powerful wave of soul energy. The dark green serpent head atop her staff seemed to come alive, exuding an aura of danger. Oscar, taken aback by this sudden display of might and commanding voice, nearly lost his grip on his small sword, retreating a step, pale-faced. Ma Hongjun and Tang San were similarly struck by the overwhelming pressure. Yet, Mu Tian and Xiao Wu remained composed. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing only furrowed their brows slightly, while Dai Mubai let out a cold snort and stepped forward to protect Oscar. Which academy do you hail from? Is there no sense of decency left? How dare you take advantage of others' misfortunes to seize their quarry? Meng Yiran's perfectly arched eyebrows furrowed, her enchanting brown eyes ablaze with unmasked fury as she spoke. Her voice crisp, yet filled with challenge. Her gaze swept across the fainted phoenix tail coxcomb snake on the ground, and then landed on the members of Shrek Academy. Pausing momentarily upon seeing Mu Tian, Yiran, do not be disrespectful, Qiao Tianxiang admonished in a deep voice, though there was little reproach in her tone, rather an aura of scrutiny. Her sharp gaze sliced through the members of Shrek, ultimately settling on Zhao Wujia. Upon encountering Zhao Wujia's imposing figure and sensing the immense soul power emanating from him, especially as she noticed the 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, rising beneath him, a rank 76 soul sage, alongside the resonant image of the mighty diamond bear, her pupils dilated in shock. The mighty diamond bear martial spirit? 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, at level 76? Your voice carries a weight of gravity and certainty. You are the unmovable king of the Soul Master realm, Zhao Wujia? At the moment the serpent matriarch and her granddaughter appeared, Zhao Wujia had already unleashed his martial spirit. Now, a faint smile, tinged with an edge of mockery, spread across his rugged visage as he clasped his fists together. Indeed, I am Zhao. It has been many years. You, esteemed matriarch, still possess great poise. His tone remained respectful, acknowledging her long-standing reputation. And he was well aware of the legendary duo of Long Gong and the serpent matriarch. Qiao Tianxiang's anger softened somewhat, yet her gaze remained piercing. Zhao Wujia, this phoenix-tail coxcomb snake was discovered by my granddaughter and me first, and we have tracked it here. It bears the wounds left by my granddaughter. Is the Shrek Academy's conduct not excessively domineering? She remarked, directing her serpent staff towards the unconscious phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake's abdomen. The onlookers followed her gaze and, indeed, upon the vibrant scales of the snake's belly, 3 deep gashes were unmistakably etched, revealing fresh blood where flesh had been torn. The shape of the lacerations and the lingering aura of soul power suggested that these were not mere injuries inflicted by the recent skirmish involving the Shrek members, but rather wounds inflicted by some sharp, clawed martial soul. The atmosphere instantly descended into an awkward stalemate, the air seemingly congealing around them. Zhao Wujia's thoughts raced. With the serpent matriarch present, the Dragon Duke Meng Shu must also be nearby. The Dragon Duke was a formidable soul Douluo of level 87. Their martial soul fusion technique, the Dragon and Serpent Assault, was said to be able to withstand even the might of tidal Douluos. Should the Dragon Duke make an appearance, the situation would become exceedingly precarious. However, this fleeting thought was quickly overshadowed. Zhao Wujia's gaze instinctively flickered towards the nonchalant figure of Mo Tian, standing aloof within their ranks, and then subtly shifted to Tang San, whose identity as Tang Hao Sun lent him a sense of assurance. Instantly, Zhao Wujia felt a surge of confidence. Drawing in a deep breath, he retracted the veneer of polite civility from his face, allowing his voice to take on a resolute and somber tone. Senior Serpent Matriarch. Out of respect for your age and past renown, I, Old Zhao, address you as senior. However, I must express that I cannot concede on this matter. His words rang clear and resolute, a declaration of unwavering intent. The firmness of his stance caused the Serpent Matriarch's expression to darken with palpable displeasure. She was bewildered, completely perplexed as to where Zhao Wujia derived his audacity. Faced with her, and potentially the nearby dragon Duke Mengshu. How could a mere soul sage like him dare to be so unyielding? Did he presume that a handful of inexperienced students could sway her? Or was it that enigmatic young man cloaked in black, who had remained silent, yet seemed to harbor depths unknown? The Serpent Matriarch's gaze swept over Mo Tian once more, seeking to glean some insight from him, yet his aura was akin to an unfathomable abyss, serene and undisturbed, offering no hints of its depth. She then observed the other students. Aside from the girl in pink, whose lively eyes sparkled with a hint of pride, the rest exhibited varying degrees of tension. Yet none appeared to exhibit the fear typically associated with the pressure of a soul sage. A simmering fury surged within the Serpent Matriarch, yet it was accompanied by an overwhelming sense of uncertainty. The old man, the Dragon Duke, was indeed absent, pursuing an exceedingly rare, millennium-old face spider. She was alone now. Should she engage in combat with Zhao Wujia, the renowned king of the unyielding, even if victorious, it would undoubtedly exact a toll in the presence of those students. Particularly the young man in black instilled a subtle unease within her, weighing the pros and cons. The Serpent Matriarch's expression shifted through various shades before settling into a cold huff, filled with reluctance and suppressed ire. Humph. Very well. A commendable Shrek Academy. A formidable king of the unyielding. I shall remember today's events. She seized her granddaughter Meng Iran, who was still inclined to argue, and commanded in a low tone. Iran, we shall depart. Let us seek your grandfather. This snake is not worth the hassle. Her voice brimmed with a forceful repression of anger. Meng Iran was momentarily restrained by her grandmother, instinctively struggling against the grip, yet her enchanting brown eyes were irresistibly drawn to Mo Tian. In the midst of the earlier chaos, she had been captivated by the sight of this young man clad in black. He was remarkably unique, standing there like a solitary snow-capped peak, seemingly untouched by the surrounding clamor, the oppressive presence of the soul saint, or the struggles of the soul beasts. His tall, slender figure exuded an air of cold severity, his sculpted features displaying an unruffled calmness, as if harboring the infinite mysteries of the cosmos. The dark, lightweight armor he donned accentuated his lofty and enigmatic demeanor. Particularly during Zhao Wujia's assertive declaration, he did not even flinch, emanating an overwhelming aura of strength that rendered everything else trivial, making Meng Iran's heart skip a beat. She had never encountered a youth like him before. The so-called talented youths of the Star Luo Empire paled in comparison, appearing as mere trivialities beside him. A profound and almost primal attraction seized her, causing her cheeks to flush, her gaze magnetically fixed upon Mo Tian, unable to divert her attention. The presence of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake faded into insignificance in her mind at that moment. Xiao Wu astutely noticed Meng Iran's unabashed scrutiny, her eyes seemingly intent on devouring Mo Tian whole. Her rosy cheeks puffed up, resembling a protective little rabbit, as she tightened her grip on Mo Tian's arm. Casting a defiant glare at Meng Iran, Ma Hongjun swallowed hard, his small eyes darting around Meng Iran's exotic lavender skin and breathtaking curves. Though he dared only to steal glances, intimidated by the snake lady's formidable presence, Oscar and Dai Mubai could not resist stealing a few more glances at this wild and alluring girl. Tang San's gaze held a hint of curiosity. The girl's martial soul and demeanor were indeed quite extraordinary. Only the members of Shrek remained, alongside the unconscious phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, which radiated a resplendent aura. Chapter 34. The Soul Rings Descend. The dragon and serpent command heavenly might the figures of the snake lady and Meng Iran faded entirely into the depths of the lush forest. And the oppressive sensation brought on by the soul saint's presence dissipated as well. The forest was left with only the faint scent of blood emanating from the unconscious phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake and the still unsettled breaths of the Shrek group. What are you waiting for? Oscar, act. Zhao Wujia barked, his coppery eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance, wary of any soul beast that might be drawn by the scent of blood. Oscar, snapping out of his daze, quickly nodded in response. once again raising the gleaming steel sword. He took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening as he aimed for the vital point of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake's head. His wrist steady as he thrust downward with force. With a sharp sound, the blade easily pierced through the resilient scales and skull. The massive body of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake convulsed violently for a moment before it succumbed, devoid of all life. A rich purple glow swiftly ascended from its corpse, coalescing in the air into a shimmering, ethereal purple soul ring that slowly rotated, emanating powerful waves of energy. Oscar's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation as he settled into a cross-legged position, adjusting his breath and channeling his soul energy. The purple Millennium Soul Ring appeared to be drawn by an unseen force, gradually descending until it hovered steadily above Oscar's head, enveloping him in a radiant purple glow. He closed his eyes, exerting all his energy to absorb this hard-won third soul ring. Shortly after Oscar entered his absorption state, Tang San, who had been standing at the edge of the group, suddenly furrowed his brow. He sensed the barrier of soul power at level 29 within him beginning to show signs of loosening, stimulated by the earlier battle with the phoenix-tailed cockerel snake. A torrent of soul power surged through his meridians, akin to a flood breaking through a dam. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang San immediately sat cross-legged beside Oscar. Also closing his eyes, the Xiantian skill operated at full capacity, with the vortex of soul power in his dantian spinning rapidly, fervently absorbing the dense soul energy in the air, attempting to break through the threshold of level 30. It was Dai Mubai who first noticed Tang San's unusual state. Ma Hongjuan's round face was filled with astonishment. Is he also about to break through? Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Tang San, who was seated cross-legged. A blue-silver grass martial spirit, advancing at such a rapid pace? A flicker of fluctuation passed through Zhu Zhuqing's cool feline eyes. Xiao Wu, however, was not particularly surprised. Her gaze remained fixed on Emotian. Zhao Wuji's eyes also flashed with surprise, soon transforming into a complex expression. The fact that blue-silver grass could reach level 30 was, in itself, a miracle. He couldn't help but glance at Emotian again, reflecting on the extraordinary talents of this generation. Time flowed silently. In the forest, only the subtle hum of soul power fluctuations from Oscar and Tang San could be heard. The purple glow surrounding Oscar gradually stabilized and receded, while the fluctuations of soul power emanating from Tang San grew increasingly intense, akin to a volcano ready to erupt. Finally, Oscar opened his eyes first, two beams of brilliance flashing momentarily. He felt the surging soul power within him and the sense of strength bestowed by the new purple soul ring. A smile of uncontainable joy illuminating his face. It's done. Haha, I'm finally a soul sage. Almost simultaneously with his opening of eyes, Tang San's torrent of soul power suddenly contracted, soon returning to calm like rivers flowing back to the sea. He too slowly opened his eyes, his gaze now imbued with a deeper, more profound purple hue. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, a genuine smile graced his face. Level 30, it's accomplished. Congratulations. Little Oscar, Little San, Dai Mubai cheerfully patted both of their shoulders. Fantastic. Our Shrek has gained 2 more soul sages. Ma Hongjun excitedly pumped his fist. Congratulations. Zhu Zhuqing stated succinctly. Well done. Ning Rongrong also offered her congratulations, though a hint of complex emotions flickered in the depths of her eyes. The successes of Oscar and the breakthrough of Tang San filled her, the young lord of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, with unprecedented pressure. Her gaze involuntarily drifted back to the ever-silent figure in black, Missouri Tian, who remained calm, as if everything unfolding before him was of no concern. The unfathomable tranquility seemed to draw her in like a magnet, clarifying the vague notion in her heart. Perhaps only he could. Xiao Wu beamed as she congratulated the two. Only Mo Tian, with a calm gaze, surveyed the jubilant Oscar and the composed Tang San. Yet his focus rested on the system interface visible only to him. Task: acquire the 3rd soul ring for Oscar, completed. Reward issued. Method of storing soul rings, activated. Method of storing soul rings. Allows any soul ring, regardless of level, to be stored in the system space. When extracted, the essence of the soul beast's soul power is stripped away, leaving the beast unharmed. The target soul beast must be in a state of near death or unable to resist. Emotian understood this ability quite well. The power to deprive a soul ring without harming the soul beast certainly disrupted the most brutal survival law between soul masters and soul beasts to a certain extent. However, the manner of usage still required careful consideration. Haha, splendid. Double happiness. Zhao Wujia exclaimed boisterously. Oscar, show everyone what your 3rd soul skill is. A 1,000-year soul ring skill must be extraordinary. Oscar grinned, his face adorned with a mixture of pride and mischief. He extended his right hand, soul power swirling in his palm, as he chanted, "I possess a mushroom sausage." With a flash of brilliance, a peculiar sausage materialized in his hand. This sausage was entirely pink, with its ends slightly curled upwards, and most astonishingly, in its center sprouted a pair of delicate, colorful wings resembling those of a phoenix-tailed chicken. The wings fluttered gently, emitting faint waves of soul power. "What is this?" Ma Hongjuan's eyes widened. "Mushroom sausage?" Daimubai inquired quizzically. "My third soul skill is rapid flight mushroom sausage," Oscar declared proudly. "Eating it allows one to soar through the air at the speed of a phoenix-tailed chicken." "Fly!" Ning Rongrong gasped in astonishment. One of the most coveted abilities for an auxiliary soul master. For the first time, her gaze towards Oscar was filled with genuine shock and a hint of envy. "How long can you fly?" Daimubai asked eagerly. Oscar raised a finger. "1 second. Ma Hongjun replied, disappointment creeping into his voice. "A whole minute," Oscar boasted, brandishing the mushroom sausage triumphantly. "For a full minute. At the speed of a phoenix-tailed chicken." "A minute. The speed of a phoenix-tailed chicken." Daimubai, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and even Xiao Wu and Tang Xin collectively gasped. The potential for a minute of extreme flight speed could undoubtedly turn the tide in critical moments, ensuring survival against peril. This auxiliary effect was simply astounding. Ning Rongrong gazed at the winged mushroom sausage, then at the spirited Oscar. Her heart stirred profoundly. She had always believed her Seven Treasures glazed tower was the supreme auxiliary martial spirit. Yet the strategic value displayed by Oscar's third soul skill made her question her own martial spirit for the first time. Unconsciously, her gaze began to shift more frequently towards Mo Tian, the silent man, shrouded in mystery as he escorted Xiao Wu into the academy, commanded respect with his formidable presence that left Zhao Wujia in awe. His status as a guest elder of the prince's mansion, coupled with his ghostly speed during the two instances he saved both himself and Zhu Zhuqing, raised the question of just how powerful he truly was. Did Oscar's soul skills appear as mere childish play in his eyes? A thought began to entwine within her mind like a vine. If only she could earn his favor, even if it were just a modicum of guidance. Zhao Wujia, filled with relief, heartily patted Oscar on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Good lad. Your efforts have not been in vain. This soul skill is worth it." He then turned his gaze to Tang San, stating, "Now that Oscar is settled, it's time for us to find a suitable third soul ring for little San." At that moment, the previously silent Mo Tian spoke, his voice calm and unwavering, yet resonating clearly in everyone's ears. "You may proceed. I have personal matters to attend to." He made no mention of Xiao Wu, clearly indicating he did not intend to include her. The group was momentarily taken aback, and Xiao Wu instinctively tightened her grip on Mo Tian's arm, asking, "Brother?" Zhao Wujia displayed a look of confusion. Mo Tian, the depths of this forest are fraught with danger. Flinder had previously warned against revealing Mo Tian's prowess. Mo Tian offered no explanation, but subtly moved his lips. A faint yet unmistakable sound directly reaching Zhao Wujia's ear, a secret transmission take them west, towards the core area of the Stardow Forest. There lies a 500-year-old blood thorn vine king, whose soul ring characteristics include strong control, life absorption, resilience, and regeneration, perfectly suited to Tang San's blue-silver grass and his need for control. You can find it by following the most intense scent of blood and miasma. Zhao Wujia's heart raced with astonishment. Mo Tian not only indicated the direction, but also clearly specified the type, age, and properties of the soul beast. The depth of his knowledge and insight into the forest was nothing short of extraordinary. He instantly understood that Mo Tian was guiding Tang San towards the most appropriate path. Although he did not comprehend why Mo Tian chose to act alone, he held an almost blind trust in his judgment. After all, this was a figure whom even the prince could not sway, and he bore no animosity towards Tang San, offering no reason to harm him. "Very well, Mo Tian. Proceed with caution." Zhao Wujie refrained from further inquiries, nodding seriously before addressing the others. "Mo Tian has matters to attend to. We shall proceed. Our target is westward. Let us find a soul ring for little San. Everyone, stay alert." He intentionally omitted specific details about the soul beast to avoid unnecessary speculation. Amidst a mix of confusion, concern from Xiao Wu, and curiosity from Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, Mo Tian gave a slight nod, his figure blending seamlessly into the shadows of the forest, vanishing in mere flashes with a speed that rendered him untraceable. As they journeyed westward for about half an hour, the humidity in the air thickened, and the light grew dimmer. The towering ancient trees interwoven above formed an impenetrable canopy, allowing only scattered beams of light to filter through. Beneath their feet lay a thick layer of decaying leaves that emanated a fetid aroma. A nauseating, bizarre scent, a blend of rusty blood and the stench of decaying vegetation. Wafted through the air, its intensity far surpassing that left by the previous Fengwei Jiguang snake. Be cautious. We are nearing our destination, Zhao Wujia warned solemnly, his expression grave. His massive form stood before the crowd like an immovable rock, the aura of a level 76 soul sage no longer concealed, expanding like an invisible shield, instilling fear against any lurking threats in the darkness. The target lay ahead in the darkest hollow, a perilous and bloodthirsty plant soul beast. Xiaosan, this is your prey. I shall only serve as a distraction. Unless you find yourself in mortal danger, I shall not intervene. Do you understand? Yes, Teacher Zhao. Tang San's gaze sharpened. His purple extreme magic eyes quietly activated, surveying the area shrouded in a dense crimson mist. He could distinctly sense a source of soul power emanating with brutality and a voracious appetite for life, deep within the fog. In the center of the hollow, the sight was harrowing. Countless pale beast bones, and even vaguely discernible human skeletal remains, lay scattered like a mass grave. At the heart of these bones resided a terrifying creature. Its main vine was as robust as a grown man's arm, exhibiting a disquieting dark red hue. Akin to congealed blood, its surface covered in a multitude of sharp, dagger-like thorns that glinted with a metallic sheen. Numerous slender dark red vines extended from the main vine, writhing like living entities among the bones, adorned with minute suction cups resembling the mouths of leeches. Deep within the roots of the main vine, there lay a tumor the size of a basin, pulsating with an intense sanguine aroma and surging life force, serving as the malevolent core of the entire creature. The thousand-year bloodthorn vine king. Sensing the presence of the living, it was instantly provoked. Hiss. Not a sound, but a piercing mental shriek that assaulted the minds of the crowd, instilling fear and dizziness. Sizzle. Dozens of thorn-covered dark red vines shot forth like venomous serpents, tearing through the air with a deafening rush, aiming fiercely at the Shrek team from all directions. Their speed was astonishing, their angles unpredictable. The 7 treasures are renowned. The first speaks of strength. The second speaks of speed. Ning Rongrong reacted swiftly, the 7 treasures' glazed tower radiating with brilliance. 2 beams of enhancement light precisely landing on Dai Mubai and Zhu Xing. White Tiger's diamond transformation. Dai Mubai roared, his body swelling, muscles taut, the third soul ring shimmering, bolstering his defense and power. He swung his fists, enveloped in blinding white light, boldly confronting the oncoming main vines, attempting to carve a path for Tang San. Phoenix Fire Line. Ma Hongjun puffed his cheeks, unleashing a torrent of scorching purplish-red flames towards the encroaching vines, striving to halt and ignite them. I have mushroom sausages. Oscar swiftly conjured several flying mushroom sausages, distributing them to Ning Rongrong and himself. Rongrong, fatty, hold on to these as backups. If the situation turns dire, take flight immediately. Blue silvergrass, entwine. Tang Sen maintained his composure, his objective clear. He disregarded the vines attacking his teammates and instead accurately shot numerous blue silvergrasses toward the main vine of the Bloodthorn Vine King and the vines attempting to shield the core tumor. He understood that only by restraining the main body could he create an opportunity for his comrades. However, the terror of the Bloodthorn Vine King far exceeded everyone's expectations. Zhu Zhuqing's feline claws tore through several slender vines, but the main vine's defenses were remarkably robust, leaving only faint white marks from her assault. More alarmingly, several vines, akin to relentless parasites, swiftly coiled around her, their barbs glinting ominously. Ma Hongjuan's Phoenix Fire Line scorched a few of the vines, charring them until they emitted a hissing sound, yet the vines displayed a notable resistance to the flames, refusing to sever immediately. Instead, they writhed with increased fervor, sending soil flying into the air. Tang San's blue-silver grass successfully ensnared several of the main vines. Yet the barbs effortlessly sliced through the resilient leaves, while a potent suction emanated from the vines, causing him to feel his soul power gradually depleting. To make matters worse, several lurking vines suddenly burst forth from the ground, coiling towards his legs like venomous serpents. Be careful, Xiao shouted sharply, activating her instantaneous movement. In an instant, she appeared beside Tang San, her long, graceful legs slicing through the air with fierce momentum, delivering a powerful kick to the encroaching vines. Bam! The vines were sent sprawling, but the barbs also tore through the surface of her shoe. Fatty, burn its roots, Dai Mubai bellowed, braving the onslaught of several whipping vines. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Zhuqing, attack that bulging knot, Ning Rongrong urgently directed, while maintaining the enhancement of the 7 treasures' glazed tile. The battle had plunged into a stalemate. The Bloodthorn Vine King's regenerative abilities were extraordinarily grotesque. The scorched and severed vines healed at a visibly rapid pace, regrowing before their very eyes. The core wooden bulge was shrouded in layers of resilient vines, impenetrable to their efforts. Although the Shrek team coordinated seamlessly, each showcasing their unique abilities, they found themselves unable to breach the defenses of this millennia-old plant without resorting to their trump cards, especially with Zhao Wujia's passive observation. Instead, they were ensnared by the omnipresent barbs, paralyzing toxins, and life-draining capabilities, leading to perilous situations and immense soul power depletion. This situation was untenable. Tang San's eyes glimmered with a violet light, and the Xian Jade hand activated instantly, his hands turning as white as jade as he fiercely grasped a coiling vine. Disregarding the barbs, simultaneously, his footwork shifted, evading the lethal wraps of several other vines with precarious agility, his body gliding close to the ground as if weightless. Aiming directly at the heavily protected dark red bulge. Little 3, Dai Mubai, witnessing the scene, unleashed his full strength, the third soul ring shimmering once more, unleashing the white tiger's radiant wave. A thick column of white light erupted from his mouth, crashing towards the root of the blood thorn vine king. Attempting to draw its fire, Zhu Zhuqing, comprehending his intent, vanished again, appearing above the bulge, initiating the spectral 100 claws. Countless claw shadows descended like a torrential downpour. Ma Hongjun poured his heart into the battle, concentrating the phoenix fire line to scorch the vines protecting the bulge. Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tile shone even more brilliantly, maximizing its enhancement. In that fleeting moment, as the blood thorn vine king's attention was diverted by Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Hongjun, Tang San approached like a specter. His right hand, fingers united, glimmered with a faint golden hue, Xian Jade hand, resembling the sharpest of drill bits, imbued with spiraling force. Piercing through the final layers of resilient vines and driving forcefully towards the violently pulsating dark red bulge. Break. Splurt. A dark crimson. Viscous fluid erupted violently from the damaged bulge, reminiscent of blood. A suffocatingly rich scent of blood permeated the air. Hiss! The blood-thorn vine king emitted a piercingly mournful mental shriek. All the vines slumped as if stripped of their bones, convulsing and writhing in a frenzy. That surging vitality ebbed away like a flood unleashed. It was done. A glint of determination flashed in Tang San's eyes as he summoned his martial soul without hesitation. The soul ring, coalescing from the blood-thorn vine king, adorned with deep purple intertwined with dark red veins reminiscent of blood, descended slowly, enveloping him. A new process of absorption commenced. Zhao Wujia exhaled quietly, his robust frame standing guard beside Tang San like a deity, his sharp gaze surveying the now silent, blood-soaked battlefield. The others also sighed wearily, seizing the moment to recover their soul power. Meanwhile, in another region of the Stardow Forest, the ancient trees stood even taller, cloaked in deeper shadows. The ground was carpeted with thick moss and slick fallen leaves. A colossal and fearsome soul beast was thrashing about, desperately fleeing in a relatively open glade. Its body was encased in a hard black shell, gleaming with a metallic luster. 8 spear-like legs plunged deeply into the earth, each movement displacing large clods of soil. Most disconcerting was its bulging abdomen, resembling a contorted human face, with 8 glowing green eyes filled with malice, fixated ahead. It was none other than the millennium-faced demon spider. Not far ahead stood 3 figures. The Dragon Duke, Meng Shu, tall and imposing, with white hair and a dignified countenance, wielded a dragon-headed cane. 8 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black danced rhythmically around him, emanating the formidable pressure of a rank 87 soul Douluo. Beside him stood the snake matriarch, Chao Tianxiang, brandishing a serpent staff, her aura as a 7-ringed soul saint equally formidable. And at the forefront was their granddaughter, Meng Aran. She gripped a uniquely shaped serpentine dagger tightly, her light purple skin slightly flushed with tension and excitement. With heavy eyeliner accentuating her features, her large brown eyes were locked onto the faced demon spider, brimming with a fierce determination to succeed. Be cautious of its webs and venomous fangs. It is already at its last gasp. The Dragon Duke cautioned in a deep voice, his energy firmly locked onto the faced demon spider to prevent it from launching a sudden attack, clearly intending to provide his granddaughter with an opportunity for experience. The snake matriarch watched anxiously. Sensing the imminent threat, the faced demon spider's 8 compound eyes whirled wildly, and its grotesque human-like face twisted even further. Suddenly, it raised its forelimbs, its abdomen contracting sharply. With a hiss, a web over 5 meters in diameter, glimmering with a ghostly green hue, sticky and infused with potent neurotoxin, descended upon Meng Iran like an inescapable net. The speed was astonishing, and the coverage vast. Meng Yiran's expression changed, her form retreating rapidly as she swung her serpent blade, attempting to sever the web. However, the web was incredibly resilient, both sticky and toxic, proving nearly impossible to break in such a short span. Wretched beast. With a thunderous roar, the dragon elder raised his dragon-headed staff, prepared to intervene and rescue his granddaughter. Yet, in a sudden turn of events, as the lethal spider silk was about to ensnare Meng Yiran, an unexpected figure materialized above the grotesque visage of the human-faced demon spider. As if conjured from the void itself. There were no fluctuations of soul energy, no signs of spatial distortion, not even a whisper of wind. It was as if he was destined to be there. It was Mo Qian, clad in his dark, ethereal armor, his stern visage resembling a statue amidst the dimly lit forest. Even more astonishingly, he casually placed one foot, shod in black battle boots, upon the spider's formidable carapace, which was capable of withstanding attacks from a soul master. With a thunderous boom akin to a collapsing mountain, an invisible and overwhelming force erupted from the point where Mo Qian had landed. The enormous body of the human-faced demon spider, weighing several thousand pounds, was struck as if by an immense boulder, causing its 8 steel-like legs to bend and shatter with a sickening crack. The creature's body was forcefully driven into the ground, humiliated, creating a deep pit several meters in diameter as the once solid earth cracked and caved in like fragile tofu. Fragments of its black shell scattered everywhere, the broken legs deeply embedded in the soil. The spider could not utter a single cry. Its 8 vengeful eyes dulled, and foul, dark green blood seeped from its mandibles. Its massive form convulsed instinctively a few times before lying motionless at the bottom of the pit, oblivious to life or death. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The toxic web it had expelled fell limply to the ground. Meng Yiran, poised in a defensive stance, stood frozen, her large brown eyes wide with shock, her mouth slightly agape, her expression a portrait of utter astonishment and confusion, as if her mind had come to a standstill. The dragon elder, Meng Shu, held his dragon-headed staff suspended in midair, his authoritative demeanor replaced by disbelief as his pupils contracted to pinprick size. The serpent matriarch gasped in shock, her hands trembling uncontrollably around her serpent staff, exclaiming, "It's him. The old man. It's him." Her voice trembled with both fear and recognition. Silence enveloped the scene, broken only by the rustling leaves in the breeze and the faint sound of the spider's shattered carapace cracking in the pit. Mo Qian stood tall upon the head of the demon spider, his figure erect like a pine tree, his dark garments fluttering slightly in the dim light. He slowly lifted his gaze, his deep, tranquil eyes sweeping over the stunned dragon elder, the serpent matriarch, and Meng Yiran, whose gaze was dazed. Her cheeks flushed with an unnatural hue as she stared at him in rapture. Despite being a renowned soul master, Meng Shu forced himself to quell the tempest of emotions within and in a measured tone, tinged with barely perceptible dryness, inquired, "Who are you, sir? Why do you interfere with my granddaughter and my soul haunt?" The snake matriarch hastily added, her voice laced with reverence and caution, "Old man, this is the person I mentioned earlier, the one from Shrek Academy, whom I find inscrutable." Meng Yiran remained ensnared by the overwhelming shock and the chillingly powerful aura exuded by the man before her, her heart pounding like a drum. A delicate blush spreading across her pale lavender skin, her gaze nearly entranced. Mo Qian paid no heed to Long Gong's inquiries, even avoiding a glance at the snake matriarch. A mere flicker of thought sparked within him. Buzz, buzz, two distinctly different, yet equally infused with a soul-chilling terror, energies erupted from him. To his left, a shadowy ancient longsword, seemingly capable of devouring all light, materialized in the air. The blade was entwined with a profound black mist, adorned at the guard with a dark purple diamond crystal, exuding a terrifying intent to sever the laws of existence and obliterate all. The eternal night judgment sword. To his right, a massive serpent, its body cloaked in deep purple diamond scales and crowned with fearsome dragon horns, coiled and twisted. Its cold golden slit pupils gazed down indifferently, a primordial terror intermingled with the laws of consumption and annihilation radiating in waves around it. The purple radiance sky-devouring python. An even more suffocating spectacle, capable of overturning all comprehension, unfolded. Surrounding the eternal night judgment sword were 3 abyssal black soul rings, 10,000 years, followed by 6 blood-red soul rings, 100,000 years, exuding an oppressive aura that threatened to suffocate. Encircling the purple radiant sky-devouring python were also 3 mesmerizing black soul rings, 10,000 years, and 6 blindingly bright blood-red soul rings, 100,000 years. Black, black, black. red, 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 black, 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 red, 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 red. A total of 18 soul rings, the lowest being 10,000 years. Among them, 12 were the legendary 100,000-year soul rings. The intense crimson light, so rich it was nearly tangible, illuminated the entire dark forest clearing in a scarlet hue. An indescribable pressure of soul power descended like a tangible tsunami. The air became stagnant, the space lamented, ancient trees swayed without wind, their leaves cascading like raindrops. The pride of an 8-ring soul Douluo appeared as fragile as paper in the face of this divine light pressure. He felt like a frail boat amidst a tempest, at risk of being crushed to dust at any moment. The snake matriarch, trembling, nearly succumbed to the ground if not for her serpent staff anchoring her to the earth. Her complexion turned as pale as parchment, her lips quivering, unable to utter a single word, her mind engulfed by boundless fear and absurdity. The prior conjecture of Mo Tian's depth now seemed utterly ludicrous. This was not mere inscrutability, it was the manifestation of deities and demons. Meng Yiran's blush faded instantaneously. Her enchanting brown eyes filled with sheer astonishment, bewilderment, and a hint of chaos as her worldview crumbled. She stared blankly at the 18 soul rings that defied logic, at the sword and dragon shadow hovering beside Mo Tian, radiating an aura of world annihilation, and then at Mo Tian's countenance, cold and godlike. The once enchanting thoughts have long been crushed to dust, leaving behind only an instinctual reverence and impulse to submit to absolute power. 18 soul rings. At least 10,000 years? 12 at 100,000 years? Is he still human, or is this merely a dream? Mo Tian stood atop the unconscious man-faced demon spider. As if treading upon a trivial stepping stone, he slowly raised his gaze, his eyes, deep as a frigid abyss, coldly sweeping over the thoroughly shaken dragon duke and snake matriarch, as well as the disoriented Meng Yiran. No superfluous words, no explanations, no threats. Submit to me, or perish. Chapter 35. The 3 rings blaze amidst thorns. Dragons and serpents bow before their sovereign in the desolate clearing of the forest. The scarlet glow of the soul rings had yet to completely dissipate. The air thick with the stench of the shattered exoskeleton of the man-faced demon spider and an oppressive force that suffocated. The renowned dragon Duke Meng Shu and the snake matriarch, celebrated figures in the realm of soul masters, were now as if struck down by an invisible mountain. Thud. The dragon duke felt an irresistible, terrifying force, seemingly emanating from the will of heaven and earth, crashed down upon him. His tall and imposing figure trembled violently. The soul power of an 8-ring soul Douluo, dissipating like a candle flickering in the wind, with the soul power supporting his body vanishing. His knees buckled as if struck by a heavy hammer, a sharp pain coursing through him, causing him to uncontrollably topple forward. His calloused hands instinctively braced against the ground, sparing him the humiliation of face-planting, yet his head was forced down, almost touching the cold earth. The dragon-headed staff, a symbol of his status, flew from his grasp, clattering away into the distance. Beside him, the snake matriarch fared no better. With a muffled groan, she was pressed to her knees, the sound of her knees striking the ground enough to make one wince. Beads of sweat the size of beans trickled down their foreheads, mingling with their humiliation and bone-deep fear. Before this overwhelming force, their once proud cultivation, status, and dignity were rendered fragile and utterly defenseless. Grandfather, grandmother. Meng Yiran's cry was tinged with sorrow, though she was not the target of that terrifying pressure. Witnessing her beloved kin being so ruthlessly brought to their knees overwhelmed her with a visceral pain that eclipsed her earlier shock at Mo Tian's might and her fleeting romantic notions. An indescribable fury mixed with heartache erupted within her, like molten lava. "You scoundrel! Release my grandparents!" she screamed, her enchanting brown eyes brimming with tears yet ignited with a flame of rage. What profundity, what overwhelming power, what cool demeanor, at this moment, in her eyes. They all transformed into demons harming her family. She completely disregarded the despairing disparity in strength between them, charging at Mo Tian with reckless abandon. Like a mother leopard fiercely protecting her cubs, her lavender figure, accompanied by a fragrant breeze, rushed to stand before Mo Tian. She raised her tightly clenched fist, summoning all her strength to strike fiercely at his cold, black-armored chest. Bang, bang. Her fists collided with the hard armor, producing a dull sound, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. Mo Tian remained utterly still, his profound gaze calmly surveying her, as if she were merely a frisky kitten. "Release them. What do you desire?" Meng Yiran cried out in desperation, futilely striking at her restraints. Tears cascaded down her pale lavender cheeks, leaving glistening trails in their wake. We submit. We yield. Whatever you wish, we will comply. Please, spare them. Her voice was laced with a heart-wrenching plea, underscored by a fierce determination. For her beloved kin. She would forsake everything, including her nascent, innocent admiration for the wielder of such formidable power. The Dragon Lord and Snake Matriarch, kneeling in submission, felt the last flicker of resistance extinguish within them upon hearing their granddaughter's cries and her declaration of fealty. A profound sense of humiliation gnawed at their hearts like a venomous serpent, yet in the face of overwhelming power, any semblance of rebellion proved futile, only endangering Iran further. The Dragon Lord, Meng Shu, managed to rasp out 2 words through clenched teeth, his voice hoarse and parched, suffused with bitterness. He relinquished his stance, his forehead striking the cold earth in a gesture of complete surrender. The elderly Snake Matriarch, trembling, echoed his acquiescence, her voice faint yet clear. Also bowing her head to the ground. For the sake of Iran and their own lives, they had no alternative. Mo Tian regarded the tear-streaked girl who defiantly glared at him, then cast a glance at the prostrate Dragon Lord and Snake Matriarch. Deep within his godlike, icy gaze, a fleeting ripple of emotion passed, barely perceptible. He felt a stir within himself. Suddenly, the oppressive aura enveloping the Dragon Lord and Snake Matriarch receded like a receding tide. Cough, cough, cough. With the pressure lifted, the Dragon Lord inhaled sharply, only to be seized by a violent coughing fit, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The Snake Matriarch collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath as if she had just been rescued from drowning, her body drenched in cold sweat. Meng Iran's movements froze. Her gaze fixed upon Mo Tian, tears still glistening on her face. Mo Tian paid them no further heed, his attention shifting to the ailing 1,000-year-old human-faced demon spider in the deep pit. He lifted his foot and casually kicked it. A wave of gentle yet precise soul power surged into the demon spider, utterly disorienting its feeble consciousness, ensuring it would remain incapacitated for the foreseeable future. Dispose of it. Mo Tian commanded indifferently, his form blending seamlessly into the shadows of the forest, vanishing without a trace as if he had never existed. Only the Dragon Lord and Snake Matriarch, shaken and haunted by their narrow escape, remained, alongside Ming Iran, who stood dazed, in the unconscious 1,000-year-old soul beast in the pit. On the western side of the Star Doe forest lay a deathly hollow shrouded in blood and miasma. The smoke of battle had dissipated, yet the air still reeked of rust and the stench of decaying vegetation. Amidst the accumulated bones, the 1,000-year-old bloodthorn vine's king at the center had withered completely. Its massive tendrils, now devoid of moisture, hung limply over the skeletal remains, a dark brown hue that spoke of despair. Only in the center lies a massive, dark red wooden tumor, now marred by spiderweb-like cracks, devoid of all luster, resembling decayed wood. In this disarrayed epicenter, Tang San sits cross-legged, enveloped by an extraordinary soul ring. This soul ring radiates a profound purple hue, emblematic of a millennium-old soul beast's essence. However, unlike ordinary purple soul rings, this deep violet base is intertwined with countless dark red patterns that writhe, as if alive. These patterns resemble intricate blood vessels, akin to some malevolent runes, flowing languidly across the surface of the soul ring, faintly emitting a chilling crimson glow. The entire soul ring exudes an aura that is both formidable and enigmatic, imbued with a fierce essence of life-draining and thorny strangulation. The deep purple soul ring, adorned with blood-red patterns, slowly rotates, powerful waves of energy surging into Tang San's body like a tide. His brow furrows slightly, indicating that the absorption process is fraught with challenges. The violent life force and bloodthirsty instincts contained within the blood thorn vine king relentlessly assault his spirit and meridians. As time passes, Zhao Wujin stands like an iron tower at the edge of the depression, his bell-like eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings, the aura of a level 76 soul saint unabashedly radiating, deterring any soul beast that might be lured by the scent of blood. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Xiao were gathered a bit farther away, diligently recovering their soul power expended in the fierce battle while anxiously observing Tang San's condition. Finally, the deep purple blood-patterned soul ring quivers violently, akin to a great whale siphoning water, and completely merges into Tang San's body. A tremendous wave of soul power erupts from him, radiating outward and scattering the shattered bones and withered leaves upon the ground. Tang San slowly opens his eyes. The purple in his gaze is richer and deeper than before, as if it harbors an infinite cosmos and boundless wisdom. He gradually rises, sensing the surging third-level soul power within him, along with a distinctly different sense of strength brought by the new soul ring. His blue-silver grass martial spirit quietly manifests in his palm, and the tips of the originally emerald leaves now faintly shimmer with a subtle dark red gleam, carrying an imperceptible edge of sharpness. Xiao-san, have you succeeded? Dai Mubai is the first to stand, concern etched on his face. How do you feel, third brother? Oscar leans in, curiosity evident. The others also gather closer, their gazes fixated on Tang San, filled with anticipation. Tang San nods, a confident smile playing on his lips. Without further ado, with a flicker of thought, 3 soul rings rise beneath his feet. Yellow, yellow, and the most striking deep purple entwined with dark red blood patterns as the 3rd soul ring. The 3rd soul ring radiates brilliantly. 3rd soul skill, blood thorn strangulation parasite. With a low shout from Tang San, he thrusts his right hand forward toward an empty space. SSSS. The chilling sound of earth breaking erupts in rapid succession. Dozens of vine-like tendrils, thick as arms and exhibiting an eerie dark red hue, surge from the ground like venomous dragons emerging from their lairs. These tendrils are utterly distinct from the previous blue-silver grass, their surfaces bristling with dense, glimmering metallic barbs, bloodthorns. They danced wildly in the air as if infused with life, entwining and transforming the vacant space into a hellish thicket bristling with lethal thorns. Dark crimson vines twisted together, creating a grating sound that sent shivers down the spine as a pungent scent of blood permeated the atmosphere. Hiss! The members of Shrek collectively gasped in astonishment. Even Zhao Wujia's eyes momentarily reflected a hint of gravity. Such a visual spectacle, such a menacing aura. Where was the slightest trace of the gentle blue-silver grass? It was evidently a deadly vine from the depths of hell. Is this the new soul skill of Xiao-san? Ma Hongjuan's face turned pale, instinctively taking a step back, as if the vines might lunge at him at any moment. Such formidable control and aggression. Dai Mubai, sensing the threatening aura emitted by the vines, could not help but express his admiration. His evil eye white tiger martial soul stirred restlessly within him, a primal instinct of a top-tier beast martial soul attuned to danger. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in shock, her hand covering her mouth. Zhu Zhuqing's sapphire feline eyes narrowed slightly, fully aware of the lethal threat harbored in those barbed thorns. Xiao Wu stifled her laughter, her pink scorpion braids swaying gently, her large eyes filled with astonishment. Oscar gazed on with envy, exclaiming, "How magnificent! Xiao-san!" Yet that was merely the beginning. Tang San's voice was calm, yet brimming with unwavering confidence. With a focused thought, he directed one of the entwined dark crimson vines, which suddenly thrust its thorns into a nearby sturdy withered tree, serving as a target. A hint of color returned to Tang San's face as he opened his left palm. A pure dark red orb, radiating a gentle life force, coalesced in his hand. He flicked his fingers, and the orb, as if alive, precisely entered Ning Rongrong, who had previously been drained of soul power and appeared somewhat pale from the recent battle. Ning Rongrong felt a warm surge flooding through her limbs, instantly dispelling the fatigue from the earlier confrontation, restoring a significant portion of her soul power. She marveled at the vibrant energy coursing through her. Her gaze towards Tang Sen filled with incredulity. Is this healing? Life replenishment, Tang Sen elucidated, by extracting the life force of enemies through the thorns. It can be transformed to heal oneself and replenish soul power, as well as to aid teammates. He paused, looking towards Dai Mubai. Big brother Dai, give it a try. He activated his soul skill once more, and several dark crimson vines slithered toward Dai Mubai's arm like serpents, at a deliberately slow pace, for demonstration. Dai Mubai did not evade, allowing the vines to coil around him. The thorns did not pierce forcefully, yet he immediately sensed a peculiar suction, as if his soul power and stamina were being gradually siphoned away, leaving him feeling slightly heavier. The members of Shrek fell into profound silence, gazing at the dark red soul ring, observing the fierce yet vibrant dark crimson vines, and sensing the miraculous effect of life replenishment. A tumult of astonishment surged within them. This was no mere third soul skill of a control-type soul master. It was unequivocally a divine technique that amalgamated formidable control, aggressive offense, sustained weakening, self-recovery, and team support. Blue Silvergrass, once deemed a useless martial soul, had been elevated to an astonishing height that left them utterly speechless, especially the ability of life to nurture life, which is akin to a divine artifact for team combat. Dai Mubai gazed at the faint red marks left by the entwining vines on his arm, feeling the residual weakness, and his heart was profoundly shaken as he recalled Ning Rongrong's swift recovery. For the first time, he clearly realized that this teammate, possessing a seemingly useless martial soul, might harbor potential in a future far surpassing his imagination. This exquisite control and the uncanny utilization of vitality instilled a sense of significant pressure even in him. A formidable attack-type soulmaster, Ma Hongjun and Oscar were enviously wide-eyed. The gazes of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing towards Tang San transformed entirely, filled with awe and newfound respect. Zhao Wujia's eyes fell upon the spirited Tang San, and then upon the distinctive deep purple bloodline soul ring beneath his feet, his heart overflowing with emotion. The guidance under the mottled sky crown was indeed terrifyingly precise. This little monster's future is limitless. In the royal palace of the Tiando Empire, within the prince's study, the lights shone brightly. A massive Zetonwood desk was piled high with an avalanche of official documents. The walls adorned with maps of the empire's territories, and in the corners, exquisite soul-guided lamps emitted a soft, luminous glow, illuminating the countless tomes lining the shelves. The air was imbued with a faint scent of ink and the fragrance of precious incense. Prince Xueqinghe sat behind the desk, clad in resplendent yellow princely robes that accentuated his upright posture and refined demeanor. Yet, only Xueqinghe himself knew the turbulent undercurrents that churned beneath this facade of concentration. The passionate entanglement in the prince's palace that night, the extreme fusion of cold and heat, and those profound eyes, deep as a cold pool, seemed to penetrate through all her disguises, leaving an indelible mark that constantly resurfaced in her mind, impossible to erase. Concealed beneath the perfect mask of the prince, Qian Xunji felt her cheeks uncontrollably flush, an echo of that chilling yet exhilarating resonance lingering deep within her, accompanied by a sense of emptiness. A secret warmth quietly slipped from her, dampening the silk beneath, bringing forth a wave of shameful stickiness. Why hasn't he come yet? A thought, tinged with resentment and impatience, spiraled repeatedly in her heart. That wastrel, Xue Bing, remained lost in the indulgences of the Tiando Royal Academy, mingling with so-called young talents. Utterly disconnected from the core of power, Prince Xuexing, that old fox, had recently taken to unusually lingering in the academy, under the pretense of selecting talents for the nation, but in truth, he was consolidating power and building alliances, forming an invisible constraint upon her as the prince. Though the Spirit Hall had maintained an extensive network in Tiando City for many years, initiating a coup capable of overturning the empire required the perfect timing, pretext, and strength. At present, they still lacked that crucial spark, an opportunity sufficient to ensure Xue Ye's natural demise, Xue Bing's unexpected death, and Xuexing's loss of protection. Endure. She must endure. Qian Xunji forcibly suppressed the agitation and the unusual sensations within her body, admonishing herself. If Bibi Dong could endure for decades to ascend to the papacy, and her grandfather, Qian Douluo, could remain steadfast in the worship hall, overlooking the continent's affairs, how could she, Qian Xunji, allow a moment of emotional turmoil and impatience to jeopardize her grand ambitions? For many years, she had donned a fade, indifferent to the prospect of waiting an additional 10 days or half a month. Yet, what was that despicable man truly doing within the Shrek Academy? Why had he not come to Tiando City to intertwine with her? As Qian Ringxi's thoughts surged like a tangled mass, nearly crumpling the report regarding the grain reserves in the Southern Empire, the light within the study seemed to subtly distort. A figure detached itself from the shadows of the wall, silently appearing not far from her desk. The visitor was tall, clad in the dark golden uniform of the Spirit Hall, with a stern visage and a restrained, heavy aura. Indeed, it was the elder of the Spirit Hall, the Serpent Spear Douluo. He uttered not a word, nor did he offer a bow, presenting himself merely as an emotionless shadow. Extending his hands, he quietly laid 2 impeccably sealed letters upon the desk. One envelope was a deep, dark gold, its edges adorned with the emblem of the sun and angel, the offering hall. The other bore a deep purple hue, embellished with thorns and a scepter motif, the papal hall. A sudden jolt coursed through Qian Ringxi's heart, forcing herself to suppress the surging emotions. She instantaneously regained the composure befitting the Crown Prince Xueqinghe. She set down her vermilion brush, her gaze steady as she regarded the Serpent Spear Douluo, offering a slight nod. The Serpent Spear Douluo's form blurred once more, melding into the air, vanishing as if he had never existed. Only the 2 letters lying quietly on the desk bore witness to his prior presence. Taking a deep breath, Qian Ringxi first seized the dark golden letter from the offering hall. With a subtle exhalation of soul power from her fingertips, she effortlessly breached the formidable seal. Extracting the paper, she found only 8 powerful characters inscribed with an authority that transcended the paper itself. The plan is feasible. Grandfather has agreed. Her gaze lingered on these 8 characters for a moment, a flicker of complex emotion passing through her golden eyes. A strand of pure golden flame ignited at her fingertips, instantly reducing the letter and its envelope to nothingness, leaving no trace behind. Next, she picked up the deep purple letter from the papal hall. The envelope exuded a faint, chilling aura that sent shivers down her spine. Again, she used her soul power to shatter the seal. Unfolding the paper, she found only a single, incisive character inscribed in a manner that conveyed undeniable coldness and simplicity, except just one word, not even a signature, as if adding another character would be a waste. This was Bibi Dong's style, cold, efficient, and aloof. Yet, gazing upon this solitary word, a wave of intense frustration and agitation surged within Qian Rengshu. It felt as though her meticulously crafted plans, even the sacrifices of her heart and body for this collaboration, were deemed trivial in the eyes of the other party, reduced to a mere formality that could be dismissed with a single word. The pent-up emotions she had harbored for years, complex feelings toward Bibi Dong, tinged with resentment, defiance, and a yearning for recognition, were ignited by that single character. After a few moments, she gradually released her grip. The crumpled letter was likewise consumed by the golden flames in her palm, dissipating into a wisp of green smoke. The study returned to its silence, save for the occasional subtle crackle of the lamp's flame. Beneath the drooping eyelids, within the depths of the golden pupils, a chilling resolve and the flames of anticipation burned silently and fiercely. Chapter 36. The Fall of the Ant Emperor and the Serpent Matriarch. The return of the 8 Spider to the path ahead. Mo Tian's frigid gaze swept across the prostrate figures of the Dragon Duke and Snake Matriarch, their spirits waning, as well as the tearful, defiant, yet helpless Meng Yiran, who looked up at him. The subjugation of the dragon and snake lineage was well within his designs. The Beast Academy, firmly rooted in the Heaven Do Empire, served as an excellent pawn, just as he was about to speak, intending to arrange for Meng Yiran to absorb the soul ring of the faceless spider and to secretly observe if, as in the original narrative of Tang San, it could give rise to the precious external soul bone. The 8 Spider Spear, a subtle yet overwhelming wave of soul power surged forth. It rippled through the air as if a stone were cast into a deep pond, instantly captured by his formidable mental prowess. Not merely one, but 3 distinct sources intertwined, resonating with a metallic heaviness and a ferocious, consuming aura of soul power. Its intensity astonishingly reached the threshold of 100,000 years. Mo Tian's profound eyes suddenly narrowed, locking onto the direction of the fluctuations emanating from the outer core region of the Stardow Forest. That area, once the absolute dominion of the 2 great forest emperors, Daming and Erming, was a place where even the most formidable soul beasts dared not venture. However, since he had relocated Daming, Erming, and Aru to the domain of divine concealment, the balance of power in this peripheral core region had been irrevocably disrupted. Powerful entities that had previously lurked deeper within, or long coveted the core area, began to stir, eager to fill the power vacuum. Mo Tian's figure dissolved into the shadows of the forest like ink blown by the wind, vanishing without a trace, leaving behind the 3 bewildered descendants of the dragon and snake. Mo Tian moved with astonishing speed, traversing the woods as if in the blink of an eye. The closer he approached the source of those 3 energies, the heavier the atmosphere became, suffused with a metallic friction that sent chills down one's spine. A moment later, he halted at the edge of a relatively open clearing. The sight before him would send shivers down the spine of any soul master. A colossal anthill, towering like a small hill, stood majestically in the center of the clearing. This was no ordinary mound of earth. It was constructed from countless dark golden particles, reminiscent of metallic ore amalgamated with a viscous dark green secretion. The surface was riddled with honeycomb-like cavities, emanating a hard, cold, and sharply metallic scent. At this moment, 3 massive figures, like the most loyal sentinels, guarded the entrances of the anthill from 3 directions. Their forms were astonishing, each exceeding 3 meters in length. Their bodies were clad in a thick, dark golden exoskeleton, glistening with a metallic sheen, as if forged from the most resilient alloy. 6 ghostly green compound eyes on their heads flickered with a cold, cunning, and greedy light, akin to the flames of hell. Most striking were the 3 pairs of enormous, crystal-clear wings on their backs, currently folded against their exoskeletons, their edges gleaming with a sharp, icy radiance. 2 massive, sword-like fangs jutted from either side of their mandibles, and their forelimbs were terrifyingly formidable. What lay before him was not the ordinary pincers of an ant, but rather 3 exceptionally sharp, spear-like bone spines converging into a formidable weapon reminiscent of a scorpion's claw, yet possessing an even greater penetrative prowess. Enveloped in a flowing, dark golden energy membrane, the tips glimmered with an eerie, deep green hue. These were none other than the infamous brothers of the Thousand June Ant Emperor, who had briefly claimed dominion over the territories of the Azure Sky Bull Python and the Titan Great Ape, a trio of terrifying beings. each nearing the formidable age of 100,000 years. The aura they exuded was as heavy as a mountain, brimming with pure power and a voracious appetite for consumption. With the suppression of the Da Ming and Air Ming no longer present, they had evidently regarded this core outer region as their new hunting ground and lair. The three ant emperors detected the intruder the moment he appeared, their 6 ghostly green compound eyes fixating on him with an icy, covetous gaze. As if surveying a piece of flesh teeming with immense energy delivered right to their doorstep, they emitted a low, piercing screech, akin to metal scraping against metal. Their massive forms leaned slightly forward, 3 pairs of horrifying forelimbs, flickering with dark, golden energy, raised high, locking onto the intruder. There was no testing, no warning. To the fiercely territorial Thousand June Ant Emperor, an intruder was both an enemy and a meal. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 sharp spines of their forelimbs coalesced into dark, golden brilliance, aimed directly at the intruder's head, heart, and abdomen, perfectly coordinating to eliminate all avenues of evasion. The ferocious force generated a gale that violently swayed the ancient trees surrounding them. Standing his ground, the intruder did not even summon his martial soul. Faced with the assault of 3 soul beasts nearing 100,000 years of age, capable of troubling even a typical title Douluo, his eyes reflected only indifference. Just as the 3 terrifying forelimbs were about to make contact with his body, a hum resonated through the air. An invisible, terrifying force, seemingly emanating from the very fabric of space itself, erupted from the intruder with explosive might. The 10,000-year head spirit bone technique, mental prism space confinement, was not merely a pressure of intimidation, but an absolute mastery over the localized space. The charging Thousand June and Emperors found their massive forms crashing into an invisible, solid wall of steel, their momentum instantaneously stripped away. The dark, golden exoskeleton emitted a disconcerting creak, as if bearing the immense weight of countless tons pressing in from all directions. And then, a wave of terrifying pressure, originating from the very essence of life itself, descended like the cataclysmic collapse of an ancient divine mountain. Within the intruder, the spectral form of the purple radiance devouring python roared silently. The supreme pressure belonging to the primordial dragon god, infused with the primal laws of devouring and destruction, crashed upon the 3 imprisoned Thousand June Ant Emperors like a tangible tide. A piercing scream erupted from the 3 emperors, filled with unprecedented despair and collapse. It was an absolute bloodline suppression, an instinctive terror felt by lower life forms in the presence of their higher life dominators. Their once proud dark golden exoskeleton trembled before this draconic might, their iron heart will shattered instantaneously. The ferocity and greed in their compound eyes were replaced by boundless fear. Their massive bodies quaking violently, unable to even entertain the thought of escape. The battle had already reached its conclusion before it even commenced. Mo Tian, with a serene demeanor, calmly raised his right hand, his index finger pointed at the 3 ant emperors, ensnared and utterly overwhelmed by the might of the dragon. He executed 3 precise, almost imperceptible gestures in the air. With a subtle sound, 3 finely honed blades of spatial energy, akin to slicing through delicate parchment, penetrated the weakest point between the 6 compound eyes of the 3 ancient ant emperors, the very core of their souls. There were no cataclysmic explosions, nor was there a gruesome display of torn flesh. The 3 ant emperors, each nearing 100,000 years in cultivation, abruptly stiffened, their massive forms collapsing to the ground like small mountains, stirring a cloud of dust. The 6 emerald eyes lost their luster, fading into a dull gray hue. With a mere thought, Mo Tian connected with the system. Storage target detected, 98,000, year-old and emperors, 3. Would you like to employ the soul ring storage method? Affirmative. 3 deep black soul rings, edged with dark golden patterns, approaching the 100,000-year threshold, slowly ascended from the colossal corpses of the ant emperors. The system space seemed to open an invisible maw, enveloping the soul rings in an arcane energy. The intrinsic soul power contained within the soul rings was swiftly extracted and absorbed, yet the structure of the rings remained intact, becoming denser and more subdued, ultimately transforming into 3 streams of light that vanished into Mo Tian's brow, securely stored within the system space. The corpses of the ant emperors, now devoid of the source of their soul rings, rapidly shriveled and dimmed, resembling weathered metal ore. Having accomplished this, Mo Tian did not linger. His figure vanished once more. When he traced the aura back to Long Gong, Shi Per, and Meng Iran, he found the young woman seated cross-legged beside the unconscious humanoid spider. Enveloped in a deep purple soul ring 2,000 years, its glow fluctuating intensely, clearly nearing the final stages of absorption. Long Gong and Shi Per sensed Mo Tian's silent arrival and froze, ready to show their respects. However, a fleeting glance from Mo Tian rendered them mute, standing in reverent silence, too fearful to even breathe. Moments later, the deep purple soul ring quivered violently and fully integrated into Meng Iran's being. She exhaled a breath tinged with a metallic sweetness, slowly opening her eyes. The overwhelming sensation of power from her breakthrough into the Soul Master realm brought a smile to her face, and she instinctively yearned to share her joy with her grandparents. However, the moment her gaze fell upon the enigmatic figure cloaked in black nearby, her smile froze, transforming into a complex tapestry of emotions, a blend of reverence for the formidable power before her, the lingering fear from earlier, and a subtle, unrecognized allure stemming from the profound mystery of the individual. Her lavender cheeks flushed, her eyes darted away, and her voice trembled imperceptibly as she addressed him, Senior. The wisdom of 100,000 years coursed quietly through her, invoking the martial spirit convergence insight. Within the realm of her spiritual vision, the path of soul energy flowing within Meng Iran was distinctly visible. Beneath the scapulae on either side of her spine, two spheres of exceedingly vibrant and ferocious dark purple energy were wildly coalescing, clashing with one another, striving to burst forth from her body. The form of this energy was unmistakably that of 8 menacing phantom spider spears. They surged through Meng Iran's meridians, inflicting intense agony, while simultaneously voraciously absorbing the recently attained soul power, finalizing their formation. Indeed, Mo Tianxin understood fully. The external soul bone, the 8 spider spears, possessed by the human-faced demon spider, was taking shape. Judging by the intensity of energy accumulation and its fierce aura, its quality appeared quite remarkable. Iran, what ails you? The snake matriarch keenly sensed her granddaughter's sudden shift to excruciating pain, beads of cold sweat instantly dotting her forehead, and her body trembling slightly. Meng Iran let out a piercing cry of agony. Unable to endure any longer, she collapsed forward. In the instant she fell, a series of chilling tearing sounds echoed simultaneously. 8 spear-like entities, nearly 2 meters in length, emanating an eerie deep purple hue with a metallic sheen, violently erupted from below her scapula. They seemed to possess a will of their own, wildly swirling in the air, piercing and leaving behind a trail of afterimages and sharp, cutting sounds. An overwhelming, sinister aura filled with venom and ferocity spread instantaneously. External soul bone, 8 spider spears. Long Gong Meng Shu and the snake matriarch exclaimed in unison. Both seasoned by experience, they instantly recognized this legendary treasure. Their shock was swiftly replaced by ecstatic joy. An external soul bone, capable of evolution. A rarity whose worth could surpass that of ordinary 10,000-year soul bones. It had materialized within their granddaughter. Following the euphoria came immense concern. At this moment, Meng Iran's face was as pale as paper, beads of sweat cascading down, clearly enduring the backlash of the soul bone, suffering an overwhelming torment. Iran, steady your mind. Attempt to control it. Long Gong urged anxiously. Use your soul power to guide it. Treat it as a part of your body. The snake matriarch hastily advised. However, the backlash from an external soul bone, particularly one produced by the fearsome, human-faced demon spider, was not something easily controlled. Meng Iran felt as though her back was being pierced by 8 searing irons, the pain excruciating. In this critical moment, it was Mo Tian, unbeknownst to her. He had appeared behind Meng Iran, moving with the swiftness of a specter. The razor-sharp spear tip, capable of piercing through steel, was a mere half-inch from her back. Yet it was firmly grasped by his hand, unable to advance further. The terrifying piercing force and venom of the spear left no trace upon that seemingly ordinary black gauntlet. Mo Tian's palm exerted a gentle yet irresistible force. A wave of soothing yet potent soul power surged into the spear, instantly calming its violent energy. Simultaneously, his other hand darted out like lightning, fingers flicking. Ding, 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 ding. The sound rang out crisply, akin to the striking of steel. 7 spider spears, wildly thrashing about, even lunging towards the Dragon King and the Serpent Matriarch, were deftly deflected by the terrifying force emanating from his fingertips, as effortless as brushing away dust. Settling into a meditative posture, she focused her spirit, allowing her consciousness to sink into her back, perceiving its extension as if it were an extension of her own limbs. Mo Tian's cold voice resonated in Meng Iran's chaotic mind like a clarion call, jolting her into clarity amidst the upheaval. Her instinctual will to survive overpowering the agony she endured. Almost instinctively, she followed Mo Tian's directives, gritting her teeth against the pain as she assumed the lotus position, closed her eyes, and devoted herself to channeling her spirit, concentrating all her mental faculties to sense and communicate with the 8 fierce and formidable forces at her back. Under Qian's commanding and suppressive spirit energy, the erratically thrashing spider spears gradually ceased their chaotic assault, akin to a tamed serpent, although they still exuded a menacing aura. Their movements lessened, and their tips drooped as they began to acclimate to their new host. The Dragon King and Serpent Matriarch stood by, utterly astonished. The 8 spider spears, recently awakened and still brimming with ferocity, possessed sufficient power to threaten a Soul King. Yet, before Qian, they were subdued and guided as if they were mere toys. He had not even summoned his martial soul or spirit rings, relying solely on the strength of his physical form and his unfathomable spirit power. The two exchanged a glance, each recognizing in the other's eyes an indescribable shock and reverence for the might of this sovereign, far more terrifying than they had previously imagined. Time flowed by amidst Meng Iran's pained gasps and the subtle hum of spirit energy circulating. With Qian's continuous and precise guidance, the 8 deep violet spider spears finally settled completely, obediently retracting to rest behind Meng Iran, gently trembling as they established an initial connection with her inner spirit power. Qian released his hold and stepped back. Meng Iran slowly opened her eyes. Though her complexion remained pale, the previous turmoil and suffering had vanished, replaced by a sense of relief from surviving a calamity and an extraordinary feeling of initial mastery over her newfound power. With a slight mental nudge, the 8 spider spears behind her moved with the agility of arms, rising, retracting, and even gently clashing against one another, producing a crisp metallic resonance. Thank you, esteemed senior, for saving my life. Thank you for your guidance. Meng Iran hastily rose, deeply bowing to Qian, her voice filled with gratitude and a hint of fear. The Dragon King and Serpent Matriarch also bowed once more, their appreciation evident. Qian nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the 3 of them, the Tiando Empire and the Beast Academy. The Dragon King immediately understood, responding respectfully, "Yes, I am Mingshu, the head of the Intermediate Beast Soul Master Academy, always at your service, Your Excellency. We shall heed your command, Your Excellency." The Dragon King and Serpent Matriarch echoed in unison, not daring to show the slightest negligence. Qian chose not to elaborate further, his figure transforming into a faint illusion as he sped towards the direction from which he had parted ways with the Shrek group. The Dragon King and Serpent Matriarch watched the vanishing figure of Qian, then turned to gaze at Meng Iran, who had unexpectedly gained the external soul bone of the 8 spider spears, their hearts a tumult of emotions. Awe, relief, and a tinge of anxiety regarding the fate that lay ahead intertwined within them. Ultimately, the 2 individuals supported the somewhat weakened Meng Iran as they swiftly departed from this tumultuous place. The afterglow of the setting sun cast a warm golden hue over the Star-Doe forest. Returning birds chirped their melodious calls. When Qian's figure silently merged into the returning group of Shrek, it did not cause much of a stir. Everyone assumed he had concluded his personal matters and returned. Zhao Wujia, upon seeing him, secretly exhaled a sigh of relief and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Xiao Wu immediately joyfully rushed over, re-embracing Qian's arm, chattering excitedly about Tang San's remarkable new soul ring acquisition. Tang San, Dai Mubai, and others also nodded in greeting to Qian. The group continued onward. The deep purple 3rd soul ring, entwined with dark red blood patterns, shimmered faintly beneath Tang San's feet. Oscar occasionally took out his winged mushroom sausage to play with. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's gazes occasionally drifted to Qian's tall, black silhouette, each harboring their own complex thoughts. Dai Mubai walked silently, while Ma Hongjun and Oscar shared low laughter together. Qian walked quietly within the ranks, his profound gaze sweeping over the dimming light and shadows of the forest. The journey through the Star-Doe forest had borne fruit. Oscar had acquired his soul ring, Tang San had obtained his and revealed even greater potential. The dragon snake lineage had been preliminarily subdued, and Meng Iran unexpectedly acquired the 8 spider lances, deftly resolving the hidden threat posed by the 3 brothers of the 1000-June Ant Emperor, achieving the goal of acquiring 3 soul rings nearing 100,000 years in age. Chapter 37. The Judicator returning from hell. The twin god rings crushed the unworthy. The clamor and bloodshed of the Star-Doe forest faded into the distance as the setting sun melted into gold, infusing the return journey with warmth, though it could not thaw the icy demeanor emanating from the enigmatic figure at the core of the group. Under Zhao Wujia's guidance, the Shrek team advanced towards the academy. Xiao Wu clung tightly to Qian's arm, as if he were her sole support, chattering animatedly about the prowess of Tang San's newly acquired 3rd soul ring, adorned with eerie blood patterns. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing lagged half a step behind, trailing near Qian, their gazes occasionally drifting towards his upright figure, filled with an indescribable blend of curiosity, reverence, and a flicker of an unusual spark ignited yet unexamined. Ahead, Tang San, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun shared quiet laughter, with Oscar occasionally showcasing his winged mushroom sausage. Dai Mubai walked silently beside Zhao Wujia, his posture imbued with a hint of repression. Mo Tian continued his silent advance, his deep gaze piercing through the increasingly dim light of the forest, as if perceiving a distant figure that stirred a cold, murderous intent deep within his soul. A chilling notification from the system hovered in his exclusive vision. New task released. Reveals Super Doa Cultivation in front of the Shrek 6 monsters, with Xiao Wu's knowledge. Completely crush Yu Xiaogang's dignity. Task reward. Divine refinement. 1 time. Failure penalty. None, as long as the target behavior aligns with core demands. An invisible aura of malice, subtle yet nearly imperceptible, caused Xiao Wu, who stood close to him, to instinctively shrink her neck and glance at him with concern. Mo Tian suppressed the swirling chill in his eyes, gently patting the back of Xiao Wu's hand to signal that all was well. The overture of vengeance is poised to resonate before the humble gates of Shrek Academy. The night unfurls like ink, with sparse stars adorning the celestial canvas. Before the Academy's iconic, crooked wooden doors, 2 silhouettes engage in hushed conversation beneath the dim glow of spirit lanterns. One figure, in his 50s, stands with the poise of an eagle, adorned with square black-rimmed crystal spectacles. The small eyes behind the lenses sparkle with astuteness. His jutting chin and wide cheekbones exude a cunning demeanor, suggesting he is ever ready to hatch a scheme. This is none other than the 4-eyed cat eagle, Flander. Beside him stands a middle-aged man of average height, slightly gaunt in appearance. His short black hair is meticulously parted, yet it fails to mask an air of rigidity. Unremarkable in visage, his eyes betray a profound languor and an inescapable sense of despondency. His thick lips hang downwards, as if he were born incapable of laughter, even now. When he attempts to muster a smile, his facial muscles seem stiff and strained. Clad in a faded gray robe, with matching cloth shoes, he bears upon his chest a small, intricately embroidered emblem of a dragon, the insignia of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, a stubborn mark of both identity and disgrace. This man is none other than the master of waste theory, Yu Xiaogang. Xiaogang, you have arrived far too late. Flander adjusted his glasses, his tone laced with familiar reproach. You nearly missed the triumphant return of our little monsters. You have indeed arrived at an opportune moment. Do you know what caliber of monsters our academy has recruited this time? He deliberately elongated his words, teasing anticipation. Yu Xiaogang's brow instinctively furrowed, the ingrained arrogance and obsession with his theories surfacing instantly. What caliber? No matter how exceptional, can anyone surpass my soul disciple, Tang San? He emphasized the word soul, as if to underscore an irreplaceable authority and choice. When he mentioned soul, a vague shadow, long since buried in the recesses of his memory, flickered across his mind. The mutated martial spirit, condemned to never surpass rank 11. Ultimately abandoned in the sea of sand, the figure of Mo Tian flashed like a fleeting reflection on water, quickly subdued by his formidable theoretical logic. Waste. Devoid of the right to occupy space in his recollections, Flander's cunning smile deepened, imbued with the anticipation of a forthcoming spectacle. Heh, once you witness it for yourself, you will understand. If he chooses to reveal his abilities, you may well find your jaw dropping in astonishment. He cast this tantalizing bait, pleased to witness the curiosity and a hint of displeasure at the challenge to his theoretical supremacy rising in Yu Xiaogang's eyes. Yu Xiaogang's thick lips moved as he prepared to inquire about the identity of this individual and what kind of talent could possibly threaten the status of his soul disciple. Just then, footsteps and faint voices echoed from a distance. Yu Xiaogang temporarily suppressed his questions, raising his gaze. Under the dim moonlight, a group of figures approached. Leading the procession was Zhao Wujia, a towering figure akin to an iron tower, flanked by the brooding Dai Mubai, his golden hair cascading over his shoulders. Close behind were the jovial Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, playfully engaging with one another. In the distance, the graceful Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing walked side by side, their gazes seemingly drifting forward without intent. At the forefront was the delicate Xiao Wu, nestled closely against the stoic figure of Mo Tian, clad in dark, lightweight armor. His presence as profound as a fathomless abyss. Yu Xiaogang's eyes swept over the group, pausing momentarily on Mo Tian. An indescribable, exceedingly subtle sense of familiarity jolted through him like a gentle electric current. So young, appearing to be merely 18 or 19, his countenance stern and unfamiliar, yet the occasional indifference that flickered across his brow, as if he had seen through the world's complexities, and his stature, standing tall like a solitary peak, caused Yu Xiaogang's brow to furrow deeper, his heart inexplicably skipping a beat. He endeavored to search through his memories, but found nothing. An absurd thought surfaced, only to be swiftly extinguished. Impossible for that waste. In the desolate expanse of the sand sea, a 6-year-old child, there was no chance of survival. He quickly attributed this peculiar sensation to a vague impression left by a stranger he had encountered in the past, one with a similar aura. Before he could finish his thought, as everyone's attention was drawn to Flanders and Yu Xiaogang, the air was thick with the ease of return and the joy of reunion. A cold, deep voice, with a metallic rasp, pierced through the tranquility, shattering it instantly. The source of this voice was the youth in dark armor. He slightly raised his head, his eyes, deep as an eternal night's cold pool, pierced through the crowd, fixing intently on Yu Xiaojiang's expression, which was now marked with confusion. The atmosphere seemed to freeze in that moment. Flanders' smile faltered, Zhao Wujia's hand hung suspended in midair, and the expressions of Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others transformed from ease to shock. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing instinctively covered their mouths, their eyes filled with disbelief. Xiao's body tensed, her gaze towards Yu Xiaojing brimming with unabashed hostility and fury, her soul power beginning to surge, her soft-boned rabbit spirit nearly manifesting. A hand, stable as a mountain and covered with a black gauntlet, silently rested on her shoulder, instantly calming the tempest of her soul power. It was Mo Tian. He required no assistance from Xiao Wu. All eyes converged on Mo Tian and Yu Xiaojiang. Mo Tian's lips slowly curled into a frigid arc, not a smile, but a derisive sneer, more piercing than the coldest northern winds, laced with deep-seated hatred. Do you remember me? I have clawed my way out of hell to find you. Silence. An absolute silence enveloped the gates of Shrek Academy. Flanders gaped in astonishment, his eyes behind the glasses wide with disbelief, unable to comprehend the sudden, volatile confrontation before him. Zhao Wujia's facial muscles twitched, instinctively tensing every fiber of his being, warily eyeing Mo Tian while casting a concerned glance at his old friend. Yu Xiaojiang, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar exchanged bewildered looks, utterly flabbergasted. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing felt their hearts leap to their throats. They had never witnessed Mo Tian exhibit such an intense, nearly destructive negative emotion. Tang San's expression instantly darkened, an ominous premonition seizing him. Under the icy gaze directed at him, Yu Xiaojing felt as if struck by lightning. His mind buzzed, plunging into a void. The name Yu Xiaojiang resounded like thunder. With a brute force shattering the sealed gates of memory he had deliberately buried in the darkest corners of his mind. The desert, the blazing sun, the desperate cries of children, that pale little face, rendered ghostly by the mutation of the martial spirit. The name Chen Mo, whom he had deemed a theoretical failure and callously abandoned in the abyss of death to conserve resources and protect his reputation. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel this absurd illusion, forcing a smile onto his face that was more grotesque than tears, his voice dry and trembling. Infused with an incredulous absurdity. This classmate? You must have mistaken me for someone else. What hell are you talking about? Do we know each other? He vehemently denied it, yet inside him, the increasingly distinct contours and gaze stirred up a tempest. Hiki. Mo Tian let out a brief, mocking laugh from his throat. The desolation and disappointment embedded within that laughter caused the temperature of the surrounding air to plummet. Have you already forgotten? He shook his head slightly, as if mocking the last vestige of his own unrealistic fantasy that perhaps the other harbored a shred of guilt. Thus, he completely severed the insignificant bond of master and disciple. So be it. At the moment those words fell, an indescribable, terrifying aura, emanating from the very essence of life, erupted like an ancient volcano that had lain dormant for eons. Centered around Mo Tian, an invisible storm surged forth. Two ethereal, yet imposing phantoms of martial spirits manifested behind him without warning. On the left, a long sword, entirely cloaked in a dark hue, with its blade entwined in a profound, eerie glow, hovered in the air. The sword's ancient form seemed to be forged from the purest laws of darkness. Before the blade even moved, the very space around it began to silently warp, rippling as if unable to bear its weight, on the verge of being severed. A cold will to obliterate all things and decree life and death pervaded the air, the eternal night judgment sword. On the right, a colossal phantom of a giant python, adorned with mysterious and noble purple-golden scales, coiled in the void. Its head held high, with vertically slit pupils resembling molten purple gold, it emanated an overwhelming, primitive dragon majesty. Its jaws slightly parted, as if even light could be consumed, the contrasting yet perfectly intertwined essences of creation and destruction flowed around it. Roaring, the purple radiance heaven-devouring python. Dual martial spirits? My heavens! What kind of martial spirit is that? Such a terrifying aura. The gasps erupted like thunder among the crowd of Shrek. Flender stumbled back 2 steps in shock, his black-framed glasses slipping to the tip of his nose. Zhao Wujia's pupils constricted, every hair on his body standing on end, as though confronted by a mortal enemy. The laughter on Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar's faces froze completely, transforming into sheer shock and terror. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhiqing's hands, covering their mouths, forgot to lower them, their beautiful eyes reflecting those 2 godlike phantoms, filled with an incomprehensible horror. Tang San was struck with a profound shock. His prideful twin martial souls appeared as mere flickering fireflies in the presence of these 2 ethereal figures. The blue-silver grass and the clear sky hammer instinctively quivered with fear. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaogang, upon witnessing the manifestation of these 2 martial soul apparitions, felt all his hopes and denials utterly shattered. That sword, that serpent, though their forms had undergone a complete metamorphosis, the essence emanating from them, an echo derived from the very core of their martial souls, was unmistakably him. It was truly him, the waste he had abandoned in the desert sands, who should have been nothing but bones. Chinemo. No, he was now called Mo Tian. An overwhelming terror engulfed Yu Xiaogang like frigid ocean waters, causing his legs to weaken, his body to stagger backward involuntarily, the color draining from his face, his lips trembling as he pointed at Mo Tian, yet unable to utter a single word. His theoretical framework of the 10 core competitive strengths of martial souls seemed laughably pale in comparison to these 2 beings radiating divine auras. But this was merely the beginning. Mo Tian's gaze was as frigid as ancient ice, devoid of emotion as it swept over the trembling Yu Xiaogang. Kneel. The 2 words resonated like a divine decree. Enveloped in the might of heaven and earth, a tremendous, unimaginable, and supremely pure soul power pressure descended upon Yu Xiaogang with unerring precision, akin to the weight of a billion mountains crashing down upon him. Thud. Yu Xiaogang had no time to muster even a thought of resistance. His knees were struck by an invisible giant hammer, crashing heavily and ignominiously onto the cold, hard ground. The sound of his kneecaps shattering was unmistakable. The vivid blood instantly stained his gray trousers, appearing grotesque under the dim light. Ack! Yu Xiaogang let out a piercing scream that warped into a wail, the agony and unprecedented humiliation causing his body to convulse violently, his face contorting in pain and fear. Xiaogang. Flander gasped in horror, instinctively rushing forward. Teacher. Tang San's eyes turned crimson in an instant, a surge of furious wrath coursing through him. Yu Xiaogang was both a mentor and a father figure to him, a symbol of his dignity. To witness him so publicly humiliated and trampled upon was unbearable. He stepped forward with a fierce determination. His Xiantian skill surged wildly within him, and the blue-silver grass martial soul was unleashed in an instant. 3 soul rings of yellow and purple shining brilliantly at his feet as he bellowed at Mo Tian. Mo Tian, I know you are strong, but you cannot treat my teacher this way. Once a teacher, always a father. You are also insulting me. Release my teacher. The flames of anger ignited Tang San's courage, momentarily suppressing his instinctual fear of Mo Tian's overwhelming power. He could not tolerate anyone treating Yu Xiaogang in such a manner. That gaze held no anger, no delight, only a chilling indifference, as if passing judgment upon the dust. Noisy. The 2 words were uttered softly. Simultaneously, an even more vast and suffocating pressure than that which had befallen Yu Xiaogang descended upon him. This time, the target was not only Yu Xiaogang, but also enveloped the roaring Tang San entirely. Thud. Thud. 2 muffled sounds echoed almost simultaneously. Moments ago, Tang San was furiously rebuking, yet now he found himself overwhelmed by an incomprehensible and irresistible force that crushed his spine. His knees buckled, and like Yu Xiaogang, he collapsed to the ground without any resistance. He could only humbly bow his head, struggling to support his body with trembling hands, preventing himself from completely prostrating. A sound of reluctant protest escaped his throat, and the fire of anger in his eyes was wholly replaced by disbelief and terror. Xiao San, Dai Mubai, Oscar. And the others exclaimed in shock, yet none dared to step forward. Zhao Wujia's forehead was slick with cold sweat, and Flender stood rigid, acutely aware of the terrifying power contained within that oppressive aura, one capable of effortlessly reducing them to mere dust. It was a level they had never encountered in their lives. Yu Xiaogang, kneeling on the ground, struggled to raise his head amidst dual agony and extreme fear, his murky eyes fixated on Mo Tian. Upon witnessing Tang San humiliated and kneeling because of him, the last vestige of pride he held as a master shattered, leaving only boundless despair and supplication. Mo Tian disregarded Yu Xiaogang's pleas, ignored Tang San's humiliating struggles, and paid no attention to the horrified gazes of those around him. He stood as a deity executing the final judgment, a mere flicker of thought causing a reaction. Buzz. Buzz. Two brilliant beams of light erupted from behind him. The Eternal Night Judgment Sword and the Phantom of the Purple Radiance Sky-Devouring Python instantly solidified. What followed was a scene that distorted the very space before the Shrek Academy, freezing the souls of all witnesses. Surrounding the Eternal Night Judgment Sword's martial spirit were 9 soul rings. The first 3 were as deep as ink, seemingly capable of devouring all light, 10,000 years soul rings. The subsequent 6 were 6 blood-red soul rings, burning with the intensity of molten lava, exuding an aura of devastation. Their edges adorned with golden patterns. Simultaneously, surrounding the purple radiance sky-devouring Python's martial spirit were also 9 soul rings. An identical sequence, 3 black, 6 red. A total of 18 soul rings. 6 10,000-year soul rings as black as ink. 12 blood-red soul rings symbolizing the fall of 100,000-year soul beasts, existing solely in legends in the realm of deities. The radiance of the 18 soul rings intertwined, casting an otherworldly glow across the entirety of Shrek Academy. The terrifying wave of soul power surged like a tangible tsunami, violently assaulting the nerves of every onlooker. The air emitted a mournful cry under the tremendous strain, and the debris and dust on the ground silently floated, only to be instantly pulverized. A tidal Douluo. Moreover, one possessing dual divine-level martial spirits and 1,200,000-year soul rings. Silence reigned, an even more profound silence than before. Flinder and Zhao Wujie stood petrified, their minds blank, with only those 12 blood-red rings magnifying endlessly in their vision. Fear gripping their hearts to the point of near cessation. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar felt as if their very bones had been stripped away, their bodies limp, their teeth chattering uncontrollably. They gazed at Mo Tian as if he were a walking demon among mortals. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's delicate faces turned as pale as paper, their bodies trembling violently. They finally comprehended how trivial and absurd the vague emotions they had occasionally entertained were in the face of the overwhelming power possessed by one another, capable of shaking the very continent. Although Xiao Wu was aware of Mo Tian's strength, witnessing the soul ring configuration that transcended the limits of comprehension left her mouth agape. Her eyes filled with unparalleled shock and pride. On the ground, Yu Xiaogang, when the 12 crimson soul rings light pierced through his murky, despairing gaze, felt the last remnants of his consciousness shatter completely. The notion of a tidal Douluo with dual martial souls and 1,200,000-year soul rings was no longer a challenge to his theories. It was a brutal obliteration of his lifelong beliefs, the pride upon which he had relied for existence, and the dignity that defined him as a master. All mercilessly ground into the foulest mire. A sound, incomprehensible and guttural, escaped his throat. His body stiffened, his eyes rolled back, and amidst the agony, terror, and boundless humiliation, he succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing like a heap of mud upon the cold ground, the blood seeping beneath him appearing particularly ironic under the illumination of the blood-red soul rings. Only Mo Tian remained, like the eye of a storm, steadfast and unmoved. His dark robe billowed, and his black hair danced without wind. His icy gaze swept over the kneeling Yu Xiaogang, the struggling Tang San, and all around him, the Shrek members frozen in absolute shock and fear. That gaze was akin to surveying a swarm of dust. Ding. Task revealed. Achieve Super Douluo Cultivation. Crush Yu Xiaogang's dignity. Completed. Reward, divine refinement, one time, has been allocated to the system space. The mechanical and chilling notification echoed in his mind, yet this was far from the end. It was merely the beginning. The judgment had only just begun. Chapter 38. The Eunuch and the Beautiful One soar through the air. The power struggles reignite in front of Shrek Academy. Time seemed to freeze entirely under the 18 bizarrely radiant soul rings. The air was as heavy as mercury, each breath carrying a biting chill and suffocating soul power pressure. Mo Tian, clad in dark robes, appeared amidst the intertwining light of the blood-red and pitch-black soul rings. Resembling a deity of judgment emerging from myth, enveloped in a cold divine radiance that stood in stark contrast to the simplicity of the academy, yet commanded everything with absolute power. Apart from Xiao Wu, who clung tightly to his side, her eyes filled with adoration. Everyone else was paralyzed by the awe-inspiring power that transcended comprehension. Yu Xiaogang lay prostrate on the cold, hard ground like a puddle of mud. The excruciating pain in his shattered knees felt like countless red-hot needles repeatedly piercing his nerves, warm blood soaking through his trousers, spreading a small patch of glaring dark red in the dust. Beads of sweat mingled with physiological tears cascaded from his face, pale as paper and twisted in agony, splattering onto the earth and stirring up barely visible dust. Pressed firmly to the ground, his vision was limited to a few frantic ants scurrying before him. The meager trajectory of their lives became a stark reflection of his own brutal predicament. He yearned to lift his gaze, to catch one last glimpse of the disciple he had forsaken amidst the sandy sea, who now returned like a deity or a demon. He sought to find even a trace of their shared past in those frigid eyes. Yet, the oppressive aura emanating from Qian, akin to the collapse of the celestial dome, utterly shattered his humble thoughts. He was but an ant crushed by the wheels of fate. Stripped of the very right to look up, forced to dwell in the dust, feeling the boundless terror and profound humiliation seep into his bones. Beside him, Tang San's eyes burned crimson, nearly bursting with rage, his teeth clenched tightly, as the Xian Gong within him surged forth with unprecedented speed. Striving to break free from the intangible shackles, the pale blue light of his soul power flickered erratically upon his skin, resembling a candle flickering in the wind. Appearing so diminutive and absurd in the face of Qian's overwhelming, starry might. The chasm of their levels was an insurmountable abyss that no skill or technique could bridge. Moreover, at this moment, Qian was a mere breath away from becoming a 96th level super Douluo. His soul power so pure and vast that even a limit Douluo would find it suffocating. Even Tian, a demigod-level powerhouse, had harbored trepidation 5 years prior. Yet Tang San, having lost the awakening of the blue-silver emperor from the original tale, stripped of the enhancement from the external soul bone, the 8 spider lances. Bereft of the soul rings and bones gained through sacrifice, and lacking the guidance of the sea goddess legacy, was, in Tian's eyes, no different from the ants crawling upon the ground. His struggles, his fury, were merely the desperate cries of a cornered beast. Flinder and Zhao Wujia stood like 2 statues petrified by a spell, rigidly blocking the path of the Shrek's 7 monsters, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing. Flinder's eyes, hidden behind his glasses, brimmed with horror, confusion, and a tinge of sorrow at the fate of his old friend, who lay curled and convulsing on the ground. He felt a tightness in his throat, but could not utter a single word. Zhao Wujia was engulfed by overwhelming awe and an insatiable longing for power, the title Douluo. Such youth, with dual divine-level martial souls and 12 soul rings of 100,000 years. This was nothing short of a revolution in his understanding of the world. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar had long lost their former bravado, their heads bowed deeply, wishing they could bury themselves within their chests. A title Douluo. Tian was indeed a title Douluo. This realization thundered within their minds. Following the shock came an endless stream of confusion and absurdity, a title Douluo disguising himself as a student at Shrek Academy. Were they the ones losing their minds? Or had the sovereign gone mad? What terrifying purpose lay hidden behind this facade? Ning Rongrong's emotions were the most intricate. She gazed at the godlike figure. Her youthful face a tapestry of shock, curiosity, and an indescribable flutter. Unconsciously, she began to compare Tian with her 2 grandfathers. The sword Douluo Qian Xunji and the bone Douluo Gu Rong, both towering pillars in her life. Their temperaments were vastly different. Grandfather Jian was sharp and radiant. Grandfather Gu was enigmatic and profound, while Tian exuded a chill, an immensity, an unfathomable abyss, marked by a divine indifference. He was far too young. This could not simply be attributed to a youthful appearance or a return to juvenile vigor. In the presence of such a youthful title Douluo, the 7 treasures glazed tile school, she dared not delve deeper into her thoughts, feeling her heart race uncontrollably. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze was the epitome of purity and fervor, embodying an utmost reverence and yearning for absolute power. Only true strength could grant one the dominion over their destiny, shattering all constraints. Dai Mubai, the Star Luo royal family, that nauseating engagement? Before the force represented by this figure, they were nothing but mere trifles. The notion of receiving his guidance, of becoming his woman, ignited a wildfire within her icy heart, spreading rapidly. A charming blush crept upon her cool cheeks, rendering her strikingly different amidst the terrified crowd. Her keen intuition had always perceived Yu Xiaogang's demeanor as lecherous, his gaze flickering with a disconcerting blend of hypocrisy and cowardice. She remained unaware of Yu Xiaogang's past glories, how he abandoned Bibi Dong out of fear of the Pope, and how the shackles of incest had tormented Lu Erlong throughout her life. Even after acquiring the immortal herb, he remained a theoretical giant, a dwarf in strength, reliant on the protagonist's halo, Tang San. Yet, this feeling of aversion, under the absolute judgment of Tian, elicited an inexplicable sense of gratification and liberation in Zhu Zhuqing. Scoundrels deserved such a fate. Xiaowu pressed closely against Tian, the aura of her soft-boned rabbit spirit subtly fluctuating due to his complex emotions. She cast a disdainful glance at Yu Xiaogang. who lay shrieking on the ground, a villain her Qian brother had accused of casting him into the desert, leaving him at death's door. His current state evoked no sympathy, only satisfaction. She even slightly turned away to avoid Ning Rongrong's excessively fervent gaze. Tian's cold gaze fixed upon Yu Xiaogang, his murderous intent palpable as a chilling current. The one who had ruined his childhood could die 1,000 times, and it would not suffice to quell his hatred. However, just as he stirred to utterly end this ant-like existence, a blinding, crimson warning frame appeared abruptly in his line of sight, visible only to him. Warning. Target, Yu Xiaogang. Identity, the Chosen One, Tang San. Core Destiny Pivot. Action, attempted eradication. Judgment, severe threat to destiny line stability. Consequence, forcible execution will trigger Doa Universe will lockdown. Highest level pursuit. Recommendation, terminate eradication attempt. A flicker of icy irritation coursed through Tian's eyes. Once again, this wretched restriction. He had long known that Yu Xiaogang was a crucial guiding figure and theoretical support on Tang San's path to growth. A key element of Tang San's fortune. Previously, when he forcefully intervened in Tang San's third spirit ring, depriving him of the opportunity to obtain the 8 spider lances. It had caused Tang San to forfeit a powerful external aid and a vital foundation for future evolution. The newly acquired blood spike strangling parasite spirit skill paled in comparison to the comprehensive control of the original web binding. Yet, this seemed to remain within the fluctuations permitted by fate, failing to trigger such a high-level red warning. Even the worthless had their place in existence? Huh. The will of the universe is truly laughable, Tian scoffed inwardly. However, he had never anticipated that he could easily extinguish Yu Xiaogang's life. The prior hints from the system and his own instinct had already prepared him. The inability to kill does not imply the absence of retribution. He intended to inflict upon Yu Xiaogang a suffering more profound than death itself. Tian's frigid gaze, sharp as a surgical scalpel, fixated upon Yu Xiaogang's vulnerable core. With a concentrated thought, a force so subtle it was nearly imperceptible, yet infused with the essence of annihilation. Manifested as an invisible venomous needle that swiftly pierced through the fabric, striking true to its target. Ag! Yu Xiaogangs anguished wail soared to an octave so high, it resonated with the despair of a wild dog whose neck had been cruelly snapped. The face, contorted in fear and excruciating pain, was suddenly replaced by an expression that encapsulated an indescribable blend of ultimate agony, hopelessness, and complete collapse. His body convulsed violently, akin to a fish stranded upon the shore. The sensation emanating from his lower body was not merely a dull ache, it was a searing pain, as if the very essence of his life had been ruthlessly shattered and stripped away. A warm liquid, thick with the scent of blood, rapidly soaked through his trousers, spreading a deeper, more vivid crimson across the dust. He had lost. The most vital symbol of his manhood had been utterly, mercilessly obliterated in a manner he could not begin to comprehend. No, it cannot be. My Yu Xiaogang, he screamed incoherently, instinctively attempting to cover himself and confirm the dreadful void. Yet Tian's oppressive aura acted like invisible shackles, firmly restraining his body. He could only flail helplessly, emitting inhuman cries, his gaze vacant, consumed by an abyss of boundless despair. Moments ago, he had feared that Tian might take his life. Now he realized that living in such a manner was the true embodiment of hell. Teacher, what has happened to you? Tian, you fiend, what have you done to my teacher? Tang San, though pressed to the ground by the weight of Tian's power and unable to witness the full extent of Yu Xiaogangs' suffering, instantly grasped the unimaginable torment his teacher was enduring through the heart-wrenching, desperate screams and the overwhelming scent of blood. His eyes widened with fury. He roared questions in a voice strained to its limits, while the Xiantian skills surged against its confines, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. Tian couldn't be bothered to spare even a glance at this impotent rage. Why should he concern himself with the roar of an insignificant insect? Flinder watched his old friend writhing in agony upon the ground, his lower body in utter disarray, his form trembling violently, tears welling in his aged eyes, his lips quivering in silence. He yearned to inquire what Yu Xiaogang had done to provoke such fierce retribution from this terrifyingly young titled Douluo, yet he dared not ask. Nor could he. In the face of absolute power, any question seemed utterly trivial and absurd. He could only stand rigidly, like a frail spectator, helplessly witnessing his former friend descend into an abyss of torment. Cruel. Too cruel. Dai Mu Bai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar exchanged furtive glances at Yu Xiaogang's plight. Their scalps tingling, they felt a flicker of disdain and twisted satisfaction rise within them. They had never appreciated Yu Xiaogang's haughty demeanor during their first encounter, and now, witnessing his downfall, they felt both horror and a sense of vindication. Ning Rongrong scrunched her delicate nose in disdain, turning her face away from the sordid scene before her. She felt no affection for Yu Xiaogang. At this moment, her entire attention was captivated by the enigmatic might of Emotion. Such a scoundrel as Yu Xiaogang deserved to be treated thus. Her gaze towards Emotion was imbued not only with admiration but also a hint of a peculiar enchantment. Meanwhile, Xiaowu promptly covered her eyes, burying her little head in Emotion's arm, softly murmuring, "Serves him right. Brother Emotion did well." The interest had been piqued, and the judgment aimed at the past had momentarily come to a close. A subtle thought flickered through Emotion's mind as a unique item from the system, the divine thought transmission tube, was quietly activated, perceptible only to him. An invisible wave of intent pierced through the fabric of space, disregarding distance, and swiftly traversed thousands of miles to arrive precisely within the depths of the prince's residence in the Tiando Empire. At that moment, within the opulent bathroom of the prince's palace, steam filled the air, and the lavish pool, adorned with exquisite flower petals, beckoned. Qian Xunji had shed the guise of Shui Qing'a, revealing her breathtaking beauty that could captivate the world. She languidly soaked in the warm water, relishing this rare moment of relaxation, her fingertips gliding across the surface, experiencing the comforting flow from the massage bathtub left by Emotion. With a half cup of warm premium milk beside her, suddenly, a cold yet familiar voice resonated unexpectedly within her consciousness. "I will be there soon." Instantly, her expression transformed. The exquisite countenance shifting to embody the composure and authority of Prince Shui Qing'a. Her clear voice sliced through the mist, reaching the ears of the maids standing outside the bathroom. "Come forth. Relay my command at once. Instruct the palace guards to prepare immediately with the highest ceremonial honors, and hasten to Shrek Academy outside Soto City. We shall receive the arrival of His Majesty Emotion. There must be no mistakes. Inform the captain of the guards that should there be any delay, he shall face dire consequences." Her voice carried an undeniable urgency and seriousness. The maid outside felt a chill run down her spine, though perplexed as to why the prince suddenly held such regard for an academy far away in Soto City. She dared not hesitate, and promptly took flight to fulfill the command. Qian Xunji suddenly rose from the pool, her perfectly sculpted form partially obscured by the swirling steam, droplets cascading down her smooth, delicate skin. A hint of anticipation colored her beautiful face as she hastily dried herself, preparing to change attire. Emotion was coming, and it seemed he bore some purpose. His gaze swept across the gathering, ultimately settling upon Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. He did not withdraw the overwhelming aura of terror enveloping the scene, but casually beckoned the two women with a flick of his finger. This gesture carried an unmistakable sense of command, akin to a sovereign summoning their subjects. Zhu Zhuqing reacted the fastest, almost the moment Emotion's finger moved. Her eyes sparkled with brilliance. Without a trace of hesitation, her soul power instinctively surged, striving to break free from the omnipresent pressure. As she took firm strides toward Emotion, each step was slightly arduous, as if swimming against the current, yet her gaze was filled with determination and an indescribable thrill. To approach the powerful, to follow the strong, was her sole path to shatter the shackles of fate. Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback. She gazed into the deep and indifferent eyes of Emotion, then glanced at Zhu Zhuqing's unwavering silhouette. The proud disposition of the little princess instinctively made her want to resist such nonchalance. However, the profound yearning for formidable power and her curiosity about Emotion ultimately overwhelmed all else. Biting her lip, a flush of crimson adorned her cheeks as she cautiously approached Emotion, warning him in a feigned tone of bravado, "Emotion, what do you intend to do? I warn you, my grandfather, the Sword Grandmaster, is also a titled Douluo. If you dare to harm me, they will not let you off easily." Yet, despite her verbal threats, her body betrayed her, showing no signs of defense. Instead, as she drew closer, she unconsciously straightened her posture, seemingly wishing to appear more alluring. This ambivalent demeanor, coupled with her threats, elicited immediate discontent from Xiaowu, who stood close to Emotion. She released her grip on his arm, swiftly stepped forward like a protective creature, and wrapped her arms around Ning Rongrong's slender waist, pulling her half-embraced beside her, pouting defiantly, "Bad woman. Stay away from brother Emotion." Emotion remained indifferent to the girl's antics, redirecting his gaze towards the complex expression of Flender, who was still in a state of profound shock. "Flender," Emotion's voice returned to its usual coldness, as if the overwhelming pressure and cruel punishment from earlier had been but a mere illusion. "Thank you for your hospitality these past few days. Flender shivered, hastily managing a smile that was more painful than a frown, slightly bowing. Your Highness, you flatter us. Shrek Academy is honored. His tongue stumbled over the words. We shall meet again. No sooner had Mo Tian's words left his lips than an unexpected occurrence transpired. A hum resonated as a vast and intricate magical array, composed of countless silver starlights, suddenly illuminated beneath him. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and the half-embraced Ning Rongrong. The brilliance eclipsed the dim glow of the Academy's soul-guiding lights, and the space emitted a faint yet clear hum, as if the surface of the water were violently disturbed by a colossal stone. This was one of the core skills of Mo Tian's 100,000-year spirit bone, the void space teleportation. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in unison, feeling themselves engulfed by dazzling starlight, their bodies enveloped by a gentle yet irresistible force that stretched and deconstructed them. Xiao Wu had anticipated this moment, holding on to Ning Rongrong tightly, her face brimming with excitement. The starlight suddenly contracted, vanishing in an instant like a receding tide. All that remained was the dust stirred by the spatial fluctuations, slowly settling, and the complete disappearance of Mo Tian and the others. Silence, akin to death, enveloped the front of Shrek Academy once more. Only the suppressed groans of Yu Xiaogang and the desperate gasps of Tang Xin broke the stillness. In the luxurious bathhouse of the prince's residence in the Tiando Empire, Qian Xunji had just donned a delicate bathrobe, its belt still loosely tied, revealing a swath of pristine skin and breathtaking curves, partially obscured by the rising steam. She pondered the manner in which Mo Tian would accompany her, whether directly in the bedroom or, as before, entering the bathroom. Suddenly, the very air in the center of the bathroom warped violently without warning. A complex array, formed from countless dazzling silver starlights, materialized instantaneously and expanded. The blinding radiance compelled Qian Xunji to instinctively squint her eyes. The brilliance flickered and vanished, for figures emerged, as if stepping from the void, clearly manifesting within this intimate space suffused with floral fragrance and steam. There stood Mo Tian, clad in dark robes and with ink-black hair, tightly embracing the arm of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, with an expression of icy calm, yet eyes betraying her curiosity, and Ning Rongrong, half clutched by Xiao Wu, her face still marked by astonishment and profound intrigue. Qian Xunji's exquisite visage froze in an instant. Her rosy lips parted slightly, and her azure eyes brimmed with utter disbelief and sudden embarrassment. Her mind went blank. In the next moment, a sharp gasp escaped her throat. Instinctively, she crossed her arms tightly over her chest, gripping the collar of her bathrobe to shield her modesty from the unexpected intrusion. Her captivating face flushed a deep crimson, the color spreading to her delicate collarbone.